He was once a rare prodigy of the Tianmen Sword Sect, a talent in swordsmanship that appeared once in a century, with the position of sect master within his grasp. However, due to the false accusations against his master, he lost all his cultivation overnight, his meridians shattered, and was cast out as a discarded disciple. The world laughed at his downfall, unaware that he had witnessed betrayal with cold eyes and endured bitter hardships in the snow and wind. Ultimately, he stepped into one of the 4 forbidden grounds, the Sword Tomb. Among the remnants of ancient swords, he used his blood as a guide and his soul as fuel to awaken the supreme sword intent that had lain dormant for millennia, reforging his path. And returning in a state of rebirth, 3 years later, the youth, bearing a 3-foot-long azure blade and a jug of muddied wine at his waist, arrived through the snow. The sword remained sheathed, yet the world trembled. The wine remained untouched, yet his enemies quaked in fear. Tianmen Sword Sect, you shattered the dignity of my master and me in the past. Today, I shall use your lives to cleanse this body of shame. Chapter 1. The Abandoned Disciple of the Sect. Ultimately, it is merely a fleeting life, a dream of yellow millet. Thus spoke the last red dust sword immortal, Yi Pingyan. Tianfeng Kingdom, Tianmen Sword Sect. From today onward, revoke Yi Pingyan's status as the personal disciple, abolish his cultivation, and expel him from the sect. Execute immediately. With the words of the sect master, jeers and mockery echoed throughout the grand hall. Well deserved. Who told you to have such a misfortunate master? With a master who betrays the sect and leaks its sword techniques, he might as well be a spy for another sect. Yi Pingyan, listening to the insults and humiliation from his former peers, chose to remain silent, etching this disgrace into his heart. Just days prior, he had been the sole personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tianmen Sword Sect, renowned as the most gifted disciple in a millennium, celebrated throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. Every disciple within the sect held him in high regard, and those who had just mocked him would now have to bow their heads in his presence. Yet the Tianmen Sword Sect, fearing his master was on the verge of a breakthrough into the creation realm and knowing that he himself was already unmatched among his peers, conspired with other elders and experts from rival sects to eliminate his master while he was in seclusion. Fortuitously, his master did break through in the end, but at great cost. Had it not been for his master's threat to self-destruct, compelling them to spare him, he would have likely been a corpse by now. How absurd it was that he had treated the sect as his own family, only to end up stripped of his cultivation by them. Truly a grand farce. Once treated with utmost reverence, now they kick me while I am down due to unfounded accusations against me and my master. What a splendid Tianmen Sword Sect! The elders flanking him erupted in fury, their voices rising in reprimand. Impudent! Unrepentant! How dare you bite back? Where is the elder of punishment? Dispose of him. Wait. Yi Pingyan raised his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. There is no need for you hypocrites to act. This cultivation shall be returned to you in an instant. His entire essence surged backward, filling the grand hall with an overwhelming sword intent that caused the very air to resonate with a sword song. This scene left Zhou Chuanxiu, the sect master's personal disciple, utterly stunned. This fellow has comprehended sword intent even faster than I. Even the sect master seated on the highest throne turned slightly, his eyes narrowing. To have already grasped sword intent. He may even be on the verge of breaking into the Tianyuan realm. The cultivation stages on the Tianyuan continent ascend from low to high, consisting of Body Refinement Realm, 1st to 9th level, Earth Origin Realm, Tianyuan Realm, Yuan Dan Realm, Qi Creation Realm, and Nirvana Realm, Early, Mid, Late, Peak, followed by Life Profound Realm, Death Profound Realm, Immortal Platform Realm, 1st to 3rd. Transformations, Supreme Realm, and Emperor Realm. 18 years of age, he stood at the threshold of the half-step Tianyuan Realm. This child, his talent in swordsmanship is indeed terrifying. If allowed to grow, he could threaten me within 10 years. Cough, cough. Are you satisfied now? As Yi Pingyan's essence reversed, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Yet the sect master's eyes narrowed, and a bolt of sword energy surged forth, crashing into Yi Pingyan's body, utterly shattering his meridians. The heart-wrenching cries echoed endlessly. Thud. The intense pain caused him to faint, collapsing into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Zhou Chuanxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile creeping across his face. Master, I believe he should be completely eradicated. Even if his cultivation is abolished, I fear the roots of this grass will not be removed. However, the sect master merely snorted, he's just a waste now. With his meridians shattered, no one on the Tianyuan continent has ever been able to rebuild their meridians and restore their cultivation. Had he not considered eradicating the roots? Yet he sensed the presence of that old fellow, Yi Tianyuan, always watching. If he were to slay him on the spot, it might force the old man into self-destruction, endangering the foundation of the sect. Such a loss would not be worth it. Cast him out of the sect, let him fend for himself. Zhou Chuanxiu narrowed his eyes, unable to articulate a response, but his gaze turned even colder. At the foot of the mountain, numerous outer disciples gathered, watching a blood-soaked figure. Oh, isn't that our Tianmen Sword Sect's greatest talent in 100 years? How has he ended up in such a wretched state? Ha ha, I recognize him, the 18-year-old Earth origin realm genius. How has he become a powerless waste? Ha ha ha. Yi Pingyan felt intense pain coursing through his body, yet his heart was burdened with greater sorrow. Despite having forfeited his cultivation, the sect master still sought to torment him, utterly destroying his meridians. Now, his body was weaker than that of an ordinary person. He had once harbored hopes of cultivating anew, rescuing his master, and washing away this humiliation. But now that with his meridians ruined, what could he accomplish, no matter how talented he was? Get lost, waste. Leave our Tianmen Sword Sect. You leaked our sect's secrets and colluded with external sects. The sect master should have eliminated you. Consider yourself fortunate. At that moment, a man clad in a brocade robe slowly emerged, and the crowd parted to create a path. Senior brother, Brother Zhou. He crossed his arms, looking down upon the pitiful figure, mocking. What a load of nonsense. You and your master are nothing but worthless bones. He then leaned close to Yi Pingyan's ear, smiling wickedly. Oh right, since you're now an utterly harmless waste, I might as well tell you that the reason you and your master have fallen to this fate is all due to my instigation, making the sect master wary of your master. His smile twisted into a deranged grin. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan's pupils contracted, an ocean of rage igniting within him as he silently etched this humiliation into his heart. He glared at Zhou Chuanxiu, his eyes burning with a desire for vengeance. He spread his arms, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain. You want to kill me? Come on, but what do you have to back that up? With you, a mere waste with shattered meridians? At this moment, Yi Pingyan was consumed by fury, his eyes aflame. Just as he was about to charge forward in desperation, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. Child, awaken, do not lose your reason. All of this is but the cycle of cause and effect that a figure of a gray-robed elder with a celestial demeanor and white hair appeared within his consciousness. Master? Master, where are you? What must I do to save you? Yi Tianyuan shook his head, speaking calmly. Child, it matters not where I am. All you need to do is live well and lead an ordinary life, and I shall have no regrets. I have left a secret method within your consciousness that will unleash the might of the Qi creation realm when your life is in peril. Child, hurry, flee far from here. Do not seek revenge. Yi Pingyan could not help but reminisce about his childhood. He was an orphan, frail and ailing, nearly succumbing to starvation on the streets, until his master, during his travels, took him in and brought him back to the sect, bestowing upon him the name Pingyan. Pingyan, may peace and blessings be upon you. Each year brings a semblance of tranquility. Yi Tianyuan sighed softly. May Pingyan survive. Suddenly, Yi Pingyan's body erupted with a tremendous force of elemental energy, sending Zhou Chuanxiu flying several meters, his figure vanishing like a fleeting shadow. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, in the northern Liang prefecture, in the city of Yangyuan, Yi Pingyan gradually opened his eyes, only to find the surrounding crowd pointing and whispering about him. Where am I? My body is no longer in pain. The meridians, he jolted awake, sensing his own meridians. Meridians are still severed, utterly ruined, truly ruined. He would forever be relegated to the rank of a mere mortal. Marriage and children? Serving in the court? Engaging in commerce for a living? Or perhaps leading a tranquil life, adhering to his master's teachings and living a humble, healthy existence. Hey, you scoundrel, you've taken my spot. Get out of my way. A sudden voice broke through the air. It turned out he had occupied a beggar's place of solicitation. He staggered to his feet, having wandered the streets of Yanggucheng for 2.5 days, drowning his sorrows in stolen wine. Wine. Bring me wine. A tavern, out of kindness, bestowed upon Yi Pingyan a jug of wine. His face flushed with drunkenness, he swayed and murmured, burp. Thank you. The onlookers shook their heads at the sight of him drunkenly staggering away. How pitiful, so young yet already a madman. Indeed, as if madness were not enough. Now he has fallen into the grip of alcoholism. Yi Pingyan had no idea how far north he had wandered. He only remembered a distant, almost magnetic pull from the north. In a hazy vision, he perceived an abyss so dark it seemed to swallow the light. The entrance was littered with countless jagged, broken swords. Yet, despite their shattered forms, the fierce sword intent tore through Yi Pingyan's tattered garments like a tempest. As if oblivious to the pain, he drained the last of his wine and staggered forward as the sword intent lacerated his skin, drawing lines of blood. He gradually regained clarity. Within his mind, a secret technique transformed into an immensely pure and powerful barrier of elemental energy, shielding Yi Ping'an. Where is this place? What an overwhelming sword intent. This sword intent is even more formidable than my master's by countless degrees. Deep within the sword tomb, a fractured spirit of a weapon observed his every movement. His meridians are shattered, devoid of cultivation, yet he has managed to enter the sword tomb. Chapter 2. The Inheritance of the Sword Tomb. It seems there is indeed a secret method to protect the master. Is he merely a drunken fool? How utterly fascinating this has become. The Sword Tomb, being one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Tianyuan continent, is fraught with peril, yet irresistibly beckons countless formidable cultivators to risk their lives for entry, all in pursuit of a legend from a millennium ago. The tale recounts the epic battle between the Wine Sword Immortal and the Tianyuan Immortal, a clash that shook the heavens and earth, altering the very colors of sun, moon, and mountains. Their fierce confrontation persisted for 7 days and nights. Ultimately, the Tianyuan Immortal, possessing superior skill, vanquished the Wine Sword Immortal, establishing dominion over this land and naming it after his esteemed title. Countless practitioners firmly believe that the legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal lies within this very sword tomb. Whispers abound that the imperial sword, which the Wine Sword Immortal carried, is enshrined here, prompting countless cultivators to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of it. At this moment, Yi Ping'an has finally regained full consciousness. The further he advances, the more he encounters the stark, white bones littering the ground. As he gazes upon this graveyard of broken blades, a grave expression emerges upon his face. This place feels eerily familiar. Could it be? Pressing onward, he finds himself surrounded by legions of vengeful spirits, their jagged teeth bared as they charge toward him. The Sword Tomb, one of the 4 forbidden lands of the Tianyuan continent. As a direct disciple of the Tianmen Sword Sect, he is well versed in these mysteries. Fortunately, the secret protective power bestowed by his master shields him, for otherwise he would have surely succumbed to death by now. How many souls must have perished to manifest such a dense aura of resentment? Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared within the protective barrier of his vital energy. This is dire. My master's secret method cannot hold much longer. Yet, despite the adversity, his resolute visage betrays no fear. His gaze is filled with unwavering determination. This may be his singular opportunity. The 4 forbidden lands harbor endless dangers, yet they also conceal innumerable prospects. At last, the barrier of vital energy surrounding Yi Ping'an could hold out no longer, shattering with a thunderous crash. Devoid of the protective cover of his cultivation, he was instantly torn apart by the surrounding tempest of sword energy, reduced to a mere bloodied specter. He cannot afford to fall. He must penetrate deeper into the sword tomb, for there, perhaps, lies a chance to restore his meridians. Even if that chance is slim, Yi Ping'an resembles a flickering candle in the wind, striving to take that crucial step forward, yet finding it exceedingly arduous. His eyelids feel unbearably heavy, weighted down with a desire to simply succumb to slumber. I have yet to avenge the humiliation inflicted by the Tianmen Sword Sect. Bang! Ultimately, he could bear no more and collapsed directly to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, all that transpired outside the sword tomb was observed by the ethereal figure of an aged man, cloaked in gray and white. He nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard, murmuring to himself. No cultivation whatsoever, yet he managed to reach the periphery of the sword tomb through sheer willpower. Such tenacity is indeed exceedingly rare. The gray-white figure pondered for a moment, casting his gaze toward the innermost depths of the tomb, letting out a gentle sigh. Though this child's meridians are damaged, and he possesses no cultivation, I can discern traces of your essence within him. Very well, it shall be you. With that, the gray-white figure erupted in a burst of radiance. Yi Ping'an found himself suddenly beside him, receiving an examination of his injuries. Subsequently, the elder transformed into a wisp of white light, merging into Yi Ping'an's brow. This white light, imbued with an exceptionally pure essence of primordial energy, first completely healed Yi Ping'an's wounds. Gradually, he began to awaken, his eyes fluttering open with a haze. Was this the depths of the sword tomb? Had I succeeded? Before him stood the sword tomb, with a rusted long sword embedded at its pinnacle. Curiously, this seemingly ordinary sword occupied the highest position, resembling an emperor surveying the other treasured swords below. The oppressive aura of the sword was formidable, akin to a celestial blade that could cleave the heavens asunder. A proud voice resonated within his mind. Young one, that is an imperial-grade primordial artifact. How could it not be powerful? The sudden voice startled him. Who is speaking? Impudent child, cease your shouting. I reside within your sea of consciousness. Time is of the essence, so remember what I am about to tell you. I shall assist you in reconstructing your meridians. Upon completion, you must draw forth the returning dust sword from its pedestal. What? Reconstruct my meridians? Yi Pingyan wanted to protest, but suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through his entire being, surpassing even the agony of shattered meridians. You must endure, or all my efforts will be in vain. Yi Pingyan felt as if his molars would shatter, yet the prospect of reconstructing his meridians compelled him to persevere. Despite the agony, time passed slowly, and an entire year slipped by in the outside world. As the autumn breeze caressed his face, Yi Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a fleeting yet terrifying flash of sword energy. Had his meridians truly been reconstructed? He observed that his meridians and bones had transformed into a brilliant golden hue. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Senior? A faintly weak voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Do not call out. Go swiftly and draw the returning dust sword. Heeding the command, Yi Pingyan ascended to the highest point of the sword tomb, gazing at the rusted returning dust sword, summoning all his strength to pull it free. Instantly, the entire sword tomb resonated with a thunderous sword cry that vanished in an instant. Before he could inquire further, he felt himself enveloped by an enigmatic force. Vanishing from his original location, outside the sword tomb, a group of cultivators found themselves unable to enter even the outermost layer of the tomb. What is happening? One cultivator calmly analyzed. Do not panic. Although we cannot enter, have you noticed? The sword energy storm has diminished significantly. Indeed. Did you not just hear a resonant sword cry? It pierced the soul, even causing my waist sword to tremble faintly. Could it be that a heavenly grade spiritual artifact has emerged? Meanwhile, Yi Pingyan had returned to Yangue City. Impudent child, heed my words carefully. To save you and reconstruct your meridians, I have expended a great deal of primordial energy. I must now enter a slumber. From here on, all will depend on you. Senior, no matter how fervently Yi Pingyan called out, the voice of the elder would not return. Suddenly, an ancient bronze ring appeared on his hand, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Could it be a storage ring? Given the terrifying nature of the returning dust sword, it was hardly surprising for the elder to possess such an item. Lost in thought, he was abruptly awakened by the urgent sound of galloping hooves and angry shouts behind him. Get out of the way, you little brat. Are you seeking death? A lavishly dressed young man rode a fierce steed, recklessly charging down the road. It seemed he was about to collide directly with Yi Pingyan. Bystanders cried out in alarm. Isn't that the madman? Quick dodge. Run, it's the madman from the Zhu family. What a disaster. If he crashes, it will be a bloody mess. Indeed, the young man seemed doomed. Just when everyone feared he would be smashed to pieces, a graceful figure appeared, shielding Yi Pingyan behind her. A waft of jasmine fragrance filling the air. The young man, upon seeing this, hastily reined in his steed, his expression twisting into one of fury. Another woman who isn't afraid of death? Then let's die together. He urged his horse forward, accelerating toward them. The girl extended her slender, fair fingers, and with a powerful surge of energy, she halted the galloping steed in an instant. Clad in a sky-blue gown, she was tall and elegant, her oval face and stunning features leaving many girls feeling inadequate. This woman was the most beautiful he had ever seen. The girl furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her melodious voice tinged with anger. Zhu, this is not your Zhu family's territory. If you seek to wantonly slay the innocent, do not blame me for lacking mercy. The man inhaled deeply, leaping down from his horse, a flicker of fear in his gaze as he looked at the girl. How can it be you? He chuckled awkwardly. Sister Qingyan, I was merely joking. Our families have been friendly for generations, and you are destined to become my elder brother's wife. Very well. In light of your presence, I shall spare this ant-like beggar. Hearing this, Ling Qingyan's brow knitted in disapproval as she coldly retorted. Speak another word, and I shall cut out your tongue. Zhu Lai quickly sealed his lips, refraining from further comments, fully aware he was no match for her. Only then did Ling Qingyan turn to scrutinize Yi Pingyan. His tattered white robe was in disarray, yet his chiseled features were striking. This man was intriguing. He maintained his composure even in such dire circumstances, showcasing admirable fortitude. Yi Pingyan calmly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. Zhu Lai scoffed. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate to be alive. Now scram. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of icy killing intent flashing before vanishing. His meridians had only just been reforged, and his cultivation had barely returned to the second level of the body refinement stage. He was far from his peak. While out in the world, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. He cast a deep glance at Zhu Lai before turning to leave. Ling Qingyan watched Yi Pingyan's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, Yi Pingyan devised a plan to acquire some silver and changed into a clean white robe before arriving at the entrance of an inn. The Carefree Inn. The name was rather appealing. This would do. The inn was bustling with patrons, a testament to its thriving business. The innkeeper cheerfully declared, "Please serve some fine wine and a few slices of beef, and I would like to reserve a premium room." However, he soon added with an apologetic smile, "My dear sir, I regret to inform you that all of our exquisite rooms are currently occupied." "Then, a standard room will suffice," came the reply. The innkeeper, still smiling, responded, "I'm afraid even our standard accommodations have been fully booked." Yi Pingyan furrowed his brow, pondering what significant event could be drawing such crowds to the inn today. Sensing his confusion, the innkeeper patiently explained, "I can tell from your demeanor that you are likely here for the new student admissions assessment at Kanglan Academy. Am I correct? This academy is the closest to Yangwuching, which means that every year on this day, all the inns in the city experience a surge in demand for rooms. Currently, we have only one last humble room available." Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan's understanding dawned upon him. It was no wonder the city was so lively today. "A humble room it shall be, then. Please bring me 2 jugs of fine wine and some side dishes." "Certainly. Please take a seat. And your delightful food and drink will be served shortly." Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Excuse me, my good fellow, are you dining alone?" In response, Yi Pingyan turned to find a young man clad in a splendid yellow robe, exuding an air of elegance and subtle vitality. It seemed he too was a practitioner of the arts. With a neutral expression, Yi Pingyan replied, "Yes." The young man in the yellow robe broke into a cheerful smile, saying, "I observed your remarkable demeanor and thought it would be nice to befriend you. Would you care to share a table?" After surveying the surroundings, Yi Pingyan noted that most seats were already taken. The young man appeared amiable enough, so he consented. "Very well. May I ask your name?" "Yi Pingyan," he replied. "What a splendid name." "I am Su." "Simply that," the youth responded with a grin. "Yi Pingyan? How peculiar that your name resembles that of the most gifted swordsman of Tianfeng Nation." He then shook his head as if to dismiss the thought, murmuring to himself, "No, it cannot be that my idol and you are one and the same." "Indeed, you must be mistaken," Yi Pingyan replied, maintaining his composure. Mentioning Yi Pingyan sparked admiration in Su's expression, and he rambled on. Yi Pingyan, the most prodigious young talent of Tianfeng Nation, began his sword training at the tender age of 10, achieving the pinnacle of Earth origin realm in merely 8 years. A flicker of intrigue passed through Yi Pingyan's typically stoic gaze. Noticing his silence, Su assumed his words had left Yi Pingyan astonished. "I take it you two are here for the new student assessment at Kanglan Academy?" After a modest meal, Yi Pingyan bid farewell and returned to his room. Su raised his cup and downed its contents, murmuring to himself, "What a solitary and aloof fellow." Once back in his room, Yi Pingyan performed a simple ablution before sitting cross-legged. Through the exchange with Su, he had gleaned some valuable insights. It was unexpected that this loquacious young man belonged to the Su family, one of the 3 prominent families of Yangwuching. Given his attire and demeanor, it was likely that he held a significant position within his family. Moreover, a year has elapsed since I painstakingly reforged my meridians within the Sword Tomb. The celestial disturbances emanating from the Sword Tomb have indeed stirred the entire Tianyuan continent, drawing countless cultivators from the Tianfeng Kingdom and the entirety of the northern wasteland to seek their fortunes, yet all returned empty-handed. This included my former sect, the Tianmen Sword Sect, one of the 4 great powers of the Tianfeng Kingdom, a sect that countless cultivators within the kingdom dream of joining. However, to my knowledge, the Kanglan Academy is merely a second-rate sect within the Tianfeng Kingdom. Nevertheless, in the northern Liang Prefecture, it stands as a formidable entity. Now that my meridians have only just begun to heal, the spatial ring bestowed by my elder is devoid of resources, save for the Guachin sword, which occasionally emanates a terrifying sword intent. To regain my peak prowess, the lack of resources would hinder my progress significantly. I plan to participate in the new student assessment at Kanglan Academy, relying on the sect's resources to swiftly return to my zenith. Just as Yi Pingyan's spirit entered the spatial ring and made contact with the Guachin sword, an influx of information surged into his consciousness. The red dust wine sword style, a nonchalant and carefree figure, holding a wine gourd, manifested within his mind, demonstrating a series of sword techniques. As a prodigy who had achieved minor success in the sword way by the age of 18, Yi Pingyan found the sword techniques exhibited by this mysterious figure to be nothing short of exquisite. Even the most profound sword arts within the Tianmen Sword Sect paled in comparison to this ethereal display. Each movement seemed to encapsulate supreme sword intent, exuding overwhelming might. with the final sword strike appearing as though it could cleave through the very fabric of heaven itself. What level of sword technique could this be? Subsequently, the Dao bone within him radiated a brilliant golden light, intertwining with the sword art. Although Yi Pingyan was bewildered by the unfolding events, he instinctively engaged in practice with the phantom, becoming enraptured in the experience. The more he practiced, the more astonished he became. He was certain that the caliber of this sword technique far exceeded that of the heavenly rank. It might even be classified as an imperial-grade sword art. Could it be that the elder's words were indeed true? Was the Guochen sword within the sword tomb an imperial-grade artifact? In that moment, Yi Pingyan entered a state of transcendence, wholly immersed in the practice with the wine-gored phantom, unaware that an entire day had passed in the outside world. The following morning, a piercing ray of sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Yi Pingyan from his reverie. As his eyes gradually opened, they emitted a fierce sword intent. Buzz. This sword art is astoundingly intricate and profound. Merely the effects of practice have elevated my cultivation to the 4th layer of the body refinement stage. I have ascended 2 minor realms in just one day. Even in my previous state, it would have taken me 2 months to achieve such progress. Moreover, I was astounded to discover that since my Dao bone transformed into gold, my rate of absorbing the world's vital energy has increased exponentially. The elder remains in slumber. I shall wait for him to awaken before seeking answers. Having cultivated for a day, the new student assessment must be about to commence. I gathered my bedding and belongings and stepped outside, only to encounter the innkeeper. After a brief exchange, I realized that while I practiced swordsmanship in my consciousness, an entire day had elapsed in the outside world. I must hasten my pace. I wonder if I will still make it in time. After Yi Pingyan departed, an elderly man stood outside the entrance of the Xiaoyao Inn, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. The academy loomed at the heart of Bailiang County. Named after the majestic Kanglan mountain range, mist swirled around the academy, and cranes soared gracefully, painting a picture of celestial blessings. Kanglan Academy, Assessment Square. A multitude of cultivators engaged in the final round of the new student assessment, while 3 ethereal elders sat at the top of the square. As the last new student failed the assessment, one of the elders rose and leaped down, prepared to announce the conclusion of this year's new student evaluation. Among the throng of new students, Suyi continually observed those around him, scratching his head and murmuring, "How peculiar! Why hasn't brother Yi shown up for the assessment? I hereby declare the new student assessment of Kanglan Academy officially concluded." Suddenly, a firm and confident voice resounded at the academy's entrance. "Hold on." The crowd turned their attention toward the speaker. It was none other than the tardy Yi Pingyan, arriving to partake in the assessment. Yi Pingyan? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, for no one in Bailiang County had ever heard of this individual. Who was he? Uncertainty reigned. It seemed he had emerged from some remote corner. 4th stage of body refinement. Upon discovering Yi Pingyan's cultivation level, the crowd erupted in derisive laughter. How laughable! He dares to participate in the assessment at just the 4th stage of body refinement? Isn't that merely inviting humiliation? Indeed, judging by his age, he must be around 18. My nephew reached the 4th stage at just 15. What a waste. He should recognize his own limitations and leave the academy. He is wasting our time. Only 3 individuals in the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment upon realizing his cultivation level. Suye's pupils widened as he murmured to himself. In under 2 days, he has ascended 2 minor realms. Chapter 4. Testing the Dao Bone. Brother Su, what did you just say? Are you jesting? How could a cultivator possibly break through 2 minor realms in just one day? Suyi inhaled deeply, initially incredulous at the prospect. Yet, there was no mistaking it. Standing beneath the elders, Ling Qingyan quietly drew the attention of countless disciples. Her ethereal and elegant demeanor possessed an irresistible allure for the newly emerged disciples. This individual. 4th stage of body refinement. Could it be that I was mistaken on that day? Zhu Lai, upon realizing it was this troublesome lad, thought. Such rapid progress in cultivation. Did this brat hide his true abilities? The elder, observing the scene, spoke in a deep voice. The assessment time has concluded. You may descend the mountain. In his view, it was not merely the lateness of his arrival. With his 4th stage of body refinement, passing the assessment was virtually impossible. The minimum standard for each assessment was set at 18 years of age, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 6th stage of body refinement to participate. Some prodigies even reached the 6th stage at just 16. Yi Pingyan smiled slightly. Elder, if I recall correctly, the new student assessment at Kanglan Academy lasts the entire day. Does it not? Today as time has not yet elapsed. The elder in the black robe narrowed his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward Yi Pingyan. Boom. In the later stages of the foundational realm, The formidable prowess of the individual was not something that merely a fourth-tier body-refining cultivator like Yi Pingyan could withstand. Had he been in his peak condition, he would have effortlessly dispatched a half-step celestial origin realm opponent. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, attempting to force his knees to the ground. A swordsman never kneels before anyone. It is only by advancing resolutely that one can vanquish the injustices of the world. Yi Pingyan clenched his fists tightly, the golden Dao bones within him shining radiantly as he resisted the oppressive force. Struggling to straighten his back, he gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze fixed upon the elder in the black robe. What was this expression? He found himself momentarily intimidated by the gaze of a mere fourth-tier body-refining cultivator. This revelation filled him with indignation and fury. Kneel down. With a cold snort, the elder intensified his pressure, resolute in his disbelief that this insignificant fourth-tier cultivator could remain standing. As the pressure mounted once more, the Dao bones within Yi Pingyan erupted with an even more brilliant golden light. His entire being trembled as if in a fierce struggle, though his proud form bent slightly under the weight. This shameless old dog. The disparity in strength between them was indeed vast. Any ordinary fourth-tier body-refining cultivator would have crumpled to the ground under the initial wave of pressure. This useless fourth-tier cultivator still dares to resist the elder? Yet, this fellow had proven to be quite tenacious, having yet to succumb to the elder's might. I believe this boy is merely putting up a brave front. At that moment, Ling Qingyan slowly stepped forward and spoke. Elder, the academy has indeed made it clear that the assessment will last an entire day. Su Yi also stood forth and bowed, affirming, it is indeed as she says. Upon witnessing their defense, Yi Pingyan felt a ripple of emotion. He had not anticipated that this woman would also participate in the assessment at Kanglan Academy. The black-robed elder was equally taken aback by the Su and Ling families advocating for this young man. Both families were titans in Yangwuqing, and as an outer sect elder, he had to grant them a measure of respect. Very well, let the assessment commence, he declared indifferently, for he was certain that this youth would ultimately fail. A renewed wave of discussion erupted among the crowd. Who exactly was this young man that compelled the two leading families of Yangwuqing to speak on his behalf? Ling Qingyan, known for her aloofness and pride, would assist a mere fourth-tier cultivator? Indeed, this was Ling Qingyan, the most beautiful maiden in Yangwuqing. If only I could receive such treatment from the fair Ling, I would gladly break my own ribs to brew soup for her. Zhu Lai, standing nearby, felt a twitch of his skin at the thought. In an instant, Yi Pingyan became the target of countless envious gazes from the new disciples. If looks could kill, he would have perished several times over. On the assessment platform, the black-robed elder sneered. For the first round of the assessment, we will test your talent. Boy, don't say I didn't warn you. If you fail this first test, do not expect to proceed further. In his eyes, an 18-year-old who had only reached the fourth tier of body refinement could possess no remarkable talent. Yi Pingyan closed his eyes, unfazed by the jeers and mockery from those around him, with both hands placed directly upon the suspended spirit testing stone before him. A thunderous roar erupted as Yi Pingyan unleashed an overwhelming surge of vitality. A tempest of energy surged forth, infusing the stone with his essence. In an instant, a flicker of golden radiance burst forth from the stone, imbued with an air of unrestrained dominance. Yet, this glimmer of gold was ephemeral, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, visible only to Yi Pingyan among the gathered crowd. But that was not the end. He soon beheld a formidable, sacred gray light emanating from the stone, consuming the golden glow entirely. The heavens darkened, thunder rumbled, and the air resonated with a tremulous cacophony. A portentous spectacle? This scene left the onlookers paralyzed in awe. Even a mysterious figure deep within the Kanglan Academy rose abruptly, lips moving as they whispered towards the direction of the assessment square. The crowd was engulfed in shock. What had transpired? Was it merely a test of a Dao bone? How could it have summoned such a disquieting phenomenon? An elder robed in green, seated at the pinnacle of the assembly, opened his eyes and gazed down at Yi Pingyan beside the spirit testing stone, murmuring to himself, could this youth truly have garnered the attention of that entity? The extraordinary occurrence persisted for a mere few seconds before dissipating into nothingness. A dazzling white light erupted from the stone, and as Yi Pingyan slowly opened his eyes to behold this white brilliance, a look of perplexity crossed his face. How could it be a white talent? He had witnessed the golden Dao bone being devoured, only to culminate in white. He was convinced that his golden Dao bone was far superior to even the red tier. In the Tianyuan continent, it was common knowledge that the Dao bone talents were ranked from lowest to highest as follows: white, blue, red, purple, and gold, with white being the least favorable and red representing the pinnacle of Dao bone talent. Previously, at the Tianmen Sword Sect, Yi Pingyan had possessed a red-tier Dao bone. astonishing the entire sect and even the Tianfen kingdom. Now, even if it were not a red-tier talent, surely it could not have degraded to white? Moreover, he was endowed with that mysterious golden Dao bone, and yet, this white seemed to possess a hint of ethereal gold. Upon witnessing the revelation of the white Dao bone talent, the crowd erupted into raucous laughter. They jeered, "Huh, a true waste among wastes. It is indeed the most inferior white Dao bone. Can one with such a lowly talent dare to aspire to pass the assessment? Huh, with such a pathetic talent. Even reaching the Earth origin realm in their lifetime would be akin to a miracle. Could it be that my intuition had misled me?" Su also chuckled wryly. Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she remained silent, lost in thought. Was it possible that his calm demeanor in the face of Zhu Lai's onslaught had been feigned? No, that was absolutely not the case. If he did not possess unwavering confidence in his own strength, he would not have stood still as Zhu Lai's warhorse charged. But what then was the matter with this white Dao bone talent? The elder in black robes, observing the scene, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He found it rather absurd that he had deigned to lower himself to contend with a perceived waste. The sound reverberated with the vitality that permeated the examination square. Yi Pingyan, possessing the white bone talent, had failed the assessment. "You may descend the mountain now." Yi Pingyan felt helpless. He wished to protest that he was not merely a white bone talent. However, others might perceive him as a deranged troublemaker. Just as he prepared to turn away, the elder clad in green robes rose slowly and spoke. "Little one, hold on a moment." Chapter 5. The mysterious bone talent. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan turned to face the elder in green, narrowing his eyes. He sensed that this elder was far more formidable than the preceding one in black robes. He pursed his lips and performed a slight bow, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, what is the matter?" The green-robed elder, stroking his graying beard, nodded thoughtfully. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, and this alone distinguished him from many of the new disciples present. "Yi Pingyan," he intoned, "you have successfully passed the entrance examination of Kanglin Academy. Henceforth, you shall officially be recognized as an outer disciple of Kanglin Academy." "What?" The surrounding new disciples exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Even Yi Pingyan himself was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The green-robed elder leaned towards the black-robed elder and whispered, "Elder Chun, conclude the assessment. Please arrange the subsequent matters." The black-robed elder's face darkened, his brow furrowing as he hesitated momentarily before retorting, "Elderly, is this truly appropriate?" "Impudence." At his words, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire examination square. Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes. The elder's power was unmistakably at the Tianyuan realm, suggesting a significantly higher status than the black-robed Elder Chun. The immense pressure immobilized Elder Chun entirely. "Forgive me, elderly, it was my offense," Elder Chun conceded, his demeanor shifting under the weight of the elder's authority. Upon hearing this, Elderly retracted his pressure with a cold snort and departed on his sword. Yi Pingyan pondered as he observed the elder's retreat. Why did this elder choose to grant him such a favor? Had he discerned the uniqueness of his white bone talent? Elder Chin's expression darkened as he surveyed the new disciples below. "I shall now call the names of the outer miscellaneous disciples. Su Ping, Lin Zi." The disciples whose names were called drooped their heads in despondency. Though they were not of the white bone talent, they had passed the assessment. Yet their status was merely that of the second-to-last blue bone talent. It was likely that they would only reach the late stage of the Earth Yuan realm or half a step into the Tian Yuan realm. This was their limit. Alas, how could I become a miscellaneous disciple? "Elder, might there have been a mistake?" "Sure, do not speak. Have you not seen Elder Chin's expression?" As Elder Chin announced the final name, he cast a cold glance at Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan, miscellaneous disciple. Yi Pingyan remained unfazed. As long as he entered the sect, he would find ways to acquire cultivation resources. Naturally, this drew a chorus of ridicule from the crowd. Yet, such mockery could not affect him, since the recent upheaval. His mindset and perspective had evolved significantly. Upon receiving his miscellaneous disciples' robes, he was immediately captivated by the lively voices from the high platform. "Fairy Qingyan, you look stunning in that outer disciple attire. Moreover, it is a rare purple Dao bone. In less than 2.5 years, it is certain to gain entry into the inner circle. Indeed, I am a direct descendant of the Huang family from Yangguiqing. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough." This man wore a lecherous grin as he fixated on the graceful figure clad in white, nearly drooling. However, he was swiftly kicked aside by Zhu Lai, who crossed his arms and arrogantly declared, "What Huang family? I've never heard of it. Get lost. If you dare approach Ling Qingyan again, do not blame me for being rude." The man quickly scrambled away. Zhu Lai was not someone he could afford to provoke. Although his own Dao bone was red, the man's elder brother was an inner sect disciple with a purple Dao bone. Ling Qingyan frowned at Zhu Lai's behavior and coldly remarked, Zhu Lai, it would be wise for you to meddle less in my affairs, lest you wish to disregard the friendship between our families. Zhu Lai chuckled softly, Sister Qingyan, that toad is unworthy of speaking with you, and you are destined to be my elder brothers. Silence. Ling Qingyan scolded, her gaze inadvertently locking with Yi Pinggan's. It was he. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Pinggan approached and offered a slight bow. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Ling Qingyan, fully aware of his meaning, shook her head and spoke with a complex tone. My intuition tells me that you will surely pass the assessment, and you should not be relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple. At that moment, Su also emerged with a hearty laugh. Brother Yi, we meet again. Indeed, we do, Yi Pinggan replied, and thank you once more. Su waved his hand dismissively. Such words. When I first met Brother Yi, it felt as if we were old friends. You will undoubtedly rise above the rest in the future. Moreover, many great powers in Tianfeng Nation have risen from the ranks of servant disciples, yet they have still achieved remarkable greatness. Hearing this, Yi Pinggan smiled faintly. Feeling a stir within him, he knew Su was attempting to offer comfort. Brother Su, you worry too much. Being a servant disciple is not necessarily a bad lot. A life of leisure can be quite pleasant, can it not? Yi Pinggan remarked with a calm demeanor. Ling Qingyan and Su exchanged glances, sensing a profound realization. Yet it quickly faded. Zhu Lai, however, scoffed mockingly, A waste is a waste, capable of making the status of a servant disciple sound so refined and extraordinary. You are truly one of a kind through the ages. Yi Pinggan chose to ignore him, merely stating, the time has not yet come. Miss Ling, Brother Su, farewell. With that, Yi Pinggan departed from the scene. Ling Qingyan remained rooted in place, contemplating the retreating figure. Moments ago, she had felt a flicker of enlightenment, albeit fleeting, undoubtedly connected to his words. She pondered whether this young man, possessing a gravitas akin to that of one who has faced great trials, could truly be of the same age as her peers. Su leaned in toward Ling Qingyan and whispered, did you notice that as well? Yi Pinggan followed the throng of servant disciples to their designated quarters, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Just a year ago, he had stood as a favored disciple, and now he found himself transformed into a mere servant disciple. The procession was largely filled with downcast individuals, save for Yi Pinggan and one other. Deep in thought, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Yi Pinggan, why do you seem so unconcerned? Yi Pinggan turned around, noticing a man with a face full of worry and a rotund figure reminiscent of a penguin. Why fret when you seem untroubled yourself? The man continued in a hushed tone. It's because as a servant disciple, the chances of advancing to an outer disciple are exceedingly slim. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Dahai. I have no cause for concern, for my father has arranged everything for me. Within 2 years, I shall undoubtedly become an outer disciple. Shall we befriend each other? It is beneficial for servant disciples to have more acquaintances. Wang Dahai mused internally, recalling his father's wisdom that cultivating friendships could pave the way for more opportunities. Moreover, this individual with the white spiritual root must possess remarkable qualities to have been exceptionally accepted by elderly. When it came time for housing assignments, the other servant disciples were reluctant to share accommodations with Yi Pinggan. Due to the overwhelming number of students at Kanglin Academy, the treatment of servant disciples was the least favorable. 2 servant disciples were required to inhabit a single wooden cabin. An elder surveyed the crowd and inquired, Is there no one willing to share with Yi Pinggan? I would never want to reside with someone possessing a white spiritual root. They are bound to achieve nothing. Echoed voices of agreement. Yi Pinggan remained composed, holding a wooden room tag inscribed with 322. If no one wished to share with him, it implied he would have to undertake the work of 2 individuals, which suited him just fine. At that moment, Wang Dahai stepped forward. Elder, I am willing to share a room with Yi Pinggan. Yi Pinggan glanced over, finding Wang Dahai rather intriguing. Chapter 6. Suppression of Zhu Gang upon returning to their modest wooden cabin. The two shared a simple meal before Yi Pinggan ventured out to fulfill his duties as a servant disciple. His task for the day involved transporting the academy's discarded iron and scrap metal. As he arrived, he encountered a group of extravagantly dressed disciples compelling their dormitory mates to perform labor for them. Yi Pinggan quietly passed by them, intent on avoiding conflict. He planned to complete his work and return to his cultivation, but fate had other designs. Suddenly, a disciple adorned with golden embroidery obstructed his path, flanked by companions wearing condescending smirks. Hey, stop. I'll give you a chance. Complete my task, and you can join our faction. Yi Pinggan narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at the man. What insolence! The man silently scolded himself, feeling humiliated to be intimidated by a mere 4th-level refinement disciple with a white spiritual root. Yi Pinggan scoffed at the man's demeanor. How audacious! You! A mere fourth-level refinement disciple, dare to look down upon me? You seek your own demise. As he spoke, the man unsheathed his sword and lunged towards Yipingen. Though an elder was nearby, the man felt no fear, knowing that Kanglan Academy permitted private duels, provided no one was killed. Yipingen, observing this, narrowed his eyes. He had always preferred to remain low-key, seeking only to cultivate diligently at Kanglan Academy, never provoking others. Sword energy? As Yipingen's aura surged, vitality enveloped his entire being. The Guachen sword sheath firmly gripped in his hand. A powerful and fierce sword energy erupted forth, rendering the need to unsheath the sword unnecessary. The unyielding sword sheath forcefully crushed his opponent with an overwhelming might. Bang! A figure was instantaneously sent flying several meters away. A spray of blood arcing gracefully through the air. With great difficulty, the man raised his head to gaze at Yipingen, disbelief filling his pupils. Coughing, he thought. This is impossible. The opponent hasn't even drawn his sword, yet he has defeated me using only the sheath? The surrounding disciples began to mock him. Hey, Zhu Gang, did you spend the night before the assessment indulging in debauchery? How could you fail to defeat a mere fourth-stage body-tempering waste? Exactly. This is quite the disgrace to your Zhu family. Zhu Gang, clutching his chest, staggered to his feet, feeling utterly humiliated. The anger swelling within him temporarily overshadowed his pain. Bastard! You made a fool of me in front of so many people. I will kill you. In a fit of rage, Zhu Gang unleashed a wild surge of power towards his sword, once more charging at Yipingen. Yipingen frowned slightly, having encountered foolishness before, yet never of this magnitude. It was evident that Zhu Gang had been goaded into this reckless attack by the onlookers, seeking to uncover his vulnerabilities. Just as he contemplated letting Zhu Gang lie in bed for a fortnight, an elder, watching the spectacle, suddenly intervened to intercept Zhu Gang. Stop! The elder suppressed Zhu Gang with formidable strength, bringing him back to his senses. Private sparring within the sect must remain controlled. Life and death struggles are strictly forbidden. Zhu Gang, you are to double your workload today and reflect on your actions. Though reluctant, Zhu Gang, intimidated by the elder's overwhelming power, could only bow in submission. Yes. The elder then turned his gaze towards Yipingen, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized him, contemplating the implications. Could it be that he had misjudged? Did that last move of his contain a hint of sword intent? Come with me. Yipingen furrowed his brow, puzzled. Following the elder to a secluded area, he nodded slightly and inquired, Elder, what do you wish to discuss? Turning with a smile, the elder reassured, Do not be nervous. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely wish to advise you to cultivate diligently before seeking strength. In our sect, all status and respect are earned through strength. He began to speak further, but then hesitated. Never mind. Your character is somewhat to my liking. The elder then retrieved a green token from his storage ring, inscribed with the characters Dugu. This token is for you. In the future, if you encounter particularly troublesome matters within the sect, mention my name and shatter this token. It will ensure your safety. Yipingen's heart stirred. The elder seemed to favor him, but why? Such confidence. What if a disciple were to offend the sect leader? At this remark, the elder paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, you have quite the audacity to provoke the sect leader. It may serve you well, though I cannot guarantee it. Hearing this, Yipingen felt a jolt of realization and bowed slightly. Disciple understands. Having spoken, Elder Dugong departed. Yipingen remained standing in place. Lost in thought, his expression intricate. Although his cultivation was not at its previous peak, his observational skills remained intact. He sensed that the elder's strength was likely superior to that of Elder Li, yet he found himself relegated to a position of a mere outer sect servant. Yipingen gazed at the token in his hand, murmuring softly. Later that night, within the humble wooden cabin, Wang Dahai approached, placing a hand on Yipingen's shoulder and smiling. So, how do you feel, Brother Yi? Moved, perhaps? If it weren't for my willingness to share this abode with you, you would have had to complete the workload of 2 today. Yipingen smiled subtly. If you were to offer me 30,000 gold coins, I might feel a twinge of emotion. Wang Dahai chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. 30,000 gold coins? Are you attempting to rob me? In the Tianyuan continent, a mere 1,000 gold coins could be exchanged for a low-grade essence stone. Thus, 30,000 gold coins could procure 30 such stones. In the past, he could have easily provided that amount, but his father had squandered their savings to secure his entry into the outer sect. Yipingen, noticing his discomfort, shook his head. I was merely jesting. Regardless, thank you. Wang Dahai could hardly believe his ears. This aloof individual was thanking him? Your demeanor is quite unexpected. Haha. The two exchanged smiles, their camaraderie growing. As night fell, Wang Dahai fell into a deep slumber, while Yipingen quietly stepped outside the cabin and ascended to the rooftop. beginning his meditation and cultivation. As he circulated his meridians and refined his bones, the elemental energy from the foot of the mountain swiftly converged towards the cabin. After merely 2.5 hours of cultivation, he was on the brink of breaking through to the 5th level of body refinement. The speed of energy absorption had increased significantly. If this pace continued, he could achieve the 5th level tonight. Suddenly, Yi Pingyan was astonished to find a piece of white bone with golden edges lying quietly beside the golden bone. 2 pieces of bone. Moreover, it was flawless. This indicated that Yi Pingyan's future achievements could be boundless. He understood that the radiant golden bone was inherited from the sword tomb. But the origin of the other piece remained a mystery. Moreover, it appeared that the golden bone held a hint of trepidation towards it. Regardless, as long as it posed no harm to him, he would not dwell on it. With that thought, Yi Pingyan closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. His aura deepened and strengthened, and as night gradually faded, a brilliant sunrise began to rise in the sky. At last, Yi Pingyan awoke from his meditative state. Having reached the 5th level of body refinement, he reveled in the overwhelming power that accompanied his breakthrough, feeling exhilarated. This 5th level surpassed his previous strength by leaps and bounds, both in the richness of his elemental energy and the transformation of his temperament. A night of cultivation had also allowed him to barely grasp the first stance of the wine and sword style. This sword technique was undoubtedly of imperial caliber, albeit seemingly incomplete. What a pity. Just then, Wang Dahai awoke and, stepping outside, spotted Yi Pingyan enjoying a drink from a wine jug. Upon glancing at it, he was taken aback. Gulp. Brother Yi, have you truly broken through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm? Wang Dahai exclaimed. Just yesterday. He was aware that Yi Pingyan had only recently advanced to the 4th level. Brother Yi, you are indeed a prodigy. When you enter the inner sect, do not forget your humble brother. Yi Pingyan smiled faintly. It was merely luck. Shall we share a drink? Wang Dahai quickly shook his head, witnessing Yi Pingyan's astonishing progress. He dared not be negligent and promptly settled down to cultivate as well. It seemed he had been spurred into action. In the following week, after completing their duties as outer disciples, the two of them devoted their time to cultivation in a small wooden cabin. After a week of intense practice, Yi Pingyan's prowess surged dramatically, leaving Wang Dahai questioning his own existence. Brother Yi, are you truly endowed with the talent of a celestial being? How could your cultivation speed be so unnerving? Wang Dahai could no longer gauge Yi Pingyan's cultivation level, indicating that he was at least at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. In 10 days, Wang Dahai had only ascended 1 level, and that was with the assistance of numerous vitality pills exchanged through his disciple points. Brother Yi, you must be at least at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, right? Yi Pingyan merely smiled, concealing the truth. In his heart, he mused, 7th level? That would be a waste of this celestial talent. In reality, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, just a step away from breaking into the Earth origin realm, and all of this in less than 10 days. He silently vowed, Master, wait for me. I will soon rescue you and erase the shame we bear. His rapid cultivation had rendered his vital energy unstable, and he needed a condensing yuan pill to solidify his energy before making a decisive breakthrough into the Earth origin realm. Wang Dahai sighed and continued his focus training. Before heading to the task hall, it was wise to conceal his true strength to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon acquiring the returning dust sword, Yi Pingyan discovered that this imperial-grade artifact could also mask his true cultivation level. Truly, it was an imperial artifact, although the returning dust sword was currently severely weakened. It sufficed for Yi Pingyan's current abilities. Soon, Yi Pingyan arrived at the task hall of the outer courtyard. Look, that useless outer disciple is back. Indeed. What does he possibly come here for every day? Is this truly a place suited for him? As Yi Pingyan stepped into the task hall, he heard the mocking voices around him. He paid them no mind and walked directly to the task distribution area. Tasks were categorized into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and man. Generally, outer disciples only had the capability to undertake tasks at the man level. Earth-level tasks could only be confidently accepted by inner disciples and above. As for the more prestigious heaven-level tasks, one needed to possess at least initial Earth origin realm strength to even consider them. Typically, those who undertook heaven-level tasks were core disciples or personally accepted protégés of the sect. Everyone's gaze shifted toward the direction Yi Pingyan was heading, which was startlingly the Earth-level task area. Yi Pingyan scanned the numerous task scrolls and ultimately selected one that suited him perfectly. The elder responsible for the Earth-level tasks furrowed his brow and spoke. Proceed to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range to slay the early-stage second-order explosive Tiger King and retrieve its beast core. The reward for this task is 100 merit points. Young one, are you certain you wish to undertake this? The elder was taken aback. This lad, clad in the garb of a servant disciple, dared to accept an Earth-level mission? Yi Ping'an nodded earnestly. Indeed, Elder. There is no stipulation within the sect that forbids servant disciples from accepting tasks from the mission hall, is there? The Elder hesitated, contemplating dissuading him further. But upon seeing Yi Ping'an's resolute gaze, he resignedly handed the task over. Then it is yours. You have only 3 days. The outer disciples, witnessing Yi Ping'an truly accept an Earth-level task, erupted into laughter. Huh, I've encountered foolishness before, but never such brazen folly. This mission entails slaying a second-order ferocious beast. How dare he, a mere servant disciple, take it on? Yi Ping'an exited the mission hall, undeterred by their jeers. For nothing was more paramount to him than the enhancement of his strength. He resolutely set forth towards the ferocious beast mountain range. Meanwhile, at the residence of the servant disciple Zhu Gang and others, one hurriedly approached Zhu Gang and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gang sprang to his feet, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. What? Is that true? The disciple nodded vigorously. Young Master Zhu, it is absolutely true. The entire outer court of Kanglin Academy is aware of it. Excellent. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Zhu Gang's expression darkened as he coldly declared, once outside the academy. Should a servant disciple perish, no one will raise an eyebrow. To be prudent, gather more people, including Zhu Ming and Zhu Qi. Set off immediately to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Inform them that should the endeavor succeed, I shall cover their expenses for next month's essence stones. Zhu Gang was consumed with excitement, envisioning the moment where Yi Ping'an lay beneath his feet, unable to suppress his laughter. Yi Ping'an, oh Yi Ping'an, you truly refuse the path to heaven and instead seek the gates of hell. The Beast Mountain Range lay several dozen miles from Kanglin Academy, teeming with a myriad of ferocious beasts, posing extreme danger, and standing as a perennial adversary to human cultivators. Even the outskirts were fraught with peril, and the explosive Tiger King, which Yi Ping'an sought to hunt, reigned as a formidable overlord in this vicinity. As an early-stage second-order beast, it was comparable to a human cultivator at the initial stage of the Yuan realm. Naturally, ferocious beasts possessed physical attributes that surpassed those of humans in various aspects, rendering them slightly superior even at the same level. The moment Yi Ping'an stepped into the outskirts of the mountain range, he was immediately ambushed by a ferocious beast. It lunged at him from the nearby underbrush. Yi Ping'an deftly sidestepped the creature's attack. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this beast was entirely snow-white and larger than the average wolf. It was a mid-stage first-order beast known as the Gale White Wolf. As Yi Ping'an concealed his true realm, he presented himself as a mere fourth layer of body refinement, leading the White Wolf to perceive him as an easy target. The wolf bared its teeth and let out a low, menacing growl before lunging again at Yi Ping'an. You seek death. Yi Ping'an did not even need to draw his sword. He leaped with a surge of energy beneath him and struck, penetrating the body of the White Wolf with a singular blow, extracting a beast core the size of a dragon's eye. He intended to delve deeper into the territory of the explosive Tiger King. At that moment, several human cultivators unexpectedly emerged around him, including one familiar presence. Come out. There is no need to hide now that I am alone, he declared. With a swish, the figures of Zhu Gang and his companions materialized, surrounding Yi Ping'an. Zhu Gang, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, taunted, Heh, you audacious brat, I must commend your courage. I heard you dared to accept an Earth-level mission. However, today marks your demise. To this end, he had summoned a few fellow outer disciples of his clan to aid him. Yi Ping'an's gaze sharpened, focusing on the 2 outer disciples beside Zhu Gang. 2 cultivators at the 7th level of body refinement. Is this all they could muster? Did they truly believe they could take his life? If this encounter had transpired 10 days prior, perhaps he would have faced some difficulty. However, now it would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The 2 outer disciples, brimming with confidence, remarked, Zhu Gang, do not forget the rewards you promised us once this is accomplished. Of course, I shall rely on you both, Zhu Ming responded, turning to Yi Ping'an with a look of utter disdain. At the 4th level of Bod Chapter 8, the woman in the white dress given Yi Ping'an's current cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Catching up to a mere 7th stage Zhu Qi was a trivial endeavor. No, you cannot kill me. I am aware of a monumental secret of Kanglin Academy. If you spare my life, I shall reveal this opportunity to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a cold laugh. With a mere wave of his hand, a piercing sword intent severed the air, sealing the man's throat. Clutching his neck, he could not stem the flow of blood that gushed forth. His eyes were filled with terror. Only now did he realize the horror of provoking such a formidable being as Yi Ping'an. Coughing, he uttered, You dare, before collapsing in a final, unwilling thud. Yi Ping'an meticulously searched the three individuals, collecting every item of value. He discovered over 50 inferior essence stones and 2 battered swords, both of which were of medium grade in the yellow tier, barely worth 100 inferior essence stones combined. Altogether, the trio's wealth amounted to a meager 150 inferior essence stones. Yi Ping'an's gaze turned disdainful. He had anticipated that the Zhu family would be considerably affluent. How could they be so impoverished? Unbeknownst to him, 150 inferior essence stones constituted a small fortune outside Kanglan Academy. A mere servant disciple could earn only 3 inferior essence stones in a month, while an official outer disciple would receive merely 10. In terms of currency on Tianyuan continent, that translated to a staggering 15,000 gold coins, equivalent to a small town's monthly income. Yi Ping'an, naturally, made no hesitations in pocketing the stones into his spatial ring. He then proceeded deeper into the Beast Mountain range. According to the mission scroll, the territory of the explosive Tiger King lay in the western outskirts of the Falling Cloud Gorge. After advancing approximately 5 kilometers westward, he finally arrived at the gorge. So, this is Falling Cloud Gorge, he mused. Strangely, the lair of the explosive Tiger King, a beast of initial second tier known for its ferocity, bore an uncanny resemblance to a human dwelling. Yi Ping'an surveyed his surroundings with caution, the majestic mountains and flowing waters. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms created a picturesque scene, perfectly suited for secluded cultivation. Is that a human courtyard? Following Yi Ping'an's gaze, he noticed a hidden paradise beneath the waterfall at Falling Cloud Gorge. A bamboo grove stood behind the cascade, with peach blossoms fluttering in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance into the air. Just as Yi Ping'an immersed himself in the beauty of the scene, a resounding roar echoed from the vicinity of the bamboo grove. Roar! Yi Ping'an swiftly retreated, drawing the Gui Chun's sword from his back, positioning it defensively before him. Boom! A colossal shadow, moving with astonishing speed, collided with the Gui Chun's sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. With a jolt in his hands, Yi Ping'an felt the reverberation course through him. Channeling his energy throughout his body, he unleashed his full strength to create distance between himself and the creature. The explosive Tiger King. It was indeed here. Could it be that this explosive tiger had the ability to assume a human form? Who, then, had constructed this human-like bamboo grove? The explosive tiger displayed an extraordinarily ferocious demeanor towards Yi Ping'an's intrusion. Its entire body radiated a dark crimson energy, its eyes blazing with fury. Observing this, Yi Ping'an furrowed his brow, becoming slightly more serious. A mutated Tiger King. He recalled from ancient texts that only a rare few bloodlines of the explosive Tiger King could awaken a mutated talent, entering a frenzied state. A fleeting enhancement of 50% in strength. At this moment, the explosive Tiger King seemingly reached the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm. Engaging in combat with a 9th-tier body refinement realm warrior against one in the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm is indeed a daunting challenge. Without granting Yi Ping'an a moment to contemplate, the explosive Tiger King charged forth, brandishing its sharp claws towards him. Yet, Yi Ping'an appeared to be stirred by a fierce desire to win. I shall see what confidence you possess after your mutation. As his words fell, Yi Ping'an wielded the Gui Chun's sword, unleashing a fierce sword intent that instantly transformed him into a blade piercing the heavens. The red dust wine sword style, Sword 1. Mountain Splitter. A colossal momentum, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering peaks, enveloped the bamboo grove, converging into an unparalleled sword intent that surged toward the oncoming explosive tiger. Alas, the explosive Tiger King, confronted with the full force of the red dust wine sword style, found itself utterly defenseless. With a single stroke, it was severely injured, collapsing to the ground, its massive body marred by deep wounds visible down to the bone. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Yi Ping'an advanced swiftly to deliver the fatal blow, successfully claiming the beast core. Phew! The defensive prowess of this mutated explosive Tiger King is indeed formidable. It is noteworthy that the sword strike just executed contained the essence of my nascent sword intent, its might far surpassing the simple arithmetic of 1 + 1. Even a full-force strike could contend with those in the late stages of the Earth Origin realm. I must depart swiftly. With my current strength, I cannot afford to linger in the Beast Mountain range for too long. Should other ferocious beasts catch the scent of blood, it would spell trouble. Just as Yi Ping'an prepared to leave, he was struck with shock, finding himself utterly immobilized. What is happening? Before him stood a graceful woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled, hovering above the bamboo grove. Her gown fluttered in the breeze, stirring her cascading locks of hair. Barefoot, she walked upon the air, each step like a blooming lotus approaching Yi Ping'an. This spectacle sent a shiver down his spine, filling his heart with astonishment. Walking upon the void, the Yuan Dan realm. No, it is more than that. Even an elder of the Tianmen Sword Sect, who shares the Yuan Dan realm, would not possess half the oppressive aura that this ethereal woman exudes. Why did you slay my Dahuang? The woman inquired, her tone devoid of any emotion. Yi Pingyan remained silent, concentrating his sword intent to incessantly assault the force binding him. Strands of soaring sword intent erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire bamboo grove. Yet, despite exhausting all his efforts, he could not break free from the restraint. However, he felt a slight loosening, his fingers trembling as the vital energy surged, allowing him to grasp the Gui Chen sword. This scene elicited a flicker of intrigue in the calm gaze of the woman in white. How intriguing. A ninth-tier body refinement realm warrior could induce even the slightest crack in my confinement. This piqued her interest in Yi Pingyan, however, for having slain Dahuang. He must still die? Sensing the chilling murderous intent radiating from her, Yi Pingyan hastily spoke. This place is the notorious Beast Mountain Range, where hunting ferocious beasts is governed by the law of the jungle. Furthermore, how was I to know that this explosive Tiger King was your pet? Moreover, where were you during the confrontation with your pet? You cannot blame me for this. I have never encountered such a brazen and unreasonable woman. Yi Pingyan, having resigned himself to his fate, decided to vent his frustrations by berating this unreasonable lady. You twist the facts. Upon hearing this, the woman in the white dress raised an eyebrow, a fleeting glimpse of emotion breaking through her otherwise composed demeanor concealed beneath her veil. Gathering her energy to strike down the man before her, Yi Pingyan felt a surge of urgency within. Just as he accepted his fate, an immensely powerful and fierce aura erupted from his consciousness, seizing control of his body. Yi Pingyan's expression transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. With the Guichen sword in hand, he shattered the lady's restraints with a single stroke. After stretching his limbs, he cast a wicked grin towards the woman in white. Little girl, if you wish to kill him, you must first ask my sword for its consent. Chapter 9. The Liu family of Zhongzhou. An aura of pride and elegance enveloped Yi Pingyan as the sword intent surged around him, slicing through the surrounding bamboo grove into fragments. The woman in white, witnessing this transformation, regarded him with astonished eyes. You are not the same. Your strength has soared by 4 substantial realms. Are you truly not concerned that this frail body cannot withstand such immense power? Yi Pingyan drew a flask of wine from his waist and took a hearty swig, a jovial smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, delightful. It has been years since I last savored the taste of wine. Following this, he let out a raucous laugh, pointing his sword at the woman. Little girl, enough with the chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. The woman in white seemed provoked by his audacity, her petite frame trembling with energy as azure power surged violently. The overwhelming pressure of her aura swept through the bamboo grove, extending deep into the Beast Mountain Range, causing numerous ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. I am keen to see just how much true prowess you possess, old man. With that, the woman initiated the attack, her azure energy coalescing into a lethal strike aimed at Yi Pingyan. Observing her impending assault, Yi Pingyan remained unperturbed, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Grasping the Guichen sword, he seamlessly entered a state of unity with his weapon, as if they were longtime companions in perfect harmony. In a flash, he evaded the woman's strike with ease. A flash of azure light appeared, and the woman in white materialized before Yi Pingyan, unleashing a powerful palm strike. With swift reflexes, Yi Pingyan positioned the Guichen sword to block the attack, dissipating the force. Nonetheless, he was still sent skidding back several meters, leaving deep imprints in the damp earth. Dusting himself off, he lazily began to clean his ears and remarked, "Little girl, I thought you were more imposing. Is this all you can muster?" His flippant and dismissive demeanor caused the lady's delicate features beneath the veil to harden, her silver teeth clenched in ire. "You seek death." After exchanging a few probing strikes with Yi Pingyan, she realized that unless she unleashed her full strength, she would likely be unable to subdue this youth. This was undoubtedly not the full extent of his original abilities. It must be the result of some formidable divine soul residing within him. The power he displayed, comparable to that of a chi refining realm cultivator, suggested that this divine soul had once been a fearsome existence. Yet, regardless of this, she was determined to avenge her beloved Dahuang today. A surge of vitality emanated, forming a barrier that shrouded the bamboo garden in an ethereal essence. Her slender, fair fingers revealed a radiant glow from the ring, as a sky-blue flute, measuring 7 inches in length, materialized in her grasp. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure surged forth like a tidal wave towards Yi Pingyan. Observing this, Yi Pingyan furrowed his brow, fixating on the 7-inch flute, which seemed oddly familiar. "This is the soul-subduing flute," the woman in white exclaimed, a flicker of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. "You recognize this flute?" Yi Pingyan snorted coldly, a hint of rivalry in his demeanor. I wondered how such a remote place could harbor a prodigious young girl such as yourself. So, you hail from the Lu clan of the Central Continent. Not only do I recognize it, but the soul-subduing flute ranks third among the top 10 spiritual artifacts of the Tianmen continent. Its melodies are unfathomable, specifically designed to target the soul, radiating murderous intent. Young lady, it appears your lineage is rather distinguished, for Lu Tianxing has entrusted this clan artifact to you. A solemn expression washed over Yi Pingyan's face. This could pose a dilemma. If this young girl were to combine her family's ancestral technique, the wailing soul melody, it would indeed be formidable. Intrigued by the soul within the young man, the woman in white remarked, "Since you recognize it, you must also comprehend the power of this soul melody, particularly against your spirit. Prepare to perish." Yi Pingyan scoffed, realizing that if his primary weapon, the returning dust sword, had not suffered significant damage, he would not need to exert all his energy against a mere girl. With a graceful leap, the woman in white stood poised in the air, playing the flute. Waves of sky blue energy surged forth like a relentless tide, aiming to engulf Yi Pingyan. Unperturbed, he suddenly unleashed a carefree, unrestrained sword intent that was evidently magnified several-fold. He began to take the encounter seriously. The returning dust sword in Yi Pingyan's hands unleashed its utmost power, as his vitality and sword intent harmonized to create an unparalleled sword aura that seemed to pierce the very heavens. With a thunderous boom, he struck, and all things fell as Yi Pingyan revealed the true strength of the returning dust sword. Channeling his internal energy, he executed the second strike of the red dust wine sword technique, the returning ruins, directed at the hovering woman. What an extraordinary sword intent! The woman, seasoned in experience, sensed the profundity of this intent, compelling her to resort to her ultimate move, soul-subduing wail. Instantly, the realm was enveloped by an endless wailing flute melody, surging towards Yi Pingyan like an unstoppable tide. Boom! The overwhelming, unrestrained sword intent clashed with the deadly melody, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that flattened the bamboo forest within a 10-mile radius. In the aftermath of the explosion, two figures rapidly retreated, and a jade pendant fell from the sky above the bamboo garden. Yi Pingyan, with swift reflexes, teleported to seize it. The woman in white trembled, her aura erupting as she beheld the fallen pendant, demolishing the surrounding bamboo garden in her fury. She advanced through the air, closing in on Yi Pingyan. "That pendant belongs to me. Return it at once." Her tone was laced with an undeniable authority, revealing the pendant's significance to her. Yi Pingyan clutched the pendant tightly, a playful grin gracing his lips. "Little girl, it seems this pendant holds great importance for you." As he contemplated, he mused that the young girl possessed the soul-resonating flute, coupled with her slightly superior cultivation. The body of the young man was on the verge of collapse, and his own spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It would be prudent to take a gamble. Grasping the jade pendant before him, he exhibited a clear intention to shatter it. "Young girl, if you dare to approach even a step closer, do not blame me if the jade shatters and you perish." Upon hearing this declaration, the woman in the white dress indeed halted. She regarded Yi Pingyan, who seemed intent on crushing the jade pendant, and inhaled deeply. This old man's sword intent was overwhelmingly terrifying. Summoning the soul-resonating flute would only yield a stalemate, and since she had barely mastered the soul-bemoaning melody, using it once was already her limit. After much deliberation, the woman in white coldly stated, "Speak. What conditions must be met for the return of the jade pendant?" The soul entity chuckled, "Little girl, I have lived for countless eons. How could I not handle a mere young lass like you? It's simple. Stay by this young man's side for 5 years and protect his life in critical moments." The moment these words were uttered, the woman in white instantly re-entered a combat stance, a wave of murderous intent emanating from her. However, the latter remained unfazed, firmly clutching the jade pendant and exclaiming, "Young girl, do not act rashly. If you continue to frighten this old man, I might inadvertently crush the pendant." The woman in white trembled with indignation, thinking you, who wield such formidable sword intent, would tremble. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse as she raised 3 fingers, as white as jade, and a chilling voice declared, 3 years. A maximum of 3 years. Chapter 10. The 3-year pact. This is my utmost concession, otherwise, I would risk everything to reclaim the jade pendant. Yi Pingyan initially considered further negotiation, but seeing the white-clad maiden on the brink of eruption, he abandoned the thought. "Agreed, 3 years it is." The white-clad maiden felt as though she had been deceived, sensing something amiss. Yi Pingyan smiled amiably, for the sake of safety. I kindly ask you to vow with your heart. No need. I shall not go back on my word once given. Yi Pingyan shook his head, insisting, there is no room for negotiation. Otherwise, your jade pendant. With no other option, the maiden acquiesced, as you wish. In the Tianyuan continent, once a vow of the heart is made, any transgression would lead to immediate divine retribution, resulting in death. Even powerful cultivators would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The woman in white bit her delicate finger and made a vow to the heavens. I have made my vow. May I now have the jade pendant returned? Yi Pingyan's demeanor shifted instantly, and he approached with a smile. Haha, little girl, splendid. From this moment forth, we are family. Here is your jade pendant. The white-clad maiden quickly caught it and inspected it to ensure it was intact before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Looking at the pendant, a hint of tenderness surfaced beneath her icy veil. Mother. In Yi Pingyan's consciousness, his awareness gradually stirred. Though he had lost consciousness, he was still aware of everything that transpired. Esteemed elder, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace once again. A faint voice echoed within the sea of consciousness. Enough. Enough. If you do not wish for me to rescue you daily, then hasten your path to strength. It has been half a month, and yet you remain at the body refinement stage. The minor attainment of sword intent. The spirit of the returning dust sword trembled within. Yi Pingyan had anticipated praise from his elder for comprehending the minor attainment of sword intent at the tender age of 18. Not bad, just passable, came the unenthusiastic response. A flicker of disappointment brushed through Yi Pingyan. Was this merely deemed adequate? Nevertheless, he replied respectfully, yes, I shall diligently cultivate, striving to earn your acknowledgement, esteemed elder. In truth, the spirit feared that excessive praise might lead Yi Pingyan to become complacent and neglect his training. Observing his humility and composure, the spirit felt a sense of relief. Cough, cough. To comprehend minor attainment of sword intent at 18 is indeed extraordinary in this small locale. Yet, remember, the Tianyuan continent is vast. There are always those beyond you, just as the girl who stands before you, your age, whose cultivation far surpasses your own. The spirit remarked with a hint of satisfaction, alas, to save you, I have expended an immense amount of my soul. I fear I shall slumber for an extended period. Strive onward. I hope that when I awaken, you will no longer be the young lad reliant on my power for protection. A chord within Yi Pingyan resonated deeply, and he called out to the spirit within his consciousness. Esteemed elder, have you truly fallen into slumber? A newfound determination ignited within him. When the elder awakens, he would undoubtedly astonish them. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Pingyan turned his gaze to the stunningly graceful woman before him. As she walked upon the air, he reflected on his own cultivation speed, once thought rapid. The elder's words rang true. There are always those beyond oneself. He believed he would certainly catch up and even surpass the prodigies of the world, ensuring that the name Yi Pingyan would resonate throughout the Tianyuan continent. Fair maiden, the earlier events were not of my choosing, he began, only to be interrupted by the girl in white, her voice cool and unwavering. There is no need for further words. I shall remain by your side for 3 years. After that, our paths shall diverge. Yi Pingyan gazed at the ethereal beauty before him, unable to suppress a bitter smile. What a formidable being this elder had summoned. Suddenly, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him. Oh no. It seems the residual sword intent from the elder's mastery of this body has erupted after I absorbed and refined it. His internal energy was wildly agitated. And given his rapid cultivation, his foundation was still unsteady. Without a condensing essence pill, he risked a catastrophic explosion of his body. The girl in white recognized the anomaly in Yi Pingyan. You are on the verge of a breakthrough, she discerned with a keen eye, identifying the core of his predicament. From her storage ring, she produced a condensing essence pill and presented it before him. Yi Pingyan's pupils widened, his expression a mixture of complexity as he regarded the white-clad maiden. Turning away, she spoke coldly, do not misunderstand. Your demise would also be mine. What are you staring at? Hurry and break through. Thank you. Yi Pingyan set aside his reservations, took a deep breath, consumed the condensing essence pill, and settled into a cross-legged position to commence his breakthrough. As time passed gradually, the turbulent vital energy within Yi Pingyan was slowly absorbed and refined, intertwining into strands of magnificent sword intent. The young girl raised her delicate eyebrows upon witnessing this, secretly acknowledging that even in this remote and desolate place, he had managed to comprehend a small degree of sword intent, marking him as a person of potential. However, for her, it was merely a moment of surprise. With a resounding boom, the ground realm was successfully breached. Yi Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, relishing the familiar sensation of vital energy emanating outward. He had returned to the ground realm. I must thank you for your condensation pill. Consider it a loan, he remarked. The girl, her expression concealed beneath her veil, replied with an emotionless gaze, neither sad nor joyful. There's no need. It's merely a high-grade yellow-tier pill. Yi Pingyan shrugged, well aware that the girl's family possessions were far beyond his humble means. The girl in the white dress gazed wistfully at the bamboo courtyard where she had once resided, letting out a soft sigh. Let us go. She then followed Yi Pingyan away from the Beast Mountain Range. Before entering Kanglan Academy, the girl employed her techniques to conceal her cultivation level, presenting herself as merely at the initial stage of the ground realm to outsiders. Please wait for me at my training quarters. I need to visit the task hall briefly, Yi Pingyan instructed. He then proceeded to the task hall in search of an elder to exchange his rewards. The surrounding disciples were astonished at the sight of Yi Pingyan's return. Is it possible? He actually came back alive. Could it be that he truly hunted the explosive Tiger King, a fearsome beast of the initial second tier? One whispered incredulously. Nonsense. He must have returned on the last day to cancel the task. Look, he bears no injuries at all. Yi Pingyan shook his head and walked directly to the elder, presenting the beast core. The elder gazed at him in shock. As the crowd beheld the beast core in Yi Pingyan's hand, silence enveloped the scene. This must be a fabrication, merely a first-tier beast core to deceive us. One outer sect disciple stammered. But look, the elder seems to be rewarding him, another pointed out. The one who had mocked the loudest turned crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground under the weight of the onlooker's stares. After recovering from his astonishment, the elder praised, Yi Pingyan, you have become a celebrated figure in the outer court. However, remember, a tree that stands out will surely be felled by the wind. Yi Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement, offering a slight bow. I shall keep that in mind. The elder watched his departing figure, a hint of a knowing smile gracing his lips. One wondered how this young man would react upon seeing Wang Dahai's tragic state. It seemed the long quiet outer court was beginning to stir. Chapter 11. You are too weak. Upon returning to his small wooden cabin after exchanging for the condensation pills, Yi Pingyan was met with a scene that filled him with immense fury. He beheld Wang Dahai, gravely injured and unconscious upon the wooden bed. His fists tightly clenched as a sharp sword intent enveloped him. In a chilling tone, he demanded, who did this? Could it have been the girl in the white dress? Unthinkable. While she might be unreasonable, she would never harm an innocent and defenseless individual. Upon seeing Yi Pingyan's return, the girl spoke coldly. 3 ribs have been fractured, and the meridians are damaged. A month of recuperation is unavoidable. Yi Pingyan first approached to assess Wang Dahai's safety. A potent vitality coursed through him, mending the damage within his meridians. He silently mused that it seemed she had saved Dahai just in time. Otherwise, his martial path would have been irrevocably ruined, let alone his aspirations to become an outer sect disciple. Subsequently, Yi Pingyan turned his gaze towards the woman in white. At that moment, she sat leisurely on a wooden chair, savoring her tea. Her long, graceful legs were elegantly together, her bare feet enveloped in a pristine aura. Thank you. I now owe you another favor, he said, offering her a condensing essence pill. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly oblige. The woman in white turned to him, shook her head, her voice as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. You are too weak. Her words rendered Yi Pingyan momentarily speechless. Weak? Indeed, compared to this formidable woman, he felt utterly inadequate. However, having just broken through to the Earth origin realm, he was confident that he could contend even with a half-step into the celestial origin realm. Yi Pingyan poured himself a cup of tea, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the distance, where the outer sect disciples resided. Wang Dahai was a man of integrity and would never provoke others. Among the servant disciples, the strongest was merely at the 6th layer of body refinement realm. It was impossible for someone of Dahai's level to sustain such grievous injuries. This left only one possibility. The attack was aimed at him. Since entering Kanglan Academy, the only ones who had consistently opposed him were the Zhu family. Zhu Gang, a servant disciple, and his cousin had already been dealt with. This left only the outer sect disciple, Zhu Lai. Lost in thought, the woman in white suddenly spoke. Someone is approaching. One is at the initial stage of Earth origin realm, accompanied by 2 at the 9th layer of body refinement realm. She continued to sip her tea, casting a glance at Yi Pingyan, thinking to herself that he seemed to have quite a few troubles. It appeared that this person's misfortune was also tied to him. Yi Pingyan stepped outside, where he saw Zhu Lai approaching with 2 lackeys. Zhu Lai disdainfully surveyed the dilapidated wooden houses and scoffed. This place for servant disciples is truly uninhabitable. Only worthless individuals like you can endure it. The lackeys laughed in agreement. Indeed, young Master Zhu, a man of your destiny will surely ascend to the inner sect to enjoy the finest cultivation sanctuaries. After their mockery, they finally turned their attention to Yi Pingyan. To think you survived. So, Zhu Gang the Waste was unable to take you down? What a waste of the spirit stones I provided for your training. Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He should have known better. What audacity for a servant disciple like Zhu Gang to attempt to assassinate him. It became apparent that Zhu Lai was the mastermind behind it all. Wang Dahai's predicament was orchestrated by you. Zhu Lai shrugged, nonchalantly admitting, not too foolish. Yes. It was I. And what of it? I never anticipated you could escape from Zhu Qi and Zhu Ming. I presumed that the beast core of the explosive Tiger King was slain by Zhu Qi and Zhu Ming working together, only for you to reap the benefits. Zhu Lai could not fathom how a mere fourth-tier body-refining cultivator could possibly slay a second-tier ferocious beast. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. You too, advance and incapacitate him. Should anything go awry, my Zhu family will take responsibility. The rewards will be plentiful. The two men, upon hearing this, eagerly rubbed their hands together. Their gazes fixated on Yi Pingyan like a predator eyeing its prey. Ha ha, kid, don't blame us brothers. Blame yourself for offending young Master Zhu. Brother, let me handle this. It's merely a fourth-tier body-refining cultivator. Yi Pingyan assessed the two men, noting the insignia of two stripes on their shoulders, and let out a cold snort. They were merely outer disciples who had lingered at the outer sect for 2 years, still stuck in the same rank. If I were you, I would rather find a pillar to bash my head against than embarrass myself here. You. The two men were instantly infuriated. They detested having their vulnerabilities mocked. Yi Pingyan smirked slightly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, languidly declaring, no need to hold back. Come at me together. Seeking death. How could they possibly tolerate such provocation? They swiftly drew their long swords, lunging toward Yi Pingyan, their blades radiating a faint aura of energy. It appeared they were not far from breaking through to the Earth origin realm. Yi Pingyan smiled faintly, surmising that they had accepted Zhu Lai's benefits and were aiming for a decisive breakthrough. As if propelled by an unseen force, Yi Pingyan sidestepped their strikes. And with a thunderous eruption of energy, he landed 2 precise punches on their chests. The overwhelming force sent them flying several meters away. Their sword attacks could scarcely approach Yi Pingyan's form. Zhu Lai gazed in disbelief at the faint yellow energy emanating from Yi Pingyan's body. Energy projection. The hallmark of the Earth origin realm. How could this be possible? You've broken through to the Earth origin realm. What? Earth origin realm? Young Master Zhu? Did you not say that the errant disciple we were to deal with was merely a fourth-tier body-refining cultivator? Had they known they were to confront someone of the Earth origin realm, they would never have dared to engage. Wait, errant disciple, Earth origin realm? The two men suddenly felt as though they were hallucinating. Yi Pingyan spoke coldly, it's your turn, Zhu Lai. I shall collect some interest from you first. A month from now will mark your demise. As his words fell, Yi Pingyan sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The Guochen sword sheath gripped firmly in hand, and a torrent of energy coalesced into a blade of sword energy directed at Zhu Lai. However, Zhu Lai's expression darkened. How could this fellow have broken through to the Earth origin realm in such a short time? Yet the yellow energy enveloping Yi Pingyan was undeniably real. You little brat. Stop your pretentious antics. With that, Zhu Lai unleashed his own white energy, drawing his long sword and slashing forth a wave of sword energy. As a member of the esteemed Zhu family, he could not believe he would be bested by an errant disciple. Yi Pingyan snorted coldly, slicing with his sword. Confidently turning to face Zhu Lai. Boom. The 2 waves of sword energy collided, and Yi Pingyan's attack obliterated his opponent's technique with overwhelming force. Subsequently, the sharp sword energy inflicted grotesque wounds upon his body, exposing the bone beneath. Strands of sword chi penetrated into him, wreaking havoc on his meridians and flesh. Ah! Zhu Lai howled in agony, rolling back and forth on the ground. This is impossible. This cannot be real. How could you defeat me with a single stroke? Zhu Lai gasped, feeling the devastating impact of Yi Pingyan's strike on his very foundation, sending him into a state of panic. How could he, who had always looked down upon Yi Pingyan, reconcile this reality? This was the same person he had deemed a mere waste. A lowly insect in the realm of body refinement. Zhu Xiao, we must leave. This fellow is far too terrifying. The 2 subordinates, witnessing the once mighty Zhu Lai reduced to such a state, couldn't help but shudder in fear. Such ruthless methods were beyond human comprehension. They were akin to those of a demon. Although intersect killing was forbidden, they feared that Yi Pingyan might inadvertently take their lives. They quickly knelt on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. Yi Pingyan, spare us. We were forced into this. They cried. Indeed, it was beyond our control. Zhu Lai, I have long harbored disdain for him. If it weren't for the substantial rewards he offered, we wouldn't have been so easily swayed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lai, already weakened and injured, felt his vision blur as he succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by rage and despair. Yi Pingyan, observing this, shook his head, instantly losing interest. So weak. He understood now the sentiment behind Shen Ningxuang's earlier words. The sheer weakness of his opponent extinguished any desire for battle. Get lost. The two subordinates, hearing this, hastily carried Zhu Lai and fled the small wooden cabin. Yi Pingyan entered the cabin, directing his gaze at the woman in white, who remained unfazed. Sipping her tea as if the tumult around her held no sway. She set down her teacup and spoke slowly. Is it taken care of? Severely injured. He likely won't survive, Yi Pingyan replied with a smile, naturally taking a seat opposite Shen Ningxuang and pouring himself a cup of tea. The initial bitterness gave way to a subtle sweetness upon swallowing, and this tea surprised him, though he still preferred wine. Perhaps it was due to the inheritance from the Sword Tomb. Once averse to alcohol during his time in the Tianmen Sword Sect, he now found himself unable to enjoy life without it. Shen Ningxuang noticed this newfound boldness in him. He no longer regarded her as a stranger. The tea she brewed had never been offered to any other man. She recalled a time in the central continent when a chief disciple from a sacred place was willing to surrender his sect's techniques just for a sip of her tea. Chapter 12. Cultivating Vital Energy. There are still many important matters awaiting my attention. Soon, the internal disciple assessment of the academy will take place. The internal assessment is conducted 2 months after each outer disciple enters the outer courtyard, and those who pass become the focus of admiration as internal disciples, enjoying significantly greater cultivation resources than those in the outer courtyard. Among internal disciples, even the most mediocre receive 20 low-grade spirit stones monthly, a stark contrast to the mere few spirit stones in the outer courtyard. A month later, it was time for the servant disciples to undergo their assessment for entry into the outer sect. As time passed and nightfall quietly descended, he awakened from his meditative state. Yi Pingyan now faced a predicament. The humble wooden cabin he resided in had only 2 rooms. Where would the lady in white sleep? Never mind. Chivalry dictated that he should yield the space. He resolved to tidy up his room for her. The woman in white, perceiving his intentions, spoke coolly. I have entered a fasting state and require no sleep. It is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan nodded, a hint of wry amusement surfacing within him. Surely, this woman found the small cabin lacking. Her background must be formidable, and accompanying him could only be seen as a burden. Compassion stirred within Yi Pingyan, compelling him to insist she take the room. Only after some gentle persuasion did the woman reluctantly acquiesce and enter the room. Standing at the door, Yi Pingyan smiled and remarked, "It is getting late. You should rest early." With that, he promptly stepped outside to begin meditative practice, unwilling to squander even a moment. Inside the room, the woman in white gazed out the window at Yi Pingyan, pondering silently, is this boy mad? He has barely broken through, yet has plunged straight into cultivation. Most cultivators would choose to rest for a day after a breakthrough. After all, the monotony of training is not something everyone can persist in without faltering. Even the most diligent would not be so relentless. What drives him to pursue his practice day and night? Her curiosity about the burdens this young man bore only deepened. At that moment, Yi Pingyan had fully immersed himself in his training. With the augmentation of his golden and mysterious white Dao bones, his absorption of vital energy was nothing short of astonishing. Waves of heavenly enlightenment energy surged toward his wooden cabin from all directions, surrounding it, as if a gathering array had been activated. Even the woman in white couldn't help but glance over, captivated by the richness of the surrounding energy. Is this phenomenon caused by him? Yet, the intensity of the energy continued to escalate. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow truly attracted trouble. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a barrier, cloaking the aura of the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, at the residences of the other servant disciples, confusion reigned. What was happening? Why had the surrounding vital energy suddenly thinned? What could have caused this? I am on the brink of a crucial breakthrough, yet it feels as though the energy has been siphoned away. The servant disciples hurriedly relayed this alarming news to the elder in charge of the outer sect. This elder was none other than the one who had made things difficult for Yi Pingyan during the new student assessment. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why has the spiritual energy vanished so abruptly? At that moment, Elder Chun had just emerged from his seclusion, only to be confronted with this troublesome situation. His gaze swept over the crowd with an imposing authority, his voice sharp. Silence. Are you servants plotting rebellion? How could the vital energy simply dissipate without cause? Moreover, this is merely the realm of servant disciples. How much energy could a servant disciple possibly attract? This matter is beneath my concern. The servant disciples should seek the elder responsible for their oversight. However, it is that individual responsible for all matters pertaining to the disciples of menial tasks who would not dare to seek him out even if he had 100 lives. This matter shall be investigated thoroughly by me. Everyone is dismissed. After the crowd dispersed, he cast a contemplative glance towards the direction where Yi Ping'an resided. Could it be that the recently renowned Yi Ping'an was involved? It is said that this reckless individual even dared to hunt second-tier ferocious beasts. One wonders if he has met his end. In the inner courtyard, on the peak where elderly resided, he suddenly opened his eyes, as though sensing something. His profound and seasoned gaze directed towards the outer courtyard. Was it merely an illusion? He then recalled that the outer courtyard was under the watch of a certain individual. Gradually, he closed his eyes once more. At this moment, Yi Ping'an opened his eyes, a sharp sword intent radiating forth. He had finally stabilized his cultivation at the early stage of the Earth origin realm. Due to his rapid training pace and the immense sword intent left by the Elder Spirit, although he had broken through, his realm remained exceedingly volatile and unruly. Progressing too swiftly is not necessarily a boon. Should others hear such words, they would likely be left speechless to the point of spitting blood in disbelief. The woman in white, sensing Yi Ping'an's restrained and steady aura, could not help but be astonished. In less than a night, he had completely solidified his post-breakthrough realm. Such innate talent in this small corner of the world could be deemed extraordinary. As time passed incrementally, before dawn, Yi Ping'an penned a letter and placed it upon the table in the courtyard before departing. As the sky began to brighten, the woman in white entered the courtyard, only to find no trace of Yi Ping'an, leading her to suspect an unfortunate event had unfolded. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of an envelope pressed beneath the tea table. After a brief moment, "All is well, do not worry. Signed, Yi Ping'an." Upon seeing this, a slight smile unexpectedly graced the corners of her mouth beneath her veil. This faint smile seemed to make the surrounding peach blossoms appear even more resplendent. Should the prodigies of the Central Plains witness Lu Ningxuang smiling, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. Lu Ningxuang intended to brew tea and savor its flavor as per usual, when suddenly, she seemed to sense something. Her gaze shifted slightly, yet she continued with her tea preparation, unperturbed. Though her meridians were damaged and she bore old ailments, her vital energy remained fierce and domineering prior to her injuries. She must have been a remarkable person. It seems the commotion caused by Yi Ping'an last night attracted an observer. One wonders if the newcomer harbors good or ill intentions. Lu Ningxuang sensed a disheveled figure in the distance, fixated upon her humble abode. In her heart, she mused on how long he could endure. The visitor was Elder Dugu, who had bestowed a token upon Yi Ping'an. He had just returned from his mountain excursion when he detected the anomaly in vital energy. After a moment of contemplation, he appeared before the wooden cabin, gazing at the cold beauty before him, whose demeanor was akin to that of an iceberg, and said with a smile, "Little girl, you are not from the Kanglan Academy, are you? Where's that lad?" Shen Ningxuang replied coolly, "I am Lu Shen Ningxuang, here to assist Yi Ping'an in joining the Kanglan Academy. As for his whereabouts, I know not." To prevent any unforeseen complications, she chose to conceal her true surname, for the Lu name could inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. Elder Dugu squinted his eyes slightly upon hearing this. To be so young, yet already at the initial stage of the Earth origin realm. Such talent could easily rank among the top 10, even within the inner sect. How could that lad, merely at the 4th stage of body refinement, be acquainted with such a brilliant woman? He could hardly believe that a prodigy would suddenly emerge wanting to join the academy, especially since the enrollment period had long passed. Who exactly are you? And where is Yi Ping'an? Feeling the hostility emanating from him, Lu Ningxuang furrowed her brows slightly. She had never entertained the same question twice. The atmosphere was tense, teetering on the brink of confrontation. Yet, sensing something, her aura gradually returned to normal. It was then that Yi Ping'an approached slowly, his surprise evident as he spoke. "Elder Dugu, what brings you here?" Chapter 13. Battle with Lin Batian. He immediately pulled Yi Ping'an aside, whispering, "You rascal. What is the story with this woman? She claims you wish to join Kanglan Academy? And where have you been? You brought back wine." The barrage of questions left Yi Ping'an unsure of where to begin, prompting him to chuckle wryly. "Elder, please don't rush me. Allow me to explain in due course." After a thorough explanation, he finally eased his vigilance towards Shen Ningxuang. "You've been hiding such a beautiful wife. Are you planning to keep her hidden away?" Yi Ping'an hurriedly hushed him. "Shoo, Elder, you mustn't speak carelessly. It could be fatal." Beside them, Shen Ningxuang remained utterly indifferent, her demeanor as aloof as ever. Yi Ping'an mused inwardly that, in her eyes, no external event seemed to stir any emotion. "Ahem, Elder, since you oversee the miscellaneous disciples, could you allow her to join Kanglan Academy as well?" He couldn't let her remain here without an identity, as it would inevitably raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, the elder first glanced at the wine flask at Yi Ping'an's waist, a look of difficulty crossing his face. "Do you really think so highly of me?" I'm merely a lowly elder managing the miscellaneous disciples. I can't accomplish this task. Yi Ping'an noted the elder's intentions. It seemed he was quite the wine enthusiast. Rest assured, elder, if you can make this happen, there will be plenty of wine in return. He then produced a flask from his waist and offered it to the elder. Elder Dugu appeared quite serious, yet his body betrayed him as he readily accepted the flask. Well, that's no problem. It's a trivial matter. Here, take this. He retrieved another token from his storage ring, identical to the one in Yi Ping'an's hand. Seeing this, Yi Ping'an's lips twitched slightly. How many of these tokens had the elder prepared? By the way, I almost forgot the main issue. Last night, I sensed that while other disciples were cultivating, their vital energy was suddenly drained, seemingly converging in your direction. He took a hearty gulp of wine, his tone turning serious. Strangely enough, this phenomenon abruptly ceased. Yi Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he replied, Elder, you're overthinking it. I'm merely a miscellaneous disciple. Such matters have nothing to do with me. The elder squinted his eyes, chuckling. Oh, is that so? Enough. With a burp, he laughed heartily and departed. This enigmatic maiden was somewhat inscrutable even to him. She appeared to be in the early stages of the Earth origin realm. Yet how could a prodigious talent of such caliber materialize out of thin air? I shall observe her discreetly for a few days. If she poses no threat to the sect, so be it. Otherwise, after the elder departed, Yi Ping'an retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted white boots from his storage ring and presented them to Shun Yangxiang, smiling as he remarked, Seeing you barefoot all day in this frigid weather, it must be quite inconvenient, regardless of your cultivation level. Shun Yangxiang instinctively declined, but then pondered whether this fellow had left solely to ensure she had shoes to wear. Let me try them on. They are sure to look splendid. Under Yi Ping'an's persuasion, her long stable heart began to flutter with newfound emotions. You need not assist me. I can manage on my own. After changing in her room, she emerged, and with her flowing white dress, she left Yi Ping'an momentarily spellbound. She resembled a celestial being, emerging from the mire untainted, only to be gazed upon from afar. Observing his dazed expression, a slight smile graced Shun Yangxiang's lips. She found the boots quite to her liking. However, having never interacted with males throughout her life, she struggled to express her feelings. Thank you. With that, she swiftly retreated to her room. In the afternoon, Yi Ping'an escorted Shun Yangxiang to the registration area for new students. Only an elderly elder was dozing off at a desk. Once the formalities were completed, Shun Yangxiang officially became a servant disciple. If the major powers of the Central Plains were to discover this, they would surely lament in despair. On the way back to the small wooden cabin, passers-by could not help but turn their heads to behold the enchanting figure in white. Wow! When did such an exceptional servant disciple arrive at the outer courtyard? Indeed, her grace surpassed even that of Ling Qingyan. Although concealed by a veil, her beauty was undeniable. Nonsense, both have their merits. I actually prefer Ling Qingyan. After all, if I were to become her partner, I would never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of my life. Shoo, are you courting death? You dare to covet Ling Qingyan? Who in the academy does not know she is the fiancée of the Zhu family's prodigy? Yi Ping'an sighed and shook his head. The attention she garnered was truly off the charts. As they walked, a young man with a feather fan approached them. He waved his fan and stared greedily at Shun Yangxiang, completely disregarding Yi Ping'an beside her. What a beautiful lady. Such a figure and poise. I am quite taken. This junior sister, I am Lin Batian. With that, he confidently opened his fan and smiled. However, Shun Yangxiang remained expressionless, ignoring him as she continued on her way. Lin Batian was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening. In all his past attempts at wooing women, none had ever been able to withstand his charm. They all fell for his suave demeanor. Moreover, he was Lin Batian. Was there a female disciple in the academy who did not admire his name? Yet here she was, completely ignoring him. Yi Ping'an shook his head, recognizing yet another fool. He was well aware of her aloofness. Had it not been for her resolute vow, she might have treated him similarly. Lin Batian, that name seems familiar. Stop. I am speaking to you. Can you not hear me? Beside him stood an inconsequential disciple, seemingly the recent sensation from the outer court, Yi Ping'an. How curious it was that he was so close to a mere waste of space, ignoring him entirely. I shall grant you 2.5 seconds to disappear from her presence, or else. Yi Ping'an had no intention of stirring trouble. Yet Shen Ningxuang suddenly halted, turning to face Lin Batian. This led him to believe that she had come to her senses. After all, with his charm, which woman could resist? Beneath his aloof exterior, he believed all would yield to him in the intimacy of the bedchamber. Shen Ningxuang spoke, her voice as frigid as ice. This man is far too noisy. Teach him a lesson. Should anything arise, I will ensure your safety. Yi Ping'an chuckled inwardly, realizing he was being treated as free labor. Yet, a warmth blossomed in his heart. The surrounding disciples approached, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was rumored that Yi Ping'an had broken through to the Earth origin realm and had audaciously injured Zhu Lai, who still lay incapacitated. Is that true? Earth origin realm? How could that be possible? A disciple with a pockmarked face recalled that he had only been at the 4th layer of body refinement during the assessment. Indeed, it is true, but Yi Ping'an is likely to face a tough battle now. Lin Batian is the most formidable talent from the outer sect this year. During the new student assessment, Lin Batian had already reached the Earth origin realm, and his background was substantial. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping'an narrowed his eyes. Recognizing the familiarity of the name and the arrogance that accompanied it, he evidently possessed some merit. In mid-Earth origin realm, does she truly believe she can defeat him? Lin Batian, buoyed by the flattery of the crowd, felt even more confident and leisurely proclaimed, "You little brat, don't think that defeating Zhu Gang, who has just broken through to the Earth origin realm, means you can challenge me. Be sensible, bow your head in respect, and crawl through my legs to ensure your safe departure." Yi Ping'an smiled, slowly uttering 2 words, "simpleton." Lin Batian was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he enunciated each word with menace. "You are seeking death." Chapter 14. The Awakening of the Sea. With a thunderous roar, Lin Batian's aura erupted, unleashing waves of vital energy that compelled the onlookers to channel their own energy in defense. How formidable! Was this the worth of the strongest disciple from the outer sect? Yi Ping'an felt a surge of excitement. The early Earth origin realm no longer piqued his interest, but the mid-stage did possess some allure. He began circulating his own energy, feeling the overwhelming force of Lin Batian's aura converge upon him. This fellow, the speed at which he absorbed energy was astonishing. Yi Ping'an released the Guochen sword box from his back, and a faint sound of sword cries emanated from it. Even Lin Batian's sword seemed to resonate softly, as if acknowledging its counterpart, in submission. In an instant, Yi Ping'an dashed forward, moving so swiftly that he left behind an afterimage. He unleashed a fierce sword energy directed at Lin Batian, causing an inexplicable tremor among the onlookers. There was no need to reveal his true strength against such an opponent, for his sights were set not on the outer disciples, but on the inner sect. Lin Batian, witnessing this, grew increasingly irate. "You scoundrel, refusing to draw your sword. How dare you underestimate me?" He wielded his sword, condensing it into a formidable sword technique. The sharp sword energy transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, overwhelming and surging toward Yi Ping'an. With a thunderous roar, the 2 streams of sword energy clashed, emitting a pressure that sent the outer sect disciples, who were merely at the body refinement stage, flying several meters away. A fissure, wide enough to span dozens of meters, spread from the point of their collision. As the thick smoke dissipated, both combatants retreated, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Lin Batian staggered back 4 or 5 steps, while Yi Ping'an merely took half a step back. The disparity between them was immediately apparent. Yi Ping'an planted his heavy sword box on the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath it. "Your sword is not sharp enough." Lin Batian's lips twitched slightly. This young man had underestimated him. To think he could hold his own against him using just a sword box. It was no wonder Zhu Gang had been severely injured. Having offended the Zhu family, he would inevitably face consequences from an inner sect member. With the inner sect assessment approaching, he deemed it unwise to sustain injuries and decided to let this young man off for now. Lin Batian scoffed, leaving behind a harsh remark, "You little brat. It seems I misjudged you, but do not get too complacent. Soon someone will come to deal with you." With a few agile leaps, he departed the scene. Yi Ping'an squinted slightly, pondering who Lin Batian was referring to. He then stowed the sword box behind him. Shin Ningxuang remarked coolly, "Do not worry about facing challenges. No one in Kanglin Academy can touch you now." With that, she strode forward, leaving Yi Ping'an with a wry smile. He did not wish to continually rely on a peer for protection. He followed suit, leaving a multitude of outer sect disciples behind, buzzing with speculation. From now on, there will be a shift in the outer courtyard. Who would have thought that the most gifted individual here would be the so-called waste, Yi Ping'an? Soon, the news spread throughout the outer courtyard that Yi Ping'an had stood his ground against Lin Batian, who was at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm and emerged unscathed. The word even reached the inner courtyard. Upon returning to their small wooden cabin, Yi Ping'an and his companion discovered that Wang Dehai had already regained consciousness. He then recounted the events, which aligned closely with Yi Ping'an's conjectures. "It was indeed Zhu Gang, but rest assured, he is in a worse predicament than you," he said, his eyes brimming with emotion, before a look of concern crossed his face. "Brother Yi, Zhu Gang is from the Zhu family. Although you possess extraordinary talent and have broken through to the Earth origin realm, Zhu Gang's elder brother is a ruthless figure among the numerous skilled inner sect disciples. Yi Pingyan smiled and replied, "Do not worry, Fatty, I will handle it with discretion." Little did he know that Zhu Gang had already been slain by him. "That is good," he said, then retrieved a pouch of low-grade elemental stones and handed it to Wang Dahai. "There are 50 low-grade elemental stones in this pouch. They should allow you to break through to the 7th level of the body refinement stage. By then, you will surely pass the outer sect disciples assessment with ease." Wang Dahai quickly declined. "Brother Yi, this is too much. You are far more gifted than I. You need these elemental stones more than I do. My father has already made arrangements for me. Becoming an outer sect disciple should not be a problem." Yi Pingyan remained unaware that this individual was merely boasting. When he had previously ventured to the sect to purchase shoes, he had discreetly inquired about Wang Dahai's lineage. It turned out that he was nothing more than a second-rate wealthy gentleman from Yangwiching. Gaining entry as a servant disciple of Kanglin Academy had exhausted his father's entire life savings. However, Yi Pingyan chose to withhold this truth from him. After finalizing his matters, he stepped outside the courtyard and was greeted by a refreshing and fragrant aroma of tea. He observed Lu Ningxuang savoring and brewing tea. It seemed she engaged in this ritual every afternoon without fail. The delightful scent of tea wafted through the air, prompting Yi Pingyan to ponder how she appeared to require no cultivation at all. Lu Ningxuang was well aware of Yi Pingyan's emergence, casting a casual glance in his direction before returning her focus to the tea, showing no intention of offering him a cup. Yi Pingyan deemed it unnecessary to seek out unwarranted discomfort, instead leaping onto the rooftop where he settled into a meditative posture, diligently seizing the fleeting time to cultivate. His time was running short. As he grew stronger, so too did others. To rescue his master from the Tianmen Sword Sect and cleanse the shame, his cultivation must reach at least the transformation realm. Currently, he was at the early stage of the Earth origin realm, with 12 minor realms separating him from the transformation realm. Time was of the essence. Throughout the history of Tianfeng country, no one had ever ascended from the Earth origin realm to the transformation realm within 3 years. Such an endeavor seemed utterly fantastical. It was well known that the higher the realm, the greater the demand for celestial energy and comprehension. The requirements escalated exponentially in the later stages. Achieving the transformation realm in 3 years was an arduous task indeed. Resources, spiritual stones, celestial treasures. He found himself in dire poverty. In contemplation, he retrieved the remaining 100 low-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, a bounty scavenged from Zhu Gang. Previously, he had regarded low-grade spirit stones with disdain during his time in the Tianmen Sword Sect, never anticipating the fickle nature of fortune. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. Channeling his energy, he absorbed all 100 spirit stones in one swift motion. Should outsiders witness this reckless approach to cultivation, they would likely shake their heads in disapproval. Typically, individuals at the Earth origin realm could only manage to absorb 10 low-grade spirit stones per day, as exceeding this threshold would yield adverse effects. Yet, Yi Pingyan required resources equivalent to 10 times that of others. Fortunately, both the golden and white Dao bones were perfectly capable of absorbing and refining the energy. Yi Pingyan discovered that the potency of his energy was also tenfold that of others. This peculiarity even caught the attention of Shen Ningxuang, who regarded him with a subtle side glance, murmuring to herself, "Is this fellow cultivating recklessly?" She shook her head and waved her hand to conjure a barrier, concealing the aura of the small wooden house. Chapter 15. Pingyan's epiphany. This individual's temperament, perseverance, and talent were indeed commendable. No wonder that old fellow would risk his life to protect him. Shen Ningxuang found herself increasingly intrigued by how far Yi Pingyan would progress. If those top talents from Zhongzhou were to discover her high regard for a man, they would likely rush to Kanglin Academy in an instant. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of Kanglin Academy, a man clad in a resplendent golden robe, his countenance stern, emerged from seclusion. At the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, he was but a step away from the celestial origin realm. A young subordinate approached him, whispering something softly. His pupils quivered, and he reprimanded, "What did you say?" "Brother Zhu, it is true. Your beloved disciple has been severely beaten by Yi Pingyan in the outer courtyard, and it may have jeopardized his foundation." Instead of reacting with anger, he laughed, his vitality sweeping through the surroundings, his golden robe billowing without wind. "Very well. My Zhu family dares to be bullied. It seems we have remained dormant for too long, allowing the world to forget our grandeur. Yi Pingyan, what is he to be concerned about?" The young subordinate quickly added, "Young Master Zhu, you may not know, but during your retreat, a new servant disciple joined, namely Yi Pingyan. He has advanced from the 4th level of body refinement to the early stage of Earth origin within less than a month in the outer courtyard." Upon hearing this, The man narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, in just 1 month, he has reached the early stage of earth origin. Quite intriguing. His cultivation speed surpasses even my own from years past. Such a genius, if he cannot be utilized by my Zhu family, and has now offended us. He can only be eliminated. What is the status of my brother? His meridians are somewhat damaged, which may affect his assessment in the outer courtyard. He requires a substantial amount of elixirs to mend his injuries. The golden-robed man then retrieved a pill emitting a rich fragrance from his storage ring. Take this to my brother in the outer courtyard. The young subordinate's eyes gleamed with avarice. Is this the great rejuvenation pill? A high-grade mystic tier elixir, he exclaimed in surprise. The golden-robed man smirked, pride radiating from his visage. He was unconcerned that this disciple might abscond with the elixir. For with his background and the strength of being third on the leaderboard, who would dare offend him? This is the foundation of the Zhu family. Casually handing out a pill is the dream of many. If it were not for the rule within the inner courtyard that forbids entry into the outer courtyard once admitted, he would have already eliminated Yi Pingyan. However, there is no rush. He possesses ample methods to ensure his demise. The death of one at the early stage of Earth origin would pose no burden to the Zhu family. Yi Pingyan continued his cultivation from afternoon until the early hours of the morning, exhausting 100 low-grade yuan stones. Phew, ever since breaking through to the Earth origin stage, the demand for yuan stones and vitality has become overwhelming. 100 low-grade yuan stones barely grazes the threshold of the mid-stage bottleneck. Yet, I can feel my cultivation has progressed significantly. It seems this investment was not wasted. Glancing at the tea table in the courtyard, he noticed the absence of Sheath Shuang, who must have returned to her room to rest. He resolved to continue his training, aiming to thoroughly master the first sword move of the red dust wine sword style. Currently, he had only grasped the fundamentals of the first move, with a considerable distance remaining until perfection. Reflecting on the powerful execution of the second sword by the elder spirit, he felt invigorated. The imposing and carefree figure repeatedly appeared in his consciousness. Each strike and move contained profound insights into the mortal realm, imbued with the essence of the heavenly way. The sword intent soared into the heavens, as if piercing the firmament, causing the sun, moon, and mountains to pale. With a single strike, mountains and rivers crumbled, instantaneously reduced to nothingness by countless fierce and domineering sword rays. Yi Pingyan, wielding the Guochen sword in his sea of consciousness, endeavored to absorb the formidable sword intent of the shadowy figure. Despite suffering grievous injuries each time, he gritted his teeth and devoted himself to understanding, persistently striving to learn and integrating his own modest sword intent. Meanwhile, time outside passed slowly, yet Yi Pingyan remained oblivious to its passage, wholly absorbed in his sword practice within the sea of consciousness. On the following morning, Sheath Shuang emerged early into the courtyard, as was her custom, to brew tea and savor its flavor. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Yi Pingyan, still immersed in his cultivation. A moment of enlightenment struck her. This individual possessed exceptional comprehension, ranking among the elite prodigies of the entire northern wilderness. Enlightenment, after all, is a sudden realization, reliant on the harmonious convergence of time, place, and human effort, none of which can be lacking. Some cultivators may go through their entire lives without a single opportunity for such an awakening, which is often tied to life experiences and personal journeys. Even prodigious cultivators seldom achieve enlightenment at such a young age. The benefits of such a breakthrough are immense. As another day slipped by, Yi Pingyan remained ensnared in his sword practice, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if he had entered an enigmatic state. Though his cultivation level had not visibly increased, his vital energy had grown extraordinarily dense, transforming what was already substantial into something truly formidable. In terms of vital energy alone, he could rival someone at the half-step heavenly origin realm. Moreover, his sword intent continued to be honed and steadily elevated. On the third morning, Sheath Shuang began to feel a twinge of concern. This fellow truly was a source of anxiety. For others, a moment of enlightenment rarely lasted more than a day. Yet here they were on the third day. Wang Dahai, having recovered over several days and aided by Sheath Shuang's precious elixirs, had now risen to his feet. He respectfully saluted Sheath Shuang, saying, "Miss Shun, Yi Xiong has been in this state for 3 consecutive days. Could this lead to any issues?" According to Wang Dahai's analysis, it appeared he was not merely in a state of cultivation, as there were no visible fluctuations of vital energy on his exterior. Sheath Shuang gently shook her head, choosing not to speak. Wang Dahai, sensing her calm demeanor, felt relieved. If Miss Shin asserted there was no problem, then there likely wasn't. The young woman before him was extraordinarily formidable, seemingly younger than him, yet already at the Earth origin realm. He could discern Yi Pingyan's attitude toward her. Upon awakening, He learned from Yi Ping'an that his rapid recovery was due to Miss Shun's invaluable elixirs, which further deepened his respect for her. Dressed in the garb of a servant disciple, Shen Ningxuang's astonishing and exquisite aura remained unmasked. Yi Xiong was indeed fortunate, though it remained uncertain whether he could truly grasp such fortune. Over the past few days, Wang Dahai had discovered that the male disciples in the outer courtyard, upon learning of a woman more beautiful than Ling Qingyan residing with Yi Ping'an in the same wooden dwelling, had nearly every day sent affluent male disciples to seek a glimpse of Shen Ningxuang's breathtaking beauty. Alas, she consistently presented herself veiled, effortlessly repelling each suitor with her overwhelming strength at the Earth Origin realm. Within the outer courtyard, disciples possessing the Earth Origin realm are indeed scarce. Furthermore, that veil appears to be a unique artifact, capable of obstructing the scrutiny of a cultivator's soul. At this moment, Wang Dahai, who stood guard at the entrance of the wooden cottage, noticed 4 or 5 outer disciples approaching slowly. Miss Shun, it seems there are visitors seeking an audience, he remarked. Chapter 16. Shen Ningxuang's thoughts and truth. Shen Ningxuang had sensed their approach without Wang Dahai's words. 3 were at the early stage of the Earth Origin realm, while 2 had reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. The strength of these newcomers was formidable, suggesting their intentions were far from benign. Upon seeing the arrivals, Wang Dahai exclaimed in surprise, Ling Qingyan? The visitors were none other than Ling Qingyan and Su Yi, among others. Shen Ningxuang's eyelids flickered slightly. She had heard that name too many times over the past 3 days, always in comparison to herself. Senior sister Ling, senior brother Su, Wang Dahai greeted. Well acquainted with the two, who were prominent figures within the outer courtyard, representing the Ling and Su families from the 3 great clans of Yangwicheng. It was said that the most powerful member of the Ling family had already transcended to the celestial origin realm, reaching the elemental Dan realm. Such prowess is akin to that of an elder within the inner sect, coupled with the deep-rooted heritage of the 3 great clans in Yangwicheng. Even the elders of the sect hold them in considerable regard. Despite the arrival of these individuals, Shen Ningxuang remained unperturbed, sipping her tea as if she were a snow lotus atop a glacier. This was Su Ye's first encounter with the renowned Shen Ningxuang, and upon seeing her, he was utterly captivated. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Such a beauty must surely belong to the heavens. How rare it is to behold her on earth. It seemed the external world's praises were not exaggerated. Indeed, her demeanor surpassed that of Ling Qingyan. However, the veil she wore was peculiar, rendering her true appearance indecipherable. Naturally, Shen Ningxuang was aware of Su Ye's probing gaze. The azure energy surged throughout the wooden cottage, pressing down upon Su Yi like a tidal wave. Unprepared, Su Yi was abruptly forced back several meters, leaving him rather flustered, which elicited a light laugh from Ling Qingyan. Serves you right for carelessly invading another's privacy with your soul's scrutiny. You should consider yourself fortunate not to have suffered worse. My apologies, Miss, Su Yi said. I am Su Yi, and I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretion. I am a friend of Yi Ping'an, and I have come today to discuss a pressing matter with him. Yet, Shen Ningxuang remained indifferent, not even casting a glance at the group. Among them was a female disciple, a suitor of Su Yi, who, being at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, could not tolerate the presence of a woman so haughtily aloof. With a haughty tone, she exclaimed, Hey, you, how rude can you be? Crash. No sooner had she spoken than a mysterious, overwhelming force of energy sent her flying several meters away. Yet, Shen Ningxuang remained utterly unmoved. The expressions of Su Yi and his companions turned grave as they exchanged glances, shaking their heads in bewilderment at the unseen power wielded by Shen Ningxuang. Such cultivation was truly terrifying. Ling Qingyan smiled politely and said, Su Yi and I are indeed friends of Yi Ping'an. A simple inquiry to him will clarify our intentions. We are not here to cause him any trouble. Still, Shen Ningxuang did not respond, and seeing the tension in the atmosphere, Wang Dahai hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Sister Ling, Brother Su, perhaps you should visit another day? Brother Yi is yet to finish his words when a piercing sword energy erupted, sweeping across the entire courtyard. Yi Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. At that moment, he beheld the tense standoff between both parties. He leaped down from the rooftop to stand beside Shen Ningxue and inquired, Are you all right? However, he was met only with a cold huff from Shen Ningxue, who then gradually made her way into the room. Yi Ping'an felt a sense of helplessness. Had he provoked her again? He turned to glance at Ling Qingyan and Su Yi, softly asking, What brings you here? Su Yi revealed a bitter smile, sighing, Brother Yi, the temperament of this lady in white is truly peculiar. What is her background? In Yangue City, I have never heard of such a prodigious figure. I am certain I am no match for her. Yi Ping'an recognized that this young man was fishing for information and replied, "Let us get to the point. If not, I may take my leave." Ling Qingyan cast a glance at Wang Dahai, who, understanding the cue, departed. She then smiled slightly and said, "Yi Ping'an, we primarily came to discuss the heavenly level tasks in the mission hall. I wonder if you are interested? Heavenly level tasks?" Yi Ping'an's heart stirred upon hearing this. The last time he defeated the explosive Tiger King, it was merely a earth-level task, which rewarded him with a valuable condensation pill. Moreover, a heavenly level task? Such tasks are typically reserved for inner disciples. As outer disciples, it may be inappropriate for us to take on such a challenge. Ling Qingyan smiled faintly. "Yi Ping'an, everyone is aware that you were bold enough to undertake an earth-level task during the body refinement stage and even slayed a second-tier beast. Your strength is evident to all. Are you certain you do not wish to join?" After pondering for a moment, Yi Ping'an inquired, "What does the task entail? If it involved slaying a fourth-tier beast, even a multitude of earth-level practitioners would be akin to courting death." Ling Qingyan quickly replied, "We are to head to the Beast Mountain range to slay a third-tier early-stage beast, the Heavenly Vulture Lion. Moreover, the rewards are quite generous. A scroll of advanced profound tier swordsmanship and 300 low-grade elemental stones." Yi Ping'an's heart raced at the mention of the rewards. They were indeed appealing. However, the swordsmanship would be of little use to him. The elemental stones were what he truly needed. 300 stones, once absorbed and refined, would likely bring him close to the mid-stage of the earth element realm. "Very well, but I shall take half of the rewards. I want those 300 low-grade elemental stones. As for the swordsmanship, you may do as you wish." Upon hearing this, Su Yi nearly jumped for joy, promptly exclaiming, "Deal. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi is indeed straightforward." The low-grade elemental stones were plentiful for the Su family, but they were in dire need of the advanced profound tier swordsmanship. Even within the formidable Su family, such swordsmanship was a rare treasure. Yi Ping'an was taken aback by how quickly they agreed. After some discussion, he learned that Su Yi had taken the initiative to accept the task, and Ling Qingyan was involved due to a prior favor owed to the Su family by the Ling family. Thus, the two great families were willing to collaborate. As for the other 9 levels of the body refinement realm, they were all invited to collaborate at Su Ye's expense, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Su Yi spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone, the early-stage Tier 3 beasts are equivalent to human cultivators at the celestial origin realm, incredibly ferocious. Please exert your utmost effort. A substantial reward awaits those who succeed in slaying them." Yi Ping'an turned and returned to the small wooden cabin. Arriving at the door of Shen Ningxuang's room, he gently knocked. Knock, knock. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from within. "What is it?" Shen Ningxuang, of course, sensed that it was Yi Ping'an outside the door. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I am heading to the Beast Mountain range to hunt a Tier 3 early-stage beast to complete a celestial-level task and acquire the reward of elemental stones. I just wanted to inform you, so you wouldn't worry." A moment later, her voice came from inside, Upon hearing this, Yi Ping'an let out a wry smile and shook his head. He had initially intended to take Shen Ningxuang along, not for the purpose of hunting beasts, but rather to alleviate her boredom from being cooped up in the small cabin every day. After receiving her response, Yi Ping'an set off with Ling Qingyan and the others. Once they departed, Shen Ningxuang slowly emerged from her room, inwardly lamenting, "What a meddlesome person. Does he truly believe the Beast Mountain range is so safe?" Chapter 17. Strange symptoms. Seated at the tea table, Shen Ningxuang sipped her tea, yet her mind was elsewhere. Her exquisite and beautiful face bore a hint of hesitation beneath the veil. "Forget it. I have promised that old man to stay by his side for 3 years. Suddenly, a thought struck her, as if she recalled something. Her voice was crisp and indifferent, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus. "What day is it today?" Wang Dahai initially thought he had misheard, but indeed, it was Shen Ningxuang who had spoken to him. "Miss Shen, today is the 5th day of the 1st month in the celestial origin calendar." "Oh no." Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxuang instantly vanished from her spot, transforming into a fleeting white light. Gulp. Wang Dahai stared in disbelief. What kind of terrifying friend has Brother Yi made? At this moment, Yi Ping'an and his companions had just stepped into the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. At that instant, an ominous premonition stirred within Yi Ping'an. Hopefully, he was merely overthinking. Yi Ping'an gazed at the vast expanse of the surrounding mountains, noting that the humidity was significantly heavier than during his last visit. Eerie hissing sounds echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. A timid female disciple promptly tugged at Su Ye's sleeve. "Something feels off. Everyone, be cautious and stay alert," Yi Ping'an said, his expression grave. "Understood." Drawing from his prior experience, Yi Ping'an positioned himself at the front of the group, with Su Yi bringing up the rear and Ling Qingyan following closely behind him. Unbeknownst to them, above the canopy of a towering tree, a beast with glowing red eyes was intently observing the group. Its fangs extended over 30 centimeters, dripping with a viscous liquid, and it licked its tongue, displaying a ravenous demeanor. However, it seemed to recognize the strength of these human cultivators and refrained from making a rash move. Nevertheless, it continuously emitted a colorless, odorless gas that gradually spread throughout the nearby mountains. At this moment, the group remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Yi Pingyan unfurled the map and spoke in a grave tone, cautioning that they were less than 5 kilometers away from the territory of the formidable three-stage beast, the heavenly lion griffin. He sensed something peculiar. During their previous venture, they had encountered frequent attacks from lower-tier beasts even before delving so deep. Yet this time, their journey had been inexplicably smooth. Could it be that their previous expedition had simply been plagued by misfortune? Have any of you noticed how unusually easy our passage has been? This does not resemble the treacherous beast mountains, he remarked. Ling Qingyan shared his concern, affirming, indeed. It is quite strange. Just then, a female disciple, who was leaning on Su Yi, weakly interjected, Senior Brother Su, I feel utterly exhausted. I can't go on. I need to rest for a moment. You all can proceed without me, and I'll catch up later. Yi Pingyan, noticing her condition, responded gravely, exhausted? Let me see. He instructed Ling Qingyan and Su Yi to remain vigilant. Approaching the female disciple, he examined her closely. Oddly, her meridians appeared normal, and her vital energy was circulating as it should. The disciple weakly lamented, I'm so tired, my eyelids feel heavy. I just want to sleep. This deepened Yi Pingyan's confusion. She was at the 9th level of the body refinement stage, far from an ordinary person. In mere moments, she had succumbed to a deep slumber, even beginning to snore. Wake up, Su Yi exclaimed in bewilderment, frustration evident in his voice. What is going on? I hired her with spirit stones just for her to sleep? Yi Pingyan began to sense that something was amiss. Just then, another male cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement also began to lose consciousness. Sister Ling, I feel so drowsy, he murmured. I can't take it anymore. Hey, you too. Su Yi was now utterly incensed. Yi Pingyan approached the male cultivator and found identical symptoms. There was nothing physically wrong with him. This was troubling. It was improbable for two individuals to experience such bizarre occurrences simultaneously. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi recognized the gravity of the situation. Yi Pingyan decisively stated, Su Yi, today is too abnormal. We must retreat. Su Yi took a deep breath, glancing toward the distance where their destination lay just 5 kilometers ahead. Yi Pingyan perceived his thoughts and admonished, what are you thinking? We've already lost 2 cultivators at the 9th level of body refinement and must now tend to them, significantly diminishing our team's combat capability. Enough of this, retreat. Ling Qingyan, understanding the seriousness of the matter, urged, Yi Pingyan is right. There will be other opportunities. Reluctantly, Su Yi nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, only the 3 of them remained at the initial stage of the elemental realm in their party. Suddenly, Yi Pingyan observed Su Yi staggering, his head swaying. Brother Su, are you all right? After checking on him, Yi Pingyan was taken aback. Chills ran down his spine. Your symptoms mirror those of the 2 disciples. I seem to be experiencing the same thing. Su Yi replied, I just feel so sleepy. Yi Pingyan, what is happening? Ling Qingyan's long eyelashes fluttered, her delicate face oscillating like a fish caught on a line, reminiscent of a student dozing off in class. Yi Pingyan quickly spoke. Channel your vital energy to resist the drowsiness clouding your minds. The 2 promptly crossed their legs and began to circulate their energy. Yet to no avail. Observing their plight, Yi Pingyan felt overwhelmed. This situation was utterly unprecedented. Just as he contemplated signaling the academy, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his consciousness dimming. A jolt of alarm surged through Yi Pingyan. This was no mere coincidence. Had he fallen victim to some monstrous beast's venom? He immediately summoned his vital energy to form a barrier to protect everyone. An imposing sword intent soared into the heavens as he activated the red dust wine sword technique, his dual bones within trembling incessantly to dispel the encroaching lethargy. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the mysterious red glow beast wore a smug, human-like smirk. Whoosh! Suddenly, it descended from the treetops with blinding speed, accompanied by the ominous sound of air being sliced. Yi Pingyan's heart sank. This was disastrous. He was at a critical juncture of detoxification. Any rash action would nullify his efforts. At that tense moment, a delicate white figure appeared in an instant, launching a surge of vital energy that pierced the ambushing beast, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Pingyan could only manage a wry smile upon seeing the newcomer. This girl had once again saved his life, and his debt to her was growing ever larger. Shen Shuang turned to look down at Yi Pingyan. and he could sense her mood was far from pleasant. A subtle shift in the visage hidden beneath her veil accompanied her tossing out several pills from her spatial ring. "Take these," her voice commanded. Imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal, Yi Pingyan, with unwavering confidence in Ning Shuang, swallowed them without hesitation. Moments later, the drowsiness that had plagued him vanished entirely. Though he could have gradually dispelled it using his nascent sword intent, the beast would not afford him such time. Rising, he fed the remaining pills to the others. Only then did Yi Pingyan's gaze fall upon the lifeless beast. Curiosity piqued. What manner of beast is this? I have never encountered one like it before. Its face resembled that of a monkey, its limbs akin to a wolf's, and its claws exceptionally sharp, an incomprehensible amalgamation. Ning Shuang replied calmly, "This is a mountain gibbon, a high-tier first-grade beast, timid in nature. Although its power is modest, it possesses intelligence akin to that of a human. It emerges every year on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year to hunt, particularly favoring the flesh and blood of human cultivators. They only hunt once a year because their venom can only be stored for that duration. The venom is colorless and odorless. Even those in the early stages of the Earth origin realm, let alone those in the early stages of the heavenly origin realm without protective vital energy, would fall victim to it." A wave of trepidation washed over Yi Pingyan. He had almost fallen prey to this mountain gibbon. If such a first-grade beast posed this level of danger, he felt a deep gratitude towards Ning Shuang. With her back turned to Yi Pingyan, Ning Shuang snorted coldly. Yi Pingyan felt puzzled. Had she not refused to come when he called her? Why had she suddenly appeared now? Moments later, the others gradually regained their senses. After gaining a deeper understanding of the situation, it became clear that it was Ning Shuang who had timely intervened to save them. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi both offered slight bows, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Shun. From this moment forth, you shall be considered my savior, Su Yi. Should the Su family ever require your assistance, do not hesitate to command us." Ling Qingyan nodded in agreement. "Is this hideous creature the source of our troubles?" Su Yi exclaimed angrily, stepping forward to stomp on it twice. Yi Pingyan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Enough, let us continue onward and remain vigilant." He then glanced at Ning Shuang, awkwardly stating, "Ahem, you." Ning Shuang remained silent, making her intentions known through her actions as she walked alongside Yi Pingyan at the forefront. The group proceeded toward the territory of the Sky Lion Griffin, encountering a second-tier ferocious beast along the way, yet they reached their destination with little incident. As they stepped into the realm of the Sky Lion Griffin, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Caw!" A fierce aura from the beast enveloped them as Yi Pingyan looked up at the mountain skies. Is this the Sky Lion Griffin? Its form stretched for dozens of meters, with wings that spanned over 100 meters, casting shadows that obscured the sun, and a tempest swept across the entire mountain range. The pressure it exuded was indeed befitting of a third-tier beast. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi wore grave expressions. This creature was equivalent to a formidable practitioner at the heavenly origin realm among humans. Such a being could easily assume the role of an outer elder within the academy. The Sky Lion Griffin did not rush to attack, but circled above, emitting various cries while its sharp gaze scrutinized the group. Yi Pingyan spoke in a low voice. "This creature is assessing our strength. If we display any signs of weakness, we shall surely face its ferocious assault." Prior to their departure, Yi Pingyan had meticulously researched the Sky Lion Griffin. It possessed the courage of a lion, combined with the caution and patience of a vulture. If it sensed that its opponent was powerful, it would flee immediately. Conversely, when faced with an opponent of similar strength, it would engage in a prolonged aerial battle. Showcasing its cunning nature, the Sky Lion Griffin appeared to be gauging their capabilities, first unleashing a barrage of energy arrows from its colossal wings. Like a rain of arrows imbued with lethal energy, they surged toward the group. "Strike together," Yi Pingyan commanded. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi nodded in agreement. After all, they were up against a third-tier beast. Though it was in its initial stage, it was nonetheless equivalent to a practitioner at the heavenly origin realm. How could they not give their all? Both began to unleash their most formidable techniques. Little Wind Spirit Sword, Breaking Waves Sword Technique. Boom. The clan's signature sword techniques from Sister Ling and Brother Su emerged. It was said that these were advanced sword techniques of the Xian tier, possessing unparalleled power. Indeed, Sister Ling's swordsmanship had reached an astonishing level of refinement. Swirls of astonishing sword intent, akin to ethereal spirits in the wind, danced with remarkable agility, deftly cutting through the arrow rain aimed at the Sky Lion Griffin. Su Yi, not to be outdone, though his comprehension of sword intent had not reached that level of refinement, wielded a blade that was equally sharp, with sword energy surging like relentless waves. The others were not idle either. each unleashing their most potent attacks against the Sky Lion Griffin. As Yi Pingyan's gaze sharpened, he silently reflected. Now is not the time to reveal my true sword intent. Both of them are competitors in the upcoming intersect assessment. Simply demonstrating my subtlety should suffice. After coming to this conclusion, he slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a remarkable flash of sword light that soared into the heavens, producing a resounding echo in the void. Return to Dust's sword, unsheathed. Merging with Yi Pingyan's fierce and graceful sword intent, the swords in the hands of those present trembled involuntarily. Subtle sword intent. Upon sensing Yi Pingyan's sword intent, the two competitors gasped in astonishment, their pupils filled with disbelief. Only Shen Ningxuang, hidden behind her veil, revealed a hint of an intriguing smile. Yi Pingyan lunged forward, executing a swift strike, his sword slicing through the air like a dragon. A bold and unrestrained sword intent enveloped the entire mountain range, and the ground erupted with massive, jagged fissures spanning over 100 meters. The astonishing sword light surged towards the Tianmen. In an instant, 3 formidable sword techniques effortlessly shattered the probing arrow rain unleashed by the Tianmen. Even the beast had not anticipated that 3 mere early-stage human cultivators could unleash such overwhelming power. In a moment of carelessness, Yi Pingyan's piercing sword intent inflicted a wound upon its wings. The Tianmen let out a pained cry, entering a frenzied state, its wings flapping with such speed that they created sonic booms as it dove toward Yi Pingyan. However, Yi Pingyan remained unperturbed, deftly evading the beast's claw strikes with agile leaps. You beasts, your opponents are us. Ling Qingyan and her companion rushed forward to share the burden, engaging in battle with the creature, granting Yi Pingyan a moment to breathe. Hold for half a minute. All right. Yi Pingyan raised a wine gourd from his waist and took a hearty swig. Red Dust Wine Sword Technique. First sword, mountain opening style. Boom. A magnificent and fierce sword intent surged forth, enveloping the Gui Chun sword in countless sword energies. As he unleashed his strike, it was as if he were cleaving mountains and breaking valleys, aimed directly at the Tianmen. The commotion generated by this sword drew the attention of the two combatants. Brother Yi, such potent sword intent. Even at the same level of subtle sword intent, yours far surpasses mine. And that sword technique, exquisite beyond compare. As the Tianmen battled the two, its wings suddenly erupted, sensing a breath of death. In haste, it shielded its body with its enormous wings. However, despite its incredible speed, the creature's defenses were merely average and could not withstand Yi Pingyan's strike. The sword light pierced through the Tianmen's chest, and with a mournful cry, it plummeted into the mountainside. Success! Su Yi and the others quickly approached the fallen beast, delivering decisive blows, ultimately extracting a third-tier beast core the size of a walnut. Yi Pingyan's expression shifted slightly. This core was a valuable item, worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a pity! Su Yi was overjoyed, promptly retrieving a pouch of spirit stones from his spatial ring and presenting it to Yi Pingyan. Brother Yi, thank you. Here are 300 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Pingyan nodded, accepting the spirit stones, the task accomplished. With these 300 low-grade spirit stones, I can attempt to break through to the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm before the upcoming intersect assessment. Chapter 19. Inner Courtyard Assessment. Yi Pingyan approached the corpse of the celestial lion griffin, swiftly and decisively stripping away its formidable wings. Selling this at the academy should fetch a good number of spirit stones. This paltry amount is likely beneath your notice. I assent it? Brother Yi, if you desire it. Take it, one of them replied. Indeed, without Brother Ye's final strike, we might not have triumphed over this beast. To buy some time against the creature. Su also sustained some injuries. After all, it was akin to a human cultivator at the celestial origin realm. If not for the fact that they had 2 individuals proficient in profound sword intent, they truly would have struggled. As they recalled Yi Pingyan's last sword strike, they mused that had it been them in that position, the outcome would have been no different. This made Ling Qingyan marvel, the first time they met. She was the one protecting him, a mere second-tier body-refining cultivator, yet now the roles had reversed, and he was the one needing to shield her. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they departed from the Beast Mountain Range and returned to Kanglan Academy. Shen Ningxuang accompanied Yi Pingyan to a shop where they sold the celestial lion griffin's wings, earning 40 low-grade spirit stones. Along the way, Shen Ningxuang paused and inquired, "Are you in dire need of spirit stones?" "Indeed. Of course, I am in need. What cultivator isn't?" Yi Pingyan replied. Shen Ningxuang calmly stated, "In the early stages of cultivation, spirit stones may seem crucial, but once you break through to the Origin Dan realm, you will realize their significance diminishes considerably." What was she even saying? She had no spirit stones to offer him. When she left Zhongzhou, she hadn't brought any along. In her eyes, spirit stones held the least value, providing her no assistance whatsoever. As the flow of disciples in the outer courtyard ebbed and flowed, every male disciple turned to gaze upon the figure draped in a white veil. Simultaneously, their eyes directed at Yi Pingyan brimmed with envy, jealousy, and even murderous intent. If gazes could kill, Yi Pingyan would have perished countless times by now. Faintly, he overheard snippets of conversation. Isn't that the illustrious Yi Pingyan? Indeed, it is he, with his signature heavy black wooden sword sheath. I've heard that Zhu Lai has fully recovered from his injuries, and his brother has vowed that should he enter the inner sect, Yi Pingyan will meet a fate worse than death. Lin Batian has also made threats, insisting that when the inner sect assessment occurs, Yi Pingyan must kneel and admit his wrongs. Upon hearing these whispered discussions, Yi Pingyan remained expressionless. They were merely defeated foes. Since they obstructed his path, they would need to be dealt with. However, he had also heard of Zhu Lai's elder brother, ranked among the top 10 in the inner courtyard, at the late stage of the Earth origin realm, equivalent to his own cultivation level from a year ago. This posed a certain challenge. In the training plaza, an elder at the early stage of the Earth origin realm gazed sternly at the multitude of disciples below and declared, "Everyone, there are less than 20 days remaining until the inner sect assessment. Success means entry into the inner courtyard, while failure results in a year of study. The benefits and drawbacks of this are clear to you all." Some disciples exhibited exceptional performance, demonstrating significant potential for entering the inner courtyard. Lin Batian, Ling Qingyan, Su Yi, Zhu Lai, and Yi Pingyan had recently entered the outer academy, yet they had already transcended into the Earth origin realm. Special commendation is due to Yi Pingyan, who, upon joining the academy, was merely at the 4th level of the body refinement realm and has now ascended to the Earth origin realm. They should serve as paragons, and one ought to humbly seek their guidance and learn from them. Indeed, the multitude of disciples bowed in response. A murmur of admiration echoed throughout the hall, mingled with whispers of jealousy and envy. The elder from the inner academy cast a purposeful glance at Yi Pingyan before vanishing from sight. Upon returning to his modest cabin, Yi Pingyan wasted no time and immediately dedicated himself to his cultivation. At that moment, Shenning Shuang emerged from her chamber, calmly remarking, "I heard you were praised by the elder from the inner academy today and have garnered the attention of numerous female disciples." "Quite impressive." Yi Pingyan scratched his head, feeling awkward as he replied, "Please, no need to mock me. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. How could I possibly guide them?" Shenning Shuang scoffed lightly, acknowledging his self-awareness. In response, Yi Pingyan could only manage a wry smile. He vowed to catch up to Shenning Shuang's pace in cultivation. Despite the daunting challenge it posed, for their master had limited time left, only 2.5 years remained. Achieving a breakthrough to the creation realm within this time frame had never been accomplished in the history of Tianfeng Kingdom. In the days to come, with the 300 low-grade origin stones gifted by Su Yi, along with the 40 origin stones acquired from selling the wings of the heavenly lion griffin, he should be able to advance to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. The method of assessment for inner disciples was quite straightforward. Outer Academy disciples would draw lots to face off against seasoned Inner Academy students. To pass the assessment, one must endure 10 rounds of full-force assault from an Inner Academy veteran. This evaluation method was exceedingly rigorous and posed a significant challenge. The Inner Academy's students, having cultivated for a year, possessed strength at least at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Moreover, the techniques and martial arts they wielded were far beyond what the Outer Academy disciples could compare to. Yi Pingyan contemplated the worst-case scenario. Should he draw one of the top 10 from the Inner Academy's strength rankings, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Furthermore, he had previously crossed paths with Zhu Lai, whose elder brother, Zhu Qingsong, ranked 3rd on the Inner Academy's strength list. To hold such a position among the formidable in the Inner Academy spoke volumes of his prowess. Yi Pingyan opened his eyes and softly addressed Shenning Shuang, who was sipping tea in the courtyard below. "I must rely on you once more. I need to enter seclusion for a time, and I entrust the matter of protection to you." Shenning Shuang took a delicate sip of her tea, and upon hearing his words, raised her hand to conjure a barrier that enveloped the cabin. With this assurance, Yi Pingyan devoted himself entirely to his retreat. With Shenning Shuang's vigilance, he felt no need for concern. Time slipped away in the tranquility of his seclusion. Day after day, the day of the Inner Academy's assessment arrived in the blink of an eye. Yi Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. His demeanor transformed into one of profundity and sharpness. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a sword, ready to unleash their potential. Alas, it was a near miss. Yi Pingyan was confident that, given just one more day, he would undoubtedly break through to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Shenning Shuang discerned Yi Pingyan's anxiety and calmly remarked, In all matters, one must not seek swift success. The path of cultivation requires a gradual approach. Otherwise, one will only find oneself rowing against the current. Yi Ping'an nodded in understanding. He comprehended the wisdom behind her words, yet time waits for no one. He must devote himself fervently to his practice to catch up with the realm of transformation. Wang Dehai too was preparing earnestly, as this marked the time for his participation in the outer sect examination. With unwavering resolve, Yi Ping'an organized his thoughts and smiled toward the inner courtyard. I am coming to the inner sect assessment. At the martial arts arena in the inner courtyard, a tide of disciples surged in, quickly transforming the space into a bustling sea of humanity. Within a mere half an instant's time, all the elders of the inner courtyard had made their appearances, even drawing the presence of the Grand Elder of Kanglan Academy to oversee the proceedings. As one of the most esteemed figures in Kanglan Academy, he naturally occupied the highest tier of the pavilion. Chapter 20. The drawing ceremony. In a lower pavilion, the patriarchs of the three prominent families were seated. Grand Elder. This year's number of disciples far surpasses that of previous years, remarked Patriarch Ling, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, while the quantity is abundant, few have managed to break through to the Earth origin realm, replied Grand Elder Zhao Chong, who, second only to the Academy's headmaster in strength, had been left to manage all affairs in the headmaster's absence due to the latter's extended travels. Not at all. I have often heard Su mention Yi Ping'an from the outer sect. In less than a few months of entering the inner sect, he has ascended from the 4th level of body refinement to the Earth origin realm. Such talent could be deemed extraordinary even in the most revered and talent-rich Tianfeng Academy of Tianfeng country. Moreover, he has even defeated Zhu Lai, who is also at the Earth origin realm. Patriarch Su's voice rose slightly, seemingly directed at Patriarch Zhu. Haha, it was merely a friendly sparring among the younger generation. Since when has Patriarch Su shown such concern for the affairs of the youth? Replied Patriarch Zhu, his expression impassive as he sipped his tea. Oh, but it is precisely among the youth that one can gauge the future of a family. I fear the future of the Zhu family appears rather dim. It is laughable that those nurtured by noble families cannot surpass those of humble origins. Such news would surely tarnish the reputation of the Yangue city aristocracy. Patriarch Su retorted with composure. The two families had a long-standing rivalry, fraught with mutual interests and constant friction, making them bitter adversaries for many years. Patriarch Ling rubbed his temples, observing the imminent escalation of their argument, and hurriedly intervened. Enough. The assessment is about to commence. Can you two maintain some decorum? What a disgraceful display for your esteemed statuses. At this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze shifted toward Yi Ping'an, who stood inconspicuously in a corner, lost in thought, prompting whispers among the outer sect disciples below. I can't believe the three patriarchs from Yangue City have come for the inner sect assessment. Indeed, I heard each patriarch has attained the Yuan Dan realm, and even some inner sect elders are treating them with great respect. Yi Ping'an remained modestly positioned in a corner, for he had drawn too much attention recently. Moreover, being accompanied by the enchanting Shinning Shuang made it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Shinning Shuang sensed a gaze fixed upon Yi Ping'an, prompting her to meet his eyes. This elicited a bitter smile from him, as the Grand Elder pondered silently. The identity of this young woman was shrouded in mystery, and inquiries about her had yielded naught. Although she appeared to be at the Earth origin realm, she could not escape his astute perception. She was certainly no ordinary individual. Perhaps she hailed from a lineage of prodigious talents. Yet, how could someone of her stature be in the company of a grassroots figure like Yi Ping'an? Amidst these thoughts, a resonant voice echoed from above the academy. A resplendent warship descended, and a towering figure clad in a golden robe leaped down, causing the three group leaders to glance over in surprise. It was unexpected for the prefect of Bailian County, Lin Nan, to attend even a mere inner gate assessment. Lin Nan, the father of Lin Batian, who had previously clashed with Yi Ping'an, made his entrance. Yi Ping'an recognized him well enough. After all, he had been the chief disciple at the Heavenly Gate Sword Sect, an institution of considerable repute in the Tianfeng Kingdom, one of the 3 sects and 1 academy. For Shinning Shuang, the presence of such prominent figures was of little consequence. She remained remarkably composed in the contestant seats. Observing her demeanor, Yi Ping'an could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that only the sovereign of the Tianfeng Kingdom could elicit any semblance of emotion from her. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd below. Another flying vessel emerged, showcasing a line of young men and women, numbering roughly 100. Look, those are the inner courtyard disciples, our competitors in this assessment. I hope I don't draw a top 10 powerhouse. Otherwise, I would stand no chance at all, someone muttered. The Grand Elder and the Prefect exchanged pleasantries, then took to the air, landing in the center of the martial stage. His voice, imbued with vitality, resonated powerfully. Silence. Instantly, the raucous crowd fell into a hush. He explained the rules of the inner gate assessment. Opponents would be drawn by lot, and enduring 10 rounds would suffice to pass and become an inner disciple. Without further ado, the outer courtyard disciples began to draw lots. As the outer disciples completed their draws, a mix of excitement and despair filled the air. Why is my luck so abysmal? I drew a top 10 expert. One disciple lamented, his face pale. Conversely, another rejoiced, haha, my fortune is splendid. I drew a senior ranked over 300. With my 9th level of body refinement, I should have no trouble lasting 10 rounds. Finally, only 2 remained. Yi Pingyan, resolute, walked alongside Shen Shuang. The elder nodded approvingly at Yi Pingyan, admiring his ascent from a mere miscellaneous disciple to the inner disciple assessment, a feat unmatched. Begin your draw, he instructed. With calmness, Yi Pingyan retrieved a wooden slip inscribed with a name, Ma Qianyu. Instantly, the information regarding their duel illuminated the energy stone tablet. Yi Pingyan versus Ma Qianyu. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions at the scene, predominantly filled with voices relishing the misfortune. Alas, how unfortunate for Yi Pingyan to encounter someone from the top 10 of the strong rankings. Indeed, it was heard that Ma Qianyu was a close friend of Zhu Qingcang. Yi Pingyan maintained a stoic expression. He had studied the top 10 extensively. Aside from the first and second ranks, he was confident in his ability to confront the others. Nearby, 2 figures stood in the pavilion. Rest assured, Brother Zhu, I shall avenge my junior's grievances. I am quite eager to see the prowess of Yi Pingyan, remarked the slender, long-eyed Ma Qianyu with a smile. In that case, I must trouble you, Brother Ma. Should he meet with a grievous and untimely demise, fear not, my Zhu family will ensure your protection. The benefits shall certainly not elude you. Haha, with your assurance, Brother Zhu, I am at ease. Zhu Qingcang, observing the exchange, fell silent. A subtle smirk gracing his lips as he cast a glance at Yi Pingyan, laced with a hint of mockery. His gaze then shifted to the stunning white silhouette standing beside Yi Pingyan, igniting a flicker of fervent greed in his eyes. Such an extraordinary beauty. Accompanying a mere grassroots disciple was a lamentable waste. Yi Pingyan, sensing the antagonistic gaze, lifted his head to meet Zhu Qingcang's eyes across the distance. Sparks flew in that moment. In the distance, Zhu Qingcang muttered a phrase with his lips. Yi Pingyan understood well what the man was insinuating. Those who dare defend the Zhu family must be prepared for the consequences. Yi Pingyan shrugged. He had grown accustomed to such rivalries, whether at the Tianmen Sword Sect or within the Kanglan Academy. It was of no consequence. He would act in due course. As Shen Shuang drew Zhu Qingcang during the lottery, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. My goodness, did I see that correctly? How could Fairy Shen be so unfortunate to draw Zhu Qingcang? It's over. Although Shen Shuang was also in the early stage of the Earth origin realm, Zhu Qingcang was in the late stage. How could she possibly contend? I can only hope he shows some mercy. If he could merely displace her veil, it would be preferable, not to strike her face, for that would surely pain me. Yi Pingyan had not anticipated this twist of fate. Indeed, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. However, he couldn't help but chuckle internally, envisioning the scene of Zhu Qingcang being thoroughly defeated. Chapter 21. A certain defeat. Yi Pingyan was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the young lady before him, appearing to be merely in the early stage of the Earth origin realm. If she unleashed her full power, only certain elders from the inner sect or the Grand Elder could possibly rival her. This was a conservative estimate. Suddenly, Shen Shuang turned to Yi Pingyan and calmly spoke. Leave Zhu Qingcang to me. Is it acceptable for you to handle Ma Qianyu? Yi Pingyan smiled faintly upon hearing this. It seemed she was assisting him in seeking vengeance. Fear not, Ma Qianyu is in my hands. Let us agree to meet in the inner courtyard. Shen Shuang's breathtaking beauty, concealed behind her mask, revealed a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Let us meet in the inner courtyard. Yet, she did not vocalize this, merely smiling inwardly. An elder, seeing that all disciples had completed the drawing, conferred with the Grand Elder before announcing loudly, the assessment shall officially commence. As the elder's words resounded, a chorus of cheers erupted from the multitude of disciples below. Particularly, the miscellaneous disciples' voices for Yi Pingyan even overshadowed the support from the 3 prominent families. Yi Pingyan, go for it. We believe you can certainly triumph over Ma Qianyu. Indeed, bolster our spirits, miscellaneous disciples. In this moment, even many of those who had previously opposed Yi Pingyan found themselves rallying in support. This was because Yi Pingyan was the first miscellaneous disciple from Kanglan Academy to directly challenge the inner sect examination. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi trotted over, and upon witnessing Yi Pingyan's surging popularity, they couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yi, Your popularity eclipses even mine. You've surpassed even Miss Ling's fame. Su Yi said with a wry smile. Of course, a miscellaneous disciple challenging the inner sect assessment naturally garners much acclaim, Ling Qingyan stated calmly. Her gaze drifted towards Shen Ningxuang, who stood beside Yi Ping'an. This lady was also a miscellaneous disciple, when had such a powerful and enigmatic beauty emerged. Ling Qingyan, who held some confidence in her own appearance, realized the disparity when standing next to her. This distinction was not merely in external beauty, but in an ethereal grace and immaculate charm. The world truly contained such a remarkable presence. Above in the loft, Zhu Qingcang observed with displeasure as his fiancée willingly conversed with Yi Ping'an. His mood soured instantly. This wretched woman, who usually ignored him and pretended to be aloof, was so close to Yi Ping'an. At that moment, Zhu Qingcang's animosity towards Yi Ping'an reached its zenith. He altered his stance. Ma Qianyu, when you take the stage, do not hold back, eliminate Yi Ping'an, Zhu Qingcang said fiercely. However, would such a lethal action not be strictly prohibited by the sect? What does it matter? If anything goes awry, my Zhu family will cover for you. Seeing Ma Qianyu still hesitating, he reiterated, rest assured, the promised benefits will be doubled. All right, brother Zhu, I will hold you to your word. You promised your family would take responsibility if something went wrong. Have no fear. The head of my Zhu family is right beside the Grand Elder. Zhu Qingcang cast a cold glance at Yi Ping'an, the undertone of provocation unmistakable. Yi Ping'an naturally noticed the chilling gaze fixated upon him, and a sardonic smile crept across his heart. Who truly was the hunter, and who was the prey, remained uncertain. The vast martial arts plaza contained 25 competition platforms. The first round of matches commenced. All right, I'll go first. Inner sect disciples, here I come. The outer sect disciples warmed up, cracking their knuckles and feet. Yi Ping'an sat quietly at the sidelines, observing the contests. Moments later, sounds of disappointment and lamentation pierced the air, juxtaposed with exclamations of joy. Through his observations, Yi Ping'an discerned that the inner sect disciples, in terms of vitality and mastery of martial arts, far surpassed their outer sect counterparts. The most formidable martial arts available to the outer sect disciples were merely of the advanced yellow tier. Among the inner disciples, many have already mastered the basics of the Xian level, and some have even progressed to the intermediate level of the same discipline. A few of the more skilled disciples ranked higher on the leaderboard have even begun to grasp the advanced techniques of the Xian level. To endure 10 rounds against inner disciples, who possess both superior vitality and martial arts skills compared to their outer counterparts, is akin to scaling the heavens. With a clear disadvantage in cultivation and martial arts, how could victory be achieved? The only contenders who might stand a chance are those outer disciples who have trained for 2 years before stepping into the Earth Origin realm, or those exceptionally gifted individuals. At that moment, Yi Ping'an's attention was captivated by a figure projected on the Vitality Stone tablet. This person appeared slightly older than the other outer disciples. With dark skin, a square face, and an unwavering gaze, he possessed a robust physique, panting heavily as the vitality surrounding him gradually waned. Ling Qingyan noticed Yi Ping'an's focus and spoke up. This individual was named Su Dezhu, who had been in the outer academy for 3 years, including today. Should he fail the inner disciple assessment once more, he would lose his chance forever. The Academy's rules state that failing 3 consecutive assessments relegates one to the status of an outer disciple permanently. You seem quite interested in him. Unfortunately, he will likely fail the inner assessment today, Ling Qingyan remarked. Providing a straightforward reason, Su Dezhu had only mastered high-level yellow-tier martial arts and was at the early stage of the Earth Origin realm, having just made his breakthrough. In contrast, his opponent wielded intermediate-level Xian-tier martial arts and was at the mid-stage of the Earth Origin realm. Yet, Yi Ping'an shook his head and asserted, not necessarily. I believe Su Dezhu will win this time. What do you think? He turned his gaze towards the unusually quiet Shen Ningxuang, with just a sidelong glance at Su Dezhu. She seemed to foresee the outcome, calmly uttering one word, difficult. Even Ling Qingyan and Su shared the same sentiment. Yi Ping'an smirked slightly, Shen Ningxuang. You might be mistaken this time. Following his gaze, they witnessed Su Dezhu enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from the inner disciples, gritting his teeth to defend himself. Several times, he narrowly avoided defeat, yet he managed to hold his ground. In the final round, Su Dezhu indeed collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Just when everyone believed it was over, he inexplicably staggered back to his feet. The crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Even the elders wore expressions of disbelief. Yi Ping'an's lips curled upward. He had been correct. Even Shen Ningxuang had misjudged the situation, while only Yi Ping'an held steadfast in his belief of victory. She turned to him, her tone calm, yet tinged with subtle surprise. Why are you so certain he will win? Chapter 22. Top 10 on the strong rankings, Yi Pingyan's smile broadened slightly. It is the willpower. Perhaps you cannot comprehend the hardships faced by grassroots cultivators. Their talents and resources may pale in comparison to those of noble families and prodigies. However, one must never underestimate the indomitable spirit of these grassroots cultivators. For they possess no other recourse but to rely on their fierce determination to bridge the gap with the gifted. Yi Pingyan's unwavering conviction stemmed from Su Daju's gaze, which exuded a steadfast determination reminiscent of the look he bore when his meridians were shattered and he entered the sword tomb. This revelation silenced Shen Ningxuang, plunging her into profound contemplation. At this moment, even Ling Qingyan and Su found themselves deep in thought. Indeed, they were regarded as prodigies in the eyes of the grassroots. Bolstered by the backing of prestigious families and endowed with coveted cultivation resources that others envied. Naturally, they found it far easier to gain entry into the inner sanctum compared to their grassroots counterparts. After a considerable pause, Ling Qingyan turned her gaze towards Yi Pingyan, her expression one of awe. Thank you, Yi Pingyan, for illuminating the formidable power of will. This has only further solidified my resolve to diligently cultivate. Otherwise, I might truly find myself overtaken by those grassroots cultivators. Shen Ningxuang, her exquisite beauty concealed beneath her veil, regarded Yi Pingyan with a measure of surprise, inwardly acknowledging. This fellow consistently engenders profound transformations in those around him, changes substantial enough to influence their future paths in cultivation. With an elder's directive, the success of Su Daju's assessment was proclaimed, plunging the crowd into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Well done, Su Daju, splendid work. From this moment forth, you shall be my second idol in the outer court, aside from Yi Pingyan. Su Daju, you are remarkable. It's time for the inner disciples to recognize the prowess of our outer court students. Indeed, and poor Yi Pingyan, alas, what terrible luck to draw Ma Qinyu, one of the top 10 strong contenders in the inner ranks. Failure seems inevitable. The supporters of Su Daju were grassroots cultivators who had struggled through 2 years of assessments without success. Lacking any background, they were persistently suppressed by the powerful disciples from the great families. They even had fewer cultivation resources than others. However, with the emergence of Yi Pingyan in the outer court, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope, realizing that even without a prestigious background, one could succeed in assessments and match the elite disciples of noble families. Observing this, Yi Pingyan's lips curled into a slight smile, reassuring himself, rest assured. I will not let you down. In truth, Elder Dugong was undoubtedly aware that Yi Pingyan was merely a grassroots disciple, yet his attention was inexplicably drawn to him. The reason was simple. The Kanglan Academy had stagnated into a quagmire. Most of the cultivation resources were monopolized by the influential families and sects, leaving a mere fraction to be distributed among the background-less outer court grassroots disciples. Elder Dugong aspired to transform Kanglan Academy, and upon seeing Yi Pingyan for the first time, he recognized that the opportunity lay within this young man, seeing a reflection of his own past in Yi Pingyan's eyes. As the announcement for the second round of matches resounded, it was time for Ling Qingyan and Su to take the stage. Brother Yi, await my good news. Let us meet in the inner court as promised, she declared. Yi Pingyan nodded slightly, watching as the two leaped onto the martial arts platform. A surge of enthusiastic cheers erupting from the crowd below, as two outstanding figures from the outer academy, hailing from the 3 prominent families. It was only natural that their appearance drew considerable attention. Upon their entrance, a palpable tension arose among the inner disciples who were to face them. Yi Pingyan observed calmly, harboring no concerns for the duo. Their opponents, ranked in the lower echelons of the inner academy, were merely in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Given the prowess and martial arts mastery of Ling Qingyan and her companion, they could easily endure 10 rounds without breaking a sweat. Moments later, as Yi Pingyan had anticipated, both swiftly passed the assessment set by the inner disciples. He nodded at them as they made their way toward their respective family leaders. In the third round, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd to the west. Yi Pingyan turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, discovering Lin Batian, elegantly wielding a fan and wearing a smile that radiated warmth. He captivated many outer female disciples below. With a surge of energy, he leapt gracefully onto the competition stage. Even his opponent, an inner disciple, appeared somewhat disconcerted. Although he belonged to the inner academy, he was aware of some information regarding the outer academy. Lin Batian, the most accomplished disciple of the outer academy, was exceptionally gifted and reportedly had grasped the initial essence of swordsmanship. Both were in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, and their strengths were comparable. The battle was about to commence. At the highest point, Lin Nan, the princess of Bailiang County, maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by her son's competition. The Zhu family patriarch remarked, "Princess Lin, a tiger begets no dog. Your son is indeed a paragon among his peers, both in cultivation and demeanor." Several patriarchs from second-rate families approached to offer premature congratulations. Indeed, with his level of cultivation, the inner academy assessment would be a mere formality for him. Lin Nan was quite pleased with the flattery from the various families, her smile widening. She was generally satisfied with her son, though she was somewhat displeased by his lecherous nature. Just yesterday, he had confided in her about a woman he claimed to have fallen for at first sight, declaring he would marry no one else. Yi Pingyan had a vague recollection of Lin Batian. The name certainly exuded power, and they had exchanged a few rounds of sparring previously. At his age, being in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm placed him among the talented in Tianfen country. However, he paled in comparison to Yi Pingyan. Even before the disruption of his meridians, he was inferior, let alone now. With no suspense in the unfolding match, Yi Pingyan felt no inclination to continue watching. After all, his own assessment with Shen Ningxuang was scheduled for the final round. Resolving to leave, he stepped away from the stage and leapt toward a towering tree outside. Finding a comfortable spot among the branches to recline, he retrieved a flask from his waist and took a hearty swig, relishing the moment. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Yi Pingyan noticed two figures approaching from the foot of the academy gate, gradually drawing nearer. As they came closer, he could discern that they were a man and a woman. The man possesses a well-proportioned physique and striking features, clad in a flowing azure robe that exudes an air of refinement and profound strength. The woman, with her alluringly curvaceous figure, bears a delicately smoky makeup on her exquisite visage, her skin as smooth as jade, and she dons a resplendent red gown that perpetually emanates an enchanting allure. Yi Pingyan squints slightly, recognizing that these two individuals are at the late stage of the Earth origin realm, or rather, on the cusp of the celestial origin realm. Their cultivation level is reminiscent of his own from a year prior. He muses inwardly. It appears that they have just returned to the academy, likely having been away on a mission. Within the academy, only these two could possess such prowess at this tender age. Once resolved, Yi Pingyan leisurely reclined upon the treetop, indulging in his wine. Meanwhile, on the martial arts platform, Lin Batian effortlessly passed the assessment for inner disciples. Moments later, an unprecedented uproar erupted from the crowd, as the final two matches featured none other than Yi Pingyan, who is currently the most talked-about figure in the outer academy. However, the fervor of the crowd was largely laced with ridicule and derision, with only a scant few grassroots outer disciples lending their support to Yi Pingyan. The invincible legend of Yi Pingyan in the outer academy is finally reaching its end, no matter how formidable he appears, facing off against Ma Qianyu. One of the top 10 in the inner academy rankings, he is destined to suffer defeat. Chapter 23. The Battle with Ma Qianyu. Yi Pingyan, 2. Stowed away his wine flask and leapt gracefully onto the stage. At this moment, the disciples of the Zhu family had already orchestrated a chorus of derisive laughter from the audience. Yi Pingyan, if I were you, I would just step down. There is no glimmer of hope in this assessment. You are bound to fail. Indeed, does he think he is merely contending with us outer disciples? This lad likely has no inkling of the opponent he faces. He is up against Ma Qianyu, at the late stage of the Earth origin realm. What could he possibly offer against one ranked among the top 10? Unfazed by the mockery, Yi Pingyan understood that only through decisive action could he silence them. At that moment, amidst the fervent cheers from the audience, Ma Qianyu lightly sprang onto the contest stage, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. This only served to incite a frenzy of excitement among the female disciples below. Ma Qianyu, I wish to be your partner and bear you 1,000 children, exclaimed a stout female disciple, her face dotted with blemishes. Spare me, with your looks. You ought to spare us the embarrassment. Though both individuals could be compared in terms of attractiveness, the disparity in their backgrounds and strengths was glaring. In this world, one must recognize the weight of prowess and connections. Yi Pingyan remained undeterred, even beginning to rest his eyes in tranquility. Observing his opponent's nonchalance, Ma Qianyu felt a cold smirk creeping across his face. You foolish boy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall take your life in exchange for my cultivation resources. The thought of the abundant resources promised to him by Zhu Qingcong sent a thrill through him. After all, the allure of the refinement tower is why so many outer disciples yearn to enter the inner academy and become inner disciples. In the refinement tower, he lowered his head to gaze upon the extraordinary white figure, his eyes ablaze with fervent greed. How could such a flawless and breathtaking woman possibly belong to this inconsequential fool? Shen Yangshuang noticed the aggressive gaze of Ma Qianyu on the stage, a subtle yet palpable aura directed at him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Yi Ping'an's lips curled in a slight smirk. This fool was truly courting death, daring to covet Shen Yangshuang. There was no way he could depart the martial platform unscathed. With a thunderous surge, Yi Ping'an unleashed his formidable vitality, enveloping the entire arena. The expressions of the disciples below shifted in astonishment. He set down the heavy, ancient sword box behind him, its weight causing the granite to fracture slightly. This scene caused Ma Qianyu's expression to darken with growing seriousness. Something was amiss. Despite being at the initial stage of the Earth origin realm, the density of Yi Ping'an's vitality was hardly inferior to his own late-stage prowess. How could this be? Seizing the moment of his opponent's bewilderment, Yi Ping'an drew forth the returning dust sword, lunging forward in a blur, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages infused with overwhelming sword energy directed at Ma Qianyu. Ma Qianyu's pupils dilated in surprise. This lad was attempting an ambush. However, as a top 10 contender, he quickly regained his composure, activating his protective vitality and unleashing a powerful aura, brandishing his long sword to block the assault. The initial clash erupted with a violent surge of vitality. Waves of force sent the outer disciples watching from below reeling several meters back. The two figures swiftly distanced themselves. As the thick smoke dissipated, Yi Ping'an stood unwavering, observing the disheveled figure before him, silently acknowledging the strength of the top 10. Indeed, his full-powered strike, devoid of sword intent, would typically overwhelm an ordinary late-stage Earth origin cultivator. In contrast, this fellow had managed to deflect his strike with relative ease, albeit with some disarray. How infuriating! Ma Qianyu steadied himself and, with a scowl, indignantly declared, "To ambush me. How despicable!" Yi Ping'an's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly uttered, "Dim-witted." In the arena, was there truly anyone who expected notions of equality? Taking a deep breath, Ma Qianyu's expression turned cold and sinister as he retorted, "Indeed, you are correct. The premise of equality is that one must possess the qualification. Clearly, I am 2 minor realms above you. It was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. I will not grant you another chance." Realizing that Yi Ping'an was not to be underestimated, Ma Qianyu adopted a serious demeanor. A powerful and confident sword intent radiated from him, his garments billowing without wind, embodying the essence of a swordsmanship master as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ping'an. As if slaying him were akin to dispatching a mere chicken. The outer disciples below began to murmur among themselves, "Sword intent. Ma Qianyu is serious now. He has comprehended sword intent." They speculated that Yi Ping'an was surely destined to lose this time, for sword intent could exponentially enhance one's combat prowess. With a 2-realm disparity in cultivation, how could he possibly prevail? Only Ling Qingyan and Su Yi remained unfazed, for they knew that Yi Ping'an possessed sword intent as well, and perhaps even stronger. This scene took Yi Ping'an by surprise. However, it appeared that he had only recently grasped the essence of swordsmanship, barely scratching the surface of its profoundness. Given his youthful appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years of age, which meant he had comprehended sword intent 3 whole years later than Yi Ping'an. Ma Qianyu, enveloped in his nascent sword intent, pointed his blade at Yi Ping'an and arrogantly declared, "Yi Ping'an, this is where it ends for you. The fact that I can draw out my sword intent is a testament to your pride. This sword is named Baizong." Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of speed, thrusting his sword towards Yi Ping'an. With the enhancement of sword intent, he felt an overwhelming confidence, casting aside all caution. Clang! Yi Ping'an let out a cold snort, gripping his Guichun sword, and launched a swift counterattack of his own. The two blades clashed, releasing a fierce surge of sword energy that sliced nearby stones into dust. Ma Qianyu continuously channeled his vital energy, his sword intent swirling around the blade, only to find that what should have been a dominant strike was rendered futile. A look of grave concern etched across his face. He could sense that Yi Ping'an's mastery of the sword was at least equal to his own. Impossible. A slight smile curled Yi Ping'an's lips as a torrent of formidable vital energy surged within him, devouring Ma Qianyu's sword intent. Ma Qianyu could hardly believe it. After all, he was merely at the early stage of the Earth origin realm, while he himself was at the late stage. Bolstered by sword intent and wielding a mid-tier Xian-grade weapon, how could he possibly be outmatched by a mere broken sword? In a frenzy, he engaged Yi Ping'an in a series of close combat exchanges. Clang! Clang! The two swords clashed violently, producing a resounding metallic symphony, with the released sword energy compelling the outer sect disciples below to channel their own vital energy for protection. The atmosphere was charged with an intense silence. No jeers could be heard, as all eyes fixated on the duel unfolding before them. The stillness was palpable. How could Zhu Qingsong accept this sight? It was inconceivable. Yi Ping'an was but a waste at the early Earth origin realm, How could he possibly contend equally with Ma Qianyu? This scene also captured the attention of the Grand Elder and other dignitaries. This young man is quite impressive. He can hold his ground against a late-stage opponent despite being in the early stage of the Earth origin realm. The head of the Su family remarked appreciatively. Indeed, this year, Kanglan Academy has welcomed a prodigious talent. While battles that transcend realms are rare, they can be observed within the inner sect. However, to engage across two minor realms is truly exceptional, praised the head of the Ling family. Yi Pingyan was indeed a rare genius, and the Grand Elder was generous in his commendation of both their juniors. Internally, he mused that the esteemed figure within the academy must have taken notice. How could he not be a genius? The Grand Elder also understood that Yi Pingyan had yet to unleash his full potential. The attention he garnered indicated an understanding of sword intent that could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhu family, with a sullen expression, quietly sipped his tea. Lost in thought, did this Ling fellow not realize that his daughter was betrothed to Qingcong? How could he lend support to an outer sect disciple? He could not believe this old fox was unaware of the enmity between Yi Pingyan and his Zhu family. At this moment, Yi Pingyan and Ma Qianyu had already engaged in their 9th round of combat. The fierce sword intent rampaged around, leaving Ma Qianyu utterly defenseless against Yi Pingyan's unparalleled swordsmanship. He could only rely on his own sword intent for resistance. Yi Pingyan unleashed a devastating cross-slice of sword energy, ruthlessly aimed at his opponent. The longer Ma Qianyu fought, the more exaggerated his shock became. Was this man's vital energy inexhaustible? After 9 consecutive rounds of unleashing his sword intent with full force, Ma Qianyu had nearly depleted his own vital energy. Faced with Yi Pingyan's strike, he could only hastily raise his sword intent to block. In an instant, he was forced back to the edge of the arena by the overwhelming sword intent. Struggling to stabilize himself, Ma Qianyu appeared utterly disheveled, his body covered in a multitude of tiny wounds. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. How could you possibly possess such abundant vital energy? My realm, sword intent, and sword techniques are all vastly superior to his. Why can't I defeat him? Ma Qianyu muttered to himself in a near-manic state. Yi Pingyan, however, had no time to dwell on these thoughts. There was still this final round to conclude. It was evident that combating someone in the top 10 required him to exert his utmost effort, yet he deemed it unnecessary to fully reveal his sword intent. He understood the principle. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. All he needed was to gain entry into the inner sect. With the Guoqian's sword in hand, Yi Pingyan pointed it at Ma Qianyu, and his vital energy erupted violently. The dual paths of his bones resonating with thunderous roars. He leaned forward, sweeping out a stream of sword energy that transformed into a white sword radiance, hurtling toward Ma Qianyu. At this moment, Ma Qianyu's vital energy had already been severely depleted, rendering him incapable of withstanding Yi Pingyan's strike. Bang! Ma Qianyu likewise executed a full-force strike, yet within moments, he was blasted off the arena by the sword radiance. The sword intent that had enveloped him slowly dissipated. Coughing, he couldn't fathom how he would lose to someone in the early stages of the Earth origin realm. A mouthful of blood was spat out. His eyes filled with unwillingness, and he collapsed, his vision fading to white. Hiss! Yi Pingyan actually won? He truly won. This couldn't be a dream, could it? The outer sect disciples below began to murmur among themselves. Even the elders beside them were rendered speechless in astonishment. In all the years of overseeing the inner sect assessments, they had never witnessed an outer sect disciple defeat an inner sect disciple in such a trial, let alone one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. This was no insignificant character. He was a bona fide late-stage Earth origin realm practitioner, having also grasped the entrance-level sword intent. Yi Pingyan turned to the astonished elder and calmly spoke. Elder, it is time to announce the assessment results. Oh right. Yi Pingyan, inner sect assessment passed. Above in the pavilion, Zhu Qingcong, who had initially wore a mocking expression, gradually became stiff with disbelief. Useless. How could he not handle even an outer sect disciple? How could Ma Qianyu lose? This was absolutely impossible. Even now, Zhu Qingcong found it hard to accept reality. How had this even happened? This question echoed not only in Zhu Qingcong's mind, but in the thoughts of everyone present. To withstand 10 rounds and pass the assessment was already a remarkable feat, especially considering that inner sect disciples had trained for an additional year, enjoying superior resources. Yi Pingyan, however, has managed to defeat an inner sect disciple, one who ranks among the top 10, while still being an outer sect disciple. This outer sect disciple possesses intriguing qualities. In the highest and most exquisite loft, a figure clad in a fiery red gown gazes at Yi Pingyan, murmuring to herself. A figure in blue approaches, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Hongxiu. The task rewards have been received, and they are all for you. Hong Xiu responds with a smile. Thank you for this task. It was nothing. The young man in blue replies, following Hong Xiu's gaze to spot Yi Ping'an. He pauses momentarily before saying, he's merely an inner courtyard disciple undergoing assessment. Shall we take a stroll elsewhere, Hong Xiu? The young man has never witnessed Hong Xiu regard another male with such admiration. Is it appreciation or something more? Yet, Hong Xiu replies, I still have to cultivate, so I will not accompany you. You may go alone. With that, she casts one last lingering glance at Yi Ping'an, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. The young man's smile falters slightly, and his expression towards Yi Ping'an grows increasingly disdainful. Yi Ping'an, do not become overly proud merely for having bested Ma Qianyu, who lingers at the bottom of the top 10. You would do well to pray you do not provoke me upon entering the inner courtyard, or else. Yi Ping'an descends the combat stage with tranquility, his heart undisturbed. After all, he is merely a late-stage disciple who has just begun to grasp the nuances of sword intent. Shen Ningxue remains largely unfazed by this. She is well aware of Yi Ping'an's true prowess. Not bad. A smile blooms within Yi Ping'an's heart. For it is indeed a rarity to receive such praise from her. Is this considered a commendation? Shen Ningxue leaps onto the combat stage, her voice echoing in Yi Ping'an's ears. I suppose it is, he muses, his heart swelling with joy, akin to having sweetness spread upon it. Through their days of companionship, their relationship has gradually softened, leading to a greater exchange of words. It can be said that Shen Ningxue has become the closest person to him apart from his seniors and mentors. As she steps onto the combat stage, the crowd erupts once more. The final assessment. Do you think Fairy Shen will succeed? It is nearly impossible. She faces Zhu Qingcong, who ranks third on the strength leaderboard. The disciples below exhibit expressions of regret, all believing Shen Ningxue stands no chance of passing the assessment. After all, for an early-stage disciple to defeat someone as formidable as Zhu Qingcong is akin to chasing a daydream. Even Yi Ping'an would likely find it beyond his reach. Zhu Qingcong bursts forth with energy, becoming a fleeting shadow on the combat stage. Upon seeing her unparalleled beauty, he is momentarily taken aback. What a stunning visage. Her icy demeanor resembles that of a celestial being. While he cannot deny that his fiancée possesses earthly beauty, in comparison, Shen Ningxue is slightly superior. Such a beauty makes it difficult for me to strike. Unless you voluntarily withdraw from Yi Ping'an, I might consider allowing you to endure for 10 rounds. What do you say? Shen Ningxue remains silent, her aura radiating a chilling coldness that firmly establishes her stance. Chapter 25. The Wrath of Shen Ningxuang upon hearing the words. Shen Ningxuang's beautiful eyes, concealed beneath her veil, turned icy cold. No one had ever dared to threaten her, save for that insufferable Yi Ping'an. Without uttering a word, Shen Ningxuang unleashed her formidable vitality, enveloping the entire martial arena in a powerful surge. The intensity of the vitality pressure was overwhelming. It felt even more potent than Yi Ping'an's earlier display. Could there be a chance of victory? Yi Ping'an remained unperturbed by the impending assessment, leisurely drawing forth a flask of wine from his waist and sipping it with nonchalance. On the stage, Zhu Qingcong, witnessing this display, also ceased to underestimate her. The recent defeat of Ma Qianyu served as a stark reminder not to be careless. He swiftly activated his spatial ring, and a gleaming 3-foot sword, Qingfeng, materialized in his grasp. The essence of the sword began to permeate the arena, and with a sudden burst of speed, Zhu Qingcong lunged forward, unleashing a slashing arc of sword energy aimed directly at Shen Ningxuang. Boom! In response, Shen Ningxuang concentrated her vitality, forming an ice crystal phoenix that radiated a chilling aura. The ice phoenix dove to meet the sword energy head-on, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The sword energy shattered into fragments, while the ice phoenix, imbued with a penetrating coldness, surged towards Zhu Qingcong. A profound silence fell over the spectators, disbelief etched across their faces. Did I truly witness that? This is indeed a manifestation of vitality. A voice exclaimed from the loft, belonging to a man clad in green. Even the esteemed elders seated at the highest platform sprang to their feet in astonishment. To master the transformation of vitality before reaching the Tianyuan realm? What an extraordinary talent. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave. This revelation was far more shocking than Yi Ping'an's recent victory over Ma Qianyu. Moreover, this young maiden appeared to be no older than 18. To possess such a gift at the tender age of 18, such talent had yet to be seen in the Tianfeng kingdom. Lin Nan, the princess of Beiliang County, applauded and exclaimed, "Bravo! What extraordinary talent resides in our Beiliang County, truly a blessing." Meanwhile, Lin Baishan's gaze was filled with fervent greed. This unparalleled beauty was destined to be his. With the privilege of being the son of the Bailiang princess, he held such confidence. Below the platform, the ice crystal phoenix effortlessly neutralized Zhu Qingsong's sword intent, continuously suppressing him in the fight. This left the once arrogant Zhu Qingsong feeling immensely constrained, his astonishment reaching new heights. The white-clad maiden before him was terrifying, surpassing even his grasp of entry-level sword intent. Her vitality surged like an unending river, sharp and piercing. Zhu Qingsong was forced back several meters before he could stabilize himself, his expression grave as he regarded Shinning Shuang while gripping the 3-foot Qingfeng sword. I never anticipated you would emerge as the dark horse of this assessment, mastering the transformation of vitality before the age of 18. I concede that your talent is formidable. Yet I am but a half-step away from Tianyuan. Shinning Shuang had already discerned his true cultivation level to be half a step into Tianyuan. Calmly, she replied, "Make your move. If you hesitate, you shall forfeit your opportunity." Damn it. Zhu Qingsong's expression was complex. This was intended to be his trump card for the grand tournament against Hongxiu. Now, he had no choice but to reveal it prematurely. He, a formidable contender ranked 3rd, could never allow himself to be defeated by an outer sect disciple. "You have forced my hand." Zhu Qingsong unleashed his full momentum. A wave of energy sweeping across the arena, his overwhelming vitality akin to a tornado bearing down on everyone present. Gradually, a suit of blue energy armor began to coalesce around his body, albeit somewhat insubstantial. The manifestation of energy into armor signified his entry into the realm of Tianyuan, marking his true initiation into the path of cultivation. To think that Zhu Qingsong had actually advanced to half-step Tianyuan, concealing his strength so adeptly. Indeed, this placed Shun in peril. Despite her extraordinary talent and her early mastery of energy transformation, she was still facing a half-step Tianyuan. The head of the Zhu family finally exhaled in relief, fearing the disgrace of being defeated by an outer sect disciple. Zhu Lai, who had already passed the assessment, stood on the pavilion with trepidation, a chilling thought creeping into his mind. Would his elder brother truly be defeated? Such news would tarnish the reputation of the Zhu family. Zhu Qingsong, now fully enraged, brandished his 3-foot Qingfeng sword, energy surging as a powerful aura emanated from his being. He executed a high-level sword technique, the Qingsong sword art. Go! The 3-foot Qingfeng resonated with a mighty clash, paired with the essence of entry-level sword intent, its prowess nearing that of the Tianyuan realm. Even those within the Tianyuan realm would need to avoid its edge. Beneath her veil, Shen Ningxuang's expression remained utterly unperturbed, facing the terrifying strike with remarkable composure. She aimed to shatter this man's martial aspirations entirely. With her crimson lips parting, she calmly uttered 2 words, "Sword, come forth." Suddenly, the soaring ice crystal phoenix transformed into a 3-foot Qingfeng forged from condensed icy energy. With a casual sweep, she unleashed a frost-laden sword radiance toward her opponent. Wherever the frost sword light passed, an unrelenting chill enveloped everything, including Zhu Qingsong's full-force strike. Crack! Zhu Qingsong, taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, was instantly encased in ice. The arena fell into silence once more, lasting several seconds, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed breaths. Gulp! The Grand Elder and others stood up in astonishment. Ice sword intent. This young woman not only achieved energy transformation ahead of time, but had also comprehended sword intent. Minor accomplishment in sword intent. How could this be? It was indeed minor accomplishment in sword intent. The bone-chilling cold it exuded even sent shivers down my spine. The Grand Elder remarked in awe. How long had it been since he had been so consecutively astonished by an outer sect disciple? The head of the Zhu family rushed onto the stage to assess Zhu Qingsong's condition. Zhu Lai looked at Yi Pingan and Shun Ningxuang with a mix of apprehension. They had indeed managed to defeat even his elder brother. What kind of monster was this woman in white? And that Yi Pingan, who had also bested Ma Qianyu, ranked among the top 10 contenders. How could this be? The first time he encountered him, he was merely an ant-like figure at the 2nd level of body refinement. How much time had passed since then? Zhu Xiangtian circulated pure energy into his body, relieved once he had escaped the brink of death. He cast a fierce glare at the departing Shun Ningxuang, exclaiming, "What a little girl! To strike with such lethal intent during a sect assessment. Such a vicious heart cannot be allowed to remain." As the words fell, a formidable sword energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed at Shun Ningxuan. "Ningxuan, be cautious." Yi Pingan reacted swiftly, gripping the Guoqian sword in his hand to timely intercept the sword energy. With a thud, he sensed that this strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, he summoned all his strength to resist, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Zhu Xiangtian felt a deeper astonishment. Though it was merely a casual sword strike, it was not something a practitioner of the Earth Origin realm could resist. After all, he was at the Yuan Dan realm, having crossed two major realms. How could he have blocked it? This is Kanglin Academy, not your Zhu family's territory. At that moment, the Grand Elder's voice boomed, exuding a domineering and profound aura that pressed downwards. Zhu Xiangtian quickly forced a smile, saying, "Ah, Grand Elder, I apologize for my rudeness." Humph. Shinning Xuan turned to see Yi Pingyan, injured from defending her, and her delicate fingers clenched tightly. She retrieved a deep blue pill from her storage ring and swiftly placed it into Yi Pingyan's mouth. "Are you foolish? His attack was utterly useless against me." Shinning Xuan found the situation both amusing and touching. She then shifted her gaze towards Zhu Xiangtian, a chilling aura reminiscent of an ancient ice cellar enveloping the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet instantaneously. Zhu Xiangtian looked at Shinning Xuan, astonished to sense her aura rising steadily, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. What kind of joke was this? He was a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm. Just as Shinning Xuan chose to reveal her strength, Yi Pingyan placed his hand over hers. "No, I'm fine, don't worry. I will handle this myself." As Shinning Xuan observed Yi Pingyan's wounds gradually healing, her own aura began to retract. "If anything happens to you, I will ensure that the entire Kanglin Academy pays the price." Chapter 26. Journey to the Inner Academy. What is this aura? In an instant, the Grand Elder sensed the terrifying power concealed within this young girl, capable of annihilating Kanglin Academy in an instant. Was it an illusion? He swiftly moved to Yi Pingyan's side. After a thorough inspection and finding no severe injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Shinning Xuan was exceedingly concerned for Yi Pingyan, indicating that he warranted closer observation. After witnessing Shinning Xuan's displayed talent, the Grand Elder had already resolved to cultivate her at any cost, preparing for the upcoming admissions at Tianfeng Academy in 3 months. Historically, Kanglin Academy had ranked in the lower tier during inter-academy competitions. However, this time he saw hope. A chance for Kanglin Academy to reclaim its status as the foremost institution in Tianfeng Kingdom. Rest assured, the Academy will ensure justice for you. The Grand Elder then produced a crimson pill from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Pingyan. Tian Yuan pill. Yi Pingyan's expression grew solemn. This was a high-grade third-tier pill. 1 Tian Yuan pill was worth 300 high-grade Yuan stones. As the name suggests, the Tian Yuan pill was designed for practitioners at the Tian Yuan realm, and its consumption could enhance the practitioner's vitality. However, a practitioner could only consume it once in their lifetime, with the degree of enhancement depending on individual talent and physique. Currently, Yi Pingyan remains in the Yuan Origin realm, his vitality robust enough to rival that of the Heavenly Origin realm. Once he breaks through to the Heavenly Origin realm and consumes the elixir, it is estimated that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the Yuan Dan realm. As cultivators advance, their training speeds diminish, and engaging in battles across realms becomes increasingly arduous. Those who can transcend to the Heavenly Origin realm are undoubtedly exceptional talents who have emerged from millions. Yi Pingyan accepted the Heavenly Origin Dan, expressing his gratitude towards the Grand Elder. He realized that the strike he endured was not in vain. It not only narrowed the gap between him and Shinning Xuan, but also earned him a Heavenly Origin Dan. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement, casting a profound glance at Shinning Xuan before vanishing from sight. As Yi Pingyan intended to speak with Shinning Xuan, he was met with her icy retort. "If you dare touch my hand again, I shall sever it." Yi Pingyan could only shake his head in resignation. "Ahem. I was merely concerned that you might expose your identity and attract unnecessary trouble." "Humph." Shinning Xuan scoffed. Having grown up without such close contact with the opposite sex, she found herself unaccustomed to the experience. Beneath her veil, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if in a smile. Alas, Yi Pingyan was not fortunate enough to witness this moment. Ling Qingyan approached Zhu Qingtsang after he fainted, yet her gaze was filled with concern for Yi Pingyan, and she sighed inwardly. Su Yi, the loquacious one, came to Yi Pingyan's side, expressing his admiration. "Brother Yi, you truly are invincible, given your condition. It seems you are unscathed?" That was Zhu Xiangtian, a formidable presence in the Yuan Dan realm. To endure his sword qi and still be lively is nothing short of terrifying. Your talent is nearly on par with my idol. And as for Miss Shun, she is simply magnificent, a heroine amongst women. I have long harbored disdain for Zhu Qingtsang, but alas, I am no match for him. Now, with Miss Shun avenging me, it is truly gratifying." Su Yi continued in his chatter, but fortunately, Shinning Xuan's chilling aura erupted, instantly silencing him. "You speak too much. I grant you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight." Whoosh. Before her words could fully settle, Su Yi had already retreated to a distance. Yi Pingyan shook his head. Fully aware of who Su Ye's idol was, it was none other than himself, Yi Pingyan of the Tianmen Sword Sect. As the Grand Elder's voice rang out, it marked the conclusion of the inner sect assessment. Those who successfully passed and became inner disciples included Su Dezhu, Ling Qingyan, Su Yi, Lin Batian, Yi Pingyan, and Shinning Shuang. For those outer disciples who did not succeed, do not lose heart, strive harder. Upon returning to his humble abode, Yi Pingyan found that the rotund Hai had yet to return, indicating that the outer disciple assessment was still ongoing. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yi Pingyan, prompting him to sit down and cultivate earnestly. Shinning Shuang, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire his diligence. Having talent is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the relentless effort of those who possess even greater talent. Shinning Shuang felt a flicker of anticipation for how far this individual might journey in the future. However, she quickly shook her head in self-deprecation, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. At this moment, Yi Pingyan was completely immersed in his insights. After witnessing Shun Ningxue's icy sword intent, he discovered that his own minor sword intent seemed to have shifted, entering an enigmatic state. The following day, Yi Pingyan awakened from his meditative state. He found that his sword intent had ascended to a new level. Reaching the mid-stage of minor sword intent, with all his might, he unleashed his sword intent, confident that, bolstered by his formidable vitality, he could defeat even an initial stage Tianyuan realm opponent. Congratulations, Brother Yi. From now on, you shall be addressed as senior brother, exclaimed Wang Pengzi enviously. Yi Pingyan inquired, have you also become an outer sect disciple? Wang Dehai replied with excitement, of course. I am Yi Pingyan's roommate. How could I still be a mere servant disciple? In truth, I had lost hope after being ambushed by that scoundrel Zhu Lai. However, ever since I consumed the elixir given by Miss Shun, I have found my cultivation speed has increased by a third. This has allowed me to make up for the time I lost due to my injuries. I truly owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Shun. Wang Dehai was astounded upon learning that Shin Ningxue had even defeated Zhu Qingsong. The two most renowned figures in the outer sect are right beside me. When Yi Pingyan and Wang Dehai arrived in the courtyard, they saw Shun Ningxue brewing tea as usual, seemingly indifferent to the accolades surrounding her. Miss Shun, I must sincerely thank you for the elixir. Otherwise, I might still be a mere servant disciple, Yi Pingyan said. Upon hearing this, Shin Ningxue finished her cup of hot tea and calmly replied, if anyone deserves thanks, it is Yi Pingyan. Wang Dehai suddenly knelt before Yi Pingyan, declaring, Brother Yi, I am an honest man, lacking in education, but I will never forget your assistance. I will repay you for whatever you ask in the future. Yi Pingyan smiled gently and helped Wang Pengzi to his feet, feeling slightly taken aback by this sudden display of affection. Get up. If you hadn't chosen to live with me back then, I would have had to do the work of two people, greatly hindering my cultivation time. Reflecting on their days as servant disciples, Yi Pingyan recalled how much of the menial work had been shouldered by Wang Pengzi. He would never neglect those who treated him well. After packing her belongings, Shin Ningxue stood in front of the small wooden house, casting a lingering glance at the courtyard. Yi Pingyan understood that this was their first shared home, though humble. It was warm and tranquil. Shin Ningxue cherished the quietude of their abode, allowing her to enjoy her tea in peace. Let us depart for the inner courtyard, Yi Pingyan said, gazing at the wooden house, a thought forming in his mind. Chapter 27. A glimpse of beauty, Brother Yi, rest assured. I too shall strive to keep pace with you and reach the inner courtyard as soon as possible. On that day, the outer courtyard's entrance was unusually bustling, filled with throngs of people. What a pity we have lost two talented individuals from our outer courtyard. Indeed, I have always looked up to Yi Pingyan as a role model. He does not fear power, striking Zhu Lai with his fists and kicking Ma Qianyu. He is truly a paragon for us humble disciples. Hush, such words are not to be uttered here, a grassroots disciple quickly admonished. All the students who passed the inner gate assessment gathered here, including several new faces. Yet they are all seasoned members who have spent 2.5 years cultivating in the outer court, finally achieving their aspiration to become inner disciples. Ling Qingyan gazed into the distance, lost in thought, her eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. Ling Qingyan, what troubles you? You have been sullen since the beginning. Are you not happy about entering the inner gate? Su began to chatter beside her. Ling Qingyan let out a bitter smile and replied, you are aware of my engagement with the Zhu family, right? Yes, Zhu Qingsong, the one who was defeated by Miss Shun on the competition stage. The third on the strong rankings, ha ha ha. Su understood that this was not truly her desire, but rather a decision made by her family, leaving her with little choice. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as two figures in white robes approached quietly. They have arrived. The elder in black robes opened his eyes and looked at Yi Pingyan, no longer exhibiting the earlier hostility, but rather a smile gracing his face. Ahem. Our Yi Pinggan and Shen Shuang have now arrived. Let us prepare to depart for the inner gate. He then moved beside Yi Pinggan and said, Ahem, Yi Pinggan. I must apologize for my narrow-mindedness as an elder regarding previous matters. Yi Pinggan lifted his gaze towards the black-robed elder, recalling him as the one who had made his entrance into the academy quite difficult during the new student assessment. It appeared he still lingered at the early stage of the Tianyuan realm, showing no sign of advancement, which explained his continued position as an outer court elder. Yi Pinggan felt no surprise at the elder's sudden change of attitude. Upon becoming an inner disciple, one's status would rise significantly, and breaking through to the Yuandan realm would pose no challenge for a gifted individual. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had shown remarkable care for Yi Pinggan. How could the black-robed elder fail to notice? However, Elder, you must demonstrate some sincerity, otherwise, this matter will be difficult to resolve, Yi Pinggan remarked. Ling Qingyan and Su exchanged amused glances, surprised to witness this cunning side of Yi Pinggan. The black-robed elder clicked his tongue, pondering why Yi Pinggan harbored such a grudge. Ahem. He then swiftly retrieved 100 medium-grade essence stones from his storage ring. Yi Pinggan, consider this a reward for bringing glory to the outer court. Other disciples looked on with envy, questioning why the black-robed elder had suddenly become so generous. Yi Pinggan accepted the gift swiftly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This black-robed elder certainly knew how to curry favor. Dubbed a reward, it served the dual purpose of mending relations with Yi Pinggan while also portraying the elder as magnanimous in the eyes of the other disciples. Yi Pinggan glanced at the successful candidates, noticing several new faces. Upon seeing Zhu Lai, he detected the other's evasive demeanor, who now dared not meet Yi Pinggan's gaze. In truth, Yi Pinggan felt nothing for Zhu Lai any longer. With the elevation of his realm and strength, he had outgrown the petty squabbles of the outer court. Finally, the black-robed elder proclaimed loudly. As the final individuals gathered, it was time to embark on the warship and proceed to the inner courtyard. This time, at least 20 individuals successfully passed the assessment. Out of thousands of disciples from the outer courtyard, only those 20 emerged victorious, underscoring the exceptional caliber of the inner disciples. On board the warship, Yi Pinggan and Shen Shuang stood at the bow, admiring the breathtaking scenery of the Kanglan mountain range, where melodious birdsong mingled with fragrant blossoms amidst the swirling mists. Numerous butterflies and birds alighted upon Shen Shuang's fingertips, captivating Yi Pinggan's attention. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, releasing a refreshing and delightful fragrance that, combined with her remarkable icy elegance, ensnared the gaze of every male on the ship. They were indeed a perfect match. It was as if Yi and Shun were destined to be together. Su, observing the pair from behind, couldn't help but exclaim at their silhouette. Ling Qingyan, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of melancholy in her eyes, yet remarked, indeed, they are quite suited for one another. At that moment, a bold disciple who had passed the assessment mustered the courage to approach Ling Qingyan, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ling schoolmate, I wonder if I might have the chance to get to know you? Before Ling Qingyan could respond, a voice rang out from afar. Li Luo, are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, Li Luo hesitated briefly before hastily retreating. He could not afford to offend the Zhu family, ultimately discarding his intention. Meanwhile, Yi Pinggan rested his chin on his hand, quietly admiring Shen Shuang's exquisite beauty. After a few minutes, Shen Shuang, her expression slightly uncomfortable beneath her veil, spoke calmly. Have you seen enough? Yi Pinggan instinctively replied, not nearly enough. Shen Shuang found herself at a loss. She could not possibly inhibit his gaze. Humph. If you stare any longer, I shall pluck out your eyes. Only then did Yi Pinggan withdraw his gaze, smacking his lips as he replied. So now we can't even look? By the way, I've never seen your true face. When will you lower your veil so I can take a look? His anticipation was palpable. He was eager to uncover Shen Shuang's true visage. Even with her veil, she was astonishingly beautiful. If she were to unveil herself, he could scarcely imagine the queue of admirers she would attract. Surely, even women would find themselves enamored. Shen Shuang paused, taken aback. Since she donned the veil, no one had ever dared to make such a request. Yi Pinggan was the first. Strangely, rather than feel disgust, she found no animosity towards his words. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost their heads for such a suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, she replied calmly. When you break through to the creation realm, perhaps then you shall have the privilege. The creation realm. Yi Pinggan felt no sense of defeat. Instead, his spirit surged with determination. The creation realm, once a daunting challenge for him, now seemed attainable, provided he had sufficient resources. In the entire Tianfeng kingdom, those who reached the creation realm were considered top-tier powerhouses, a rarity indeed. Yet, to Shen Shuang, it was a commonplace mention. Then it is settled. Once I achieve the creation realm, I shall behold your astonishing beauty. Shin Ningxuang's heart stirred as she reflected on the time spent together. She had come to understand the driving force behind Yi Pingyan's relentless pursuit of cultivation. The Tianmen Sword Sect? For someone of her standing, it could be effortlessly obliterated with a mere gesture, or even with a single command, reducing the entire sect to rubble within half an hour. Yet, she refrained from taking such action, for this was Yi Pingyan's unwavering belief. To overcome, it would grant him clarity, allowing him to ascend the path of cultivation with ease. Failing to do so would leave behind inner demons, making progress exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Shin Ningxuang believed that given this fellow's talent and diligence, breaking through to the transformation realm within the remaining 2 years was not an impossible feat from her subsequent understanding of the Tianmen Sword Sect. Its strongest member was merely a newly ascended sect leader in the transformation realm, was he not? As their conversation unfolded, the flying vessel arrived at the inner courtyard. Today was particularly vibrant for the inner courtyard. Chapter 28. Coexisting with Beauty. Within the inner courtyard, a welcoming ceremony was held for the first-year students entering the academy. Even those ranked among the top 10 were expected to attend this ceremony. The warship hovered above the inner courtyard, and Yi Pingyan gazed downwards. Observing a line of youthful figures at the grand entrance, all of whom had, without exception, broken through to the Earth origin realm. On the vast white jade steps stood numerous elders of the Yuan Dan realm. Behind them loomed a series of magnificent edifices on the back mountain, shrouded in mist, exuding an ancient and profound aura as cranes soared gracefully above. So this is the inner courtyard? Although Yi Pingyan hailed from the Tianmen Sword Sect, that was a sect, distinctly different from an academy. Although Kanglan Academy was merely a medium-sized institution, it belonged solely to the Tianfeng Kingdom, unlike the Tianmen Sword Sect, which was a private sect. In contrast to Yi Pingyan's reaction, Shin Ningxuang calmly remarked, "Broaden your perspective. You will find that the Tianfeng Kingdom is but a tiny speck." Yi Pingyan took a deep breath, acknowledging the truth of her words. Yet, should cultivation not be a steady and methodical journey? The vistas beyond the Tianfeng Kingdom would eventually reveal themselves to him. At the entrance of the inner courtyard, a colossal plaque bore 4 grand characters, Kanglan Academy. Upon making eye contact with it, a surge of soaring sword intent erupted, as if the 4 characters had come to life. Shin Ningxuang's voice resonated gravely, "Nirvana realm experts." Yi Pingyan's heart trembled upon hearing this. It was no wonder that the 4 characters exuded such a fierce sword intent. Disciples who had yet to comprehend sword intent would find it beneficial to gain insight beneath these 4 characters. It seemed that Kanglan Academy had indeed hosted formidable Nirvana realm experts. Intriguing, indeed, Shin Ningxuang commented with a calm demeanor. The flying vessel gradually docked, and Yi Pingyan and Shin Ningxuang stepped down. The graceful figures of Ling Qingyan and Shin Ningxuang instantly stirred excitement among the inner disciples, particularly Shin Ningxuang, whose ethereal demeanor was beyond words, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an unmatched aloofness. Ling Qingyan was no less striking. Her tall stature and hair elegantly styled into twin ponytails radiating youthful exuberance. That white-dressed junior sister must be Shin Ningxuang, right? Have you heard? The new students this year are truly remarkable, particularly the young woman in the white dress, who, with her initial cultivation at the Earth origin level, decisively defeated Zhu Qingcang. What? How can this be? Is it possible that this Zhu Qingcang is merely a namesake? Surely you cannot be referring to the Zhu Qingcang who ranks 3rd on the strong list? Moreover, the young man in white beside her is no ordinary foe either. Having similarly triumphed over Ma Qianyu, a top 10 contender on the strong list, with his Earth origin level prowess. Such formidable talent is nothing short of terrifying. The Grand Elder stepped forward first and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the inner court of Kanglan Academy." Subsequently, a working elder approached to guide the new disciples in the allocation of their residences. Yi Pingyan felt 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him and turned to see a woman in a fiery red dress. A faint smile gracing her lips as she unabashedly scrutinized him. Beside her stood a young man in green, his gaze calm, yet emanating an unmistakable air of disdain. It seems these 2 are the 1st and 2nd ranks on the strong list. Yi Pingyan followed the working elder to a secluded mountain peak deep within the inner court, where the spiritual energy was abundant, far surpassing that of the outer court. "Yi Pingyan, this will be the mountain where you shall cultivate henceforth," the elder remarked. Yi Pingyan was taken aback. As a newcomer to the inner court, he was assigned to an entire mountain? The elder seemed to perceive his astonishment and kindly explained. "Newcomers are not typically afforded personal mountains, but your victory over Ma Qianyu, a top 10 contender, grants you this privilege." Yi Pingyan nodded and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. The elder, merely at the late stage of the celestial origin realm, had shown exceptional care towards Yi Pingyan, recognizing the potential in such a gifted disciple, an investment, indeed. No need for formality. Should you have any questions, feel free to contact me again, he said with a smile. Thank you. Yi Pingyan replied as he watched the elder depart. He then entered the midsection of the mountain, where a magnificent structure stood, significantly larger than a simple wooden cabin. Observing the vast emptiness of the building stirred an inexplicable sense of solitude within him. At that moment, a delicate figure in white suddenly appeared behind him. Who? Yi Pingyan turned sharply and, upon recognizing her, exclaimed joyfully, "You, what are you doing here?" It was Shinning Shuang. She casually wandered into the building's backyard, surveying her surroundings before nodding in approval and taking a seat as if it were her own. Yi Pingyan approached her with a smile, teasingly asking, "What is this? Have you come to claim my backyard?" Shinning Shuang's ethereal, icy voice responded, "Not welcome?" She feigned a move to rise and leave. Yi Pingyan hurriedly interjected, "Ahem, no. You are definitely welcome." Previously, Shinning Shuang had been assigned to her own independent mountain peak. Why had she suddenly chosen to reside here? She casually offered an excuse. "My mountain was too noisy, too crowded. I didn't like it." Yi Pingyan nodded in understanding. Indeed, she preferred tranquility, and his mountain peak, nestled deep within the inner court, was remarkably serene. The only sound that broke the stillness was the chirping of birds. Shinning Frost gazed at the attic and calmly declared, "I shall reside on the second floor of the attic, while you will take the first. It is settled." With that, she entered the attic, leaving no room for Yi Pingyan to object. This girl. He shook his head in resignation, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seemed he held a certain significance in her heart, though he knew this was largely due to the pledge they had made that day. Yet, wasn't she the one inviting animosity? Having spent 2 days in the inner courtyard, Yi Pingyan had become somewhat familiar with the surroundings. For reasons unknown, the news had leaked, and all the disciples in the inner courtyard were aware that Shinning Frost and Yi Pingyan were living together. The revelation sent shockwaves through the inner courtyard. Every male cultivator was consumed with envy and jealousy towards Yi Pingyan. Numerous inner disciples approached him daily for sparring, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, Yi Pingyan flatly declined. When asked for a reason, he simply replied, "Are you stronger than Ma Qianyu?" This immediately left the challengers speechless. On this day, Yi Pingyan and Shinning Frost arrived at the Qi Refinement Tower, a gathering place for 90% of the inner disciples. Beholding the towering edifice, Yi Pingyan felt a surge of excitement. Is this the Qi Refinement Tower? Many outer disciples would go to great lengths just to become inner disciples, all for the sake of this tower. Shinning Frost scrutinized the structure with keen eyes, and the soul-restraining flute within her storage ring stirred restlessly. A ground-level artifact. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, she murmured, "This Qi Refinement Tower is likely a replica. The true one should be located within Tianfeng Academy." Yi Pingyan nodded, for he had heard about the legendary Qi Refinement Tower during his time at Tianmen Sword Sect, known as the Heavenly Wind Qi Refinement Tower. Within its confines, the absorption of celestial energies would be significantly expedited. A day spent inside would equate to 5 days of arduous training outside. As the pair stood at the entrance of the Qi Refinement Tower, they attracted the attention of numerous disciples. "Look, that is Shinning Frost. And beside her is Yi Pingyan. It must be true. What kind of luck has Yi Pingyan stumbled upon to earn such favor from Shinning Frost? I've heard that Yi Pingyan's victory over Ma Qianyu was merely due to Ma Qianyu's carelessness. Otherwise, he would never have lost." Shinning Frost genuinely defeated Zhu Qingcang. Even now, he remains bedridden and unconscious. Strength, physique, beauty, Shinning Frost was utterly perfect, and Yi Pingyan seemed unworthy of sharing her company. Chapter 29. Entering the Qi Refinement Tower. Naturally, Shinning Frost overheard the murmurs of the onlookers. Initially indifferent, she felt a stir of emotions within as time passed. Suddenly, her aura erupted forth, and the icy energy she exuded caused the temperature around her to plummet. The disciples nearby paled and immediately fell silent. Observing this, Yi Pingyan felt a warmth in his heart, realizing her outburst was meant to defend his honor. Yet, it was unnecessary. They were merely a group of strangers he would never encounter again. "Let us go," he said. After listening, Shinning Shuang nodded and entered the Qi Refining Tower alongside Yi Pingyan. The tower comprises 4 levels, ascending from yellow to Xian, Di, and Tian. Typically, disciples newly admitted to the inner courtyard possess only yellow-grade Qi energy. Every inner courtyard disciple bears this Qi energy, with the top 100 on the strength leaderboard eligible for Xian-grade energy cards. The ranks from 51st to 11th receive D-grade cards, while the top 10 hold Tian-grade cards. However, merely possessing an energy card is insufficient for entry into the Qi Refining Tower. it must also contain qi energy. There are two methods to acquire qi energy. First, the Academy distributes a uniform allocation of 100 points each month to ensure all students have the opportunity to utilize the tower, regardless of their ranking. The second method involves completing Academy tasks to earn honors and points, which can be exchanged for energy at a 1-to-1 ratio. Consequently, the lower-tier tasks are often swiftly depleted. Nevertheless, there remain numerous higher-level tasks, particularly those that even the top 10 students must collaborate to complete. Yi Pingyan glanced at the yellow-grade energy cards in his and Xinning Shuang's possession, each containing 100 points. Thus, they were destined for the yellow-grade refining chamber. Xinning Shuang nonchalantly remarked, "Whatever. The yellow-grade refining chamber is on the first floor," and as they turned a corner, they unexpectedly bumped into fellow new students, including Ling Qingyan. "Brother Yi, what a coincidence." Su also smiled. Ling Qingyan managed a strained smile, stating, "Yi Pingyan, with your talent, I believe you will soon acquire a Tian-grade energy card." Yi Pingyan smiled faintly, replying, "I'll do my best. We'll see in the future." He noticed that Xinning Shuang's aura was progressively turning icy. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, interjected, Him. He merely defeated that waste, Ma Qianyu, and dares to aspire for a Tian-grade energy card? Ling, if I recall correctly, you are the fiancé of Zhu Qingcang. Why are you so supportive of Yi Pingyan?" A boy clad in yellow silk, with an air of disdain, approached. His heavily adorned face framed by delicate features and almond-shaped eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes, instinctively sensing that this individual exuded a far more dangerous aura than Ma Qianyu. Ling Qingyan coldly retorted, "A fiancé is still merely a fiancé. Besides, whether this marriage proceeds is uncertain. My affairs are of no concern to a delicate creature like you. Have you lost your mind, Ling Qingyan? I am thinking of you. Everyone knows the precarious position of your Ling family in Yangue City. An alliance with the flourishing Zhu family is your family's only option." Just a newcomer to the inner courtyard daring to dream of obtaining a Tian-grade energy card? This year's newcomers truly aim too high. After the yellow-robed youth's scornful remarks, he sauntered towards the second floor. Throughout this encounter, Xinning Shuang attempted to take action several times, only to be restrained by Yi Pingyan. "I'm fine, do not act impulsively. He is deliberately provoking us to act, while the Academy strictly prohibits any physical altercation within the Qi refining tower. Violating this rule may result in a month's ban from entering the tower." Upon hearing this, Xinning Shuang let out a cold snort. "It's merely a replica. Of no consequence to me." Yi Pingyan chuckled softly. "Ahem, it certainly holds no value for you." He was well aware that this formidable woman could contend equally with a sword spirit elder, and he even questioned whether that was her full strength. "Rest assured, I shall handle this individual. He won't find comfort in the inner courtyard." Ling Qingyan approached Yi Pingyan, her voice tinged with regret. "I apologize for my thoughtless words that allowed that foppish individual to mock you." Yi Pingyan smiled. "It's quite all right. Some people will incessantly seek trouble, regardless of your silence. By the way, I've noticed something amiss with you lately. Is it related to the arranged marriage?" Ling Qingyan nodded slightly. Yi Pingyan replied calmly, "I cannot meddle in your family's affairs, but as a good friend, I wish to tell you this. In a continent where strength reigns supreme, an arranged marriage is but a temporary solution and cannot fundamentally resolve the issue. If you become strong, why would you need an alliance? Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Both this young lady and I will lend our support to the best of our abilities." Yi Pingyan turned to Xinning Shuang and spoke earnestly. "Ahem." Xinning Shuang, feeling Yi Pingyan's nudge, responded with rare calmness. Su Yi, the notorious chatterbox, chimed in, "Yi brother is absolutely right. I stand with you as well. With so many of us, should we fear a mere Zhu family?" Suddenly, Ling Qingyan burst into laughter, her smile reflecting relief and rekindling her courage to resist. "Thank you. Truly thank you all." She felt deeply moved, grateful for the warmth of such friends, considering herself fortunate. She then watched as Yi Pingyan and Xinning Shuang entered the Qi refining room together, and at that moment, she made a decision. Inside the Qi refining room, Yi Pingyan sat cross-legged, arranging the 100 mid-grade elemental stones gifted by the Elder in a circle around him. As he activated his elemental energy, he immediately sensed the overwhelming influx of Qi pouring into his body. The richness of the elemental energy was astonishing. He could confidently assert that the concentration of Qi within this room exceeded that of the outside world by at least threefold. This was still a basic Qi refining room. It was no wonder the Academy had remained a formidable force in Tianfeng country for so long, with such a Qi refining tower. The overall strength of its disciples far surpassed that of surrounding sects. Then, Yi Pingyan cast aside all distractions, focusing on refining and absorbing the 100 mid-grade elemental stones. Boom. Instantly, the entire qi refining room was enveloped in an extraordinarily dense aura of elemental energy. It is said that such a concentrated environment would suffice for a Tianyuan realm expert to cultivate for an entire day. Yet, Yi Pingyan had underestimated the terrifying nature of his Taoist bones and golden meridians. The speed at which he absorbed this energy was nothing short of extraordinary. Within half an hour, he had nearly depleted it all. At this moment, the 100 medium-grade yuan stones surrounding Yi Pingyan turned to ashes, their energy completely absorbed. He sensed that his dantian had yet to reach its full capacity, and his cultivation remained at the early stage of the earth origin realm. Startled, he exclaimed in frustration, "Is my body insatiably greedy?" Under normal circumstances, one would have reached the threshold for a breakthrough after assimilating such a colossal amount of energy at the early stage of the earth origin realm. Yet, I feel as though I've only consumed half. I am akin to a beast that devours gold. However, he soon recalled that his own energy was several times more potent than that of others, and his explosive attacks surpassed those of his peers by several magnitudes, which somewhat soothed his discontent. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered a grave loss. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Pingyan immersed himself fully in his cultivation. The dual pathways within him opened wide, akin to a gluttonous beast, ravenously absorbing the energy present in the refining chamber. Time passed gradually, and Yi Pingyan, lost in his meditative state, remained oblivious to the voracious consumption of the chamber's energy by his dual pathways. Waves of pure, immense energy surged into his refining chamber like a tide. Soon, the disciples in the surrounding refining chambers sensed something amiss. What is happening? Why has the energy in the refining chamber suddenly diminished? Chapter 30. Cheating in Cultivation. Similar occurrences were noted in other yellow-grade refining chambers. What on earth? Why has the energy in the refining tower become so thin today? Even Ling Qingyan slowly opened her beautiful eyes as she was closest to Yi Pingyan's refining chamber, thus experiencing the most significant depletion of energy. Fortunately, this situation did not persist for long, as Yi Pingyan quickly realized that if his secret were discovered, it would lead to considerable trouble. This body is indeed a gold-devouring beast, requiring an excessive amount of energy. Absorbing 100 medium-grade yuan stones is still insufficient. One must recognize that these 100 stones could allow a peer of the same age to break through to the mid-stage of the earth origin realm. I am impoverished, desperately in need of resources for cultivation. The most fundamental resource is yuan stones, as possessing them allows one to purchase pills to enhance cultivation progress. As the bell in the refining tower chimed, signaling the end of their allotted time, all disciples were required to exit the tower. The tower would no longer provide the rich energy within. Yet, at this moment, Yi Pingyan, wholly absorbed in his cultivation, forgot to leave the refining tower. Strangely, his refining chamber continued to supply abundant energy. When Ling Qingyan and Su Yi exited, they noticed the absence of Yi Pingyan and Shunning Shuang and inquired of Su Yi beside them. Strange, have you seen the two of them? No. Perhaps they left long ago, Su Yi replied. Ling Qingyan teasingly remarked, by the way, Qingyan, your concern for Yi Pingyan seems rather suspicious. Is there something going on between you two? Ling Qingyan chuckled. If you dare to utter that in front of Shunning Shuang, I will consider you quite the man. I'll remember this. The next time I see Ning Shuang, I shall inform her. Su Yi hurriedly chased after her, exclaiming, Ling Qingyan, this is outrageous. If you truly dare to say that, I will be finished. The mere thought of Shunning Shuang, a formidable individual who had rendered even the third-ranked Zhu Qingcong unconscious in bed, sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, with Shunning Shuang's fierce protectiveness, everyone in the inner court was already aware of her cohabitation with Yi Pingyan. So Yi could only feel a pang of envy. How was it that he, a charming and dashing young man, had not encountered such a devoted and protective girl? Esteemed senior sister, I am Su Yi from the Su family in Yanguiqing. Might I have the honor of discussing the secrets of cultivation with you? Su Yi, upon spotting a strikingly beautiful female disciple, abandoned Ling Qingyan and approached her. The young lady furrowed her brow, sizing Su Yi up thoroughly. The Su family from Yanguiqing? Su Yi, isn't that the junior? Apologies. But I have no interest in a junior at the early stage of the earth origin realm. She continued, of course, if you were Yi Pingyan, then disregard what I said. With that, she left, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Ling Qingyan watched from the side, laughing heartily. Su Yi, however, wore a disgruntled expression and grumbled, what is so funny? Is that girl mistaken? I am from the Su family of Yanguiqing. My background, talent, and looks attract numerous female disciples. What makes her so remarkable? Just because her cultivation is higher than mine? Ling Qingyan shook her head and replied, your status may hold weight in Yanguiqing, but this is Kanglan Academy. Here, all the prodigies of Bailiang gather in the inner court. Your identity as a member of the Su family is insufficient. If I were you, I would be like that senior sister. Why should it be so? Yi Pingyan has no background at all, yet he is so popular among the female disciples. Ling Qingyan turned away, her voice cool and detached. Simply because Yi Pingyan defeated someone in the top 10 rankings with his Earth origin realm cultivation. This left Su Yi momentarily speechless, his mouth agape as he helplessly shrugged. At that moment, Yi Pingyan heard a knock on the door outside the Qi refining room and awakened from his meditative state. He stepped forward to open the door and was greeted by the sight of Shen Ningxuan in a flowing white dress. He could not help but inquire, Ningxuan? What is the matter? Shen Ningxuan took a deep breath, striving to steady her tone. Yi Pingyan, you still know how to open the door? Are you still cultivating? Are you a cultivation fanatic? Did you not hear the bell from the Qi refining tower? The time is up, and all disciples should have left. Yet you remain here cultivating? What? The bell has rung? Yi Pingyan scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. The ringing of the bell indicates that the Qi refining tower has ceased operation, but why is the spiritual energy still so abundant in my refining room? What did you say? Shen Ningxuan stepped into the Qi refining tower and, upon sensing the rich spiritual energy, finally believed his words. This is indeed strange. She then recalled how Yi Pingyan had absorbed the world's spiritual energy at a speed several times that of others during his cultivation in the small wooden house, requiring her to set up barriers to prevent others from discovering it. Could it be due to his unique constitution? Even though Shen Ningxuan was born in a place teeming with top-tier prodigies, she had never witnessed such an extraordinary rate of absorption. Perhaps, within the remaining 2 years, a breakthrough to the creation realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yi Pingyan, rather unexpectedly, found himself contemplating the implications of this. Did it mean he was, in a sense, cheating? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled, saying, Ahem, since we cannot leave right now, why not cultivate here until tomorrow? It was fortuitous that all the inner courtyard disciples had vacated, allowing him to greedily absorb the immense spiritual energy without restraint. It was, indeed, a stroke of serendipity, akin to unwittingly nurturing a willow while absent-mindedly planting seeds. Yi Pingyan continued, as long as I persist in cultivating in this rich Qi chamber, I should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm by tomorrow night. Ahem, I must trouble you. Shen Ningxuan remained silent, merely raising her hand to form a barrier that shielded their presence. Calmly, she stated, Very well, I acquiesce to your wishes. Focus on your cultivation. The barrier I have established cannot be detected even by the venerable elder of this academy. Upon witnessing this, Yi Pingyan felt a warm surge of gratitude. The venerable elder, whom Shen Ningxuan referred to, was a figure of great reverence. Subsequently, she turned and returned to her Qi chamber, where she began to brew tea. Seemingly indifferent to the cultivation process, Yi Pingyan took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, and his gaze was filled with determination. Continue. I must break through to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm tonight. As his words fell, the dual bones within Yi Pingyan's body voraciously absorbed the rich spiritual energy within the Qi chamber like greedy beasts. In mere moments, they had consumed all available energy. Yet a steady flow continued to provide sustenance. Thus, time passed incrementally. Boom. With a resounding roar echoing through the Qi chamber, Yi Pingyan finally achieved his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the surging and robust energy within his dantian, significantly stronger than that of the early Earth origin realm. At the pinnacle of the tower, a beam of morning light streamed in, heralding the arrival of a new day. With my current strength, wielding the sword intent at the mid-stage of the lesser completion realm, I could contend even with those at the mid-stage of the heaven origin realm. Shen Ningxuan appeared before Yi Pingyan, observing the vast ocean-like energy in his dantian, and calmly remarked, Have you broken through? Yes, a fortunate breakthrough. Now, we must devise a way to exit. If I recall correctly, today is the day all newcomers ascend Sword Mountain to comprehend sword intent. Chapter 31. Journey to Sword Mountain. Yi Pingyan surveyed his surroundings as he approached the entrance of the Qi Tower, only to find that the grand doors had been closed. Shen Ningxuan seated herself and closed her eyes in meditation, calmly stating, No need to look further. The only exit from this Qi Tower is that door, and it has been shut. With no other recourse, Yi Pingyan sat down, forcing a wry smile as he said, It seems we must wait for the inner courtyard disciples to open the doors from the outside. To my knowledge, someone comes every morning to maintain the Qi Tower. I hope we can exit before we are required to ascend Sword Mountain. Seizing this moment, Yi Pingyan focused on solidifying his newfound realm. As time trickled by, approximately half an hour passed. A metallic clang resonated through the air as Yi Pingyan stirred from his meditative state. Hide, he murmured. Upon witnessing this, Xin Ningxuang furrowed her delicate brows and calmly replied, "Why complicate matters?" With a graceful gesture, her slender hand rested on Yi Ping'an's shoulder, and he felt a surge of vitality. The next moment, he found himself outside the Qi refinement tower. The disciples tidying up the inner courtyard sensed a gust of wind passing by, accompanied by a faint, fragrant breeze. How peculiar, one of them thought. Did I just glimpse a white figure flitting past me? Could it be an illusion? Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, Yi Ping'an felt as though the world was spinning, akin to a fledgling chick landing clumsily. Ningxuang, could you at least give me a heads up before you teleport? You nearly scared me to death. Teleportation was a skill reserved for those who had attained the Yuan Dan realm, albeit one that consumed considerable vitality. Yet, for Xin Ningxuang, it was a mere trifle. She continued walking ahead, her demeanor as frosty as her name suggested. If you don't wish to be treated like a chick, then strive to grow stronger. The exquisite beauty concealed beneath her veil slightly pursed her lips, clearly amused by Yi Ping'an's predicament. Observing Xin Ningxuang's proud silhouette clad in white, Yi Ping'an thought fiercely, once my cultivation catches up, I shall make you experience the sensation of being held like a chick. However, he knew that attending Sword Mountain was of utmost importance at that moment. The two walked side by side through the inner courtyard, creating a striking scene that drew envious glances from passing disciples. Have you heard? Xin Ningxuang has actually requested to move to Yi Ping'an's peak and live with him. Is that true? Absolutely. I just don't understand how such a celestial being could end up with someone in the early stages of the Earth Yuan realm. You should take a moment to reflect, and then it will all make sense, scoffed a female disciple nearby. Yi Ping'an's striking features, with well-defined features reminiscent of a sculptor's handiwork, stood out among the inner courtyard disciples. His eyes, imbued with a sense of profound maturity, captivated one female disciple who exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I adore him." Yi Ping'an paid no heed to the whispers, walking alongside Xin Ningxuang until they reached Sword Mountain. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. In truth, they were already late, yet the elder of Sword Mountain patiently awaited their arrival. Were it anyone else, the elder would have simply revoked their qualification for enlightenment due to tardiness. However, these two were different. The Grand Elder had personally convened a meeting to focus on their development, while Xin Ningxuang's merits were clear, having defeated Zhu Qingcang, a formidable opponent at the cusp of the celestial Yuan realm. Yi Ping'an's brilliance appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. Although Ma Qinyu was also among the top 10 on the strength rankings, he lingered at the tail end, hardly comparable to the top 3. It was notable that Ma Qinyu fell to Zhu Qingcang in less than 3 exchanges. The top 3 in the rankings possess formidable strength, having emerged victorious from a multitude of fierce challengers each day. A majestic mountain range looms behind the inner courtyard buildings, and from an aerial perspective, it sprawls across the landscape like a colossal, slumbering sword poised to pierce the heavens. Even the numerous disciples gathered at its base can sense the overwhelming pressure of the sword intent emanating from it. At the foot of the mountain, many new disciples of the inner courtyard grew increasingly impatient. Lin Batian was seen quietly conversing with a noble youth clad in green robes. The green-robed disciple slowly spoke, "Elder, we have been waiting for these two for half an hour. Time for comprehending the Sword Mountain is indeed precious." "Yes, Elder, perhaps we should not wait any longer?" "Ye Ping'an's tardiness shouldn't hold us all back," grumbled the other disciples in agreement. "Indeed, Elder, it seems Ye Ping'an does not regard you with the respect you deserve," the green-robed disciple added, stirring the crowd. Suyi turned to the young man in green, gritting his teeth. "Wang Zhan, the elder has not expressed any discontent. What is your rush to speak up? Are you implying the elder's methods are flawed?" At once, the crowd fell silent, for Su Ye's words carried weight, and Wang Zhan's expression shifted. He hastily replied, "Elder, I meant no such thing. Su Yi, everyone knows you are close with Ye Ping'an. Naturally, you would defend him. However, he is indeed wasting our time." "Exactly," the others chimed in, echoing his sentiments. The elder of Sword Mountain slowly opened his eyes, akin to a beam of sword light piercing the atmosphere, first glancing at Lin Batian, who immediately lowered his head, daring not to meet his gaze. Silence. We shall wait 2 more minutes. If they do not arrive, we will commence with Sword Mountain." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's expression became smug as he defiantly glanced at Su Yi. Su Yi scoffed softly, merely jealousy of brother Ye's privileges. What a petty soul. Wang Zhan, son of the Wang family head from Winsen City, was at the early stage of the Earth origin realm. Winsen City, like Yangue City, was a major border city, embroiled in prolonged conflicts over various trade interests, making them bitter rivals. Chapter 32. Unable to wield a sword? The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, and with the elder's assurance, the crowd ceased their chatter. Su Yi, unable to contain his loquacious nature, whispered, What could be delaying Ye Pingyan? He is usually quite punctual with his training. Ling Qingyan shook her head, perplexed. I am not sure. Could it be they both overslept? Impossible. Both are cultivators of the Earth origin realm. How could they oversleep like mere mortals? Then, Su Ye's expression morphed into a mischievous grin as he quipped. Could it be they are engaged in some embarrassing activities? Ling Qingyan's face darkened at his suggestion, retorting, what kind of lewd thoughts occupy your mind? Oh, I was merely jesting, he replied with a chuckle. As the two exchanged whispers, time gradually slipped away, and soon, over 10 minutes had passed. Finally, Ye Pingyan and Xin Ningxuang arrived. I apologize for the delay caused by unforeseen circumstances, Ye Pingyan said with a slight bow. Wang Zhan was the first to step forward, and upon catching sight of the enchanting figure beside Ye Pingyan, he nearly drooled. She must be Xin Ningxuang, the renowned beauty of the inner court, truly living up to her reputation. Upon witnessing Wang Zhan's expression, Lin Batian immediately confronted him. You rascal! Focus on your duties and do not let your attention wander to Xin Ningxuang. She is solely mine. Even as he was reprimanded, a subtle smile lingered on Wang Zhan's face as he responded to Lin Batian. Young Master Lin, indeed, you are right. Rest assured, a woman of such caliber as Xin Ningxuang is truly deserving of someone of your stature. That Ye Pingyan, after all, is merely a background-less villager, with only a hint of talent. How could he possibly compare to you, young Master Lin? This flattery greatly pleased Lin Batian, who could hardly suppress a grin. Oh, at least you possess some discernment. Indeed, indeed. Ye Pingyan also noticed the resentment in the gazes of the new disciples from the inner court directed at him. Elder Sword Mountain was aware that this group harbored grievances, as Ye Pingyan had indeed been tardy. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. Ye Pingyan and Xin Ningxuang, you are both late. You shall be penalized with a 10-minute delay in entering Sword Mountain. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Xin Ningxuang's beautiful eyes, concealed beneath her veil, narrowed slightly as she prepared to voice her dissent. Noticing her reaction, Ye Pingyan quickly interjected, I have no objections. Very well. The elder of Sword Mountain replied, nodding slightly in approval, his gaze reflecting satisfaction. Ye Pingyan understood that the elder was acting in his best interest, as he was indeed at fault for delaying so many from entering Sword Mountain. Failing to provide an explanation would only lead to a deterioration in others' attitudes toward him. Suddenly, 4 elders appeared near Sword Mountain, each exuding formidable, restrained auras. Activate the Sword Mountain barrier. The 5 elders formed intricate seals with their hands, and gradually, a pentagonal formation emerged, inscribed with remarkably complex patterns, appearing profoundly arcane. As the elders channeled their energy into the formation, the barrier slowly began to open. Ye Pingyan felt a jolt within as he realized that it took 5 formidable Yuandan realm experts to unlock the barrier, underscoring the significance of Sword Mountain to the academy. As the barrier opened, a torrent of piercing sword intent surged forth, akin to sharp blades aimed at the crowd, mingled with immense pressure. With a sudden slash, Ye Pingyan, standing at the forefront, was caught off guard, and the fierce sword intent tore through his white robes. What a fierce sword intent! The elder of Sword Mountain exclaimed loudly. Everyone, circulate your inner energy to resist it. Sword Mountain consists of 5 stages. The first stage is 200 meters from the foot of the mountain, where one can endure the baptism of sword intent and comprehend it more swiftly. The second stage is 400 meters from the foot, designated for those who have just begun to grasp sword intent. The third stage is positioned at the 600-meter mark on the mountainside, requiring one's cultivation to reach the Earth origin realm. Otherwise, one should not attempt it lightly. This stage is suitable for disciples who have grasped the fundamentals of sword intent for some time. As for the 4th and 5th stages, the deeper one ascends, the more profound their understanding of sword intent becomes, facilitating breakthroughs in their cultivation. The longer one endures the baptism of sword intent, the more beneficial it is for their foundational essence and roots, a benefit that will become apparent when you reach the Tianyuan realm. Act now. The other 4 elders, and I will ensure your safety. The crowd, already eager, rubbed their hands in anticipation and leapt towards Sword Mountain. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi approached Ye Pingyan with smiles, saying, Brother Yi, I shall proceed ahead. We'll meet in the 3rd stage. Ye Pingyan nodded with a smile, replying, Very well, see you then. As their words fell, the two dashed into the mountain. Lin Batian and Wang Zhan passed by Ye Pingyan, the former chuckling, I must admit, your combat prowess is indeed formidable, but so what? This trial tests sword intent, and you, a swordsman, have yet to comprehend even the basics of it. How truly laughable. Allow me to show you what a true genius of the sword looks like. Ye Pingyan remained unfazed, replying calmly, Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Xin Ningxuang, Today I shall make you realize that only my Lin family is your best choice. With that, Lin Batian plunged into the mountain with a grin, casting a greedy glance at Shen Shuang before departing. Were it not for Yi Ping'an's presence, Lin Batian would have met his demise countless times by now. Chapter 33. The Forging of the Body Through Sword Intent. Shen Shuang stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, her breath gradually stabilizing, before calmly asking, "Why do you obstruct me?" Yi Ping'an shook his head helplessly. "You, girl, can you not always think about fighting? This is the Sword Mountain of the Academy, and besides, there are 5 elders present. Any conflict here is simply impossible." Yi Ping'an's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly stating, "Rest assured, that scoundrel Lin Batian has provoked you repeatedly. I will ensure he pays the price. Such trifling characters are best left for me to handle." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuang's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her lips beneath her veil. Was this fellow truly concerned for her? Following the gaze of the disciples, Yi Ping'an observed that once they entered the Sword Mountain's barrier, each step became increasingly arduous. Those with slightly inferior cultivation talents could only push through with sheer determination. The oppressive sword intent emanating from the mountain was terrifying, likely rivaling the full-force pressure of a Yuan Dan realm expert. At this moment, among the group, the fastest was still Lin Batian, who was at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. His cultivation advantage, combined with his comprehension of entry-level sword intent, allowed him to advance much faster than the others. Close behind were Ling Qingyan and Wang Zhan, both moving at a similar pace, slowly ascending side by side. Following them were Su Yi and Zhu Lai, recognized as some of the strongest candidates in the intersect assessment. Unexpectedly trailing behind was Su Dazhu, whose cultivation talent ranked among the lower tiers within the crowd. Yet, through sheer tenacity, he gradually surpassed other scions of noble families. The 5 elders of Sword Mountain, concealed in the shadows, nodded slightly upon witnessing Su Dazhu's performance. Although his innate talent was rather mediocre, his resilience and willpower were indeed rare throughout the Academy's history. It seems that this young man may achieve something significant in the future. However, it is regrettable that while willpower and resilience are crucial in cultivation, it is ultimately one's innate talent that determines the pinnacle of one's achievements. Upon hearing this, the other Sword Mountain elders also displayed expressions of regret. Yet, this scene did not escape Yi Ping'an's notice. He did not share the belief that Su Dazhu's potential was limited. Quite the contrary. He was convinced that in the realm of cultivation, human determination could surpass destiny. Talent was secondary. Only through extraordinary willpower and tenacity could one reach the summit. No one could predict the future. Perhaps one might encounter miraculous opportunities that could alter their fate. Observing Yi Ping'an's unwavering focus on Su Dazhu, Shen Shuang could not help but speak up. "You seem to hold this person in high regard." Yi Ping'an smiled gently and replied calmly, "Do you believe his ultimate cultivation limit can reach such heights?" Shen Shuang merely glanced at Su Dazhu and promptly responded, "The Yuan Dan realm is his utmost limit. Unless he stumbles upon a significant opportunity." Yi Ping'an remained silent, acknowledging the validity of her remark, which might even be a bit generous. The Yuan Dan realm is indeed considered a formidable level within the entire Tianfeng kingdom. In remote regions, one could even establish a sect and be revered as a patriarch. However, Yi Ping'an suspected that Su Dazhu's true potential might transcend into the Zhaoqi realm. The Zhaoqi realm, a stage above the Yuan Dan realm, bestows one with a lifespan equivalent to a millennium. As far as Yi Ping'an knew, there were likely no more than a handful of individuals within Kenglin Academy who had attained this realm. Concerning the higher realm of Zhaohua, its existence within Kenglin Academy was uncertain. Such powerful beings were exceedingly rare even in the entirety of the Tianfeng kingdom, truly regarded as giants. Even in the capital, Tianfeng City, they would be considered top-tier experts, standing among the elite within the 4 sects and 1 academy. Should such formidable figures choose to join a sect or royal court, they would be treated as honored guests. Currently, however, Yi Ping'an had merely a little over 2 years left. Achieving a breakthrough to the Zhaohua realm in such a short span had never occurred in the history of the Tianfeng kingdom. Lost in thought, 10 minutes had swiftly passed. "The time is up. You two may now enter Sword Mountain," one of the Sword Mountain elders intoned meaningfully. Yi Ping'an offered a slight bow, and alongside Shen Shuang, they leaped into the depths of Sword Mountain. Boom. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming and sharp sword intent pressing down upon him. The fierce sword energy sliced across his cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The pressure of this sword intent was vastly stronger than that outside. Shen Shuang, whose true cultivation was leagues ahead of Yi Ping'an, was unaffected even without using her energy to resist. She could endure it with her physical form alone. Yet, Yi Ping'an was different. He murmured softly, a monster. Subsequently, he had no choice but to circulate his energy, and only then did the stinging sword intent dissipate. Let us proceed. I wish to witness the true prowess of this sword mountain. Shinning Shuang halted Yi Pingyan with a commanding tone that brooked no dissent. Hold on. From this moment until we ascend the sword mountain, you are strictly forbidden from channeling your vital energy in resistance. As her words fell, Yi Pingyan's lips twitched slightly, and his expression soured. He lamented, but given your cultivation, you surely need not rely on your vital energy for resistance. Yet I am merely at the earth origin realm. Shinning Shuang turned her gaze toward Yi Pingyan, her icy demeanor growing more agitated. Cough, cough. I was merely jesting, Yi Pingyan quickly dismissed. Relinquishing the protective barrier of vital energy and allowing the sharp sword intent to graze his skin, a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Shinning Shuang, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction and calmly elucidated. If you were to resist the sword intent with your vital energy, it would be a waste. This pressure can continually temper and cleanse your body, allowing for a more profound absorption and comprehension of the sword intent. Moreover, as your understanding deepens, your physical endurance must equally strengthen. Thus, even if your grasp of sword intent is profound, a lackluster physical constitution will hinder your ability to unleash its full potential. This explains why you easily defeated Ma Qianyu, despite his superior cultivation and understanding of sword intent. After a brief pause, Shinning Shuang continued, of course, the richness of your vital energy also plays a role. This is the fundamental reason you were able to overcome an opponent 2 minor realms above you. Yi Pingyan pondered for a moment before responding, I see now. I had thought that for cultivators, the richness of vital energy was paramount, but as you suggest, for sword cultivators, the physical vessel is of greater significance. Shinning Shuang nodded in agreement. Let us embark. I expect you to reach a minimum of the 4th stage. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Yi Pingyan smiled slightly, contemplating, the 4th stage, is it? That is not the height I aspire to. I yearn to reach the summit. Thus, Yi Pingyan commenced his arduous ascent, each step feeling as though countless sharp sword energies were slicing against his skin, leaving behind delicate wounds with every movement. Shinning Shuang walked silently beside him, deliberately channeling her vital energy to prevent any display of weakness, her azure energy radiating brilliantly. At this moment, the two had fallen 100 meters behind the other disciples. After 10 minutes of wasted time, catching up seemed nearly impossible. The concealed elders of Sword Mountain, upon turning their gaze toward Yi Pingyan, were astonished to discover that this young man was indeed the other elders. Hearing the exclamations, turned their attention to him and were profoundly shocked to see Yi Pingyan resisting the oppressive sword intent with nothing but his physical body. What? He dares to confront the sword intent pressure solely with his flesh? This lad, by refraining from utilizing his vital energy against the Sword Mountain's pressure. The weight upon him was equivalent to several times that of others, and his speed would inevitably diminish significantly. However, the advantages are exceedingly evident. Is it possible that this young lad intends to utilize sword intent to refine his physical form? The most formidable elder of Sword Mountain pondered aloud. This lad shows remarkable insight, displaying knowledge of a level that, in principle, is only known to the inner elders of Sword Mountain. The elders refrain from imparting such wisdom to the disciples, firstly because their cultivation is still too rudimentary to withstand the oppressive force of this sharp sword intent. Secondly, the disciples have merely grasped the rudimentary aspects of sword intent, with many yet to comprehend it at all. Even if they were informed, it would serve little purpose. For their physical forms at the Earth origin stage are sufficient to support their understanding of sword intent. After all, it is rare for disciples at the Earth origin stage to comprehend sword intent beyond the introductory level at such a young age. As time gradually passed, the disciples at the forefront had reached the 1st stage and began to meditate to comprehend the sword intent. Lin Batian, with his mid-Earth origin cultivation, naturally arrived first, exuding arrogance and confidence as he gazed down the mountain, searching for Yi Pingyan's figure. To his surprise, he discovered that Yi was still at the very end. It made sense. That lad had been penalized by the elder for 10 minutes, so it was only reasonable for him to lag behind. Shortly thereafter, Ling Qingyan became the 2nd disciple to reach the 1st stage. Upon seeing the arrogant Lin Batian, he mockingly remarked, Ling Qingyan, I offer you an opportunity. His gaze greedily scanned Ling Qingyan's graceful figure. Lin Batian mused to himself, although this woman lacks a bit in temperament compared to Shinning Shuang, her talent and beauty are undeniably top tier. It wouldn't be amiss to acquire her for personal enjoyment. Regarding Ling Qingyan's beauty, it goes without saying. Her title as the most beautiful woman in Yangwucheng is no mere boast. Yet Shun Ningxuang's appearance was so extraordinary that it momentarily overshadowed her. I am aware of your family's situation in Yangwuqing. If you are willing to marry me and become my consort, I assure you that the Ling family will maintain its status among the three great families of Yangwuqing. Ling Qingyan scoffed coldly at his words. She harbored no fondness for Lin Batian, whose reputation surpassed even that of Zhu Qingcang. His household was notorious for its many beauties, and he routinely resorted to seizing maidens from the streets. Yet, everyone endured this due to the Lin family's connection to the princess of Bailiang County. Ling Qingyan sneered, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. You are dreaming. Soon after, Lan Zhan, Su Yi, and Zhu Lai also arrived at the first stage. Ling Qingyan, how dare you speak to young Master Lin in such a manner? Your family is merely a declining one, and the strongest among them is only at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. It is a blessing for your Ling family that young Master Lin has taken an interest in you. Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Batian remained silent, merely casting a cold smile at Ling Qingyan. She seemed quite close to Yi Pingyan, which could serve to irritate him further. Seeing this, Su Yi shouted angrily, Wang Zhan, you spineless coward, are you itching for a fight? The Ling family may fear the Wang family, but the Su family does not. What did you say? Repeat that. Wang Zhan's fury was ignited. Say what you want. Do you think I fear you? As the two were about to clash, they were abruptly halted by Ling Qingyan. Subsequently, she caught a glimpse of two figures swiftly approaching the first stage. Is that Yi Pingyan? No, something is amiss. Why isn't Brother Yi harnessing his vital energy to counter the sword intent? Su, upon realizing this, exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Batian and Wang Zhan burst into laughter, remarking, Ha. Su Yi, has your vision failed you? How could anyone ascend Sword Mountain without utilizing their vital energy? Turning back, Wang Zhan's mouth fell agape in shock when he witnessed Yi Pingyan truly resisting the sword intent solely with his physical body. Why the sudden silence? Lin Batian, noticing the collective gaze upon Yi Pingyan, followed suit. The previously jovial expressions on their faces grew increasingly rigid. Impossible. At that moment, after several hundred breaths of acclimatization, Yi Pingyan began to accelerate, charging headlong towards the first stage, directly confronting the oppressive sword intent. Excellent. I have completely adapted to it. The sensation of my bloodline boiling within me is exhilarating. I can even faintly perceive the strength of my physical form steadily augmenting. Yi Pingyan was overwhelmed with excitement. Entirely indifferent to the stinging pain inflicted by the sword intent, the benefits far outweighed the discomfort. Shun Ningxuang, following closely behind, displayed a hint of astonishment. Clearly taken aback by Yi Pingyan's performance, which surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated that full adaptation would require half an hour, yet barely any time had elapsed. In stark contrast to the snail-like pace of the others, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly overtaking the disciples ahead. As the crowd processed this astonishing scene, they were left gaping in disbelief at the sight of the crimson figure, adorned with fine lines of blood. Is that Yi Pingyan? Has he lost his mind? To resist without employing vital energy? Moreover, how can his speed be so remarkable? It is known that resisting without vital energy incurs a pressure several times greater than that of utilizing it. How is he managing this? You ask me. And I ask whom? Hurry, quicken your pace. This is utterly humiliating. He was the last to set off, yet he is now far ahead of us. An upperclassman from the inner sect, who happened to pass by, was so astounded by the scene that he could not regain his composure for quite some time. He felt compelled to share this explosive news with others. Soon, the rumor of Yi Pingyan traversing Sword Mountain with his physical body at such remarkable speed spread like wildfire throughout the inner courtyard. Chapter 35. The Gathering of the Strong Rankings. Have you heard? That fellow Yi Pingyan is resisting the sword intent with his physical body on Sword Mountain. TCH. Your news is outdated. Now Yi Pingyan not only withstands the sword intent with his body, but also moves with astonishing speed, seemingly unaffected by the pressures of Sword Mountain. My friend, your information is also lagging behind. It is said that Yi Pingyan has now charged straight to the pinnacle stage of Sword Mountain. What? Consequently, the news spread with exaggerated fervor throughout the inner courtyard. Even the Grand Elder was stirred by the commotion. Students from the inner courtyard, including those on the strong rankings, rushed toward Sword Mountain to witness the spectacle firsthand. However, at this moment, Yi Pingyan remained blissfully unaware of the uproar he had caused in the inner courtyard, relentlessly forging ahead despite the bloodlines being etched across his body by the sword intent. His singular objective remained unchanged. In the absence of utilizing vital energy, Yi Pingyan swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of Sword Mountain, reaching the first stage in no time. Upon witnessing this, the crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment. Is he even human? Su couldn't help but exclaim, for he had experienced the sensation of entering Sword Mountain without the protection of vital energy. The oppressive force was magnified several times, and every inch of his skin felt a piercing chill, causing tiny lines of blood to surface within mere seconds. Ling Qingyan took a deep breath and rose resolutely, choosing to continue her ascent, having comprehended the rudimentary sword intent for quite some time. The enhancement provided by the first stage was no longer sufficient for her. She aspired to reach the second stage. The distance to the second stage was a mere 200 meters. Under normal circumstances, a gentle leap would suffice, but now every step proved arduous. Observing this, Su promptly followed suit. Naturally, Lin Batian was unwilling to lag behind, especially as he saw Yi Pingyan closing in rapidly. How could he save face if he were to be outpaced by someone who had not yet comprehended sword intent and had entered the mountain 10 minutes later? Infuriating. Lin Batian's heart brimmed with shock. How could it be that a person yet to grasp sword intent could climb at such a remarkable speed? Subsequently, Lin Batian unleashed his full power, his speed surging to an unprecedented level. The elder of Sword Mountain, watching nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, Yi Pingyan truly surprises at every turn. He has ignited the fighting spirit of this group. Excellent, excellent. This is the vigor of youth. Oh. The elder then slightly turned his gaze towards the crowd gradually converging upon Sword Mountain, expressing astonishment. Even these senior students have been drawn in by Yi Pingyan? Whoosh. A gust of wind echoed. The first to arrive was the formidable Wang Teng, ranked 4th on the strength leaderboard. Possessing late-stage Earth origin realm cultivation, though whether he concealed greater strength remained a mystery. Clad in finely tailored black attire and wielding an enormous, gleaming silver spear. The weapon towered even above Wang Teng himself. He cast a respectful nod towards the 5 elders concealed in the shadows, having previously encountered several of them. Although they did not reveal themselves, Wang Teng was certain they were near Sword Mountain. As his words fell, numerous individuals began to rush forth. A striking red figure approached, bringing with it an intoxicating fragrance. A woman with cascading waves of fiery red hair, lips like flames, and a curvaceous silhouette emanated an alluring aura. Yet, amidst the throng, no one dared to approach her. All regarded the red-draped woman with reverence. She was none other than Hong Xiu, the current top contender on the inner court's strength leaderboard. At this moment, Hong Xiu stepped forward, first offering a slight bow to the elders, having met several of them before. The air resonated with several aged voices acknowledging her presence. The reaction was starkly different compared to Wang Teng's greeting to the elders at Sword Mountain. Subsequently, Hong Xiu's alluring gaze was fixed upon the swiftly advancing crimson figure within the Sword Mountain, as she chuckled. This person is Yi Pingyan. Indeed, he does not utilize his vital energy for resistance, relying solely on his corporeal form to withstand the oppressive sword intent. His speed, however, remains astonishingly swift, truly a remarkable younger brother. The man in azure who had accompanied her observed Hong Xiu's evident interest in Yi Pingyan with a slight furrow of his brow, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and displeasure. Hong Xiu, you seem quite concerned about this, junior. Yi Pingyan, he remarked. Hong Xiu did not respond directly, seemingly ignoring him. Sidu Qingshan, what stage do you believe he will ultimately reach on Sword Mountain? She inquired, her gaze lingering on the mountain as she spoke leisurely. The 3rd stage is his limit, Situ Qingshan replied calmly, though his tranquility was laced with a hint of forced composure. An astute assessment, Hong Xiu acknowledged. You are correct. Based on his previous combat records, his robust vital energy is indeed an advantage, yet he lacks comprehension of sword intent. The 3rd stage is certainly his ceiling. Then, with a shift in her tone, Hong Xiu added playfully, however, I believe he can ultimately reach the 4th stage. Impossible. Situ Qingshan immediately refuted. Recalling that during their tenure as freshmen in the inner academy, Hong Xiu had barely attained the 4th stage, having meditated for just 15 minutes, a feat that had shattered the academy's century-old record. There was no way an unrefined novice, devoid of sword intent comprehension, could achieve the 4th stage. He understood the immense challenge it posed. The oppressive sword intent transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th stage was of an entirely different caliber. At this, Hong Xiu fell silent, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yi Pingyan amidst the Sword Mountain. At that moment, Yi Pingyan could sense that his corporeal form was nearing its limits. Every part of him was marred, continuously subjected to the dual processes of being severed and mended, only to be sliced open again by the sword intent, a ceaseless cycle. Yet, his speed did not wane. He had ascended to the forefront of the group, a solitary figure in the lead. Have I truly reached my limit? Yi Pingyan pondered as he gazed ahead at the 3rd stage, approximately 100 meters away. The oppressive sword intent intensified, weighing heavily on his legs. The biting sensation, akin to a blade scraping against his skin, grew increasingly acute, nearly prompting him to cry out in anguish. This is merely the beginning. I haven't even reached the third stage yet. How could I possibly give up? He recalled the goal set by his companion, which was no less than the fourth stage. He would not falter here. In that instant, Yi Pingyan distinctly felt the sword intent surging stronger, as if his thighs had been shackled with immense weights. A bitter smile crept upon his face. He recognized that his speed was beginning to decline. Once his pace faltered, given the current strength of his corporeal form, he could manage little more than reaching the fourth stage. While that was commendable, it was far from his ideal. Yi Pingyan noted that due to the dual pathways of bone within his body, his absorption of the world's vital energy was remarkably swift. Thus, even as the sword intent continuously carved fine lines of blood upon him, he was able to heal rapidly. The process is excruciating, leaving him in profound despair. My swordsmanship has reached the intermediate stage of minor success, and the fourth tier offers little assistance. Although my speed has diminished slightly, I can distinctly feel my physical form being refined and strengthened. Let me reach the fifth stage before the limits of this corporeal vessel are breached. At this moment, Yi Pingyan appeared to the outside world as a figure drenched in blood, his white garments long since stained crimson. The piercing agony brought forth by the sword intent was akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Look, Yi Pingyan's speed has noticeably decreased, exclaimed an onlooker, astounded. Lin Batian looked up and, indeed, observed the sudden reduction in his velocity. Huh, you arrogant brat, just a mere child, so presumptuous and conceited, refusing to harness your vital energy to counter the pressure of the sword intent. Yet, to have persisted to the second stage is commendable. Now, be gone. With that, Lin Batian's own vital energy surged brilliantly, and his speed escalated once more. Not enough, not enough. This pace is insufficient, he roared, as his words echoed. A formidable sword intent erupted from his being, dissipating much of the oppressive pressure. It's the mid-stage sword intent, Ling Qingyan remarked quietly to herself, sensing the intensity of Lin Batian's aura behind her, which alleviated the pressure upon him. His speed surged to an entirely new level. In this moment, Lin Batian resembled a wild stallion, relentlessly pursuing Yi Pingyan above. The distance that once stretched 100 meters gradually diminished. Time passed incrementally. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. This spectacle provoked a series of gasps from the senior disciples gathered around Sword Mountain. Such speed. Lin Batian's talent is indeed formidable, one remarked. Even Situ Qingtian could not help but voice. At this rate, it is merely a matter of time before Lin Batian catches up to Yi Pingyan. Clearly, Yi Pingyan still has considerable ground to cover before reaching the third stage. It is evident that his body has reached its limits. Hongxiao, you believe he can endure to the fourth stage. I am curious about the basis for your conviction. Intuition, Hongxiao replied with a subtle smile, her enchanting demeanor drawing fervent gazes from those around her. Situ Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then smiled, saying, "Is that so? Let us wait and see." He fell silent thereafter, his gaze coldly fixed on Yi Pingyan. This boy harbors a significant conflict with Zhu Qingcang. Perhaps this can be of use. He had never witnessed Hongxiao show such interest in another male. Despite his own efforts to win her favor throughout the day, he had not garnered such attention. Hongxiao must be his. No one shall take her away. Yi Pingyan, you better pray not to cross me, even with Shen Ningxuang by your side. She cannot shield you. Meanwhile, among the disciples on Sword Mountain, many opted to meditate in the first stage to comprehend the sword intent, while only a few, including Su Yi, Wang Zhan, Zhu Lai, and Su Dazhu, chose to engage in the second stage. However, what surprised everyone was that Shen Ningxuang, the greatest dark horse, unexpectedly halted early in the first phase. She lifted her gaze towards Yi Pingyan and calmly mused, the third phase is approaching. Will we reach the fourth? The crowd was bewildered, yet only Yi Pingyan understood that she was merely disinterested. Given her strength, even reaching the summit would likely be a fleeting moment. Finally, they arrived at the third phase. Yi Pingyan did not linger but pressed on with immense sword intent, charging towards the fourth phase. An overwhelming and piercing sword intent surged forward, causing his entire skeleton to creak as if he were bearing the weight of a great mountain. The pressure of the sword intent intensified significantly. Turning back, Yi Pingyan noticed a figure frantically pursuing him. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Batian. You wish to catch up to me? Then I shall ensure you can scarcely see my silhouette. At that moment, Lin Batian's gaze met his, filled with challenge. Yet, Yi Pingyan's eyes shone with encouragement, clearly conveying, keep going. You are almost there. How could the proud Lin Batian endure such a provocation? You insolent fool. Do not become complacent. Just then, an ancient voice resonated from the void of the Sword Mountain. Whoever ascends to the pinnacle shall be rewarded with 100 mid-grade elemental stones and a Xian Yuan fruit. Furthermore, the one who reaches the summit will be taken as a disciple by me and several other elders of the Sword Mountain, who shall impart their lifetime of swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into exclamations of excitement. However, their enthusiasm quickly waned as they gazed up at the two swiftly advancing figures, sighing. To reach the summit, how could that be possible? In the entire Kanglan Academy, there seems to be but one who achieved it, the legendary Dugu Jian, known as the Sword Sovereign. Indeed, it was a pity that after his emergence, the Sword Sovereign had mysteriously vanished. Alas, with these two present, how could the Xian Yuan fruit possibly belong to us? Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan's expression shifted, his heart swelling with joy. The Xian Yuan fruit. As for the elders of the Sword Mountain taking on disciples, he held no interest. He already had a master whose swordsmanship surpassed that of the elders. At this moment, he yearned for treasures infused with pure celestial essence. A single Xian Yuan fruit was worth over 1,000 mid-grade elemental stones and 100 high-grade elemental stones. Even in the Tianmen Sword Sect, it was a rare treasure. Yi Pingyan felt invigorated. He was determined to claim the Xian Yuan fruit. This further solidified his resolve to reach the summit of the Sword Mountain, for only then could he showcase his prodigious talent, garner the attention of Kanglan Academy, and acquire abundant cultivation resources. It was his only chance to break through to the creation realm within the next 2 years. Lin Batian, too, bore an expression of excitement. The Xian Yuan fruit was equally precious to him. Despite being the son of a princess, treasures like this were not commonplace. He then accelerated once more, gradually closing the gap between himself and Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan sensed that the acceleration had intensified. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this fellow had deployed sword intent to counteract the oppressive force. No wonder the speed had surged so dramatically. At this moment, the distance between the two had dwindled to a mere 10 meters. Give up, Yi Pingyan. The third stage is your limit. Without the enhancement of sword intent, and without activating your vital energy to protect your body, what makes you think you can contend with me? Chapter 37. A stirring of emotions. This Xian Yuan fruit shall be mine. Lin Batian's boisterous laughter echoed from behind. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan merely scoffed. No sword intent. That would surely disappoint you. Were it not for Shun Ningxuang insisting that I rely solely on my physical strength to hone my abilities, with your half-baked sword intent, you would have already been left far behind. As time passed, their figures continued to chase one another. Yi Pingyan's speed had diminished considerably, even allowing Lin Batian to catch up. You spoiled brat, be content. The third stage is your endpoint. Do not struggle. It is a futile endeavor, Lin Batian taunted, attempting to dissuade his opponent from continuing. At this moment, Lin Batian found himself unable to ascend further. The oppressive sword intent above was tearing apart his vital energy shield. Damn it, the sword intent above is several times stronger. At this rate, I can only manage to climb another 10 meters. This is my limit. He glanced back at the slowly advancing Yi Pingyan, thinking, I have already created a distance of over 50 meters between us. There is no way he can catch up now. I am still 200 meters away from the fourth stage, and Yi Pingyan will certainly not reach it. The worst outcome would merely be a draw. With this thought, Lin Batian ceased wasting energy and began to meditate on the sword intent at the third stage. Yi Pingyan looked up to see Lin Batian had commenced his meditation. Is he giving up? Indeed, with Lin Batian's strength, he could only reach the third stage at most. Even with the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm as his foundation, both Ling Qingyan and Su could only comprehend sword intent at the second stage. Yi Pingyan cast aside his distractions and gritted his teeth, continuing his ascent. Gradually, he narrowed the distance to Lin Batian and ultimately succeeded in surpassing him. Lin Batian was stunned. This brat-ass body was in such a state, yet he could still catch up? Was this rascal even human? Yi Pingyan was covered in scabs, still bleeding from fresh wounds inflicted by the relentless sword intent, looking as though he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Not a single part of him was unscathed. His clothing lay in tatters, shredded by the sword intent, yet he continued to crawl forward, slow and relentless like a zombie. For a moment, Lin Batian was utterly astonished by Yi Pingyan's indomitable will. He actually surpassed Lin Batian? Wang Zhan swallowed hard, incredulous. Is this lad human or a monster? At this moment, Zhu Lai's sense of fear towards Yi Pingyan escalated to a new level. Well done, brother Yi. Surpass Lin Batian with all your might. Su Yi exclaimed with a broad smile. Ling Qingyan gazed at Yi Pingyan, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of unusual colors. Perhaps his talent did not rival Shin Ningxuang's. Yet his willpower and resilience were commendable. The elder of Sword Mountain, who had been observing from the shadows, stroked his graying beard and chuckled, while the other elders nodded in agreement. Initially, they had felt regret over Shun Ningxuang's lack of progress. However, the emergence of Yi Pingyan was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Kanglin Academy. It appeared that this cohort was far superior to the previous one. This time, our Kanglin Academy must reclaim the top spot in the grand examination, declared another elder from Sword Mountain with firm conviction. Yi Pingyan passed by the meditating Lin Batian without even casting a glance, effortlessly surpassing him. This blatant disregard infuriated Lin Batian to the core. "You scoundrel!" Lin Batian attempted to rise and pursue, only to find himself utterly drained, unable to muster even a trace of energy. The remaining energy he had was scarcely sufficient for meditation to comprehend the sword intent. At this moment, within the entirety of Sword Mountain, only Yi Pingyan continued to ascend towards the summit. The first and second stage freshmen gazed up at Yi Pingyan, their eyes filled with genuine admiration and awe. Yi Pingyan, as a freshman of this cohort, was undoubtedly fortunate, yet simultaneously lamentable. His brilliance overshadowed all his contemporaries. They had presumed Lin Batian to be the most gifted and powerful among the newcomers, yet this very individual had become a mere backdrop to Yi Pingyan's radiance. Shin Ningxuang's exquisite visage, concealed beneath her veil, appeared remarkably tranquil. Not enough. If this is his limit, he may never escape this diminutive Tianfeng kingdom. Yi Pingyan seemed to sense Shin Ningxuang's gaze, casting a resolute glance downward at her, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Still insufficient. The fourth stage has yet to be reached. How could he possibly aspire to break through to the creation realm within 2 years? At this moment, Yi Pingyan's mind harbored but a single command: to ascend, to climb relentlessly, refining his body. He dared not pause for even a moment. It was this indomitable spirit, this fierce tenacity, that propelled him forward. In truth, his body was already overstretched, and had it not been for his unwavering obsession and dual innate gifts, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Gradually, Yi Pingyan's blurred consciousness began to sharpen, even resorting to biting his own tongue to invigorate his body. At that moment, the overwhelming sword intent surrounding Sword Mountain began to convulse, erupting with an even more formidable pressure of sword intent. This force directly expelled several disciples who were comprehending the sword intent from the mountain. The immense sword intent pressure seemed almost sentient, recognizing Yi Pingyan's continued ascent, and unleashed waves of sword pressure upon him. This sudden change caught Yi Pingyan off guard, knocking him back several meters. It's not over yet. What can mere sword intent do to me? Yi Pingyan let out a roar, summoning all his strength as he advanced step by step. With each stride, a muffled groan echoed from the Sword Mountain, a manifestation of his pain. The onlookers were deeply moved by this display. Suddenly, applause resonated from the mountain, followed by a thunderous ovation. Yi Pingyan, well done. Keep going. Prove to everyone that you can reach the summit. However, a flicker of concern crossed Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes. Many believed that Yi Pingyan persisted in his endeavor to become a disciple of the 5 elders of the Sword Mountain. In truth, he was solely motivated by the desire for the Xian Yuan fruit. After all, he was in dire financial straits. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, Hong Xiu observed the scene with a smirk, while Situ Qingtian's expression darkened. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Could this young man genuinely be striving for the summit? Surely this was a jest. Chapter 38. Ascending the Sword Mountain within Situ Qingtian, a perplexing question lingered. When he was a new student in the inner courtyard, he had entered the Sword Mountain and felt the overwhelming sword intent, which he dared not confront with his physical form. It was not merely a matter of courage. It was impossible. If one could utilize vital energy to protect oneself, why would one rely on their flesh? This was a mystery to him. It was not only Situ Qingtian who failed to comprehend. The crowd shared the same bewilderment. Only a few elders of the Sword Mountain seemed to grasp Yi Pingyan's intentions. Was this young man merely stumbling upon an opportunity? No, that could not be. For many years, no one had ever ascended the Sword Mountain relying on their physical body. This young man must realize that harnessing the sword intent of the mountain could refine and strengthen his physique, which would yield immeasurable benefits for his future mastery of sword intent. Yet, this path was fraught with difficulty. The elders silently hoped that this young lad could endure until the end. Towering majestically, the Sword Mountain stood, its sword intent raining down upon every new student in the inner courtyard, all eyes fixed on the blood-red figure at the summit. Many transformed their contemptuous gazes into expressions of admiration, including Zhu Lai, who had once been a bitter rival. Well done, Yi Pingyan. I, Zhu Lai, concede. The deluge of sword intent washed over Yi Pingyan's body, leaving behind fresh wounds that made him grimace in agony, muffled groans escaping his lips. As he approached the 4th stage, his fists clenched tightly, bloodied yet resolute, he continued to march forward. At that moment, Delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sword mountain, landing on Yi Ping'an's face, illuminating the clarity and determination in his youthful eyes. It was snowing. His blood-red figure was gradually cloaked in white, each step forward drawing fresh lines of blood from the sword intent. As time passed, his body alternated between pallid and crimson. Suddenly, a heavy footfall resonated in the tranquil valley of the sword mountain, akin to a boulder crashing through the hearts of the onlookers. They gazed, transfixed, at the slender yet towering figure of the young man above. Having stepped into the fourth stage, Yi Ping'an raised his head to gaze upon the summit of Sword Mountain. He then seized the wine flask at his waist, draining it in one bold gulp, and erupted into raucous laughter, a hint of provocation evident in his tone. The fourth stage, is it truly so daunting? Yet, as if attuned to his disdain, Sword Mountain unleashed an even more formidable and imposing sword intent upon Yi Ping'an. What was he attempting? To provoke the sword intent of Sword Mountain. Heaven! That is the sword intent of Sword Mountain. How dare he? Unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, Yi Ping'an turned to face Shen Ningxuang, who remained at the first stage. Their eyes met, and it was as though a silent understanding passed between them. Though separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the figures of one another were remarkably vivid in their gaze. A flicker of emotion stirred within Shen Ningxuang's long quiet heart. Her lips moved slightly as she conveyed her thoughts to Yi Ping'an. Instantly, his mind resonated with her voice, just barely acceptable. With the physical refinement concluded. Do you have the confidence to reach the peak of Sword Mountain? A smile played at the corners of Yi Ping'an's mouth as he fixated on the summit. Murmuring to himself, you wish to ascend? Quite simple, I shall do just that. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within Sword Mountain, sending a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers. Their gazes converged on Yi Ping'an, nearly causing their jaws to drop in disbelief. Yi Ping'an. Was he truly intent on continuing? Was he really going to ascend the peak? Lin Batian could hardly believe it. His expression darkening as he bellowed in a fit of rage. What jest is this? To be unsatisfied even after comprehending the sword intent of the fourth stage? Am I witnessing the rise of a burgeoning sword star? This was the collective sentiment echoing within the hearts of many new students in the inner academy. Amidst the fourth stage of Sword Mountain, Yi Ping'an pointed towards the summit, and in that moment, an overwhelming surge of ambition welled up within him as he defiantly proclaimed. What is this Sword Mountain to fear? The sword box behind him seemed to sense his indomitable spirit, resonating with waves of sword intent. Yi Ping'an felt a profound deepening of his understanding of sword intent. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he made his move. His entire being was enveloped in layers of golden light, radiating brilliantly, while his wounds rapidly healed. The sword intent pressure emanating from Sword Mountain clashed fiercely against the golden glow. This spectacle compelled the 5 elders hidden in the shadows to spring into action. They murmured in astonishment, sword intent. Sword intent. It is indeed sword intent. Below, some disciples who had just begun to grasp the basics of sword intent gasped in disbelief. Seeing this, Shen Ningxuang let a small smile escape from beneath her veil. Yi Ping'an, it is time for the world to recognize your talent. How could this be possible? Lin Batian, who had ridiculed Yi Ping'an for lacking any sword intent before even ascending Sword Mountain, now felt an overwhelming flush of embarrassment. The sting of slapping his own face, leaving him desperate to find a hole to hide in. Lin Batian previously laughed at others for their inability to comprehend the essence of the sword. However, whispers of astonishment arose, revealing that he, too, possessed a profound mastery of sword intent. Despite their reluctance to accept it, both Situ Qingtian and his companions had to acknowledge the terrifying strength of this sword intent, which surpassed even Situ Qingtian's own advanced skills. Hong Xiao, resting her chin on her hand, giggled brightly, exclaiming, Yi Ping'an truly is a junior who constantly surprises us. At this moment, after invoking his sword intent, Yi Ping'an could distinctly feel its enhanced power, more ferocious and domineering than ever before. Was this the boundless benefit of refining the physical body to amplify sword intent, as the girl had suggested? Indeed, he felt significantly stronger than he had before. With newfound vigor, Yi Ping'an unleashed his full potential, akin to shedding an immense burden, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The explosive speed generated a thunderous roar. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. In that instant, Yi Ping'an's figure resembled a wild stallion, racing towards the peak of Sword Mountain. He sensed every pore in his body rejoicing, as the oppressive pressure of sword intent felt utterly trivial. With only a few hundred meters remaining to the summit, climbing solely with his physical prowess would have taken him several hours. Yet now, with his mid-level sword intent, he needed only a few minutes. As time passed, he drew ever closer to the pinnacle. The onlookers on Sword Mountain held their breath, captivated by the rapidly ascending figure. Could he truly be on the verge of making history for Kanglan Academy? With sword intent soaring high, golden light radiated from him, casting a sacred and majestic glow upon his countenance. With a firm step onto the peak, he turned to gaze calmly down at the crowd below. In that moment, his heart was filled with tranquility, for he understood that, while he might be an exceptional talent within Kanglan Academy, witnessing Shun Ningxuang's exceptional abilities had taught him that there were always greater talents beyond. Master, dear girl, believe in me. I shall break through to the creation realm within 2 years. Boom, boom. Upon successfully reaching the summit of Sword Mountain, a resonant and dignified chime echoed forth, reverberating throughout Kanglan Academy and even across the Kanglan Mountain range. Meanwhile, far away in the outer court, outside a simple wooden hut belonging to the elder of the miscellaneous disciples, a disheveled and inebriated man suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing the chimes. Sword Mountain. Chapter 39. The anomaly of Sword Mountain. Once more, he found himself at the foot of Sword Mountain, with unkempt hair and an unmistakable odor of alcohol emanating from him, causing the senior students of the inner court to regard him with disdain. He happened to appear right beside Wang Tong, who had yet to notice his presence. The potent smell of alcohol caused Wang Tong to frown as he turned to the drunken man. When did a drunkard appear beside me? Get away, Wang Tong scolded angrily. The drunken man was none other than the elder of the miscellaneous disciples from the outer court, who had rushed towards Sword Mountain upon hearing the chimes. Confronted by Wang Tong's furious tirade, the elder in charge of menial tasks paid him no heed, instead gazing vacantly at Yi Pingyan, who had reached the summit. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions and excitement. Wang Tong, witnessing the inebriated man's blatant disregard, seethed with indignation. You scoundrel! I command you to step aside and keep your distance. The onlookers, primarily seasoned students from the inner court, turned their attention to Wang Tong. Bewildered by the presence of an elder they did not recognize. Who is this old man? The stench of alcohol is overpowering. I can't even see his face through that disheveled hair. Curiously, Wang Tong pondered why he could not discern the elder's cultivation level. As the elder continued to ignore him despite his repeated shouts, the surrounding students drew closer, amplifying Wang Tong's sense of embarrassment. After all, he was ranked 4th among the inner court strong, a figure who was typically respected. Hey, you drunkard, I'm talking to you. Yet the elder merely shook his head and sighed deeply, still unperturbed by Wang Tong's provocations. This infuriated Wang Tong, whose formidable late-stage earth origin cultivation erupted in response. You wretch! As his words fell, he launched a powerful punch toward the elder. In that instant, a sharp whooshing sound pierced the air. Several elders materialized at the foot of the mountain, one of whom seized Wang Tong's descending fist with an iron grip. With a surge of energy, the elder's formidable Yuan Dan cultivation sent Wang Tong flying several meters, landing him in an undignified heap. The entire sequence, from Wang Tong's strike to his fall, transpired in less than a second. The 5 elders, in unison, bowed respectfully to the ragged, drunken figure and uttered, Master Ancestor. What? The crowd was left speechless, frozen in shock and confusion. Upon hearing even the venerable Jianshan elder address the drunken man as Master Ancestor, Wang Tong realized he had gravely misstepped. Attempting to rise, he instead collapsed, feigning unconsciousness. Even Hong Xiao, who had been spectating, was taken aback, her alluring lips slightly parted in surprise. Yet, she was the first to regain her composure, quickly bowing with respect and saying, "The student pays respects to Master Ancestor." Others hastily followed suit, bowing in reverence, fearing they might incur the elder's wrath. "We pay our respects, Master Ancestor." Several students exhibited expressions of fear, recalling their earlier comments about the elder's disheveled appearance. Anxious that they might be reproached, the entire assembly at the foot of Jianshan bowed low, silenced by the gravity of the situation. The new students in the inner court were equally astounded. Was this not the menial elder? What on earth was happening that even the Jianshan elders treated him with such deference? Yi Pingyan was slightly taken aback by the unfolding events. The only person remaining composed was Shun Ningxuang, who had long been aware that this seemingly insignificant elder, the one with the lowest status in the outer court, was, in fact, the most powerful presence within. Dugu elder? His lineage is truly remarkable. Even Elder Jianshan bowed to him. Subsequently, Yi Pingyan recalled a statement he had made to the elder. What if a student offended the dean at the academy? At the time, the elder had replied, "Perhaps it may be of some use." Yi Pingyan organized his thoughts, revealing a faint smile tinged with bitterness. It seemed he had indeed spoken conservatively. Wait. Suddenly, he remembered. Considering the elder's esteemed position, could it be that he was referring to the legendary Dugu Jian? At the foot of the mountain, Elder Dugu chuckled. Turning to the still bent figures before him, and exclaimed heartily, "Ahem, what do you mean by senior uncle? I am merely a humble elder. You all may rise promptly." The 5 elders of Jianshan immediately complied. "Yes, you may all stand up." "Thank you, senior uncle." Everyone chorused once more. This left him somewhat speechless. And he turned to the 5 elders, pointing an accusatory finger at them. "You old fellows, truly. Who wishes to bear such an old title as senior uncle? I certainly do not." How could they address the Jianshan elders as old fellows? This absurd scene left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Is our senior uncle truly this humorous? Elder Jianshan maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Senior uncle, regardless of how you perceive it, you are indeed our senior uncle." Then, one of the Jianshan elders manipulated his energy to pull the feigning Wang Tung over from a distance. "Wang Tung, you have insulted the senior uncle. Are you aware of the Academy's regulations?" Wang Tung instantly regained his senses, kneeling down, his face pale and flustered, even stammering as he spoke. The thought of the impending punishment terrified him further. "Senior uncle," Elder Dugu waved his hand. "Rise and speak. Ignorance is no excuse, let it be." However, the Jianshan elders were displeased, respectfully stating, "Senior uncle, rules must not be broken. His disrespect warrants punishment." Elder Dugu, feeling helpless, approached the Jianshan elders and, with rare seriousness, remarked, "You old fellows remain so rigid and stern. Rules are made by people. Do my words as your senior uncle carry no weight now? Dare not. Shouldn't you be thanking the senior uncle?" Wang Tung felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing in gratitude. The poor child, even bruising his forehead in the process. Subsequently, Elder Dugu, having changed from a playful demeanor to a serious one, said, "Enough, no need to crowd around. Go about your business. I merely came to observe the excitement." His gaze then fixated intently on the summit, where Yi Pingyan stood. The crowd respectfully dispersed. Hongxiao, noting this, stepped aside, realizing that their senior uncle had not taken his eyes off Yi Pingyan since arriving at Jianshan. What secret does he hold? And what is the significance of this bell sound? It seemed the ringing was entirely for Yi Pingyan, and she would only discover the truth once he comprehended the sword intent and descended the mountain. Beside her, Situ Qingtian also noticed this subtle detail, growing increasingly displeased with Yi Pingyan. At this moment, Yi Pingyan turned his attention away from the happenings below, listening to the thunderous bell sound resonating in the void. Muttering to himself in bewilderment, "What is the meaning of this bell sound?" He was in the midst of meditating at the summit of the mountain, striving to comprehend the essence of the sword, when an extraordinary phenomenon abruptly awakened him. The sound of bells echoed continuously throughout the sword mountain, and Yi Pingyan could distinctly sense that the chimes were triggered for his sake. Setting aside the resonating bells, his immediate priority was to grasp the sword intent. He faintly felt that his sword intent, which had reached the mid-stage of minor accomplishment, was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Pingyan settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself entirely in the profound chill of the icy sword intent that enveloped the mountaintop. As time passed incrementally, he sensed that if he persevered a little longer, he would undoubtedly elevate his sword intent to the late stage of minor accomplishment. Suddenly, just as Yi Pingyan was about to achieve this breakthrough, an unexpected event occurred. The sword mountain began to consolidate all sword intent into a terrifying force, causing the surrounding void to resonate with thunderous sounds. As the icy sword intent gradually began to encase the summit and spread downwards. What on earth was happening? Why could he no longer feel the sword intent? Chapter 40. The mysterious woman. The onlookers immediately felt a drastic drop in temperature, shivering uncontrollably. After all, they were cultivators. How could they still be affected by the chill of wind and frost? Ling Qingyan quickly glanced towards Yi Pingyan at the mountaintop, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no! Yi Pingyan!" The sword intent transformed into a flurry of snow, gradually descending and encasing everything. Many disciples reacted swiftly, hastily fleeing towards the foot of the mountain. Elder Dugu, witnessing this, promptly commanded, "Save him!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air tearing echoed as 5 elders of Sword Mountain dashed into action. Observing the encroaching icy sword intent, they decisively shouted, "Form the sword formation." The 5 formidable Yuan Dan realm cultivators united their sword techniques, conjuring a sword formation in the air to confront the icy sword intent. "Hurry, go!" The 5 elders grunted, gritting their teeth to hold their ground. Yet, even the combined might of the 5 Sword Mountain elders formation could not withstand the overwhelming icy sword intent for long. "All students, evacuate the Sword Mountain, quickly." Elder Dugu noticed that the elders were nearing their limits and unleashed his vital energy, conjuring a massive 3-foot green peak that towered in the sky, with a domineering and fierce sword intent permeating the mountain. This was a stark contrast to his earlier persona of a languid drunkard. "Go!" The enormous 3-foot green peak imperceptibly halted the encroaching sword intent, allowing the 5 elders to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, if you don't intervene soon, it will truly be the end, one elder remarked. He chuckled wryly and said, "This icy sword intent is far too powerful. If it were the old me, I might have had a chance to contend with it. All I can do now is buy some time." Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh no. What about that brat Yipingen? Has he come out yet?" Within the Sword Mountain, all the students had essentially retreated to safety. However, they soon noticed a white figure defying the odds, making her way up towards the summit. It was Shen Ningxuang. Had she lost her mind? Was she courting death? Yet, at this moment, the crowd was powerless to intervene. The Sword Mountain elders and Elder Dugu could not spare the effort. And the Academy's Grand Elder happened to be away on urgent business that day. All could only watch helplessly as Shen Ningxuang plunged into the frigid sword intent. "I can't hold it any longer," the Elder of the Sword Mountain exclaimed, as blood trickled from the corners of several mouths. "Master, what should we do now?" Elder Dugu's face revealed an expression of profound complexity. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and decisively proclaimed, "I will hold it off first. You form a formation to activate the Sword Mountain barrier and prevent this icy sword intent from spreading." Understood. Once the barrier was established, Elder Dugu cast a deep glance at the frost-laden summit, sighing, "Hurry, leave Sword Mountain." At the foot of the mountain, as the barrier unfolded, the icy sword intent ultimately did not seep beyond Sword Mountain. From below, the entire mountain had transformed into a colossal ice peak. The crowd displayed expressions of dread. Ling Qingyan and Su Yi searched the throng for the figures of Yipingen and Shen Ningxuang, but found no trace of them. Ling Qingyan's face turned pale, contemplating the grim possibility that the two had not escaped the mountain. "No, it can't be. That guy Yipingen is so formidable. How could he not have made it out?" Su Yi, too, ceased his chatter, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ice mountain. The most jubilant were Lin Batian and his companions. "That troublesome fellow Yipingen has finally perished," they thought, though they lamented the loss of the beautiful Shen Ningxuang. Were it not for the crowd, they might have even uttered, "Serves him right." Situ Qingtian coldly scoffed, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "That brat is truly unfortunate. Struck by such terrifying icy sword intent, he is surely obliterated." He glanced at the side, where Hong Xiu's beautiful eyes were filled with regret. Meanwhile, atop the frozen Sword Mountain, Shen Ningxuang unleashed her true cultivation, enveloped in azure-hued vitality, to resist the terrifying sword intent. Even so, wisps of icy mist escaped the corners of her mouth. Such formidable sword intent. Who would have imagined that such a perfect realm of icy sword intent would be concealed within this humble academy? It seems this Sword Mountain is no ordinary place. Thus, Kanglan Academy should not have fallen so low. Casting those thoughts aside, Shen Ningxuang sighed in relief upon seeing that Yipingen was unharmed. Better to be cautious, she mused, pausing to raise her hand and form a barrier that isolated their auras. Now, all she could do was wait for him to awaken. She sensed Yipingen's sword intent steadily strengthening at an astonishing pace, his cultivation gradually increasing. This fellow's fortune is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a figure clad in a snow-white gown appeared in Yipingen's sea of consciousness, radiating a piercing, icy sword intent. Merely standing before him, without even deliberately unleashing her sword intent, sent chills through him. "Who is the senior?" Yipingen inquired, his gaze calm as he regarded the stunning woman who had inexplicably manifested in his mind. "You seem unafraid of me," he remarked, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "But what use is fear? If the elder truly wished to harm me, you could silently infiltrate my consciousness, and I fear I would have perished countless times by now." Upon hearing this, the woman scrutinized Yipingen intently, her gaze unwavering. This made Yipingen's heart race with unease. He could discern a myriad of emotional fluctuations in the eyes of this terrifying yet exquisitely beautiful woman. Hatred, helplessness, complexity, and ultimately, a hint of sorrow. "Elder, whether you choose to kill or maim, it is entirely your discretion. Why do you stare at me so? You resemble him, strikingly so, even in the tone of your speech." Chapter 41. One person, one flute resemble? Resemble whom? Yipingen found himself perplexed by the words of the stunning woman before him. What exactly did this formidable lady intend? "It seems you are his successor." Before Yipingen could respond, she continued, "What year is it today?" Yipingen, feeling somewhat helpless, began to explain. "This year marks the first month of the 1800th year of the Tianyuan calendar." Tianyuan calendar? Relate to me the significant events that have transpired in Tianyuan continent over the years. The beautiful woman slightly raised her eyelashes, gazing at Yipingen as she spoke softly. Yipingen patiently recounted the major events within the Tianfeng kingdom, noting that he had yet to set foot beyond its borders, having only read about distant lands in ancient texts. After he finished, the woman fell into contemplation, her brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. She eventually lifted her gaze to Yi Pingyan, her eyes brimming with affection. This left Yi Pingyan utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully bowed and asked, "Elder, who are you truly?" "Just an unfortunate woman. You are far too weak now. Knowing too much may only bring you harm." Yi Pingyan's lips twitched slightly at her words. Was she really so unyielding? Did she not understand that fortunes can change in 30 years? Yi Pingyan felt assured that the woman before him meant him no harm, which eased his tense nerves. He could clearly sense his sword intent continuously deepening and his cultivation slowly advancing. Upon noticing the Guachen sword at Yi Pingyan's back, the woman's eyes reflected a mix of nostalgia and regret. She murmured, "It seems my suspicions were correct regarding the Guachen sword. Young one, are you familiar with the red dust wine sword technique?" Yi Pingyan's heart jolted at her words. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at her seriously and replied, "How do you know this, elder?" The beautiful woman smiled slightly, causing the temperature around them to rise significantly. "That is something you need not know yet. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand." "What level?" Yi Pingyan asked instinctively. "At least when you step into the nirvana realm. Perhaps then you will be deemed worthy of such knowledge. At that time, the spirit of your Guachen sword will reveal it to you." Yi Pingyan's heart trembled again at the mention of the nirvana realm. Not to mention whether the entire Tianfeng kingdom had any nirvana realm beings. If there were, they would most certainly be reclusive ancient monsters, perhaps countable on one hand. However, since you were chosen by that rogue to inherit his legacy, your talent is not lacking. The nirvana realm is merely a matter of time for you. Yi Pingyan wished to inquire further, yet she interrupted him. "Senior, enough. Immerse yourself in the essence of the sword. At this moment, I am but a wisp of spiritual energy, soon to depart. I understand your curiosity, but I cannot divulge the answers now." With those words, her form transformed into a flurry of frost, gradually dissipating into the air. "Senior." In truth, Yi Pingyan yearned to ask whether the wine sword immortal still lived. It seemed he would have to rely on the sword spirit for answers in the future. According to his conjecture, the terrifying woman who had just appeared surely had a connection with the wine sword immortal, her strength undoubtedly on par with his. However, when she spoke of the wine sword immortal, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Could it be that she shared a deeper bond with the esteemed sword immortal? Casting aside such thoughts, Yi Pingyan settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the comprehension of sword intent. As he circulated his vital energy, the red dust sword intent began to absorb the surrounding frozen sword intent. Subsequently, it forcefully fused and assimilated the frozen sword intent, transforming it into its own essence. In this process, Yi Pingyan truly grasped the terrifying nature of the red dust sword intent created by the wine sword immortal. Could such a figure truly be defeated by the celestial emperor? Was the legendary battle between the two emperors of a millennium ago truly a loss for the wine sword immortal? Surrounded by the fierce and domineering sword intent, it resembled a soaring phoenix, as if it aimed to cleave the frozen sword mountain in twain. As his understanding of the minor attainment of sword intent deepened, he began to recognize certain truths. In his previous days at the Heavenly Gate Sword Sect, his comprehension of sword intent had been entirely systematic, lacking refinement and consistency. The current red dust sword intent, however, was akin to heaven and earth. To ascend to a higher level of sword intent, he had to relinquish the fragmented understanding he once held. With a resolute expression, Yi Pingyan decisively cast aside his prior knowledge. A muted groan resonated within him. That was the fragmented sword intent. In that instant, he felt his sword heart illuminate, dispelling any prior feelings of blockage. After a brief period of continued comprehension and absorption of sword intent, Yi Pingyan seamlessly broke through to the later stage of minor attainment in sword intent. An endless, fierce sword intent surged forth, shredding his white robe into tatters, exposing his bronzed chest and chiseled muscles. This sight left Shen Ningxue, who stood guard beside him, utterly astonished. Her veiled face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Did this fellow have to tear his clothes to achieve a breakthrough in sword intent? Quickly averting her gaze from his upper body, she turned her back to Yi Pingyan, muttering softly to herself, "His physique is not lacking." With this breakthrough in sword intent, given its formidable nature, he was likely on par with those of major attainment. At merely 18 years of age, his talent in the path of the sword was indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that Shen Ningxue was no ordinary individual, even among the prodigies of the Central Plains. She ranked among the elite. For her to utter such words, one could only imagine the extraordinary nature of Yi Pingyan's swordsmanship. Shen Ningxuang quietly stood guard beside him. and feeling somewhat bored, she took out the soul-guarding flute and played a melody that echoed softly atop the sword mountain. Naturally, due to the barrier she had set, the sound did not escape. The enchanting notes seemed to affect Yi Pingyan, who slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance akin to a sword's edge. He exhaled a deep breath, and at that moment, he caught sight of the graceful figure in a white dress turned away from him. One person, one white dress, one icy mountain, and a melody of flute notes drifted through the air. He was momentarily entranced, quietly admiring Shen Ningxuang as she played. After a brief interlude, as the music came to an end, Shen Ningxuang turned to see Yi Pingyan's captivated expression, and an amused smile crept into her heart. Have you broken through? Yi Pingyan came to his senses and stepped forward with a gentle chuckle. Indeed, I have. I've reached the latter stage of minor sword intent. Just a step away from major sword intent. How long have I comprehended sword intent? He mused. 3 days, Shen Ningxuang replied calmly. What? Yi Pingyan was taken aback by the passage of time. Shen Ningxuang shook her head, bemused that he still found the time lengthy. When a cultivator breaks through a significant realm, don't they usually seclude themselves for months, even years? If you can achieve a breakthrough in just 3 days, you ought to feel fortunate. Yi Pingyan understood. He merely felt that time was precious, and his window was limited. 2 years in the transformation realm was no small feat. Thank you for your hard work these past 3 days, Yi Pingyan said tenderly. Shen Ningxuang snorted lightly. Had it not been for that old man compelling her to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, she wouldn't have bothered with these matters. It was absurd for her, a figure of the central continent, to serve as a guardian for a peer merely at the Earth origin realm. If the other prodigies from the top sacred lands and families of the central continent discovered this, wouldn't they rush to Kanglin Academy in a frenzy? Chapter 42. The frozen sovereign Yi Pingyan gazed at the sword mountain, encased in the ice of sword intent, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Feeling the thin remnants of sword intent that lingered in the mountain, he pondered how the academy would react if they realized that this was entirely his doing. Would they swallow him whole? How could he explain this? In truth, Yi Pingyan's gains from this experience were substantial. Not only achieving a noticeable breakthrough to the mid-stage of minor sword intent, but also attracting the essence of sword intent belonging to that stunning woman. However, the essence was exceedingly domineering and vast, and given his current cultivation level, he could only assimilate it gradually by enhancing his strength bit by bit. He had also realized that the reason the sword mountain possessed such sword intent was due to the essence left behind by that extraordinary woman, which he had now completely absorbed. To be frank, this remarkable woman was akin to half of his swordsmanship mentor. After absorbing the essence of sword intent, his power surged from the mid-stage of Earth origin realm to the latter stage. Shen Ningxuang examined Yi Pingyan closely, devoid of envy for his fortune, and calmly remarked, "It seems this time, misfortune has turned into fortune. It appears your gains are quite significant. Both your sword intent and cultivation have elevated to a small realm." Yi Pingyan pondered for a moment before turning to Shen Ningxuang and solemnly inquired, "Ningxuang, with your extensive knowledge, do you know if there exists a sovereign of the great emperor realm possessing the frost sword intent within this Tianyuan continent?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Ningxuang fell into deep contemplation. Do you suspect that the inheritance left behind in this sword mountain was from a powerful figure of the great emperor realm who wielded the frost sword intent? Yi Pingyan nodded, yet he refrained from revealing the essence of the frost sword intent that he had absorbed. I have yet to encounter any records of a great emperor-level powerhouse possessing the frost sword intent in ancient texts. However, over 2,000 years ago, this land was known not as Tianyuan but as the Qingxian continent, and at that time, there emerged a formidable figure beneath the great emperor realm who possessed the frost sword intent. Yi Pingyan's heart stirred with certainty as he continued to inquire. What was the name of that strong individual? After a moment's reflection, Shen Ningxuang replied, "The name remains unclear, as the ancient texts only document the title, the Frost Sovereign. According to these texts, the Frost Sovereign's power was exceedingly terrifying, and her talent was extraordinarily prodigious. In an era renowned for its geniuses and flourishing martial arts, she was a figure of great renown. It is said that after a century of rebirth, she ascended to the death-profound realm within 200 years and achieved the coveted supreme realm in just 500 years. A feat that countless cultivators could only dream of. Her life can only be described as legendary, serving as a lifelong pursuit for numerous female cultivators. Yet, this fierce individual only faced defeat at the hands of one person, the Winesword Sovereign during the Dual Emperor War. As Shen Ningxuang recounted this, even she wore a solemn expression. Yi Pingyan felt a surge of intrigue and gestured for her to continue. Noticing his earnestness, Shen Ningxuang cleared her throat and slowly elaborated. The ancient texts do not provide extensive details about the Frost Sovereign. In summary, They depict her as possessing unparalleled swordsmanship talent, with the frost sword intent unmatched by any adversary. Following her defeat by the wine sword sovereign, she seemingly vanished from the Tianyuan continent. Yi Pingyan, upon hearing this, began to grasp the implications. The stunning woman that appeared in her sea of consciousness must indeed be the frost sovereign from 2,000 years ago. No wonder the essence of the frost sword intent manifests with such overwhelming dominance in my consciousness, contrasting sharply with my own mortal sword intent. It appears they had clashed in life. Thus, reasoning suggests that the legacy I obtained from the sword tomb is indeed a bequest from the wine sword immortal. Initially, I harbored doubts about the inheritance from the sword tomb, one of the 4 forbidden grounds of the Tianyuan continent, but it now appears to be genuine. The wine sword immortal and the frost sovereign were pillars of strength in that era, each with lifespans extending over 10,000 years. Have such formidable beings truly perished? Yi Pingyan organized his thoughts. Currently, he lacked the strength to unravel the mysteries behind it all. We have wasted quite some time. Let us hasten our departure. However, Shen Ningxuang shook her head and calmly stated, we cannot leave. This sword mountain is ensnared in a barrier, and even my strength struggles to breach it. Reflecting on this, she surmised that the individual who left the sword intent here must be a being of the Nirvana realm. Otherwise, even her might would find it challenging to break through. Yi Pingyan revealed a wry smile, harboring no blame towards her. This barrier was likely a legacy bestowed upon the Kanglan Academy by the Frost Sovereign. What is the relationship between the Kanglan Academy and the Frozen Sovereign? His curiosity intensified. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Having absorbed the essence of the Frozen Sovereign's sword intent, could he not unlock this barrier? With that, Yi Pingyan approached the barrier. What are you doing? As he unleashed the frost sword intent into the barrier, the frozen sword mountain erupted with a thunderous roar. It's open. Only then did Shen Ningxuang realize, indeed, this fellow had accepted the inheritance of the sword mountain. The two stepped out side by side from the sword mountain, arriving at its base. The resounding noise attracted the attention of the sword mountain elders and Dugu Jian. Yi Pingyan, Shen Ningxuang. The expressions of those present were filled with profound confusion. Yi Pingyan bowed slightly and solemnly stated, Elders, please allow me to explain. He patiently recounted the entire sequence of events to the gathered crowd. In essence, Yi Pingyan fabricated a tale, claiming he had been fortunate enough to be chosen by the Sword Mountain's sword intent and had accepted its inheritance. After a moment, Dugu Jian regained his composure. Casting a complex glance at Yi Pingyan, after taking a sip from his drink, he remarked, You lad, you are indeed fortunate. He then turned to the elders of the Sword Mountain, his expression grave. You old fellows must ensure that no one in the academy learns of this inheritance. And the Grand Elder? Dugu Jian replied with an unusual assertiveness. Is it not clear what anyone means? Chapter 43, The Past of the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Mountain elders nodded respectfully. They were well aware of the power and status of this uncle of the academy. When the dean departed, he had specifically instructed the elders, after my departure, let all matters be decided by this uncle. Yet, their uncle was as evasive as the dean himself. Thus, this significant burden fell squarely upon the beleaguered Grand Elder, who was merely of the same generation as the dean. Even the dean referred to Dugu Jian as uncle, underscoring his elevated status and authority. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the true decision-maker of Kanglan Academy. A hint of apology crossed Yi Pingyan's face as he bitterly remarked, Elder, it seems this sword mountain will no longer be of much use for comprehending sword intent. Dugu Jian waved his hand and replied, Yi Pingyan, come with me. Upon witnessing this, Shen Ningxuang felt a slight furrow in her brow beneath her veil, wanting to follow to ensure his safety. After all, this drunken man's strength was considerable, and currently, Yi Pingyan was no match for him. Yi Pingyan gave her a reassuring glance and followed Dugu Jian. Rest easy, Ningxuang, I shall return shortly. Ningxuang nodded, but her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan followed Dugu Jian to the Listening Rain Pavilion by the distant lakeside. As they walked, Dugu Jian contemplated a question. The Sword Mountain had existed long before the establishment of Kanglan Academy, known for its ability to assist cultivators in better comprehending sword intent. In his youth, he had also reached the mountain's peak, finding it immensely beneficial for his sword intent. However, he preferred to remain low-key and had not allowed the academy to document it. He understood that reaching the summit would attract attention, yet it should not have triggered such terrifying frozen sword intent. This young man undoubtedly harbors some peculiarities. Yet, which individual is devoid of secrets? Regardless, the fact that he is a student of Kanglan Academy suffices. Dugu Jian pulled his thoughts back to the present and said nonchalantly, Young lad, do you have any wine? Yes, please wait a moment, senior. Subsequently, Yi Pingyan retrieved a flask of peach blossom brew from his storage ring and handed it to him. After Dugu Jian took several hearty gulps, he exclaimed, Haha, excellent wine. Young lad, you must have heard of my name, thus. I shall refrain from further introductions and get straight to the point. The setting sun illuminated his tousled hair, casting a glow in contrast to the profound darkness of his eyes beneath his lashes, creating an aura that seemed incongruous with his tattered attire. In that moment, Yi Pingyan felt a sense of disorientation. Who would have thought that the figure before him was the sword sovereign who had emerged in Tianmen Kingdom a century ago? Are you willing to become my disciple? He asked with a serious tone. At this moment, Dugu Jian had his back to Yi Pingyan, yet the latter could still sense the formidable sword intent emanating from him. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Pingyan replied, "Please forgive me, but I cannot become your disciple." Upon hearing this, Dugu Jian did not display any anger. He turned to face Yi Pingyan and remarked, "Oh, why is that? You should be aware of who I am." Yi Pingyan, with a tone full of regret, bowed and said, "If I am not mistaken, Elder, you are the sword sovereign Dugu Jian, whose name struck fear into countless cultivators in Tianmen Kingdom a century ago. Knowing this, surely I am still qualified to be your master, am I not?" Dugu Jian inquired. Yi Pingyan shook his head and explained, "Indeed, you possess the qualifications. The renown of the sword sovereign is known to all. However, I already have a master, and thus cannot accept you as my teacher." Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Yi Pingyan had continually heard his master speak of Dugu Jian's illustrious reputation. At that time, his own master, Yi, had only just broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, yet he was considered one of the top-tier powerhouses in Tianmen Kingdom. Whenever he spoke of Dugu Jian, he did so with a hint of humility. Yi Pingyan had also heard that his master once had a spar with Dugu Jian. As for the outcome, it was said that the era of the sword sovereign dominated Tianmen Kingdom. In truth, Yi Pingyan was quite curious about why the sword sovereign had inexplicably vanished, with some rumors suggesting that he had already perished, while others exaggerated, claiming that he had transcended and ascended to become an emperor. Sword sovereign Dugu Jian waved his hand dismissively, reverting to his former rogue demeanor. "Ah, what sword sovereign? It is merely an empty title, bothersome to hear. Just call me Elder." With no other recourse, Yi Pingyan complied. "Yes, Elder Sword. Elder, I wish to inquire why you disappeared at that time?" Yi Pingyan asked. Dugu Jian revealed a complex expression, seemingly reluctant to discuss it. "Ah, it's all ancient history. There is no point in bringing it up," he replied. Back then, Yi Pingyan listened intently as time passed slowly. "It was simply that simple," Dugu Jian said with a carefree smile. Yi Pingyan's lips twitched slightly. He could hardly believe that the sword sovereign had been so reckless at that time. Was it really that simple? In simple terms, during the peak of his prowess in the Tianmen Kingdom, the invincible Dugu Jian wandered through the northern wilderness and encountered the princess of the Li Hua dynasty. They fell deeply in love. However, fate was unkind, as the princess caught the eye of the young master of the formidable Tianmen sect. Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, due to the opponent's decades of cultivation superiority, Dugu Jian suffered a narrow defeat, leaving him despondent and returning to the Kanglin Academy, where he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, leading to the academy's decline from its former glory. Nonetheless, they had made a pact, a duel between their disciples a century later. Now, less than a year remains until that fateful day. Dugu Jian understood the might of the Tianmen sect. The Tianmen Kingdom seemed trifling before it, and the disciples they nurtured could not possibly be on the same level. It was only with the emergence of Yi Pingyan that a flicker of hope was reignited within him. After digesting this information, Yi Pingyan earnestly inquired, "Elder, what is the current strength of their disciple?" Dugu Jian recalled a letter from his old rival that had taunted him about his disciple's prowess. "Ahem, not particularly high. He has merely just broken through to the Yuan Dan realm," he replied, expecting to intimidate Yi Pingyan. To his surprise, Yi Pingyan began to contemplate seriously. The early Yuan Dan realm, with less than a year remaining, would see the opponent lucky to reach the late stage, which would be considered extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, he himself was in the late stage of the Earth Yuan realm and the Tian Yuan realm, as well as the Yuan Dan realm. This challenge fell well within his 2-year plan to break through to the transformation realm. "Elder, does a registered disciple count as a disciple?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Jian, who had been languidly drinking, suddenly perked up. Are you agreeing to this?" Yi Pingyan nodded slightly, indicating that a registered disciple may not be a true master. But that was inconsequential. Following their conversation, Dugu Jian appeared to be in high spirits as he swiftly departed to prepare some training regimen. Yi Pingyan and Shun Ningxuang returned to the inner courtyard. At the entrance of the inner courtyard, various stalls lined both sides, and a bustling crowd surged forth, with students rushing toward the Yuan Stone Hall. Today marked an important day for the students to collect their Yuan stones. As Yi Pingyan and Shun Ningxuang navigated through the throng, they were jostled by an older student from the inner courtyard. Watch where you're going. Yi Pingyan, the victim of the collision, had yet to speak when the other began to scold him. This individual, not lacking in strength, ranked within the top 100 of the inner courtyard's strength chart, providing him with ample arrogance. However, upon turning to face Yi Pingyan, his expression drained of color, and he let out a terrified scream. Yi Pingyan, you're still alive. Upon hearing this, the students who had been flowing toward the Yuan Stone Hall halted in their tracks. What? Yi Pingyan? Still alive? Didn't he die on Sword Mountain? They murmured in disbelief. Could it really be Yi Pingyan and Shinning Shuang? Even the elders had declared it impossible for them to survive under such frozen sword intent. Yi Pingyan observed the inner courtyard senior fervently apologizing before him, showing no inclination to dwell on the matter. Let us be on our way, he murmured softly. And soon he and Shin Ningxue walked side by side into the Yuan Stone Hall. As newly inducted disciples of the inner courtyard, they were entitled to receive only 50 medium-grade Yuan stones. However, once they entered the rankings of the strong list and secured a position, their monthly allocation of Yuan stones would increase. After collecting their Yuan stones, they returned to Yi Pingyan's cultivation peak together. This Yuan stone holds no value for me. Take it, Shin Ningxue said gently as she settled into an exquisite rocking chair. Yi Pingyan did not hesitate to accept her generosity, for in her eyes, such Yuan stones were trivial, scarcely worth a mere allowance. Yet, he found himself in dire financial straits. And despite the elder of Sword Mountain rewarding him with 100 superior grade Yuan stones for reaching the summit, he still felt impoverished. Following their evening meal, Yi Pingyan and Shin Ningxue slipped into their cultivation routines. Shin Ningxue, in perfect synchrony, cast a barrier to shield the mountain's aura. Observing Yi Pingyan, wholly absorbed in his cultivation, she shook her head slightly, acknowledging his fervent dedication. Meanwhile, she busied herself in the courtyard's rear, brewing tea and savoring its nuances. Her delicate eyes veiled beneath a shroud as they gazed dreamily at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. Petals from the peach blossoms danced in the breeze, encircling her like an ethereal being descended from the heavens. In that moment, Yi Pingyan diligently absorbed the ambient Yuan energy, swiftly depleting the hundreds of medium-grade Yuan stones he had just received. Even though he was aware of his substantial consumption, he was taken aback. What a waste, he thought. In less than an hour, he had expended 100 medium-grade Yuan stones, equivalent to what other new disciples might require over 2 months. Yet, the more stones he consumed, the more robust his internal Yuan energy became, far surpassing that of his peers. If another's internal energy could be likened to a pond, his was akin to an entire ocean. In battles among cultivators, numerous factors are pivotal: talent, cultivation techniques, swordsmanship, sword intent, and the density of Yuan energy. The foundational strength required to propel these elements relies heavily on Yuan energy. It is clear how crucial abundant Yuan energy is for a cultivator. After approximately 3 hours of intense cultivation, Yi Pingyan emerged from his meditative state. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, he murmured to himself, having consumed 100 medium-grade Yuan stones, I have finally stabilized my realm. At the late stage of the Earth Origin realm, given his current combat prowess, he could easily contend with those in the early stages of the Yuan Dan realm, and even stand a chance against mid-Yuan Dan practitioners, potentially claiming victory should he reveal some hidden strengths. It seems promising. Shin Ningxue's melodious voice drifted through the air. Yi Pingyan smiled as he approached her, naturally pouring himself a cup of tea. Occasionally sampling your tea is delightful, but nothing compares to my wine. Shin Ningxue was accustomed to his unceremonious behavior, knowing he alone dared to indulge so freely in her tea. Suddenly, Shin Ningxue sensed 2 familiar figures swiftly approaching. Someone is coming, she remarked. It should be your 2 friends. As they conversed, 2 figures quietly approached. Yi Pingyan was not surprised to see them. Brother Yi Hara, I knew you would be just fine. Su Yi, the loquacious one, spoke first. It was merely a stroke of luck, Yi Pingyan responded. Upon seeing Yi Pingyan return unscathed, Ling Qingyan felt a weight lift from her heart. Yi Pingyan, I am so relieved that you are unharmed. She gazed at him. Today, she wore a fitted azure gown, her exquisite face adorned with subtle makeup, exuding elegance. I apologize for worrying you, Yi Pingyan said with a smile, only to notice that Ling Qingyan's demeanor seemed different. Have you made a breakthrough? Ling Qingyan nodded slightly, her lips curling into a smile as she replied softly, Yes, I just broke through. As soon as Su Yi heard the news of your safety, we rushed over. Her beautiful eyes cast a deep glance at Yi Pingyan, a flicker of complexity crossing her expression before she cheerfully added, Since you have returned safely, I shall take my leave now. Yi Pingyan, initially hoping to sit down and share a drink with the 2, found Ling Qingyan's sudden departure puzzling. Very well, he said. Ling Qingyan shivered slightly. a faint sigh escaping her lips before she turned and left. At that moment, Su Yi approached and said, "Ahem, did you notice her unusual behavior as well?" "Yes." "What has transpired?" Yi Ping'an inquired. Su Yi rolled his eyes at him. "You, a complete cultivation fanatic, cannot see that she has feelings for you? While you were trapped in Sword Mountain, Zhu Qingcang awakened and was overjoyed upon hearing of your supposed demise, hastening the engagement with Qingyan. The date is set for 3 days from now. However, this was a desperate decision for the Ling family. The Ling family is now in decline in Yangui City. An elder from their clan was ambushed and gravely injured while traveling. The competition among the prominent families in Yangui City is fierce, with many powerful second-rate families poised to unite and swallow the Ling family whole. Reluctantly, they have no choice but to ally with the Zhu family." Yi Ping'an squinted his eyes. "Zhu family? Who is their strongest member?" Su Yi, upon hearing this, immediately grew cautious. "Brother Yi, why do you ask? I advise you not to act recklessly." Chapter 45, Confrontation with Situ. Yi Ping'an found Su Ye's reaction amusing and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's nothing. I was just inquiring." Su Yi then sighed in relief, thinking Yi Ping'an was not planning to challenge the strongest among them. "That would be courting death," he said slowly. "The Zhu family is one of the oldest families in Yangui City and has risen the fastest among the 3 major families. Currently, their strongest member is likely their ancestor, Zhu Yun." "Zhu Yun?" "Indeed, an elder at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, who seldom shows himself and only appears during family crises. All 3 elders possess peak Yuan Dan realm cultivation. Zhu Yun has been in seclusion for many years, reportedly attempting to break through to the Qi gathering realm. Once a certain ancestor from this family breaks the delicate balance and ascends to the Qi refinement realm, the other 2 prominent clans will find themselves in peril." Yi Ping'an, contemplating this, realized that the ancestors of the 3 families were likely aged veterans, possessing strength at least on par with Elder Jin Shan, perhaps even surpassing him. "Thus, I strongly advise against harboring any ill intentions toward their ancestors. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to entertain such thoughts." Su Yi nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. The 2 then indulged in wine and conversation for a considerable time before parting ways. As Yi Ping'an observed Su Ye's departing figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. He had already devised a strategy in his mind. Ling Qingyan was his first friend upon entering Yangui City, and she had assisted him greatly. He was not the type to abandon a friend in distress. Moreover, the Zhu family had their own grievances with him, so he could not allow their union to succeed. Shen Shuang seemed to perceive Yi Ping'an's intentions and, after finishing a cup of hot tea, remarked coolly, "What is this? Do you wish to intervene? Are you reluctant to let her marry?" Coughing, Yi Ping'an quickly defended himself. "Ning Shuang, you are overthinking this. Qingyan is a dear friend who has helped me, and you are well aware of Zhu Qingcang's character. How could I allow my friend to fall into a den of tigers?" Shen Shuang's icy demeanor softened slightly beneath her veil. "So what do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, do not count on me to take action." Yi Ping'an had already surmised that this young woman would not reveal her true cultivation level. Nevertheless, he had his own means. The following morning, Yi Ping'an and Shen Shuang arrived outside the Qi refinement tower. At this moment, numerous students from the inner court had gathered beneath the magnificent and sacred tower, most of whom were seniors. Boom! With a resounding, weighty rumble, the doors of the Qi refinement tower slowly creaked open, releasing a refreshing wave of abundant spiritual energy that compelled the crowd to inhale greedily. "Wow, what is the occasion today? So many from the top 10 of the inner court rankings are here to cultivate in the Qi refinement tower?" grumbled a bald student outside the door. "Clearly, you must be a newcomer to the inner court. Today marks the last 2 days of the month, and the ranking competition for the inner court will commence at the beginning of next month." Upon hearing this, Yi Ping'an understood why the turnout was particularly high that day. While he pondered this, another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Wow, I didn't expect all the top 10 from the rankings to show up at the Qi refinement tower at the end of the month. Typically, the top 10 students were rarely seen, yet today they had all come together." Yi Ping'an glanced toward the source of the commotion and recognized half of the 10 individuals. He was familiar with the top rankings, but was surprised to discover that the first place was occupied by a girl. Even before her arrival, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, filling the vicinity of the Qi refinement tower with a rich scent of perfume. "It's Hongxiao. Ah, Hongxiao. I wish to become your Dao partner. I would do anything for you, even act as your dog," exclaimed a rather effeminate young man, his voice piercing through the excitement. This was met with a sharp rebuke from the young man walking alongside him, Situ Qingtian, who snapped, "Get lost. Hurry, hurry, keep your distance." It is the formidable Si-Tu Qingtian, ranked second. As Hongxiao and Si-Tu Qingtian passed by, the surrounding students instinctively made way. Ultimately, The two approached Yi Pingyan, and the anticipation among the crowd reached a peak. Look, the top two of the rankings are about to cross paths with our academy's current prodigy, Yi Ping and ha. This promises to be quite the spectacle. I wonder if Yi Pingyan will yield? It goes without saying that he surely will. Although Yi Pingyan had triumphed over the 10th-ranked Ma Qianyu, the disparity between the 10th and these two is monumental, entirely of a different caliber. Just as Si Tu Ching Tian was about to collide with Yi Pingyan, he halted his steps. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a spear aimed directly at Yi Pingyan, an invisible aura of dominance pressing down upon him, igniting a palpable tension in the air. However, Yi Pingyan had witnessed his fair share of grand spectacles. His experiences had long since transcended previous encounters. This minor pressure was hardly of consequence. Is there an issue? Yi Pingyan inquired, his expression unchanged, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and darkness crossed Si Tu Ching Tian's face. He returned the sentiment with a low growl. Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. He glanced at Hong Xiu beside him, noticing her smiling as she appraised the situation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This detestable Yi Pingyan. Was it not said he perished on Sword Mountain? How could he possibly have returned alive? Yet Yi Pingyan remained unfazed, calmly responding, "There's a path beside you. Are you blind?" At this utterance, the surrounding students could no longer contain themselves. Oh my heavens, Yi Pingyan! How dare he speak to the second-ranked in such a manner? Si Tu Ching Tian, enraged yet mocking, shook his head. His azure robes fluttered without wind as he unleashed a tyrannical aura. Boom. Yi Pingyan, to have survived Sword Mountain, you ought to cherish your days of life. Who granted you the audacity to speak to me thus? Do you believe that defeating the 10th-ranked Ma Qianyu places you on equal footing with me? I shall say this for the last time. Move aside, or else. Hong Xiu stood by with her arms crossed, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Her presence amplifying the mounting tension, causing the onlookers to gulp nervously, parched with anticipation. Yi Pingyan, perplexed, wondered what grievance he had ever caused this man. Why was he targeted upon their first encounter? From the aura emanating from this individual, it seemed he had successfully ascended to the Tian Yuan realm. No wonder he exhibited such arrogance. Yet, he had the audacity to challenge himself. And what if I choose not to yield? Chapter 46. The Tyrannical Dragon Maiden Boom. Si Tu Ching Tian's fierce and domineering intent surged forth, enveloping the Qi Refinement Tower in an overwhelming presence. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Yi Pingyan regarded Si Tu Ching Tian, who stood at his height, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You may certainly try. The gathered students erupted in astonished exclamations. This Yi Pingyan is indeed remarkable. No wonder he emerged alive from Sword Mountain. Indeed, one might fervently hope for a confrontation between the two. The ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly be quite exhilarating. Yet, how could Yi Pingyan possibly stand as a worthy adversary? Not far away, several figures emerged slowly, among them the well-cultivated Zhu Qingsong. He had believed that those detestable individuals would never return alive from the Sword Mountain. Yet he did not anticipate their remarkable resilience. His gaze fell upon the ethereal figure in the flowing white gown, filled with loathing, though overshadowed by a more profound sense of fear and trepidation. The memory of being forcefully cast off the martial arts platform by Shun Ningxuang was vivid. In that moment, he had thought he would meet his demise on that very stage. For reasons unknown, Shun Ningxuang's attack had weakened, sparing him from immediate annihilation. He never wished to flirt with death again. It was all due to that scoundrel, had it not been for him. How could that woman have unleashed such lethal intent upon me? Zhu Qingsong muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on Yi Pingyan. At that moment, Si Tu Ching Tian and Yi Pingyan stood poised for combat, their auras subtly rising, each waiting for the other to falter and strike first. Shun Ningxuang, however, was entirely unconcerned. If even these minor prodigies of the academy could not be dealt with, there was no hope of advancing to the creation realm within the next 2 years. It was nothing short of a delusion. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu observed the breathtaking figure in white before her, one who had effortlessly dominated the formidable Zhu Qingsong. Ranked third on the leaderboard. Although Zhu Qingsong held the third position, he had already broken through to the half-step heavenly origin realm, a level far beyond what a mid-stage earth origin realm cultivator could hope to defeat, and he did so with such decisiveness. It was likely that Shun Ningxuang was the true hidden threat among them. Have you seen enough? Shun Ningxuang noticed the alluring figure in the crimson gown gazing intently at her, an unsettling sensation washing over her. Hong Xiu, feeling the chill emanating from Shun Ningxuang, smiled and remarked, "Your grace is truly enviable, dear junior. So cold and proud, like a snow lotus atop a snowy peak, only to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. Fear not, junior, I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a desire for friendship. What say you? Xinning Shuang chose to disregard her words. Uninterested in engaging, Hong Xiu, unfazed, understood that true strength allows one to overlook others. She was no different. Just as Situ Qingtian and Yi Pingyan were on the verge of confrontation, an excited, almost petulant voice, akin to one under the influence of a stimulant, rang out, sending ripples of alarm through the crowd. Their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they feared the very sight of Situ Qingtian. Yi Pingyan followed the sound, spotting a young girl clad in a form-fitting outfit, her shoulders draped with a violet cape, rushing towards them while wielding a long blade taller than herself, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. With a resounding thud, she slammed the heavy sword, weighing over 1,000 pounds, onto the ground, creating a network of cracks. I heard there was going to be a fight, and I do enjoy that. Who's coming first? Initially, I had anticipated merely observing the unfolding drama, but some of the senior students from the inner courtyard abruptly dashed into the Qi refining tower. Hurry, hurry! The Tyrannosaurus girl has arrived. We must flee, she exclaimed, planting her hands on her hips, glaring at the two with indignation. Do you two relish fighting so much? Come now, face me first. Defeat me, and then we shall see. At her words, Yi Pingyan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Where did this brutish woman spring forth from? Moreover, she too stood at the threshold of the celestial origin realm. The inner courtyard truly harbored hidden talents. Why would a girl choose a weapon taller than herself, a colossal long blade? Observing this, Situ Qingtian immediately suppressed his aura, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Pingyan, and let out a cold snort, saying, Humph, consider yourself fortunate today, but fret not. There will be ample opportunities ahead. The moment Hong Xiu laid eyes on this fierce tigress, her enthusiasm waned. With a resigned rub of her brow, she cast a deep glance at Yi Pingyan before walking past him into the Qi refining tower. Situ Qingtian, glancing at the Tyrannosaurus girl, barely managed to suppress a smile. I shall not engage. I will retreat to the Qi refining tower to cultivate instead. Humph, coward. The Tyrannosaurus girl sneered dismissively, finally fixing her gaze on Yi Pingyan. Are you the newcomer? The one they speak of so fervently in the academy. Yi Pingyan, the dark horse? You must be formidable to have returned safely from the Sword Mountain. Come, let us spar. Yi Pingyan was at a loss, his brow furrowed. Why did he encounter such troublesome matters upon stepping outside? Yet, someone even Situ Qingtian regarded with trepidation was surely no ordinary individual. Senior, it seems rather inappropriate for us to engage in combat upon our first meeting, he replied. TCH. How dull. Subsequently, she hoisted her 2-meter-long blade and turned to the onlookers, bored. Hey, who among you wishes to spar with me? Defeat me, and you may choose any martial arts technique from the academy. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and promptly vanished from the scene. Who would dare to fight her? Winning would result in punishment, while losing meant a 3-month recovery in bed. They fled faster than rabbits. How tedious. The Tyrannosaurus girl then noticed Xinning Shuang standing beside Yi Pingyan, her eyes sparkling. Hello there, beautiful junior. I can sense your strength. Come, let us battle. Xinning Shuang's lips, hidden beneath her veil, quivered in disbelief. What peculiar individuals. Yi Pingyan shook his head and patiently remarked. Is it customary to challenge others to a duel upon first meeting? TCH, not a single man dares to face me. Truly. They are as cowardly as Situ Qingtian and his ilk, the Tyrannosaurus girl boasted arrogantly. Even if you refuse, you shall contend with me today. Her fighting spirit surged. Yi Pingyan opted to ignore her, walking alongside Xinning Shuang toward the Qi refining tower. Halt. You must engage in battle with me, or I will compel that lovely junior to fight in your stead. Without further ado, the Tyrannosaurus girl unsheathed her long blade and leaped towards Yi Pingyan. Swinging it with ferocity, Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes, sensing the razor-sharp energy slicing through the air behind him. He swiftly drew the Guichen's sword from its sheath, preparing to impart a lesson to this audacious girl. Sister, stand down. A delicate and urgent voice pierced the air, akin to a commanding decree that instantly halted the fierce dinosaur girl in her tracks. Alas, she had been caught once more. Chapter 47. The Bai sisters defeated. The dinosaur girl's spirit visibly waned, her head bowed in submission, unable to meet the gaze of her counterpart. Seizing the moment before her sister's arrival, she hastily addressed Yi Pingyan. Hey, kid, you'd better say that our encounter was a friendly spar, rather than me coercing you. Otherwise, humph. If I see you again, I'll take a swing at you. Yi Pingyan couldn't help but chuckle at the audacious, yet somewhat pleading expression of the dinosaur girl. Well, that depends on your performance. Is this how you approach someone when you need a favor? As the dinosaur girl noticed her sister approaching, she stomped her foot in frustration and conceded. All right, I admit my mistake. I'm sorry, okay? Just please don't tell my sister that I forced you into this. We were merely engaging in a friendly exchange. With a smile, Yi Pingyan found the dinosaur girl rather amusing. It was indeed a manifestation of the balance of nature. Even Shinning Shuang, who stood nearby, couldn't help but shake her head slightly, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. This apology was, after all, somewhat acceptable. The dinosaur girl exhaled in relief. Yi Pingyan observed the tall, graceful figure approaching, her serene beauty accentuated by her long, flowing hair elegantly gathered, and a gentle smile adorning her face, clad in a loose, pale blue gown. Baijiro, has your temper flared again? What did I say when you left? The girl in the azure dress admonished, her tone educational. Sister, I was wrong. And this time, it wasn't me who initiated the fight. We were just having a friendly spar. Just a spar, Baijiro exclaimed, casting frantic glances at Yi Pingyan. He responded with a calm smile. Indeed, that is the case. With a sigh of relief, Baijiro sheathed her 2-meter-long blade into her spatial ring. The girl in blue regarded her sister with a mix of fondness and exasperation before turning her attention to Yi Pingyan. With a graceful bow, she addressed him. You must be Yi Pingyan. My younger sister is naturally mischievous and combative. I hope you will not take offense. In the presence of the poised and courteous young lady, any lingering resentment within Yi Pingyan dissipated. She exuded an air of refined elegance, embodying the essence of a cultured lady. He returned her gesture with a slight bow. No offense taken. Baijiro, witnessing her sister's unprecedented display of respect towards anyone, wondered what made this junior so special to warrant such attention. Once the misunderstandings were amicably resolved, the young lady remarked, since our junior is being polite, we shall proceed into the refinement tower. She took Baijiro by the hand and entered the tower. As Yi Pingyan observed their retreating figures, he fell into contemplation. So this fierce dinosaur girl is named Baijiro? She is indeed ranked 5th on the strength list, and notably, there are no other individuals with the surname Bai among the top 10. Baijiro seems to harbor a deep fear of her sister. Her sister must possess some remarkable qualities. Coupled with Baijiro's earlier remarks about freely choosing techniques and martial arts at the academy, one wonders about the true lineage of these sisters. Yi Pingyan shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and walked alongside Shinning Shuang into the Qi refinement tower. As the last pair to enter, they naturally became the center of attention. Their fame had surged dramatically after their emergence from Sword Mountain, even overshadowing the likes of Situ Qingtian and the recently arrived sister duo. It was quite rare for a new student from the inner courtyard to eclipse those ranked 2nd and 5th on the strength leaderboard. Look, ISNT that Yi Pingyan? Shinning Shuang, my dream partner, so beautiful, truly deserving of her status as the aloof beauty surpassing Ling Qingyan and Bai Zhiyao. Shu, keep it down. With your early-stage Earth origin cultivation, do you really think you stand a chance with Shinning Shuang? Don't you know that even Zhu Qingtsong, ranked 3rd, was left bedridden for half a month? Nearby, Zhu Lai's eyelids twitched slightly at the comments. The discussions were mostly from new students in the first layer of the yellow-level Qi refinement chamber. Yi Pingyan slowly entered a Qi refinement room, expending 50 spirit stones. As he glanced at the 0 balance on his spirit energy card, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Could it be that spending an entire day in the Qi refinement room for illicit practice had depleted his card's energy? He soon noticed that Shinning Shuang's card also displayed 0. It seemed that indeed was the case. Henceforth, if he wished to continue his underhanded training in this tower, he would need to accumulate more spirit energy points. At that moment, Yi Pingyan sensed a brazen and provocative gaze directed at him. Following the line of sight, he discovered it belonged to the little princess Lin Batian. With a shrug, he entered the Qi refinement room, aware that his current strength far surpassed that of any new student in the inner courtyard. His target rivals were no longer the likes of Lin Batian, but rather those ranked 1st and 2nd, including the formidable raging dragon girl. He estimated that Situ Qingtian had likely advanced to the celestial origin realm. Stepping from the Earth origin realm into the celestial origin realm signifies a qualitative transformation. After breaking through, mastery over one's vital energy becomes significantly more proficient, and the speed of mobilizing this energy increases substantially. The most notable distinction between the Earth origin and celestial origin realms is that the latter can condense a protective armor of vital energy on their surface, rendering them nearly indestructible. For cultivators below the celestial origin realm, breaching this armor is virtually impossible, which elucidates the vast chasm between these two realms. Even 10 late-stage Earth origin cultivators would struggle against a single early-stage celestial origin practitioner. Before entering the Qi refinement room, Shinning Shuang quietly remarked, "That woman in green is no ordinary person. She must be concealing her strength." With that, she stepped into the chamber, treating it as if it were merely a tea room for brewing tea. Hearing her words, Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes. It was rare for her to regard anyone as formidable. Even her reactions to the likes of Hong Xiu, ranked first, and Situ Qingtian had been less pronounced. It was evident that this girl in green was indeed exceptional. Chapter 48. Half-step celestial origin within the Qi refinement room. Yi Pingyan sat cross-legged, absorbing the dense vital energy of heaven and earth. With the enhancement of his dual spiritual bones, his rate of absorption was unparalleled, and his late-stage earth origin cultivation was steadily progressing. As time passed slowly, the abundant vital energy within the Qi refinement chamber was gradually absorbed by Yi Pingyan with insatiable greed. Were the students outside to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly question their very existence. Could one truly absorb vital energy at such a pace? Never before had anyone managed to completely deplete the energy within a Qi refinement chamber. Yi Pingyan slowly opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of turbid air. Having absorbed nearly enough, it was time to refine the vital energy. Yet, the energy in the yellow-level Qi refinement chamber was still insufficient. What a pity. He could not resort to underhanded methods just yet. He must wait until all the students had exited the refinement tower, lest his terrifying absorption rate be exposed. For now, he would refine and discuss further once the students had departed. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The students within the refinement tower began to gradually leave. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Qi refinement chamber echoed with orderly knocks. Yi Pingyan recognized it was Shun Ningxiang. Upon opening the door, Shun Ningxiang entered, finding a comfortable spot and sitting with her snow-white legs elegantly crossed. Using her spiritual sense, she confirmed that all the students had indeed vacated the tower. Shun Ningxiang understood the intentions of this fellow. Yi Pingyan scratched his head and chuckled, as expected of Ningxiang. You even guessed my little scheme. I appreciate your help. With a hint of reproach in her enchanting eyes hidden beneath her veil, Shun Ningxiang cast a single-handed, colorless barrier to conceal the aura of the refinement chamber. Witnessing this, Yi Pingyan immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. First, he thoroughly refined the previously absorbed vital energy, then unleashed his full power, transforming into a fearsome whirlwind that devoured the remaining energy within the chamber. Who would have imagined that the energy within the refinement chamber could still be available despite the depletion of spiritual energy from the spirit card? Yet, Yi Pingyan possessed an extraordinary capacity for absorption, allowing him to draw energy even from the depths of the refinement tower when none remained within the chamber. Throughout the night, his meridians seemed to resemble a voracious beast, insatiably consuming. Before long, dawn broke, and as per his usual practice, Shun Ningxiang employed her teleportation to evade the gaze of the inspecting disciple at the refinement tower. Why does this sensation arise again? It feels as if someone has exited the refinement tower. Could it be that I have overexerted myself once more? Upon returning, they encountered Dugu Jian, who awaited them in the courtyard. Elder, what brings you here? Dugu Jian appeared to be in good spirits as he took a sip of wine and chuckled. Young one, do you wish to grow stronger swiftly? Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan frowned and replied, Elder, please speak plainly. Dugu Jian laughed heartily. Haha, you rascal. With less than a year remaining, I cannot let you toil alone while I do nothing, can I? Therefore, I have devised a cultivation plan for you. Given your talents, there is still hope for you to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. We can only hope that the progress of my disciple is not overly significant. Yi Pingyan grinned. Elder, do you lack confidence in me? He then fully revealed his realm and strength before Dugu Jian. A faint golden armor of vital energy coalesced around his body, radiating a brilliant glow. Even the illustrious Dugu Jian was momentarily blinded by the resplendent golden light. And in a daze, he exclaimed, You, little one, truly manage to surprise me every time. The pinnacle of the Earth origin realm, a half-step into the heavenly origin realm. How long has it been since you entered Kanglan Academy? Yi Pingyan also felt a sense of bewilderment as memories surged forth. He had been expelled from the Tianmen Sword Sect after having his meridians severed, only to enter the Sword Tomb and inherit the legacy of wine and sword, before ultimately joining Kanglan Academy. Remarkably, this all transpired within a mere year. To recover from being a cripple with severed meridians to reaching the peak once more, half-step into the heavenly origin realm, Yi Pingyan clenched his fists, feeling the unparalleled surge of energy coursing through him. Compared to his state a year ago, he had grown exponentially stronger. In just 1 year, the mere thought of returning to half-step heavenly origin realm was nothing short of astonishing. Dugu Jian mused, half a year ago, you were merely a disciple of menial rank at a mere 4th level of body refinement. Who would have imagined that the newcomer deemed the weakest would grow to half-step heavenly origin realm in just 6 months? Contemplating further, Dugu Jian began to believe it was indeed possible for this young man to catch up with the cultivation of his peers. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. This little fellow consistently crafted surprises in the direst of situations. Perhaps this time would be no different, though the challenge was akin to scaling the heavens. Haha. Indeed, you are a person favored by my sword sovereign. Dugu Jian then produced a meticulously tailored training regimen for Yi Pingyan. Meanwhile, Shinning Shuang sat gracefully at the stone table in the courtyard, brewing tea and savoring its aroma, the morning light casting a brilliant glow upon Yi Pingyan's resolute gaze. Unbeknownst to them, Shinning Shuang and Yi Pingyan had been cohabitating for half a year, during which she had learned the reasons behind his fervent dedication to training. The Tianmen Sword Sect? Her eyes turned towards Yi Pingyan, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting beneath her veil as she murmured to herself, I believe that within the remaining 2 years, I shall accompany you in reclaiming the dignity you lost in your youth from the Tianmen Sword Sect, and the 3-year period of protection I vowed has now arrived. Of course, Shinning Shuang's soft musings went unnoticed by the two engrossed in their conversation. Very well, we shall commence your special training tomorrow, Dugu Jian declared with a hearty laugh, though his expression bore hints of schadenfreude. At this, Yi Pingyan felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. What kind of training regimen could possibly be devised by a mere mortal? Surely, it was nothing short of torture. You are quite benevolent, considering you could easily end my life, yet you choose to subject me to this ordeal. Until tomorrow, little fellow. See you at training, Dugu Jian said before vanishing like a fleeting ray of light. Shinning Shuang, observing Yi Pingyan's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She was curious about the training plan that could so thoroughly intimidate him. Here, take a look, Yi Pingyan said, rubbing his temples as he handed the training regimen to Shinning Shuang. Moments later, she found herself both amused and sympathetic. 2 hours of enduring Dugu Jian's sword intent pressure, 3 hours beneath the Lushi waterfall, and there are many more hellish training tasks to follow. What a plight. Yet this training plan truly aligns with the needs of your current stage. She immediately discerned the essence of the training regimen, to refine the body and comprehend the intent of the sword. After reaching the minor completion stage of sword intent, it was evident that Dugu Jian had recognized this achievement. Throughout the history of the Kanglin Academy and even the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, no one at this age and level of cultivation had ever grasped the minor completion stage of sword intent. This was one of the truly terrifying aspects of Yi Pingyan, his ability to continually expand his advantages. Shortly after, Shinning Shuang cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Pingyan, who stood there motionless, before returning to her room. Keep it up, young man, she encouraged softly. Yi Pingyan, left alone amidst the swirling winds, felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin of the outer courtyard where Dugu Jian resided, he lay comfortably in a rocking chair, a strand of dogtail grass clenched between his lips, leisurely contemplating how far this prodigious youth might go. At just 18, nearing 19, he had already comprehended the minor completion stage of sword intent at the Earth Origin realm. Dugu Jian found himself genuinely anticipating the young man's performance in the upcoming competition a year hence. In Chapter 49, titled Refining Sword Intent, Yi Pingyan devoted the day to solidifying his newly achieved half-step to the celestial origin realm. He also seized the rare opportunity to spend a leisurely evening with Shinning Shuang. The two sat in the tea room situated outside the mountain peak. Aware of Shinning Shuang's fondness for tea, Yi Pingyan had gone to considerable lengths to construct this tea room. Cough, cough. My craftsmanship is quite rudimentary, and many aspects remain unfinished. I hope it meets your approval, he stated. Shinning Shuang entered the modest tea room and began to scrutinize it earnestly. In the center stood a warm stove, yet it emitted no thick smoke. This was a precious item that Yi Pingyan had painstakingly acquired through Wang Pengzi's ventures into the mortal realm. The burning material, known as eternal bright stone, could ignite with the activation of spiritual energy and could be extinguished by simply retracting that energy. I never imagined such intriguing items existed in the mortal realm, Shinning Shuang mused softly to herself, secretly resolving to visit the mortal world when the opportunity arose. Surrounding the warm stove were rocking chairs draped with soft blankets, albeit simple and rustic in design, as if they were handmade. Cough, cough, I made this chair myself, Yi Pingyan said, fearing that she might not appreciate it. He quickly added, if you don't like it. Before he could finish, Shinning Shuang interrupted, oh well, I suppose I can make do. Before the rocking chair stood a wooden tea table, the rough craftsmanship of which left little doubt that it too was his handiwork. The table was positioned close to the window, which was adorned with creeping vines and fallen peach blossoms. Observing this, Shinning Shuang felt a ripple of emotion within her, a subtle smile gracing her lips behind her veil. Does he understand my preferences so well? Knowing I enjoy sitting by the window? It's acceptable. I suppose I can manage, she remarked, feigning reluctance as she surveyed the surroundings. Cough, cough. Yi Pingyan awkwardly cleared his throat, recognizing her attempt to comfort him, wishing to spare him any embarrassment. Given her background, it was clear that she was accustomed to the finest things. How could she possibly appreciate the tea room he had crafted? In the tea room, the soft, warm glow of candlelight flickered, accompanied by the sight of heavy snowflakes dancing in the sparse moonlight outside. Sipping a cup of hot tea brought an unparalleled tranquility to Yi Ping'an, who had devoted an entire day to cultivation. The two spent a cozy evening together in the tea room. The following day, Dugu Jian arrived early at Yi Ping'an's training peak, his voice booming with vitality. Yi Ping'an, the sun is high. Rise and commence your training. Startled, Yi Ping'an sprang from the tea room, his eyes meeting the amused gaze of Shunding Shuang. Come on. That old man has been waiting for you outside for quite some time. As they stepped out of the tea room, Yi Ping'an barely caught a glimpse of Dugu Jian before the latter's arm encircled his shoulder, drawing him close. Kid, you truly are fortunate to have won the heart of such an extraordinary woman. Living together, I presume? So have you succeeded? Yi Ping'an, taken aback, replied, Elder. You are my granduncle, the renowned sword master whose name sends shivers down the spines of many. How can you be so frivolous? Clearing his throat, Dugu Jian retorted, You, my boy, have quite the tongue. Enough of this banter. Let us begin your special training. Follow me. You think you can mock me? Soon, you shall witness the prowess of Dugu Jian. The trio then made their way to a desolate little mountain, 3 kilometers from Yi Ping'an's peak. The mountain was riddled with ravines, its summit flat and desolate. As Yi Ping'an stood atop the barren peak, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This place bears an uncanny resemblance to the sword tomb, he mused, sensing the faint aura of sword intent permeating the air, with meticulously carved sword marks etched around him. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could this little mountain have been flattened by a single strike? Elder, did you level this mountain? Yi Ping'an inquired. Dugu Jian grinned, responding calmly, It seems you possess some discernment. In my youth, the place I trained was too noisy, so I sought a tranquil retreat. Thus, I flattened the summit of this little mountain. Yi Ping'an had always known Dugu Jian to be formidable. After all, the title of sword master was universally acknowledged. Yet, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Though it was but a small mountain, its magnitude was considerable, not merely a hillock. The power behind that single strike was truly terrifying, leaving behind a profound scar of sword intent. Keep a low profile, kid. I'm just a legend. Do not become infatuated with me. Dugu Jian then adopted a serious demeanor. The first training will be the tempering of sword intent pressure. Although you have previously experienced the pressure of the sword mountain, that was merely residual, not authentic. Be cautious, and if you cannot endure it, speak up immediately. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Boom. Suddenly, Dugu Jian opened his eyes, his demeanor shifting dramatically as the essence of a sword master emerged. The profound, golden-hued sword intent surged forth like a tangible force, slicing through the air towards Yi Ping'an, followed by a second and a third wave. Swish, swish, clang. In a fleeting moment, a crimson line was etched across Yi Ping'an's chest, and bright red blood gushed forth, the intense pain causing him to furrow his brow and emit a muffled groan. At that moment, Yi Ping'an felt an unbearable sting, far more domineering than the sword intent from the sword mountain. Despite possessing the dual bone advantage, his physique was no longer what it once was. After enduring the trials of the sword mountain, his body had significantly strengthened. Under such circumstances, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe spoke volumes about the true terror of the sword master's name. The mere pressure he exerted was nothing short of terrifying. As time trickled by, over half an hour had elapsed since the beginning. Yi Ping'an's once pristine white attire was now shredded into tatters, his flesh a gruesome sight, resembling a bloodied figure, with his garments stained crimson in a chilling display. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to utter a sound. After all, what was a little bloodshed to a man? This young lad had even astonished Dugu Jian, who initially believed that enduring his sword intent for 5 minutes would be commendable. Little did he expect Yi Ping'an to withstand it for nearly 20 minutes. Hey, you brat, don't you dare pass out. Yi Ping'an gritted out through clenched teeth, cough, cough. Rest assured, I can still hold on. He knew he must endure until his body reached its limits to fully awaken his potential and refine his physique to the utmost degree. Ultimately, Yi Ping'an managed to last for half an hour before he collapsed, alarming both Dugu Jian and Shunding Shuang, who immediately rushed to his side. Dugu Jian noticed that Shunding Shuang was far from ordinary. Her earlier speed was certainly not something a mere earth element realm cultivator could exhibit. Cough, cough, fortunately. He merely fainted. He reflected on how truly formidable this young man was, in terms of both willpower and swordsmanship. To reach such heights in the small Tianfeng kingdom was no small feat. Even in the outside world, he would be regarded as a top-tier prodigy. As a sword master who had ventured beyond Tianfen Kingdom, Dugu Jian was well aware of the vastness of the outside realm. Shinning Shuang, who had understood the situation even earlier, cast a cool, piercing glance at Dugu Jian. A sudden unease gripped Dugu Jian's heart. What was the true background of this girl? He even felt an unsettling notion that he might not be able to best her. In an instant, a flicker of concern crossed Shinning Shuang's gaze as she looked at Yi Pingyan. This unexpected emotion left her momentarily disoriented. She was unsure of what was happening to her. Yet Yi Pingyan's sudden arrival brought her an unprecedented joy. Although she appeared aloof and proud on the surface, deep down, she cherished a simple, warm life. Shinning Shuang pondered how long such blissful days could last, resigning herself to take life one step at a time. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, she withdrew a pill emitting a rich medicinal fragrance from her storage ring and placed it in Yi Pingyan's mouth. Observing this, the sword master narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating how casually she wielded a profound-grade healing pill, a golden recovery pill. This advanced profound-grade medicine could rapidly heal cultivators suffering from superficial injuries and minor wounds, boasting efficacy surpassing that of the common healing elixirs. In the marketplace, it is valued at 500 top-grade yuan stones. Only those from affluent families can afford such a sum. Thus, the background of this young girl must be quite remarkable. Shinning Shuang swiftly assessed Yi Pingyan's injuries and was astonished to discover his body exhibited an extraordinary self-healing ability, emanating a vibrant life force. No wonder he could endure under the oppressive sword intent of that old man for such an extended duration. This was beginning to earn her respect. If it were a comparable young genius from the central continent, they might not achieve the same perfection as Yi Pingyan. Although the old man's strength was not particularly formidable, his mastery of sword intent was commendable. Regrettably, he was born in the impoverished lands of Tianfen Kingdom, which stifled his swordsmanship talent during its prime. After consuming a golden healing pill, a surge of vitality erupted within Yi Pingyan, and combined with his remarkable life force, he awakened from his unconscious state in mere moments. "You rascal, you have finally awakened," Dugu Jian exhaled in relief. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to the piercing gaze of the young girl. "You ought to express your gratitude to your little girlfriend. Had she not administered the golden healing pill, your recovery would not have been so swift." "Little girlfriend?" Yi Pingyan turned to look at Shinning Shuang, who was brewing tea at the stone table, a warm sensation flowing through him. "Ning Shuang, thank you," Shinning Shuang huffed, unwilling to acknowledge the young rascal. Were it not for her oath to the heavens, she would not have bothered with him at all. Yi Pingyan sensed her genuine annoyance and quickly raised his hand, promising, "Don't worry, during my cultivation, if I reach my limit, I will take a break." Shinning Shuang's delicate, fair fingers twitched slightly around the teacup as she coldly replied, "Do as you wish." The sword master observed the flirtatious banter between the two young people, his parched lips curling into a smile of envy. Such youthfulness is delightful, yet alas, Yi Pingyan still has a long way to go if he wishes to be with her. Yi Pingyan promptly turned to the sword master, brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, "Elder, let us continue." He felt as if all the scars from the earlier sword strikes had vanished, replaced by a refreshing clarity, even leading him to believe he could spar with the sword master. Dugu Jin's expression grew serious as he cautioned, "You reckless boy. This time you must not push yourself to the brink. Doing so could severely harm your foundation. Moreover, you may not always be so fortunate." The sword master implied that had it not been for Shinning Shuang's golden healing pill, Yi Pingyan could have been incapacitated for at least a day and a half. Nonetheless, he was genuinely astonished that this young rascal could withstand half an hour of his sword intent pressure on the first attempt. "Be careful. Rest assured, Elder. I am ready for whatever comes." After his initial experience with sword intent refinement and consuming the golden healing pill, the medicinal effects had fully integrated into his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength. With a whoosh, an astonishingly fierce sword intent erupted from the sword master, surging towards Yi Pingyan like a storm of swords. Yi Pingyan let out a muffled groan as he braced himself against the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, this time, the agony was not as intense as during his initial encounter. The sharp and ferocious sword intent swiftly carved numerous wounds into his body, causing crimson blood to flow freely. Yielding to the onslaught, Yi Pingyan relinquished his physical defenses, allowing the sword intent to slice through him, immersing himself in the unparalleled sharpness of the blade. As time passed, he absorbed the sword intent emanating from his own body, gradually enhancing his own sword aura. Subtle yet profound waves of this sword essence began to permeate the air. Observing from the sidelines, the sword sovereign felt a jolt of surprise. This young man could still endure such a trial? "I came here to assist in tempering your physical form. Yet you seem capable of assimilating the very sword intent. What a prodigy!" Even the self-proclaimed sword sovereign had never witnessed such innate talent and swordsmanship throughout the history of Tianfen Kingdom. Eventually, Yi Pingyan reached his limit, his body marred by ghastly wounds that were quite unsettling to behold. However, the potent sword intent radiating from him spoke of substantial gains. He stood there, swaying unsteadily. Yet a smile broke across his face as he sensed the dual enhancement of his physical form and sword intent within him. This sight sent shivers down the sword sovereign's spine. This young man was training as if he had no regard for his own life. Remarkably, on the very first day of specialized training, he had endured an entire hour of sword intent pressure. After a brief respite, Yi Pingyan nodded and began to mend the minor wounds using his vital energy. In less than 10 minutes, his bloodied form transformed, his skin returning to its pristine state. With only faint scabs remaining, the sword sovereign, who was sipping wine nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly a monster. Chapter 51. The Trials of the Waterfall. After resting for about half an hour, Yi Pingyan donned a simple white robe from his spatial ring, complementing Shen Ningxuang's white dress beautifully. "Elder, I believe I've rested enough. Shall we proceed to the next training location?" he inquired. Shen Ningxuang cast a mildly reproachful glance at him, which he noticed, and he smiled reassuringly at her. "Do not worry, I am fine, I can endure." Cough. "Very well then, follow me," said Dugu Jian with a hint of resignation. He had intended to allow the young man more time to recuperate, but was astonished by his rapid self-healing abilities. In no time, the trio arrived at the second training site, the Lushi Waterfall, renowned as the most stunning scenic area within Kanglan Academy, attracting many newly admitted students just out of class to admire its beauty. Yi Pingyan gazed in awe at the magnificent Lushi Waterfall before him. Towering over 1,000 meters, the torrent cascaded down with tremendous force, creating frothy white waves that crashed against the colossal rocks below. It was indeed a sight to behold, a waterfall plummeting 3,000 feet, seemingly as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. Yi Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. No wonder the Lushi Waterfall was celebrated as the most beautiful scenery of Kanglan Academy, and an ideal spot for new students to hone their skills. Shen Ningxuang slowly approached the Lushi Waterfall, enchanted by the melodious sound of the cascading waters. Were it not for the multitude of cultivators around, she would have taken out her magical flute to serenade the scene. At this moment, the image of Shen Ningxuang in her exquisite white dress harmonized beautifully with the waterfall, creating a stunning vista. The landscape was indeed breathtaking, yet the beauty of the maiden in white surpassed it all. Instantly, she captured the attention of numerous new students from the inner courtyard, including some seasoned ones. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? A newcomer, just returned from a mission outside the academy, was unaware of Shen Ningxuang's fame. You don't know her? This lady is Shen Ningxuang, the most beautiful woman in the inner courtyard. Her prowess was equally formidable. She had decisively defeated Zhu Qingcang, ranked third in the inner door assessment. One onlooker, initially contemplating approaching her, suddenly halted in his tracks. The sword master gazed at the Lushi Waterfall and solemnly addressed Yi Pingyan. "This is the Lushi Waterfall. The training regimen requires you to endure the strongest impact for 1 minute. If you succeed, that will conclude this training." Dugu Jian smiled knowingly. Yi Pingyan furrowed his brow at the elder's smile, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety. 1 minute? Such a brief duration? He inquired tentatively. However, the sword master replied with an enigmatic smile. "Indeed, just 1 minute. Hold out for a minute, and let us see if you are a true man." Yi Pingyan's expression darkened at the implication. He could tolerate being called weak, but to suggest he lacked endurance? Absolutely unacceptable. The sword master then elaborated. The Lushi Waterfall has 5 levels of intensity: 50 pounds, 200 pounds, 400 pounds, 600 pounds, and finally, 1,000 pounds of impact. My requirement for you is to withstand the 1,000 pounds of impact for 1 minute. Surely, that should be a simple feat for you? What? Yi Pingyan's heart sank at the revelation. He had been deceived. 1,000 pounds of impact equated to a full-force punch from a peak body refinement cultivator. Moreover, he was to endure it with his physical body alone, without utilizing his vital energy for defense. The strength of cultivators lay in their ability to harness vital energy in combat, while the physical body was merely significantly stronger than that of ordinary humans. Shen Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback as well. Enduring 1,000 pounds of impact without circulating vital energy would surely be excruciating. All right. After a brief pause, Yi Pingyan resolutely accepted the challenge. Taking a deep breath, his gaze firmed. As long as he emerged unscathed, he would not spare his body any leniency. The path of cultivation was inherently a contest against others and against the heavens. Without enduring genuine trials of life and death, how could one establish a solid foundation? Be careful. If things go awry, I will not be responsible for your demise, Shin Ningshuang remarked sharply. Yet, Yi Pingyan understood that her words were merely a facade. Beneath her tough exterior lay a heart of compassion. Rest assured, my life is resilient until I avenge my grievances. With unwavering determination, Yi Pingyan advanced towards the depths of the Liushi waterfall. As he drew nearer, the sound of the rushing water intensified, evoking a sense of reverence in all who heard it. The new students recognized Yi Pingyan and promptly parted to clear a path for him. Observing Yi Pingyan's demeanor, could it be that he intends to challenge a force of 200 pounds? The new students here are primarily striving to endure a mere 50 pounds of impact, and that alone has proven to be an arduous task for them. I suspect that, if my memory serves me right, he previously ascended to the 4th stage solely through the prowess of his physical form upon Sword Mountain. No, I reckon he must be aiming for a challenge of 200 pounds. How is that even feasible? I could only withstand such a force for a mere 10 seconds at most, remarked a sturdy, brawny senior, well within the top 100 of the strength rankings. The sword master stepped forward, addressing the multitude of chattering students with a commanding tone. Silence. All of you be quiet. Master Uncle? The students promptly silenced themselves, their astonishment towards Yi Pingyan intensifying, as even Master Uncle had been drawn to this spectacle. In a sudden display of agility, Yi Pingyan leaped and positioned himself cross-legged within the zone of 400 pounds of impact. Crack. At that moment, he felt as though a tsunami of force crashed upon his shoulders, nearly destabilizing him and sending him reeling. Fortunately, he swiftly summoned his physical strength to regain his balance. After a preliminary exploration of the 400-pound zone, he began to acclimate to the overwhelming pressure. After enduring for half a minute and adapting to the waterfall's force, he resolutely stood up and soared towards the depths of the 1,000 pounds impact zone. This scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Had it not been for the fear of incurring Master Uncle's wrath, they would have erupted in chaos. Their gazes towards Yi Pingyan gradually transformed into admiration and respect. This young lad possesses the wisdom to first acclimate himself. Not overly foolish, the sword master mused. Yi Pingyan first gathered his physical strength, then plunged into the waterfall of 1,000 pounds of impact. Crack, splash, boom. In an instant of entering the waterfall, he was violently propelled back by the terrifying force. Yi Pingyan grunted, quickly regaining his footing, his eyes wide with astonishment as he murmured, "What a terrifying impact. Is this truly the 1,000-pound zone?" Fortuitously, I had gathered my strength beforehand, or I would have been in a far more dire predicament. However, the thought of enduring a full minute under such an overwhelming torrent made him bitterly smile. He realized that the elder's assertion of a minute was no trivial matter. Presently, he lacked the capacity to even penetrate the waterfall. Resisting with his vital energy would have been a far simpler task. Meanwhile, the sword master sat leisurely beside Shin Ningshuang, sipping tea, secretly amused at Yi Pingyan's predicament. Ha ha ha, this little rascal has finally met his match. He truly believed himself to be invincible. Shin Ningshuang, upon hearing this, felt a sense of resignation. After all, he was a revered figure within the academy. How could his temperament resemble that of a child? Suddenly, Dugu Jian halted, his hand raised with the teacup, sensing a familiar aura. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, "What brings this little enchantress here today?" Chapter 52. Re-encounter with Jiro. This little enchantress's arrival could spell trouble for her. The sword master's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of unease. Shin Ningshuang remained silent, yet he sensed a familiar aura drawing near. Was there someone in this academy capable of instilling fear even in his venerable master? The person had not yet arrived, but their distinctively arrogant voice preceded them. Jiro strode confidently into the vicinity of the Liushi waterfall, where the force of 200 jin of cascading water crashed down. Today, Jiro appeared to be in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune with her cherry-red lips. Clad in a brand-new set of white training attire, however, her hair remained tied in twin ponytails, a stark contrast to her serious outfit. The numerous students from the inner academy, upon witnessing her arrival, vanished in a flash. Goodness, if such speed were applied to their cultivation, they could probably reach the great emperor realm within a year. Is it her? Shin Ningshuang murmured. The sword master, surprised, remarked, "Little girl, have you already encountered her?" Shin Ningshuang nodded. The sword master then chuckled mischievously. "Does she intend to challenge you to a duel?" "Indeed," Shin Ningshuang replied. "Ha ha, that little demoness must have been thoroughly trounced by you, right?" The sword master felt a rush of satisfaction at the thought of the little demoness being defeated. Recalling the torment she had inflicted upon him in the past, he could only describe it as utterly dreadful. As Shin Ningshuang smiled slightly, her voice flowed like a clear spring, "I did not engage her. The sword master's smile abruptly vanished. This was unexpected, given the prideful nature of this little girl. How could she refrain from teaching the little demoness a lesson? In truth, Shen Ningxuang had indeed contemplated disciplining her, but after spending considerable time with Yi Pingyan, her temperament had subtly transformed. Meanwhile, Yi Pingyan was pondering how to navigate the deluge of the waterfall when he suddenly sensed a sharp, familiar gaze fixated upon him from behind. Hey, Yi Pingyan, I didn't expect you to be here at Lushi Waterfall. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Pingyan immediately recognized her. Rubbing his forehead, he turned to face her. Senior sister, please stop pestering me. I have no time to spar with you. Uft. Who wants to fight you? I've already arranged for a duel today. I'm here to temper my physique, Baizhiro retorted dismissively. Were it not for her unique constitution, she would have no need to seek out a fight. The constant nagging from her elder sister was utterly tiresome. Yi Pingyan silently mourned for that unfortunate brother. That's for the best, he thought, relieved that Baizhiro was not here to trouble him. Baizhiro, with a snort, naturally noticed Shen Ningxuang and the others nearby, sipping tea. Upon spotting that disheveled, languid figure, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, Master Uncle? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you these past few days. Turns out you were hiding here. Oh, and the beautiful junior sister is here as well. With that, Baizhiro bounced over to Dugu Jian. The sword master, upon hearing this, immediately turned his back and tucked himself beneath Shen Ningxuang's tea table. If I can't see them, they can't see me, he thought. However, Baizhiro was directly pulled out. Master Uncle, what are you doing? Why do you keep crawling under the table? Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Ningxuang shook her head internally. How could a respected elder of the academy be intimidated by such a little girl? Dugu Jian realized he had been discovered, stood up, and responded with a smile. Huh? I was just practicing, little girl, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxuang's lips twitched slightly, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Baizhiro revealed a mischievous smile as she approached Dugu Jian, intending to tug at his beard, only to discover it was no longer there. Master Uncle, where has your beard gone? Dugu Jian took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and retorted, Humph, you little imp, how dare you say that? I had a magnificent, flowing white beard that befitted my title as sword master, but you've been plucking it since you were little. Over the years, my once magnificent beard has been reduced to almost nothing. I decided to shave it all off. A resolute decision indeed, a tale of sacrifice. Baizhiro then grinned wickedly, saying, Then, Master Uncle, I want to ride a horse. Upon hearing this, Dugu Jian sprang up in indignation, pointing at Baizhiro and exclaiming fiercely, Baizhiro, do not go too far. I am your Master Uncle after all. Aren't you being a bit too bold? Baizhiro was momentarily stunned by his sudden seriousness, but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Master Uncle, you can't intimidate me. Otherwise, I'll tell my father that you bullied me. All right, I concede, Dugu Jian said. Little sister, do not be disrespectful. At the sound of this voice, Baizhiro's bravado immediately diminished, and she ceased to torment Dugu Jian. The newcomer was naturally Baizhiyao, who had just completed her tasks and noticed her little sister sneaking out again. She approached the sword master, respectfully bowing, Master Uncle, please punish me for not properly supervising my little sister. Dugu Jian was not genuinely angry. Rather, he looked at the two sisters with a hint of affection and waved his hand, saying, all right, get up quickly. Thank you, Master Uncle, Baizhiyao replied, pursing her lips. Little sister, hurry and apologize to Master Uncle. If you keep behaving this way, someone will inevitably put you in your place. I understand, I'm sorry. Master Uncle, Baizhiro mumbled. Dugu Jian shook his head with a smile, feeling quite helpless. How could there be such a stark contrast between the two sisters? One was an angel, while the other was a little devil. Baizhiyao then glanced at Shen Ningxuang, who was calmly sipping tea nearby, and said with a smile, Greetings. Junior sister, it is nice to see you again. Chapter 53, Gentle Ningxuang. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxuang nodded slightly, but remained silent, her gaze never leaving Yi Pingyan. At the same time, she felt a twinge of surprise. Even the Master Uncle seemed unable to manage them, indicating they had a powerful background. Based on their previous conversation, it seemed highly likely that the Bai sister's father was the mysterious figure within the academy. Baizhiyao did not mind Shen Ningxuang's frosty demeanor. Following Shen Ningxuang's gaze, she inquired, Yi Pingyan? With the appearance of her esteemed master, she quickly discerned the implications. Master, it appears you hold great expectations for junior Yi Pingyan, to personally dedicate your time to guide his cultivation. However, since the establishment of the academy, only you have ever managed to withstand the 1,000-gene impact of the Lushi waterfall. At that time, the academy recorded that you were merely 21 years old, at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm. Yet, he is currently only at the peak of the earth origin realm. Do you truly believe he can succeed? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of astonishment, The rapid cultivation speed of the new students in the inner academy, particularly at the peak of the Earth origin realm, was indeed formidable. What? Sister, no wonder he has been standing there for so long. Is it possible that he intends to harness the 1000-gene water impact to temper his physique? How could that be? I believe in him, asserted Shen Shuang, her lips subtly curling beneath her veil, her tone resolute. Haha, just watch and you'll see. The sword master replied enigmatically, withholding the answer. Bai Zhao chose to remain silent, her beautiful eyes gazing thoughtfully at the figure clad in white. To have the sword master and esteemed mentor personally oversee one's training is a feat unprecedented in the academy's history. Meanwhile, Yi Ping'an attempted once more, only to be forcefully expelled by the overwhelming, tsunami-like force. Yet this time, he fared considerably better, avoiding utter disgrace. Undeterred by failure, he pressed on, attempting 7 or 8 times in succession, each time meeting with the same disheartening result, much to the amusement of Bai Zhao, the fiery girl. However, Yi Ping'an remained unfazed. Rather, the skepticism of others ignited his fighting spirit. If no one believed in his capabilities, he was determined to prove them wrong. Frowning, he turned his gaze toward the furious torrent of the waterfall, deep in contemplation. The power generated by the waters in the 1000-gene impact zone was terrifying. No cultivator could possibly withstand it with mere physical strength. The instant one attempted to penetrate the flow, they would be violently repelled by its fierce, rapid force. Given his current physical strength, he could only withstand the 600-gene impact, corresponding to the 4th stage. Surely, the sword master was acutely aware of his physical capabilities. It was implausible that he would devise a training regimen that was utterly unattainable from the outset. Had he overlooked something? As Yi Ping'an stood in deep thought, a revelation flickered within him. Was he meant to harness his vital energy to counteract it? That would defeat the purpose of this training. The water surged with relentless ferocity, generating immense impact. Relying solely on his current physique would indeed be insurmountable. Suddenly, Yi Ping'an's gaze shifted slightly, as if he had grasped a fleeting insight. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. By attuning to the flow of the water and moving with it, I shall not be swept away by its formidable force. After contemplating this, Yi Ping'an's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He had finally conceived a viable strategy. He bent low, gathering his strength, before leaping over 20 meters high, then plunging headfirst into the waterfall. As he was engulfed by the torrential waters, he ultimately landed atop a massive stone. Boom! The fierce, rushing water crashed against his body, and in an instant, the 1000-gene force caught him off guard, forcing him to bend slightly at the waist. Cough! Yi Ping'an felt as though his entire body was being struck by an immense force, akin to being brutally hit by a peak-level Qi refinement master without any defense. He had not anticipated that water could harness such ferocious power through momentum. In merely 2 seconds, he sensed a searing pain on his shoulder, a crimson mark already forming. Unable to endure any longer, he was ultimately propelled away by the torrent after just 10 breaths. As he gradually rose to his feet, gasping for air and feeling the burning sensation on his back, which was now streaked with blood, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. A minute's time was indeed no trifling matter. Ha! Good lad. You truly discovered the method to enter so swiftly. Very impressive. You even held on for 10 breaths. Exceeding my expectations, the sword master remarked with a smile. Yi Ping'an managed a wry smile. Elder, I truly feel you have led me into a dire predicament. Holding on for a minute is quite a challenge. The Bai sisters, upon hearing his goal of enduring a 1000-gene impact for a whole minute, exchanged incredulous glances. Master uncle, that is simply outrageous. A minute? Even you couldn't achieve that back then, Bai Zhao exclaimed. Moreover, your realm was the pinnacle of the celestial origin stage, while he is merely at the earth origin stage, a whole major realm apart. Dugu Jian, having finished a cup of hot tea, laughed heartily. This lad is far from an ordinary earth origin practitioner. Many factors cannot simply be measured by realm alone. Bai Zhao stared in astonishment at Yi Ping'an under the waterfall, secretly marveling at his formidable physical strength. Thankfully, she had not ventured into the 200-gene impact zone before him. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Meanwhile, Shen Shuang remained composed, calmly brewing tea. She understood that if he could not overcome this hurdle, greater challenges would be insurmountable, let alone breaking into the creation realm within the remaining time. Utter nonsense. After resting briefly, Yi Ping'an made another attempt. The sound of the powerful waterfall crashing against him echoed around. Approximately 20 breaths later, he was once again sent flying. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Through repeated failures, he gradually discovered the nuances of the challenge, his physical adaptability continuously improving. Time slipped by, accompanied by the setting sun, ushering in twilight. 50 breaths. 52 breaths. 5760. Each breath marked a testament to Yi Pingyan's unwavering resolve. After enduring a full minute, a sigh of relief escaped him. For his physical strength had reached its limit. As he was once again propelled by the torrent, his consciousness began to fade. In an instant, Shen Ningxuang sprang forward to catch him, her heart aching at the sight of his lacerated back. Feeling himself cradled in soft hands, Yi Pingyan, in a daze, murmured, "It's a pity I could only succeed this once. You've done exceedingly well." Shen Ningxuang's tone softened significantly as she murmured. Chapter 54. The Might of the Physical Body. What a remarkable lad. He truly accomplished it. What a peculiar individual, the sword master exclaimed, springing up from his chair in excitement. The Bai sisters also gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. "Sister, I never imagined he would actually achieve this. This is 1,000 jin of water crashing down. It's utterly astonishing," Bai Zhiro whispered. "If this young man does not meet an untimely end, his future accomplishments will surely transcend this small Tianfeng kingdom. Such a person must be treated with utmost respect and befriended. Who knows? Our academy may benefit from it in the future. We must never provoke him, especially you, little sister. Remember this," Bai Zhiao said earnestly, her voice grave. Bai Zhiro felt even more astonished. Who was her sister? A prodigious student specially recruited by the esteemed Tianfeng Academy of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Most importantly, her sister claimed that his future achievements would surpass those of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Bai Zhiro felt her sister was exaggerating. Soon after, Shen Ningxuang cradled Yi Pingyan and approached the sword master, calmly stating, "He has exhausted his physical strength and lapsed into a brief unconsciousness. I have taken him back to recuperate." After inspecting Yi Pingyan's aura and finding no issues, the sword master laughed heartily, saying, "Good. Have this lad come see me alone when he awakens tomorrow." Although Shen Ningxuang felt puzzled by this, she nodded in agreement and soon departed from Liushi Waterfall. The three remained transfixed, watching Shen Ningxuang's retreating figure. The sword master was the first to speak. "The emergence of this young man may very well resolve the crisis facing Kanglan Academy." "Crisis? Are you referring to the situation, Master Uncle?" The sword master paused before continuing. "This year, prodigious individuals have emerged in every academy across the Tianfeng Kingdom. Though our academy is not lacking compared to previous years, there remains a slight gap. If Kanglan Academy's performance in the upcoming inter-academy competition is still at the bottom, we risk being devoured and absorbed by other academies." He sighed. "Honestly, your father, that old rascal, has left me with this mess." Bai Zhiao chuckled lightly, filled with concern. "Master Uncle, do you know where my father has gone?" The sword master hesitated, his gaze evasive, and did not provide a direct answer. "How could I possibly know? In any case, he will return when the time is right. You two need not worry too much." Bai Zhiao could only nod helplessly, having received the same response from her master uncle multiple times. She decided not to press further. After Shen Ningxuang returned to the mountain peak, it was but a brief moment before Yi Pingyan awoke. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a pair of cold, clear eyes behind a white veil. Upon noticing Yi Pingyan's sudden awakening, a fleeting hint of panic crossed her face. "How long was I unconscious?" Yi Pingyan asked, rubbing his temples. "Not long, just a few hours," Shen Ningxuang replied, turning her head away, feigning calmness. "Your physical body has endured excessive strain, which could easily damage your foundational strength. In the future, you must not recklessly challenge your limits while cultivating. While diligent cultivation is undoubtedly important, one must also adhere to the principle of gradual progression." Yi Pingyan nodded with a smile, sensing that this young lady was expressing concern for him. It was indeed a rare occasion for her to utter such words. He vaguely recalled their first encounter with Shen Ningxuang, who had been as cold as ice and proud in her solitude, often going an entire day without a word exchanged. As she felt Yi Pingyan's intense gaze upon her, her eyes darted away, unable to meet his. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat ambiguous. Shen Ningxuang, being young and solitary, had never experienced such a moment. With an awkward remark about resting well, she hurriedly exited the room. Yi Pingyan shook his head and chuckled, guessing she had gone to the tea room. He, too, kept himself occupied, beginning his meditation to fully stabilize his physical strength after waking for a little over 10 minutes. As night fell, with the moon shining amidst sparse stars, Yi Pingyan absorbed the essence of moonlight, finally solidifying his physical power. He felt the formidable strength within him, even hearing the faint rumble of his muscles. Such vigorous physical prowess was a realm apart from his state prior to his hellish training. Excitedly, Yi Pingyan stepped out of his room and approached a towering tree before the loft. Gathering his physical strength, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a wave of force surging forth. With a resounding crash, the great tree trembled violently, a distinct indentation forming at its crown. A astonished by the sheer might of his physical power. He felt confident that he could stand undefeated against any foe below the realm of Earth origin without relying on his energy. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to push his physical training to its utmost limits, could he not shatter mountains and rivers? Matching the strength of cultivators with a mere mortal body? Perhaps a dual cultivation of body and energy? Of course, this was merely a fleeting idea, for the time being. He focused primarily on energy cultivation, especially since there were exceedingly few who could claim the title of emperor through physical prowess alone in the entire Tianyuan continent. The commotion drew Shun Ningxuang, who was brewing tea, out of her reverie. Upon witnessing the scene, a glimmer of shock flickered in her eyes. Even in the demon-infested central region, Yi Pingyin's physical capabilities were considered top-tier. Perhaps physical strength could bridge the gap between him and those extraordinary prodigies, even allowing him to surpass them. How about this punch, my dear? Yi Pingyin inquired with a grin, his tone almost seeking praise. Acceptable, Shin Ningxuang replied calmly. Maintaining her composure, she was determined not to let him become too complacent, aware of his desire for her to commend him. Yi Pingyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly so hard to receive a compliment? Then, Shin Ningxuang shifted the conversation, though it is barely passable. At her words, a smile crept onto Yi Pingyin's lips. And even beneath her veil, one could detect a subtle curve at Shun Ningxuang's mouth. By tomorrow morning, that drunken old man will want to see you alone. Shin Ningxuang suddenly recalled. Me? Alone? Yi Pingyin echoed, suddenly reminded that Ling Qingyan was supposed to be engaged to the Zhu family the next day. In his fervor for cultivation, he had nearly forgotten this matter. Yi Pingyin cast his gaze towards the direction of Yangui City, his eyes deep and contemplative, pondering silently about the well-being of that young lady. On the following day, Yi Pingyin rose early. Completing a simple morning routine before donning a new white robe he retrieved from his spatial ring. Just as he was preparing to head to the outer courtyard, he heard Shen Ningxuang's voice emanating from her room. Do you need me to covertly accompany you? Yi Pingyin felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words, and he responded with a smile. No need, it's all right. With the sword master present, I doubt anyone in this academy could harm me. Chapter 55. The power of causality in the outer courtyard. Within the modest abode of the elder responsible for menial tasks, a voice broke the tranquility. Elder, I have brought you a rare delicacy from the mortal realm. Whoosh. In an instant, Dugu Jian appeared before him, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the jar of wine in Yi Pingyin's hands. Ah, exquisite wine indeed. Just by its appearance, one can discern its quality. Naturally. This is a brew personally crafted by Ningxuang. Yi Pingyin replied with a sense of pride. Who would have thought she could brew wine? What else is beyond her capabilities? You, my lad, are truly fortunate. I envy you greatly. Dugu Jian remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Enough of the chit-chat, let us drink. Wait, elder. Yi Pingyin interjected, concealing the fine wine with a mischievous grin as he cast a sly glance at the swordmaster. Why do you look at me like that? Dugu Jian, sensing the boy's ulterior motive, realized that no good deed goes unpunished, and he wondered why this lad was suddenly so generous. Cough, cough, elder. Might I trouble you with a small favor? The swordmaster, feigning annoyance, replied, You truly are one to seek assistance without cause. Very well, what is it you require? No matter the request, Dugu Jian would acquiesce, for Yi Pingyin had promised to compete as his named disciple after a year, and such a favor was indeed significant. However, let me make it clear, if your request exceeds my capabilities, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Rest assured, elder, this request should not surpass your abilities. I wish for you to help dissolve the engagement between Ling Qingyan and Zhu Qingsong. At this, Dugu Jian pretended to be taken aback before exclaiming, You lad. That is a union orchestrated by two great families, bound by parental consent and matchmaking. I cannot intervene. Could Yi Pingyin not discern the elder's attempts at bargaining? Cough, cough. Elder, as long as you assist in dissolving the union between Ling Qingyan and Zhu Qingsong, I shall present you with 3 jars of peach blossom brew. Well, that is something I could consider, though I cannot promise success. The sword master hesitated, stroking a newly emerged talisman. 5 jars. Now, that seems more promising. 10 jars. Yi Pingyin declared with newfound confidence. Deal. The sword master's agreement came swiftly, leaving Yi Pingyin momentarily stunned. Alas, he had been outsmarted. 10 jars of peach blossom brew would be a hefty price, but he resolved to have Ningxuang brew more upon his return. Meanwhile, far away in the inner courtyard's tea room, Shen Ningxuang suddenly stifled a yawn, her eyes betraying an ominous premonition. Back at the outer courtyard, the sword master approached Yi Pingyin with a beaming smile, draping an arm around his shoulder, making it appear to outsiders as though they were childhood friends. Hey, your matters are but my own, for you are my named disciple. Discussing these matters would be too sentimental, though words may suggest otherwise. The sword master exhibited a remarkable honesty, swiftly seizing the peach blossom brew. He immediately tilted his head back and gulped down an entire vat of the exquisite wine. Ha ha ha, delightful. Such fine wine, he exclaimed. Elder, may I inquire as to why you summoned this young lad? Let us set that aside for now. Is it not true that Ling Qingyin is to be wed tomorrow? We ought to first address the matter of the union, the sword master interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan furrowed his brow slightly, but then nodded in agreement. The distance from Yin Guicheng to Kanglin Academy was no less than 300 kilometers, making horseback travel rather arduous. Seizing the moment, Dugu Jian, fueled by the effects of the wine, produced a 3-foot Qingfeng sword from his storage ring, laughing heartily. Young lad, behold, witness what it truly means to be a sword cultivator. Come forth. The 3-foot Qingfeng suddenly transformed into a colossal blade, soaring gracefully in the heavens. As the sword master deftly stepped onto its surface, come aboard, young lad. Yi Pingyan's heart raced at the sight. Was this the art of sword control? Alas, mastering such a technique required at least the attainment of the Yuan Dan realm. In a matter of moments, the two had swiftly arrived at Yin Guicheng. Freshly steamed meat buns for sale, cried a vendor. Make way for exquisite rouge, crafted by the master. A perfect gift for your beloved. The sword master descended at the southern gate of Yin Guicheng, precisely within the jurisdiction of the Ling family. He intended to resolve matters swiftly so he could return to savor his fine wine. As they passed a tavern, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. He remembered the tavern well. When his meridians had been severely damaged, he had wandered in search of solace in drink, depleting his gold reserves entirely. Until this very tavern graciously gifted him a vat of wine. Had it not been for that generous offering, he might not have become the person he was today. After consuming that wine, he had become thoroughly intoxicated, oblivious to how he had unwittingly stumbled into the 4 forbidden areas in the sword tomb. Yi Pingyan's thoughts returned to the present, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Was this perhaps the hand of fate? Noticing Yi Pingyan's unusual demeanor, the sword master inquired, why have we stopped? Elder, do you believe in causality? Yi Pingyan responded unexpectedly. The sword master narrowed his eyes, his tone turning grave. Young lad, the concept of causality is far-reaching and can profoundly impact the destinies of others. The power of causality is exceedingly terrifying. Even the mightiest of beings can suffer dire consequences when they meddle with it. The repercussions may lead to a life fraught with hardship, and in severe cases, one may find their cultivation utterly obliterated. Simply put, causality intertwines with far too much. Your current cultivation does not yet qualify you to engage with such forces. What prompted this sudden inquiry? The sword master asked, puzzled, noting that ever since Yi Pingyan laid eyes on the tavern, he had been rooted to the spot. Could your mention of causality be related to this humble tavern? The sword master quickly deduced, a smile forming on his lips. No wonder this lad has such a fondness for drink. Yi Pingyan chuckled softly, perhaps, though I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse for this tavern. In his recollection, the tavern business once thrived splendidly, yet now it stood desolate, with the elderly gatekeeper dozing off at the entrance. Clearly, the situation was dire. The sword master remarked nonchalantly, all things follow their natural order, and the power of causality is irreversible. Suddenly, Yi Pingyan chuckled and leisurely approached the tavern. You little rascal. This involves your own causality, which has its own trajectory. Let it unfold naturally, the sword master admonished as he grasped Yi Pingyan's arm. With a slight smirk, Yi Pingyan replied proudly, Elder, I have never subscribed to the notion of letting things happen naturally, even if it pertains to my own causality. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. What causality, what natural unfolding? I believe only in the sword in my hand. If my own causality brings misfortune to others, then I shall sever that causality. Having made his resolution, Yi Pingyan felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Sensing a subtle loosening in the peak realm of the earth element, he then stepped into the tavern. Inside, the proprietor was anxiously poring over the accounts when he suddenly spotted 2 figures approaching and excitedly exclaimed, Shally, we have guests. The attendant, abruptly awakened, hurried to Yi Pingyan's side, bowing deeply with a smile. Esteemed guests, what would you like to drink? Our tavern offers not only fine wines, but also exquisite delicacies. Bring us 2 bottles of your signature wine, Yi Pingyan said calmly after sipping some tea. Certainly, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. The fine wine will be ready shortly. The proprietor, beaming, added, You 2 are our first guests today and are entitled to a 20% discount. Do try our delectable dishes. Yi Pingyan nodded with a faint smile, ultimately ordering 2 signature delicacies as well. The proprietor displayed a certain charm. While others would have cast out the sword master with his disheveled appearance, He continued to serve with a smile. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Pingyan casually inquired, "Proprietor, wasn't your tavern business flourishing before? How has it fallen to such a state?" "Alas, it seems you must be an outsider," the proprietor lamented. To which Yi Pingyan merely nodded, unperturbed. After explaining the circumstances, the proprietor revealed that this tavern belonged to the Ling family, and the root cause of its decline was the Zhu family's apparent alliance with the Ling family that was, in fact, a slow and insidious takeover. Upon learning this, Yi Pingyan felt a jolt in his heart. It was indeed so. His fortune had turned due to this tavern, allowing him to rebuild his meridians. And the first person he encountered upon returning to Yangue City was Ling Qinyan, followed by the Zhu family. With this newfound understanding, Yi Pingyan decided not to linger any longer. After paying the gold coins, he and the sword master proceeded to the Zhu family's residence. As they departed, the elderly man in the rocking chair at the entrance opened his weary eyes, watching Yi Pingyan's retreating figure, and murmured softly, "Interesting." The mansion, resplendent in gold and brilliance, radiated an atmosphere of joy, its grand entrance adorned with the auspicious red character for double happiness. The monks entering and exiting, bearing gifts, were clad in lavish attire, each at least at the early stages of the Earth origin realm, clearly indicating the zenith of the Zhu family's fortunes. Congratulations were in order, for the union of the Zhu and Ling families promised to elevate them further. Indeed, the couple appeared to be a perfect match. Zhu Lai welcomed the guests with a smile, bowing in gratitude to each gift-bearer. However, Yi Pingyan scoffed, "This mansion is impressive, yet it is a pity that its inhabitants engage in such despicable acts." His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly to the ears of those gathered at the entrance. A thunderous silence ensued. The crowd recoiled in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Moments later, a voice broke through the stillness. "Who dares to speak ill of the Zhu family? Does this fool wish for his demise? Indeed, there is even a beggar alongside him. I wonder how such a young man of remarkable bearing could have such a twisted mind," remarked another. The guards stationed at the entrance saw their opportunity to demonstrate their prowess in front of the distinguished assembly. If they could showcase their strength amidst such nobility, it would greatly benefit their future endeavors. Two guards, with fierce countenances, shouted, "You insolent brat! How dare you insult the Zhu family at their doorstep? It seems you seek death. Enough of this banter, let us subdue these two," one guard urged, his brow furrowed. Only by swiftly capturing the pair could they prove their capability, perhaps even earning favor and advancement from the esteemed second young Master Zhu. As their excitement grew, they channeled their energy, their massive fists primed to strike mercilessly at Yi Pingyan and his companion. Yi Pingyan squinted slightly. These two brutes were indeed ruthless. Merely uttering a word warranted such lethal intent. Their strikes aimed directly at vital points, and had he and the Sword Sovereign been mere mortals, they would have surely perished by now. "Humph," Yi Pingyan scoffed, unleashing the full force of his formidable half-step to the celestial realm cultivation. The wave of his energy surged forth, toppling the guards to the ground, writhing in agony. "Impossible." The guards exchanged incredulous glances, their wide eyes reflecting disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. How could this be? This fellow appeared to possess no cultivation at all. The scene left the onlookers at the entrance astounded, the mocking voices falling abruptly silent. How formidable! Who is this youth? Why have I never heard of such a young powerhouse in Yangue City? I am but at the early stages of the Earth origin realm, yet I cannot fathom this young man's true strength. Only Zhu Lai comprehended the gravity of the situation. His expression twisted in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Pingyan, muttering, "Half-step to the celestial realm." His voice, though low, was heard distinctly by the gathered cultivators. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they exchanged bewildered looks. What did second young Master Zhu just say? Half-step to the celestial realm. How could this be? Surely, he must be jesting, murmured one scion from a second-rate family. The youth before him appeared to be of similar age to young Master Zhu heir, if not slightly younger, yet had already reached the formidable realm of half-step celestial. Yi Pingyan slowly approached Zhu Lai, as the crowd parted to make way. Zhu Lai, upon witnessing Yi Pingyan brush past him, felt a mix of relief and humiliation surge within. How infuriating! Zhu Lai realized that Yi Pingyan was no longer the easy target he once could trample upon. The vast disparity in their strengths was unbearable. He could not fathom how Yi Pingyan had achieved such progress. Presently, Zhu Lai was at the mid-earth origin realm, while Yi Pingyan had ascended to half-step celestial. Of course, Yi Pingyan had long outgrown the notion of viewing the insignificant Zhu Lai as a potential threat. The scene left the onlookers astounded, further darkening Zhu Lai's countenance. Within the grand hall of the Zhu residence, a young man and woman donned radiant crimson robes, while a middle-aged man with a gentle smile sat at the head of the assembly. They offered their respects to the heavens and earth. Seated on either side were the heads of various second-tier families, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Yet, despite the smiles of the attending family leaders, each harbored their own secret motives. Yi Pingyan was taken aback by the Zhu family's eagerness to hasten the wedding by a day. What could be the reason? Was it merely for the sake of an alliance, or were there other underlying factors? Yi Pingyan, it was you. A young master from a second-tier family and a sycophant of Zhu Qingsong. He inadvertently noticed Yi Pingyan gracefully entering the hall. This exclamation caused Zhu Qingsong, who was in the midst of the ceremonial rites, to momentarily pause. With a twitch of his lips and gritted teeth, he seethed, Yi Pingyan, what are you doing here? Need it be said? I am naturally here to offer my congratulations, Yi Pingyan replied with a calm smile. Chapter 57. Will you trust me? He certainly would not divulge that he came to disrupt the wedding ceremony. Zhu Qingsong, his voice low and menacing, retorted, You impudent brat. If you truly come to congratulate us, the Zhu family welcomes you wholeheartedly. However, should you harbor ulterior motives, this is my Zhu family, and I shall ensure your demise without a trace. He mused inwardly. This scoundrel has left the academy? It seems that terrifying woman has not accompanied him. Zhu Qingsong's gaze scrutinized Yi Pingyan's surroundings, finding no sign of that formidable woman, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. You insolent brat, without her presence. Let us see how you can safely exit my Zhu family. In this distant Yingui city, where the mountains loom and the emperor is far away, even the death of a new student from the inner academy would go unnoticed. Yi Pingyan, aware of Zhu Qingsong's wary demeanor, chuckled inwardly. This fellow still bore the scars of the last encounter with Ning Shuang. Senior, who are you looking for? Is it Shin Ning Shuang? Fear not. I did not bring her along, Yi Pingyan grinned. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingsong's expression darkened considerably. Did this brat's tone imply mockery? You insolent kid. I know your true purpose for being here is not to offer congratulations, but rather the opposite, is it not? Regardless of your intentions. Daring to venture here alone will undoubtedly lead to your demise. And you bring along a masked old man in a black robe? I am curious to see what tricks you are attempting to play. Zhu Qingsong stepped back a few paces, his gaze shifting towards the eager young scions of several second-rate families nearby. You lot, come at me together. Once you capture Yi Pingyan, the shops on Jinling Street in the southern district of Yinguicheng will belong to you. Having said that, he leisurely sat to the side, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. The dozen or so young masters from second-rate families immediately fixed their gleaming eyes on Yi Pingyan. They too were students of the inner court, with a few even ranking among the top 50 of the strength leaderboard. The strongest among them was a slender, effeminate man clad in a purple robe, ranked 47th, a late-stage Earth Origin Realm practitioner. There were 4 or 5 others at the same late-stage level, while the rest were uniformly mid-stage practitioners. Yi Pingyan crossed his arms, his gaze filled with pride as he surveyed the crowd, shaking his head and declaring, You all may come at me together. His tone brimmed with unparalleled confidence and unstoppable force. I concede that you defeated the 10th-ranked Ma Qinyu, but we have a total of 15 Earth Origin Realm practitioners. No matter how extraordinary your combat prowess, as long as you have not transcended to the Celestial Origin Realm, you shall remain here forever. Upon finishing his words, the slender man suddenly launched a surprise attack, a serpentine soft sword appearing in his right hand as he aimed for Yi Pingyan's vital points. Each strike was brutally lethal. Yi Pingyan, upon witnessing this, narrowed his eyes, his internal meridians rapidly channeling energy, and an overwhelming aura of power surged through the hall, drawing the attention of many clan elders. As the effeminate man's fierce and ruthless sword strikes approached, Yi Pingyan remained utterly composed, swiftly retreating while drawing forth a heavy, ancient black sword box, deftly deflecting the opponent's assault. The slender man instantly felt a tremendous force reverberate through his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword. The other dozen senior students from the inner court, witnessing this, simultaneously unleashed their energy and charged at Yi Pingyan. How is it possible? That sword box looks so heavy. How can he move so swiftly? The effeminate man murmured in disbelief after being repelled. His expression hardened, and he unleashed a fierce and ruthless sword intent from within. Entry-level sword intent. The other disciples gasped in astonishment. Yi Pingyan wielded the heavy sword box with ease, even without deploying sword intent. He knocked several mid-stage Earth Origin Realm seniors to the ground in agonizing defeat. You lot, stop hiding your strengths. If we continue to be taken down one by one, we are all finished. The effeminate man solemnly addressed the other 4 late-stage Earth Origin Realm practitioners. Seeing this, they nodded in agreement, each unleashing their strongest moves. A mid-level Xian rank martial technique. Qinggang Sword Slash. The effeminate man smirked at Yi Pingyan before also releasing his lethal move. The mid-level Xian rank martial technique. Insha sword formation. A torrent of entry-level sword intent and martial techniques surged towards Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan, be careful. Ling Qingyan's face was etched with helplessness and pain. Yet within her heart flickered a glimmer of hope at the sight of Yi Pingyan's determination to come for her. Ling Qingyan, you are now a member of the Zhu family. Beware, for calamity may arise from careless words. Zhu Qingsong spoke with a darkened expression. If it were not for the ancestral teachings, she would have already subdued Ling Qingyan, who is, after all, the most beautiful maiden in Yangui City. In the courtyard outside the hall, Yi Pingyan observed the onslaught of lethal sword intents descending upon him and ceased his nonchalance. Focusing his gaze on the sinister and ruthless elder, the sword, being the sovereign of 100 weapons, is unworthy to be wielded by treacherous and malevolent individuals. Upon uttering those words, an overwhelming and fierce sword intent erupted from Yi Pingyan, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens. The first form of the red dust sword technique, mountain cleaving. The resounding echoes of destruction reverberated as the formidable sword intent obliterated the surrounding structures with ease. The expressions of the onlookers turned to one of terror, their very souls trembling at the display before them. The sword has been drawn, cleaving mountains and severing peaks. In an instant, the pervasive sword intent extinguished the lethal attacks of the 5 assailants. Beasts! How dare you! The patriarchs of the clans seated on either side of the hall could no longer remain passive, rising to intervene in their capacity as elders. With a resounding crash, the initial stage Yuan Dan realm patriarchs acted swiftly to protect their descendants. Zhu Qingsong's hand, poised to sip tea, froze midair, his smile abruptly fading as he stared in disbelief at the sheer extent of the devastation. How could this be possible? Ling Qingyan, adorned in a vibrant red, fitted qipao, gazed at Yi Pingyan with a mix of complex and shocked emotions. It was hard to believe that this was the same naive youth she had once needed to protect. Now, as Yi Pingyan retracted his sword intent, their eyes met, and though no words were exchanged, both understood each other's thoughts clearly. Qingyan, if this is truly your decision, I have no words to say. However, if this does not align with your innermost convictions, will you trust me to leave this place together? Yi Pingyan's voice was calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence and authority. You audacious brat! Before Ling Qingyan could respond, a voice filled with scorn and indignation echoed throughout the courtyard. Yi Pingyan met the gaze of the speaker, realizing it was the elder who had just intervened to save the effeminate man. Old dog, your noise is intolerable. Just a mere exchange of glances sent a jolt through the heart of the patriarch at the initial stage Yuan Dan realm, overwhelmed by the fierce and domineering gaze. This youth possesses such monstrous talent and temperament. He must be eradicated to eliminate the threat. Without delay, the elder unleashed a surge of energy, condensing a sword chi aimed directly at Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan, be cautious, for this man is a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Ling Qingyan exclaimed urgently. Initial stage Yuan Dan. You say? Yi Pingyan's battle spirit surged, his red dust sword intent seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Just as Yi Pingyan intended to draw his sword from its sheath, the sword master placed a hand on his shoulder, restraining his fervent sword intent, and grinned, saying, You foolish lad. The Yuan Dan realm is not to be compared with the Tian Yuan realm, even if it is the weakest of the Yuan Dan. The sword master then lazily withdrew his finger from his ear and remarked, Why should you, an old man, interfere in the contests of the younger generation? With precision, the sword master pinched the terrifying sword chi of the second-rate clan patriarch between his fingers. Old fool, no one in this Tianfeng kingdom can teach me a lesson. Chapter 58, The Choice of Light Smoke Who? The enraged patriarch of the second-rate family bellowed, a subtle sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Before him stood a man clad in black robes who had effortlessly caught his sword chi with bare hands. Although it was merely a casual strike, its ferocity was undeniable. After all, he was a cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm. This was no ordinary sword chi from the Earth Yuan realm. There was something amiss with this elder. He had not revealed his cultivation level from the start, and they had all assumed he was merely a servant accompanying Yi Pingyan. The swordmaster, hidden beneath the black cloak, slightly curled the corners of his lips. Who am I? That is knowledge you are unworthy to possess. In an astounding display, the swordmaster pinched the sword chi and shattered it before the eyes of the many second-rate family patriarchs. Boom. The ensuing pressure surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire Zhu family estate. The sword chi unleashed by the man was forcefully repelled several steps back by the overwhelming residual force. Hiss! This scene left the onlookers utterly stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Who was this elder in black robes? How could he possess such strength to crush the sword chi of a Yuan Dan realm cultivator with his bare hands? Could it be that he had transcended the Yuan Dan realm? Even Zhu Qingsong's expression grew grave, and he found the tea in his hand suddenly tasteless. Damn it, where did this Yi Pingyan find such a formidable being, capable of shattering the sword qi of the Yuan Dan realm with ease? Esteemed elder, this matter arises from this young man's attempt to seize a bride. I kindly implore you not to interfere in our affairs, as a favor to the Zhu family of Yangui City. Rest assured, the Zhu family will present a substantial treasure in return. Zhu Qingsong bowed slightly to the sword master, his narrow eyes casting a sharp glance at Yi Pingyan. The sword master, upon hearing this, erupted in hearty laughter from beneath his cloak. Ha! The face of a mere Zhu family holds little significance. He scoffed inwardly, regarding them as nothing more than the foremost family in Yangui City, while there were not many families like that in the Beiyang region. At least 7 or 8 existed. Did the esteemed sword master truly need to show them deference? What a joke, even in his prime. He had never regarded the royal court of Tianfeng with such esteem. Zhu Qingsong's face flushed with indignation. In Yangui City, no one had ever dared to show such blatant disrespect to the Zhu family. Even some Yuan Dan realm cultivators treated him with utmost reverence. Yi Pingyan, however, paid no heed to their reactions. He was resolute. If Ling Qingyan truly wished to depart today, he would ensure she left with him, no matter the cost. Turning his gaze toward Ling Qingyan, he beheld her in a stunningly fitted crimson qipao that accentuated her perfect curves, her delicate face betraying a hint of hesitation. Your life should not be dictated by others. Zhu Qingsong's countenance darkened considerably, nearly dripping with malice. His masculine intuition told him that Yi Pingyan harbored no romantic feelings for Qingyan. It was merely a bond of camaraderie. For the sake of such a bond, he dared to affront the Zhu family. Simultaneously, his wariness toward Yi Pingyan deepened, based on their earlier confrontation. He had effortlessly dealt with the full force attacks of 5 late-stage Earth Yuan realm cultivators. Could it be that he was concealing his true cultivation level? Was he not merely a late-stage Earth Yuan realm cultivator? At this moment, an overwhelming surge of vitality enveloped the entire Zhu family mansion. Who dares to disturb the wedding ceremony of the Zhu family today? Whoosh! A formidable figure, clad in a brocade robe with golden filigree, suddenly materialized before Yi Pingyan. Boom! Instantly, an immense and sharp pressure bore down on Yi Pingyan. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Xiangtian, the head of the Zhu family, at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. His gaze was piercing, and his tone dripped with disdain. You are Yi Pingyan? Are you not afraid of death? Yi Pingyan, feeling the intense sword-intent pressure surrounding him, surprisingly felt no sense of oppression, perhaps due to the prolonged training under the sword sovereign's guidance. Zhu Xiangtian was astonished that this young man remained unfazed by his overwhelming sword-intent pressure. The sword sovereign, observing the situation, waved his hand, and Yi Pingyan immediately sensed the oppressive sword intent dissipate. He chuckled. Zhu Xiangtian, at your age, resorting to such tactics against a young junior. TSK. I feel embarrassed for you. The sword sovereign's imposing voice echoed, leaving the crowd in shock. To insult Zhu Xiangtian in front of everyone? Zhu Xiangtian's expression darkened, his body trembling uncontrollably. For years, no one in Yangui City had ever disrespected him, not even the elders from the Kanglan Academy of Beiyang County, who always afforded him some regard. Who was this old man in the black robe? And how did Yi Pingyan manage to summon such a figure? My lord, no matter how strong you are still but a man, and this is the Zhu family mansion. Zhu Xiangtian clapped his hands, and from all directions of the mansion emerged several elderly figures clad in yellow robes. They were the 7 elders of the Zhu family. Each of the 7 elders possessed the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. A leader of a second-rate family looked on enviously. Indeed, it seems that the old man in the black robe is about to face calamity, with 7 Yuan Dan realm cultivators, along with Zhu Xiangtian at the mid-stage. Victory is assured. The 7 deeply experienced Yuan Dan realm elders surrounded Yi Pingyan and his companion, awaiting the command of their master. Humph. Zhu Xiangtian coldly regarded the sword sovereign, his confidence suddenly surging. My lord, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. If you leave now, the Zhu family will treat this incident as if it never occurred. We would also be willing to befriend you. How about it? Zhu Xiangtian mused. There is no need to offend such a powerful being, especially one capable of effortlessly dispelling my sword intent pressure, undoubtedly at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. In the entire Beiyang County, those at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm are already considered top-tier powerhouses. The sword sovereign remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yi Pingyan, as he had primarily come to support this young man. This revelation caused a stir among the onlookers. The terrifyingly powerful black-robed elder was actually deferring to Yi Pingyan. The atmosphere fell into silence for several seconds, with everyone present turning their gaze toward Yi Pingyan, the decisive factor in this confrontation. Yi Pingyan calmly looked at Ling Qingyan, awaiting her choice. Chapter 59. This sword is carefree. Yi Pingyan then extended a hand toward Ling Qingyan. To leave, or not to leave? Ling Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then raised her resolute and beautiful gaze. I shall live my life according to my own will. Despite knowing that this course of action would irrevocably offend the Zhu family and could potentially spell the end for the Ling clan, she had faith in Yi Pingyan, a man capable of miracles. How bold! Young lady of the Ling family, you must contemplate this thoroughly. Should you dare to take this step? What catastrophic consequences might it bring upon your family? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyan momentarily paused, but then resolutely continued her stride towards Yi Pingyan. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as all present gazed in astonishment at Ling Qingyan, some casting sympathetic glances towards Zhu Qingsong. Was this a blatant provocation of the Zhu family? Zhu Qingsong's countenance darkened, as if he had just consumed a bitter meal. He had never anticipated being publicly thwarted in his own home within the Zhu family estate. Elders, gather. All of you, come forward. I shall eliminate Yi Pingyan. The 7 elders furrowed their brows, their gazes shifting towards Zhu Xiangtian. Zhu Xiangtian, with a somber expression, lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly unhurried to issue the command to act. Observing this, Yi Pingyan smiled broadly and, alongside the sword master, turned to leave. If they refrained from taking action, he would indeed hold a certain admiration for Zhu Xiangtian. Yet, it was often such individuals who were the most formidable. Who is this Yi Pingyan? Can he truly lead me away from the Zhu family estate? Ling Qingyan was not lacking in belief. Rather, the disparity in numbers between the two sides was overwhelmingly vast. There were over a dozen heads of second-rate families present, in addition to 7 elders of the Zhu family at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, totaling nearly 20 individuals at the Yuan Dan level. Such was the current influence of the Zhu family. Yi Pingyan calmly responded, "Fear not. Even if a dozen more at the Yuan Dan realm were to come, we shall still depart unscathed." The sword master, hearing the flattery from this impudent child, wore a peculiar expression. While the praise was rather enjoyable, it also carried the unsettling sense of being used as a pawn. The trio walked side by side, with the astonishing sword intent emanating from the sword master, causing no one to dare impede their progress, as they were relentlessly forced back towards the exit. Zhu Qingsong watched the 3 retreating figures with growing anxiety. Turning to his contemplative father, he urged, "Father, that insolent boy is brazenly seizing Ling Qingyan right under our noses. If we do not act now, the prestige our Zhu family has accumulated over the years in Yangue City will be utterly squandered. We can no longer hesitate, father." Seeing his father still indecisive, Zhu Qingsong grew increasingly frantic. "Father, you must understand how significant Ling Qingyan is to our ancestor." Zhu Xiangtian, upon hearing this, solemnly replied, "Were it not for our ancestor currently in seclusion striving to break through to the Qi realm, how could this black-robed old man dare to act so audaciously?" With that, Zhu Xiangtian immediately issued a harsh command, stating, "All elders, take action. Obstruct that black-robed old man." Yes, the 7 elders, having endured enough, could no longer tolerate such chaos within the Zhu family estate. Formed the formation. One of the leading figures, a cultivator at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, donned a deep yellow brocade robe, evidently the most formidable among the 7 elders, on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Yuan Dan. Yi Pingyan, sensing the surging pressure of the sword formation emanating from the elder of the Zhu family behind him, murmured softly, "The Zhu family has ultimately succumbed." He then turned his gaze towards the sword master, who smiled broadly, took a hearty swig of peach blossom wine, and appeared to be slightly inebriated. "Oh, it has been quite some time since I stretched my limbs," he said, and with a thunderous roar, the sword master's aura surged unbidden, stirring the winds around him. As an overwhelming sword intent ascended to the heavens, embodying a sense of carefree elegance. With his fingers poised like a blade, he conjured a 3-foot azure peak formed of condensed vital energy, while his other hand rested behind him. He looked at Yi Pingyan with a serious demeanor and declared, "Youngster, behold, this sword is named Carefree Surging Swan." Yi Pingyan's pupils widened in astonishment as he beheld the sword master confronting 7 Yuan Dan elders in midair. He seemed to glimpse the once vibrant genius sword master of yore, radiating a formidable aura of vital energy. The colossal sword formation, imbued with terrifying energy, enveloped the entire Zhu family, bearing down on the sword master. In response, the sword master wielded his 3-foot azure peak, its blade resonating with a sense of carefree elegance, prompting a chorus of sword cries among the multitude of swordsmen below. With a single stroke directed at the vast and shadowy sword formation, He cleaved a precise opening through it. The relentless might of his sword intent surged forth, sweeping toward the 7 Zhu family elders behind the formation. With a resounding slash, the sword intent sliced through the very fabric of the void, creating delicate fissures in its wake. In a single stroke, he vanquished all 7 elders at the initial stage of Yuan Dan. The assembled sword formation shattered in layers, as several figures collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. How can this be possible? One gasped, bewildered. This is a sword formation forged by the combined might of 7 Yuan Dan elders. How could it be so effortlessly shattered? Indeed, in the eyes of the 7 Zhu elders, their prideful and terrifying sword formation was effortlessly obliterated by the old man in the black robe. Is this the powerhouse that Yi Pingyan has brought forth? Such strength, a single individual annihilating 7. The numerous heads of second-tier families below stared in astonishment at the back of the black-robed elder, some even stifling yawns in sheer disbelief. How ruthless! With a single stroke, he dismantled the Zhu family's ultimate sword formation, a formation whose power they well understood, one potent enough to threaten even a peak Yuan Dan expert, or even a half-step into the Qi refinement realm. This was the true strength of the Zhu family. Among those most affected were Zhu Xiangtian and his son, their expressions akin to someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Zhu Xiangtian gazed on in stunned silence, exclaiming in shock, a perfected sword intent. No, more than that. Who exactly is this black-robed elder? Yet, despite his astonishment, he quickly regained his composure, a sinister glint appearing on his face. To all present, if you are willing to join forces against this man, the Zhu family shall owe you a favor in the future. After a moment of hesitation, numerous clan leaders clasped their fists and addressed Zhu, the clan head. We, the Miao clan, shall not partake in this conflict. Farewell. One of the second-rate clan leaders, who had refrained from attacking Yi Pingyan, hastily departed. Subsequently, the other leaders of second-tier clans followed suit. It was not worth offending such formidable adversaries for the sake of the Zhu family. You all. Zhu Xiangtian's countenance darkened further. He glanced at the 7 elders of his clan. With a single sword strike, they had been defeated. Such prowess, even with his own mid-stage Yuan Dan realm strength, would likely prove futile. Were they truly to concede defeat so easily? Boom. A tremendous roar resonated from the depths of the Zhu family estate's rear mountain, unleashing powerful waves of oppressive energy. The members of the Zhu clan were stirred with excitement, some even kneeling in reverence. Yi Pingyan squinted towards the source. The pressure felt amiss. Could it be that the Zhu family ancestor had broken through to the Qi refinement realm? Chapter 60. The 2 great ancestors. After a brief moment, the overwhelming pressure subsided. Whoosh. Yi Pingyan beheld a gray-robed elder, exuding an ethereal presence with his long, grizzled beard, appearing before him in an instant. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Zhu clan members uniformly knelt, with some lesser-ranked relatives trembling with excitement. As distant relatives, they had never encountered the legendary ancestor before. Even Zhu Xiangtian bowed on one knee in respect, while Zhu Qingsong nearly pressed his forehead to the ground. Observing this, Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes. He recalled Su Ye's words about the 3 great families of Yangui City, each rooted for over a millennium, possessing an ancestor of considerable age. Was this the Zhu family's hidden card? Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of alarm. But sensing Yi Pingyan and the dark-robed elder beside her, she took a deep breath to steady herself and whispered, Brother Yi, this man is the Zhu family's ancestor. Zhu Chongheng, how formidable is he? Yi Pingyan inquired gravely. Ling Qingyan replied nonchalantly, the cultivation levels of each ancestor among the 3 great families are quite comparable. Yet it is without doubt that the Zhu ancestor is somewhat stronger. According to my father, Zhu Chongheng's strength is perilously close to the Qi refinement realm, and that previously overwhelming aura likely signifies his attempt to break through. After grasping the situation, Zhu Chongheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone imbued with superiority. Young lady of the Ling family, I shall grant you another opportunity to choose. The matriarch Ling Zhu has little time left. Are you certain your Ling family can survive in this ruthless Yangui city without her protection? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes. Yet she spoke resolutely. The future of my Ling family is not for you to dictate. This engagement is hereby null and void. Oh, is this the decision of matriarch Ling or your father? Just as Ling Qingyan was about to respond, 2 figures materialized above the Zhu family estate. Zhu Chongheng, how shameless you are. After failing to win my mother's affection years ago, you now scheme for your descendants to marry into the Ling family? Bah, what a delightful fantasy. Listening to the sound, Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the aged figure in a white dress hovering above. Ancestor. Father. The 2 gradually approached Ling Qingyan, smiling as they spoke. Qingyan, well done. You truly embody the legacy of our Ling family. If I had not emerged from my seclusion to inquire, I would have nearly allowed the Zhu family's people to snatch away my precious Qingyan. Unlike your timid father. Ahem. The head of the Ling family, Qingyan's father, responded with an awkward smile. Ancestor, your reprimand is warranted. It was not entirely his fault, as the leader of the clan. He had sacrificed his daughter's happiness for the security of the family, a decision that weighed heavily upon him. Yet now, he regretted it deeply. He vowed never to let his beloved daughter suffer the anguish of a political marriage again. Yi Pingyan's gaze scrutinized the Ling family's ancestor, who donned a plain white dress. Her hair a mix of gray, and her face etched with visible wrinkles. He thought to himself, it seems this Ling Zhu ancestor has indeed suffered grave injuries. Her current state clearly does not reflect that of a late-stage Yuan Dan practitioner. The contrast with the Zhu family's ancestor is starkly apparent. You little rascal. You are not mistaken. The Ling family's ancestor has but a few years left to live. She has sustained irreversible injuries, likely having employed some secret method to exhaust her vitality, rendering her appearance so aged. Upon hearing the sword master's spiritual transmission, Yi Pingyan finally understood. No wonder, typically, a late-stage Yuan Dan practitioner would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, yet according to Su Yi, this Ling family ancestor is merely a little over 500 years old. Then, the Ling family ancestor turned her gaze to Yi Pingyan, examining him closely before smiling and saying, indeed, a young prodigy, exceptionally gifted. I must express my gratitude to you. The kindness rendered by your esteemed self shall not be forgotten by the Ling family. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to command us. Ling Zhu then glanced at the sword master and softly remarked. The sword master waved his hand dismissively, saying, if there is to be thanks, let it be directed towards this young man. Ling Zhu nodded, her eyes reflecting complex emotions as she regarded the young boy before her. Having made a certain decision in her heart, at that moment, unable to contain himself any longer, Zhu Chongheng cast aside his hypocritical facade and, with a sinister expression, declared, very well, since everyone is present, let them all remain. Hearing this, Ling Zhu laughed heartily and replied, Zhu Chongheng, it has been many years. Your talent for boasting remains as inflated as ever. Both of us stand at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. If I wish to take my people away, you cannot stop me. As her words fell, a powerful surge of vitality erupted from Ling Zhu, her aura soaring higher and higher. Suddenly, a tempest akin to a wild stallion swept through the entire Zhu family estate, with the force of her emitted vitality waves shattering the ornamental rocks within the estate. Ancestor. Ling Qingyan's face lit up with surprise. Had her ancestor's injuries healed? Was her strength elevated further? However, the head of the Ling family appeared troubled. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhu. Today you too shall face the consequences of your actions, exhausting your life force to forcibly recover your diminished cultivation. Do you understand what the repercussions will be? It will suffice to deal with you. Ling Zhu snorted coldly, her spatial ring shimmering with light as a 3-foot-long azure sword materialized in her grasp. The sword intent permeating the entire area as she unleashed a strike. Azure Gale Sword Technique. A stream of azure sword radiance coalesced above her 3-foot azure peak, aimed directly at Zhu Chongheng. I am eager to witness how much you have progressed in the decades since we last met, particularly in your mastery of the Azure Gang Sword Technique. As Zhu Chongheng faced this torrent of sword energy, he effortlessly countered with a swing of his own blade, displaying no hint of trepidation. Long River Mountain Splitting Sword. Instantly, a profound essence of sword intent, capable of cleaving mountains and severing rivers, surged forth, colliding fiercely with the azure sword energy. Boom. The clash of two peak Yuan Dan realm masters unleashed a powerful shockwave of vitality, enveloping the area in thick black smoke. Chapter 61. Battle with Zhu Qingsong. Yi Pingyan observed the unfolding spectacle, deep in thought. The sword technique employed by the Zhu family elder bore some resemblance to his own first move of the red dust wine sword. Yet the essence of the sword intent was worlds apart. It was evident he could not surpass the elder. The latter had not exerted his full strength, concealing his true cultivation level. The sword master, reclining leisurely nearby, took a sip of wine and remarked nonchalantly. Yi Pingyan harbored suspicions that the commotion just created by the Zhu family elder was indicative of a breakthrough, and he quietly inquired, Senior, do you think this elder Zhu has advanced to the Qi refinement realm? The sword master let out a derisive laugh before shaking his head. Young one, do you believe that every individual can breach the Qi refinement realm? Judging by the commotion just now, a breakthrough to that level would not be so subtle. As the two engaged in conversation, the figures of the combatants on the battlefield quickly distanced themselves. Ling Zhu, surrender. Your Ling family is beyond salvation and destined to be consumed by my Zhu family. Huh. If you wish to devour my Ling family, we shall see if your Zhu family's teeth are sharp enough. Ling Zhu retorted with a cold huff, drawing her 3-foot azure peak once more to engage in close combat. The pressure of their battle obliterated the structures beneath the estate, leaving behind a landscape marred by sword marks born of their destructive intent. With distant rumblings resonating in the air, the Zhu family members below were eager to join the fray, with the family patriarch, Zhu Xiangtian, wearing a chilling expression as his gaze fixated on Yi Ping'an. He mused inwardly, as long as the elder can defeat that old woman swiftly, we can ally with him to forcefully detain Yi Ping'an. Currently, he was in the mid-stage of the Tian Yuan realm, bolstered by 7 initial-stage Yuan Dan elders. And perhaps they could delay that old man for a short while. Of course, this assumption hinged on Yi Ping'an remaining oblivious to his intentions. Yet, how could Yi Ping'an be unaware of the actual dynamics of the battlefield? The Swordmaster had previously informed him that the combat scenarios among peak Yuan Shi realm warriors would aid in enhancing his sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Ping'an would have long since urged the Swordmaster to intervene, denying the Zhu family any time to harbor illusions. Noticing Zhu Xiangtian's restless demeanor, Yi Ping'an grinned and remarked, "Are you attempting to buy time? Hoping that your elder will dispose of us before you launch your assault?" Upon realizing his scheme had been unraveled, Zhu Xiangtian dropped the pretense and promptly summoned all the cultivators of the Zhu estate, encircling Yi Ping'an and his companions. Among them were more than a dozen heads of second-rate families, their cultivation levels having recently reached the early Yuan Dan realm. Yet their fluctuating auras suggested they had only just achieved this breakthrough. As Zhu Qingcang encountered Yi Ping'an, he found himself stepping into a realm that transcended his expectations. Engaging directly with the patriarch, this immense disparity ignited a deeper jealousy within him towards Yi Ping'an. Why did he deserve the company and protection of such an extraordinary beauty, alongside a mysterious, formidable protector? From a young age, Zhu Qingcang had been surrounded by admirers, a shining star among the crowd. Heralded as the future successor of the Zhu family, even praised by the ancestor as the most promising descendant to surpass him. Gradually, Zhu Qingcang approached Yi Ping'an, an unquenchable battle fervor surging within him. With a 3-foot azure peak sword in hand, he pointed it menacingly at Yi Ping'an, the sword tip radiating a fierce and potent aura. Ling Qingyan was acutely aware of Zhu Qingcang's true prowess, especially after his defeat by Ning Xuan, which had propelled him into the Zhu family's forbidden grounds for grueling training, all to exact vengeance in the upcoming ranking battle. "Brother Yi, this is not the right moment to engage him," Ling Qingyan cautioned. Yet, she had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Ling family and the marriage pact, unaware of the extent of Yi Ping'an's growth after receiving hellish guidance from the Sword Sovereign. Her perception of his strength remained at the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, oblivious to the fact that Yi Ping'an had far surpassed her expectations. Positioning her behind him, Yi Ping'an smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I can handle this." However, the Sword Sovereign firmly grasped Ling Qingyan's arm and stated, "Let him try. With me here, no one can harm him." Ling Qingyan nodded in agreement, though her beautiful eyes still reflected concern. Yi Ping'an lowered the weighty, ancient sword box, causing it to crash onto the ground, fracturing the earth beneath it. The sheer weight of the box was formidable. His daily burden of carrying it was intended to strengthen his physical prowess. Opening the box, he drew forth the sword Guochen, standing resolutely in front of the crowd, his white attire billowing gracefully as a gentle breeze tousled a strand of hair across his forehead. Observing this, the Sword Sovereign internally mused that the young man's elegant demeanor was nearly comparable to his peak years. With a slight smile, Yi Ping'an spoke with an air of nonchalance, "Make your move." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingcang squinted his eyes, exclaiming, "A mere facade." He lunged forward, his 3-foot azure peak sword enveloped in a swirling intent, striking with a uniquely cunning angle. Yet, in response to this astute attack, Yi Ping'an did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, he delivered a seemingly ordinary slash that effortlessly intercepted Zhu Qingcang's assault with astonishing sharpness. Following this, an explosive surge of energy erupted, a domineering pressure cascading forth, leaving the younger generation present in sheer awe. Could such a force truly emanate from a practitioner of the Earth origin realm? The initial stage Zhu family disciples stumbled back in disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity. This young man appeared no older than myself. How could he be so terrifying? Yi Ping'an deflected the cunningly angled strike, and, bending low, surged forward with explosive speed, unleashing 2 consecutive slashes that formed a cross aimed directly at Zhu Qingcang. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhu Qingcang's expression swiftly adopted a grave demeanor. From their initial exchange, It was evident that Yi Pingyan possessed formidable strength. His sword intent was sharp and filled with an effortless weight, reminiscent of a boundless crimson world. However, Zhu Qingsong's recent rigorous training had not been in vain. Faced with the onslaught of two fierce sword intents from Yi Pingyan, he found himself with no time to evade, left only with the options to endure or defend. In this moment, Zhu Qingsong truly comprehended that this young man had been concealing his true capabilities all along. The victory over Ma Qianyu had been achieved without fully exerting his strength. With a cold snort, he raised his sword high, and his entire being became suffused with sword intent, amplifying his power significantly. Even the surrounding ancient trees and buildings were cleaved into fragments by his fierce aura. With a mighty strike, a colossal beam of sword light, infused with astonishing sword intent, collided with Yi Pingyan's cross slash. The swing was executed flawlessly, devoid of any hesitance. This elicited a slight arch of Yi Pingyan's brow. Indeed, Zhu Qingsong was far from ordinary. The top three on the strength rankings were not to be underestimated. Not due to Zhu Qingsong's lack of prowess, but rather because Shen Ningxuang was exceedingly powerful. In a thunderous clash, the energies released from their sword intents sent both combatants staggering back several meters. Haha, exhilarating. Bring it on. Yi Pingyan carved two deep grooves into the ground as he crouched to gather his strength, launching into another explosive advance for close combat. Do you dare underestimate me? Zhu Qingsong roared, unwilling to accept that he, a third-rank power, could not handle a mere newcomer from the inner academy. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of sword intents for dozens of rounds. However, with each clash, Zhu Qingsong's astonishment grew. Late-stage, entry-level sword intent. No, that cannot be. How is this possible? I have unleashed my late-stage, entry-level sword intent, yet I cannot suppress his. Instead, it seems I am being subtly pressured. Moreover, the vitality emanating from this youth is astonishingly robust. How could he maintain such vigor amid continuous high-intensity exchanges, surpassing even those of half-step heaven origin realm practitioners? As they closed in once more, their swords entwined, the metallic sounds of their blades clashing echoed incessantly. The two were locked in a fierce standoff, with Zhu Qingsong's eyes gradually widening in shock, while Yi Pingyan remained as tranquil as a still pond, betraying not a hint of disturbance. Zhu Qingsong's opulent robe bore countless fine cuts from the sword intent, contrasting sharply with Yi Pingyan, whose pristine white attire remained unblemished. The disparity between them was starkly evident. With a slight shake of his head, Yi Pingyan unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, forcing Zhu Qingsong back with a powerful strike from the returning dust sword. Stumbling backward, Zhu Qingsong managed to steady himself after retreating several meters. His grip on the sword caused blood to seep from his torn palm, dripping onto the ground. Yi Pingyan observed this and shook his head. Once he unleashed his sword intent, Zhu Qingsong was no longer his match. With his current half-step heaven origin realm and late-stage sword intent mastery, Zhu Qingsong had long ceased to be the formidable opponent he once was. In fact, Yi Pingyan didn't even need to unsheath the returning dust sword to handle him. It was over. Yi Pingyan murmured softly to himself, then drew his sword, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that transformed the surrounding atmosphere, causing the skies above the Zhu family estate to be enveloped in a magnificent aura of sword intent. Chapter 62. The mysteriously air, a surge of formidable sword intent erupted, golden rays piercing the heavens. The red dust wine sword technique, Sword 1, Mountain Splitter. It seemed as though this strike could cleave through towering mountains, the mere radiance emanating from the sword, sending the early-stage disciples of the Earth origin realm flying. With a decisive slash, the world shifted colors. Sword intent converged into a singular point, forming a colossal beam of sword light, approximately 100 meters in length, hurtling towards Zhu Qingsong. The onlookers were left in awe, paralyzed by the sheer terror of this incredible sword strike. Impossible. I cannot lose to you. Zhu Qingsong gazed at the menacing beam, already aware that he could not withstand it, yet stubbornly resolved to confront it. He could not bear the thought of being defeated by that formidable woman, nor by Yi Pingyan, whom he had previously deemed inferior. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to his pride. With a roar, Zhu Qingsong expended all his spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful late-stage entry sword intent, and lunged forward to counter with a blade of his own. Advanced mystical sword technique, River of Setting Sun. A sword light, reminiscent of a setting sun cascading through a river, collided with Yi Pingyan's strike. Yi Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Qingsong demonstrated a glimmer of fortitude. For this sword blow was not something an ordinary half-step to the heaven origin realm could dare to receive. He could be considered a worthy adversary. Arrogance. Zhu Qingsong retorted with a cold smirk. Clang. Boom. The clash of their techniques released a sword-intent pressure that annihilated half of the estate's courtyard. Yi Pingin's strike surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, its might unabated, effortlessly obliterating Zhu Qingsong's sword intent, advancing straight towards him. What? Zhu Qingsong's face turned ashen. This sword had drained all his spiritual energy, and now, with his defense shattered, he found himself utterly defenseless. Why was this strike so fierce and domineering? You insolent brat, how dare you? An elderly man in a gray robe suddenly appeared, barely managing to withstand Yi Pingin's overwhelming mountain splitter strike. Clad in simple garments and wielding a heavy sword, he stood resolutely before Yi Pingin. Yi Pingin, at the Heaven Origin realm, murmured to himself, surprised. I didn't expect the Zhu family to possess so many formidable experts. Zhu Qingsong's complexion paled. That strike had nearly claimed his life, and he could still vividly feel the chill of death looming near. Uncle Li? Zhu Qingsong questioned, perplexed. For he had always regarded Uncle Li as merely the cook in charge of the kitchen. He had never displayed any cultivation prowess, yet now, seeing the armor of spiritual energy coalescing around Uncle Li, he felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Uncle Li, you are actually at the Heaven Origin realm? Young master, this is not the time for such discussions. You must leave at once. I will handle this. Zhu Qingsong nodded, glancing towards his father, Zhu Xiangtian, a sense of dread settling in his heart. Who exactly is that old man in the black robe? At that moment, the sword master and the head of the Ling family pressed forward, forcing Zhu Xiangtian and his 20 or so Earth Pill realm experts into retreat. How could this old man in the black robe possess such formidable strength? Yi Pingin turned his gaze towards the elder in gray, his eyes narrowing slightly as he calmly remarked, to willingly serve as a mere cook at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm is no small feat. Lier, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly and replied, I had no choice. I was on the brink of starvation when the ancestor of the Zhu family rescued me. Yi Pingin responded solemnly. Even so, the Zhu family has now become a decayed entity, oppressing the weak and abusing their power. Will you still defend them? With a long sigh, Lier reflected on Yi Pingin's words. He was well aware of the Zhu family's decline. It had not always been this way. But for reasons unknown, it had transformed into its current state. Our positions differ, and there is no need for further discussion. As long as I am here, you will not be able to harm the young patriarch. Meanwhile, he was inwardly astonished. Though he had effortlessly parried that previous strike, appearing calm and composed. Had he not been at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm with a formidable armor of vital energy, he might have been wounded. Could this youth truly be at the Guyuan realm? If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly become the next legendary sword sovereign. Yi Pingin observed the young man wielding the heavy sword, a surge of intense battle intent emanating from him. Li Er's expression turned peculiar as he thought to himself. That previous strike was so terrifying. Could he possibly unleash it again? How is that feasible? Seeing this, Yi Pingin took a sudden step forward. Brandishing the Guachen sword sheath to deliver a fierce strike, an endless torrent of sharp sword light tearing toward the elder in gray. Youth, I acknowledge your unparalleled talent and combat prowess, but I am of the Tianyuan realm. The elder then seized his heavy sword and unleashed his own sword intent in a fierce clash. Boom. The sword energies unleashed by the two combatants captivated the attention of all present. Even the two ancient ancestors engaged in battle above cast a glance in their direction. Zhu Changheng, feeling a sense of urgency, thought, this cannot be delayed any longer. Yi Pingin is too monstrous. He must be eliminated soon. He had an ominous premonition that this youth, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly pose a threat to him. Though it sounded absurd, the feeling was overwhelmingly strong. Moreover, Ling Zhu had also witnessed Yi Pingin's display of combat prowess. To be able to contend with a practitioner at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm while being merely at the Guyuan realm was simply unfathomable. What extraordinary combat strength this was. Having practiced for over 500 years, she had never seen a practitioner battle across such a vast chasm of realms. She sensed that Zhu Changheng was equally attentive to the events surrounding Yi Pingin and remarked with a sneer, Zhu Changheng, your family has likely offended an exceptionally talented prodigy, and your future days will not be peaceful. Humph, do not worry, he will not escape. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Zhu Changheng replied as he unleashed an overwhelming wave of vital energy pressure, distorting the surrounding space and summoning a tempest that engulfed the entire Zhu family estate. The pressure of his vital energy surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming everyone present, even causing those with lower cultivation levels to struggle to breathe. Hiss. The ancestor's strength has increased again. This is wonderful. Is the ancestor on the verge of victory? Could it be that the ancestor has already transcended to the Qi creation realm? Meanwhile, Yi Pingin gripped the hilt of his Guachen sword sheath. unleashing a minor mastery of sword intent that successfully repelled the fiercely aggressive Li Er. A heavy sword without an edge, profound in its simplicity. You indeed possess some remarkable skill, Yi Pingyan remarked solemnly, his expression grave. The sword intent wielded by Li Er posed a tangible threat to him. The weighty strikes, executed with grand motions, could overpower a multitude of foes. Such a heavy sword is seldom chosen among sword cultivators due to its sluggish speed and excessive heft. Yet, in the hands of Li Er, it moved with the swiftness of an ordinary blade. One could only imagine the dedication he had invested in mastering this heavy sword. After being forced back, Li Er brought his heavy sword crashing down onto the ground, creating a deep crater in the hard earth. He gazed at Yi Pingyan with a serious demeanor, a bead of crystalline sweat forming on his brow. I must admit, your innate combat prowess is truly unparalleled. In this northern Liang County, you are indeed the foremost swordsman of the younger generation. However, this only means I cannot allow you to remain. Li Er understood all too well how swiftly such a talent could rise, estimating that within 2 years, Yi Pingyan would pose a threat to the Zhu family. Moreover, from their prolonged skirmish, he discerned that the youth's vitality was nearly on par with his own, a late-stage celestial origin realm cultivator. Was this truly a mere earth origin realm? The term monster scarcely sufficed to describe this youth. With a thunderous roar, Li Er emanated waves of heat, surrounded by swirling crimson light. Even his eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue. Yi Pingyan narrowed his gaze, sensing the escalating power and sword intent emanating from Li Er. Pressing towards the Origin Dan realm, the battlefield resonated with an intense fluctuation of sword intent from the heavy sword, producing a constant symphony of sword cries. Observing this, Yi Pingyan's pupils contracted. He was acutely aware of what this state signified, minor mastery of sword intent. I did not expect you to reveal your true strength at this final moment, Yi Pingyan sighed. It was astonishing that a mere cook in the inconspicuous back kitchen of the Zhu family wielded the mastery of minor sword intent. Li Er appeared to be only in his 50s or 60s, a rarity among mortals, yet for cultivators of the celestial origin realm, such an age was merely the peak of youth. Suddenly, Li Er opened his eyes, a murderous intent radiating from him as he lifted his heavy sword, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Yi Pingyan, slashing with a decisive strike. In the face of Li Er's onslaught, Yi Pingyan remained unperturbed. He first unleashed 2 arcs of sword light from a distance, then swiftly retreated. However, both sword beams were met with Li Er's heavy sword, which then relentlessly pursued him. Yi Pingyan shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his features as he faced Li Er's relentless aggression. Li Er's talent was commendable. More importantly, the heavy sword intent would greatly benefit cultivators in the future, igniting within him a sense of cherishing this talent. Li Er, given the current state of decay within the Zhu family, why not ally yourself with me? Li Er erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Young man, I must say, your vision is quite expansive to consider recruiting me. However, I, Li Er, am not one to betray my loyalty. As he spoke, Li Er's heavy sword came crashing down towards Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan deftly wielded his sword to block, feeling the tremendous and weighty sword intent reverberate through his meticulously honed physique, eliciting a faint cracking sound from his bones. In stark contrast, a flicker of astonishment ignited in Li Er's eyes. How could he withstand such a powerful strike without a scratch? This was unfathomable. Despite his own mastery of sword intent and being at a significantly higher realm, the outcome was merely a standoff. What extraordinary talent was this? A hint of surprise also flashed through Yi Pingyan's mind. The might of the heavy sword's intent was indeed formidable, intriguing in its own right. Were it not for his body having undergone rigorous training under the sword sovereign, he would have found it quite challenging. With a firm grip on his longsword, Yi Pingyan unleashed a surge of vital energy, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, as he struck towards Li Er's heavy sword. Unfazed, Li Er met the challenge head-on, only to realize his grave miscalculation. You two have stepped into the realm of minor sword intent. This is utterly impossible. Even the sword sovereign, once a figure of dread among all sword cultivators in the Tianfen kingdom, had barely achieved minor sword intent at the earth origin realm. Did this not imply that the potential achievements of this youth would rival that of the sword sovereign? Yi Pingyan flashed a grin and replied, no. It is the late stage of minor sword intent. A resonant hum emanated from the Guachen's sword sheath, enveloped in an endless and fierce sword intent, as if it sought to pierce through the very fabric of the universe. Li Er could distinctly feel the tremors resonating from his heavy sword's essence. Their battle had now drifted far from the Zhu family estate, allowing Yi Pingyan to confidently unleash his late-stage minor sword intent, one of his trump cards. Turning to Li Er, Yi Pingyan spoke gravely. Once more, I say, surrender or perish. His voice resonated like that of a harbinger from the abyss. You must realize that the Zhu family will undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions from this ordeal, potentially leaving them vulnerable to being consumed by other families. Impossible, Li'er immediately retorted. He understood that the old man in black robes was formidable, yet he believed that once their ancestors subdued Ling Zhu, combined with the clan leader and 7 elders alongside the heads of other second-tier families, over 30 cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm would be sufficient to vanquish the old man. Noticing Li'er still clinging to hope, Yi Pingyan continued. I am aware of your thoughts. Allow me to inform you further. That old man in black robes cannot be defeated by your ancestor and those mediocre Yuan Dan cultivators. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Yi Pingyan slowly added, because he is the sword sovereign. What? In the realm of sword cultivators within the Tianfeng kingdom. The name of the sword sovereign held profound significance, akin to the unwavering faith of a lifetime. The very same revered figure, idolized by all sword practitioners, was willing to serve this youth as a laborer? The implications of this youth's background were indeed terrifying. Yi Pingyan observed the stunned Li'er and remained unhurried, calmly inquiring, have you considered your options? Death or submission? Hearing this, a complex expression crossed Li'er's face. The fact that even the sword sovereign was willing to serve this youth did not seem disgraceful in the least. Coupled with the youth's unparalleled talent and potential, the future appeared boundless. He had witnessed the Zhu family's actions over the years and was thoroughly disillusioned. After a moment of contemplation, Li'er immediately sheathed his sword intent, kneeling respectfully on the ground and uttering, your servant pays his respects to the master. Yi Pingyan, upon witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, smiling as he said, there is no need for such formalities. We may address each other as we normally do. At these words, a fleeting glimpse of unspoken emotion crossed Li'er's face. Yes, young master. Yi Pingyan likewise retracted his sword intent and whispered into Li'er's ear, when you return to the Zhu family, do as I instructed. The two engaged in light conversation amidst the tranquil woods for several minutes. Upon their return to the Zhu family estate, they found that the battle had already concluded. Yi Pingyan's gaze swept over the estate, now reduced to ruins, utterly devastated, with not a single intact structure in sight. In the heart of the estate, Zhu Changheng appeared disheveled, his body marred by numerous shallow wounds, some so deep that bone was visible, exposing grotesque injuries. He exuded a waning aura, his face etched with disbelief and resentment. Li'er slowly approached the Zhu family's camp, his heart heavy with reflections. There was little to be done. The black-robed elder before them was a sword sovereign, and defeat was to be expected. Is it resolved? Yi Pingyan inquired softly of the sword sovereign. The sword sovereign nodded, a hint of boredom in his voice as he remarked, hurry and clean up the site. We still have to return for some fine wine. Thus, Yi Pingyan swaggered out with Ling Qingyan in front of the Zhu family's patriarch. The patriarch and the others watched Yi Pingyan's retreating figure, their faces contorted with extreme displeasure, as if they had tasted something foul. Patriarch, are we letting this go just like that? Zhu Qingcong said through clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. Zhu Changheng slowly rose, his expression menacing as he replied, of course, we will not let this slide. I will make them realize that failing to eliminate the Zhu family today will be the gravest mistake of their lives. A glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes as a twisted smile crept across his lips, an ominous aura seemingly emanating from him, which did not escape Li'er's notice. At the Ling family estate, Yi Pingyan and his companions were treated as esteemed guests, the gratitude expressed overwhelming him. The patriarch of the Ling family publicly proposed to betroth Ling Qingyan to Yi Pingyan, a gesture that left him utterly speechless. To his astonishment, the patriarch even suggested that Ling Qingyan could be a secondary partner, disregarding the significance of formal titles. The crux of the matter was that Yi Pingyan himself had reservations about this arrangement. Young Master Yi, do you seem to harbor some unspoken concerns? Is it that my Qingyan does not meet your standards? The patriarch inquired. Yi Pingyan chose silence, turning his gaze to Ling Qingyan, who appeared inexplicably mute. Why wasn't she speaking up to reject the patriarch's proposal? To his surprise, Ling Qingyan directly addressed him, saying, what the patriarch says is true. Do you think I am less appealing than Ning Shuang? Her tone carried a hint of competitive emotion. Yi Pingyan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he were still oblivious to her feelings for him, it would be a grave oversight. All he could do was offer a wry smile, knowing that if Ning Shuang were to learn of this, he would be in a precarious situation. You are different from Ning Shuang. The two cannot be compared. I apologize, but my feelings for you are solely platonic. To be candid, Yi Pingyan is currently uncertain about his feelings for Ning Shuang. However, he is acutely aware that his relationship with Qing Yan is solely one of friendship. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyan's heart sank. and she subsequently gazed up at her venerable ancestor. Ancestor, it seems that Brother Ye's aspirations lie elsewhere. Yi Pingyan, upon hearing her words, let out a sigh of relief, contemplating whether to say more. At that moment, the Sword Sovereign stepped forward and calmly remarked, "Young man, it would be prudent for you to remain silent and allow them to converse as a family." The elder ancestor's eyes flickered with gratitude towards the Sword Sovereign. Yi Pingyan quickly grasped the implication and decided to exit the Grand Hall with the Sword Sovereign. Yi Pingyan, sensing the gravity of the situation, addressed the Sword Sovereign in a hushed tone. "Elder, how much longer does the Ling family's ancestor have to live?" The Sword Sovereign replied promptly. "I understand that your bond with Qing Yin is quite special, but I must convey the harsh reality. Before battling the Zhu family's ancestor, Ling Zhu had already sustained severe injuries. Now, in her attempt to forcibly restore her strength through secret techniques, she is depleting her foundation and essence. These two elements are the very bedrock of a cultivator's existence and are beyond remedy." Yi Pingyan's expression grew solemn as he inquired, "So, how many years does she have left at most?" 3 years, came the response. During their conversation, the Sword Sovereign sensed Ling Qingyan's presence drawing near. "Your little admirer is approaching. You truly are beset by romantic prospects," he remarked with a hint of envy before vanishing in a flash of light. Yi Pingyan turned abruptly to find a vibrant and youthful figure materializing before him. She had donned a pristine white garment, and her exquisitely pure face was adorned with a gentle smile, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, enhancing her poised and refined demeanor. Observing her expression, Yi Pingyan surmised that the Ling family's ancestor had not disclosed the full truth to her. "It appears you are in good spirits," he said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Yi. If it weren't for you, I would still be lost, continuously fleeing from my own weaknesses," she replied. She had naively believed that a union would resolve all the Ling family's troubles. But only upon Yi Pingyan's arrival did she realize that her own cowardice and lack of confidence had been her true bane. Yi Pingyan raised his hand, feeling a stirring in his heart, and said, "I hadn't expected." Before he could finish, Ling Qingyan interjected, "I understand that your feelings for me are not of romantic inclination, and I know the reason behind it. However, I will strive to draw closer to you, and in due time, you will come to like me." Yi Pingyan, with a wry smile, replied, "Miss Ling, I do not wish to deceive you. My feelings for you are indeed those of friendship, akin to those I hold for Brother Su. Cough, cough, cough. Though my timing may be rather inopportune, we are pressed for time. It is time for us to depart." The Sword Sovereign suddenly interjected from a distance, his tone awkward. Ling Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Chapter 65. The graceful figure of Frost and Snow. Yi Pingyan, observing the rosy hue on Ling Qingyan's face, felt a pang of helplessness in his heart. "It seems I must find an opportunity to clarify matters with her. When do you plan to return to the academy?" Yi inquired lightly, hoping to clarify the nature of their relationship. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyan first shook her head, then smiled and replied, "It seems I won't be returning to the academy for the next 2 or 3 years. My father has arranged for an extension of my studies. The ancestor has promised to personally guide me in my cultivation during this period." Although this was undeniably a moment of great joy for Ling Qingyan, who wouldn't desire the direct tutelage of the esteemed ancestor, she found herself unable to feel happiness. Yi Pingyan, feigning surprise, smiled and said, "That is indeed a rare opportunity. Congratulations on receiving guidance from your ancestor. Such a chance is truly extraordinary." Ling Qingyan nodded with a bittersweet smile. Her longing to return to the academy was strong, yet circumstances held her back. After bidding farewell to the Ling family, Yi Pingyan set off towards the academy. Along the way, he turned to the Sword Sovereign and spoke solemnly, "Elder, is it truly impossible for the ancestor of the Ling family to be saved?" The Sword Sovereign took a sip of fine wine and shook his head. "It is not that it cannot be done, but unless you can summon a formidable being of the creation realm, specifically one wielding domain power, it is unlikely." Yi Pingyan, puzzled, asked, "Elder, what exactly is domain?" The Sword Sovereign patiently explained, "The creation realm, as the name suggests, signifies a profound mastery over elemental energy, which is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. As for domain power, it is not something a fledgling like you, who has yet to step into the Qi refinement realm, can comprehend. You will come to understand in due time. Those who attain the creation realm can enjoy lifespans of up to 10,000 years, and even after their demise, their physical form can remain intact for a millennium. However, to save the ancestor of the Ling family, merely reaching the creation realm is insufficient. The assistance of a 6th-tier alchemist is also required to restore her lost foundation and essence." Yi Pingyan could only click his tongue in astonishment. Creation realm? Achieving that is already akin to climbing the heavens, and now a 6th-tier alchemist, is also necessary. The odds seem insurmountably slim. The sword sovereign chuckled, patting Yi Pingyan on the shoulder. My boy, I know you share a friendship with that Ling girl, but the difficulty of this task is akin to scaling the heavens. Not to mention the creation realm expert, there isn't a single 6th-tier alchemist in the entirety of Tianfeng Nation. Yi Pingyan remained silent, aware that this was limited to Tianfeng Nation. As they chatted, they swiftly returned to Kanglin Academy on their swords. My boy, resume your training tomorrow. I forgot to mention. The day after tomorrow marks the beginning of the monthly ranking challenge. Every student in the inner academy can challenge those on the leaderboard. The Sword Sovereign also explained the rules of the challenge, which were, in fact, ruleless. Any student from the inner academy could issue a challenge, even a newcomer, directly targeting the number 1 on the leaderboard. Yi Pingyan felt a jolt of surprise. Was the inner academy this exhilarating? If he were to become the top contender, would he not have to face these bothersome challengers every day? The Sword Sovereign seemed to sense his concern and reassured him with a smile. Do not worry. This challenge rule is only in effect for these 3 days at the beginning of the month. After the passage of these 3 days, only one challenge would follow another. With that, the Sword Master transformed into a fleeting ray of light and vanished from the spot. Yi Pingyan returned to his designated training peak. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he sensed a sudden gathering of murderous intent. You knew to come back? A voice, cold as a bell, echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Ahem, Ning Shuang. Of course, I knew to return. How could I not? Yi Pingyan mused internally, aware that he must not let this girl discover his assistance to the Ling family. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Yet, if he did not clarify the truth, her extraordinary abilities would eventually uncover the reality, leading to repercussions far worse than mere skin-deep suffering. Yi Pingyan slowly entered the tea room, where his gaze was immediately captured by her exquisite figure, adorned in a flowing white gown with tassels. Her long hair, arranged in an elegant updo, was secured with a sky-blue hairpin. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like diamonds as she cast a frosty glance at Yi Pingyan. Speak, what have you been doing for so long? Clearing his throat, Yi Pingyan replied, Ahem, I haven't done much, primarily concerning the Ling family. He then recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail to Shen Ning Shuang. However, contrary to his expectations, she did not erupt in anger. Instead, she appeared remarkably composed, and with a sudden smile, the surrounding peach blossoms seemed to bloom even more vibrantly. Yi Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. With such a beauty beside him, a cup of tea and the presence of peach blossoms made life feel sufficient. What are you staring at? Do you wish to die? Shen Ning Shuang's lips, slightly veiled, curled into a subtle smile as she spoke sweetly. Only then did Yi Pingyan reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Humph, when my strength reaches the creation realm, I will surely unveil your veil to see your true appearance. Upon hearing this, Shen Ning Shuang did not genuinely take offense but calmly replied, Then you should work hard. Perhaps you will have the opportunity. Yi Pingyan chuckled, deciding to steer clear of the topic, feeling an inexplicable sense of impending farewell. In my absence over the past couple of days, did anyone come looking for me? Shen Ning Shuang replied nonchalantly, No, but the twin sisters did visit once, and they even had a scuffle with that madwoman. Yi Pingyan's lips twitched slightly at her words. Though she spoke in a calm tone, who could fathom the fierce battle that ensued behind the scenes? There was also something Shen Ning Shuang did not mention. During Yi Pingyan's absence, several top 50 contenders had come seeking her. Yet, those who left were fortunate to do so unscathed. Typically, they departed with bruised faces. Moreover, Shen Ning Shuang had once again managed to elevate the animosity of male students within the academy to its peak. As they conversed, evening arrived unnoticed. Yi Pingyan resolved to rest well and prepare for the hellish training scheduled for the following day. Shen Ning Shuang, observing Yi Pingyan's retreating figure from the tea room, fell into a brief contemplation. Her delicate fingers, which had been brewing tea, paused momentarily. Had her family already discovered her whereabouts? This feeling had grown increasingly intense over the past 2 days. The following morning dawned, with only 1 day remaining until the ranking battle commenced. Yi Pingyan completed his morning rituals early, and as he stepped out of his room, he beheld the figure of Shuangxue gracefully playing the transverse flute. My lady so early? He inquired. Shen Ning Shuang put away her enchanted flute, nodded slightly, and calmly replied, Let us depart. Chapter 66. Lin Xiu of the strong rankings. The two then walked side by side down the mountain and into the academy's interior. Where did that drunken old man say we should gather for training? Shen Ning Shuang inquired calmly. The elder mentioned we should wait for him right here. At this moment, they found themselves in the inner courtyard's dueling arena. With the impending strong rankings competition, the arena was teeming with spectators, where the clash of blades and the dazzling radiance of elemental energy filled the air. However, when the long-absent Yi Pingyan and Shen Ningxuang appeared on the stage. Hushed whispers erupted among the crowd. Have you heard? The marriage between Ling Qingyan and Zhu Qingcong is in jeopardy. Yi Pingyan is quite audacious, daring to disrupt the union of the Zhu family, a dominant power in Yin Guiqing. That is hardly his merit. According to insider information I've received, Yi Pingyan was accompanied by an old man in a black robe, whose formidable prowess utterly overwhelmed the Zhu family's ancestor. What Yi Pingyan has achieved is indeed increasingly admirable. It was then that they realized Yi Pingyan had been on a meteoric rise since entering the academy. First defeating the 10th-ranked contender in the inner sect assessment, and then ascending the peak of Sword Mountain, causing the resonant bell to echo for ages. Furthermore, it was rumored that even the Sword Sovereign had personally come to guide his training. I'm not envious of any of that. It's merely a reflection of his extraordinary talent, nothing to be said. What truly makes me envious is that he cohabits with the first goddess of the inner courtyard, the ethereal Shen Ningxuang. The speaker donned a purple robe, his hair elegantly tied back, with striking features that exuded a rebellious charm, and most notably, his aura was not to be underestimated. It was Lin Xiao. He was the 5th-ranked contender from last month, a figure deserving of respect. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the flattery and sycophancy of those around him, turning instead to approach Shen Ningxuang directly, placing himself before the two. With a suave flourish, he opened a folding fan, revealing a bright, carefree smile. Ningxuang, my junior, I wonder if you have a moment? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ningxuang interrupted, I do not. Lin Xiao seemed to anticipate her response, revealing no disappointment, and continued to smile. How about the day after tomorrow? Or the day after that? Surely you must have some time? Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan noted Lin Xiao's relentless pursuit of Ningxuang. However, he remained oblivious to the true extent of her cold demeanor. Shen Ningxuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and an icy aura began to radiate from her, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Realizing that Shen Ningxuang was on the verge of becoming truly furious, Lin Xiao swallowed hard, taking a small step back, and said with a chuckle, Ningxuang, please don't take it to heart. I was merely jesting. If you're busy, then so be it. Shen Ningxuang's frigid aura gradually receded, and she then retrieved a delicately crafted wooden chair from her spatial ring, taking a seat. Lin Xiao turned his gaze towards Yi Pingyan, his eyes glinting with mischief as he remarked, Ahem, dear Pingyan, such an extraordinary woman. If you cannot seize the opportunity, allow your senior to step in. Yi Pingyan found it difficult to reconcile this version of Lin Xiao with the suave senior he had just witnessed. Senior, whether I can grasp this opportunity is something I am well aware of, so there is no need for your concern, Yi Pingyan mused inwardly, realizing that this fellow was nothing more than a rival. Remarkably, upon his return, this girl had already summoned forth a formidable contender ranked 5th. Yet, he did not allow Lin Xiao to weigh heavily on his mind. At most, he was on par with Zhu Qingcong. Lin Xiao shook his head in disappointment, saying alas, what a pity. If only I had encountered the goddess Ningxuang first, there would be no chance left for you. Yi Pingyan could only chuckle at this, internally lamenting the irresistible allure of the girl. Without any effort, she had ascended to the status of goddess within the academy, overshadowing the long-established ones. Now, an absurd ranking had emerged, with Shen Ningxuang glaringly at the top, followed by Bai Jiao, Hong Xiao, Ling Qingyan, Bai Zhiro, and a 6th place he did not recognize. As Lin Xiao prattled on incessantly, Yi Pingyan felt his head near to bursting. Just as he was about to bring up the girl to silence him, an unkempt figure suddenly appeared before them. Elder. The crowd promptly recognized the figure and exclaimed in unison, Master Uncle. Lin Xiao immediately ceased his banter, bowing respectfully. Internally astonished, he realized that Yi Pingyan referred to this elder as Master Uncle, indicating that the elder was indeed personally guiding his training. No need for excessive formalities. I trust you have all guessed correctly. Indeed, I am personally mentoring Yi Pingyan in his cultivation. Now, I extend an opportunity to any of you students. Should anyone defeat Yi Pingyan, I shall also personally guide them in their training. Of course, you may partner up in pairs or even groups of 3. Yi Pingyan will not refuse. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the expansive arena. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The Master Uncle is offering personal guidance to anyone who can defeat Yi Pingyan? Instantly, fervor ignited among the crowd, their spirits soaring with competitive zeal. Naturally, the most exhilarated was Lin Xiao, who had long envied Yi Pingyan's cohabitation with Shen Ningxuang and saw this as an opportunity to challenge and vent his emotions. Dear Pingyan, let me experience your esteemed techniques. Are they truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with competitive spirit as he regarded Yi Pingyan. Noticing this, Yi Pingyan smiled broadly, finding Lin Xiao rather intriguing. He could clearly perceive that there was no malice or hostility in his gaze, unlike that of Zhu Qingcong or Lin Batian. Are you certain, Senior Lin? Yi Pingyan inquired with a grin. Lin Xiu cast a furtive glance at Xinning Xuan, who remained composed, calmly brewing tea, showing no concern that Yi Pingyan would be defeated. This only fueled Lin Xiu's curiosity about Yi Pingyan's true combat prowess. Hey, Lin family lad, what are you doing? Are you really planning to face him alone? Subsequently, the swordmaster pondered that this young man from the Lin family was not as simple as he appeared. From his understanding, the Lin family scion had concealed much of his true potential, likely surpassing the formidable Zhu Qingcong, who ranked third on the strength leaderboard by a significant margin. Master, I earnestly request to spar with junior brother Yi, Lin Xiu said with a hint of defiance. The swordmaster nodded in acquiescence, and immediately, a throng of individuals surged forward, eager to team up with Lin Xiu to challenge Yi Pingyan. After all, the master had just remarked that defeating Yi Pingyan as a team would also earn them his personal guidance. Senior Lin, my strength ranks 57th. May I join you in battling Yi Pingyan? One individual asked. Get lost, 57th? Step aside. I ranked 30th last month. I certainly have the right to team up with you, Lin Xiu retorted. Yi Pingyan observed the commotion, bemused. Goodness, am I truly this sought after in the academy? Everyone wishes to defeat me to prove themselves? Amidst the heated debate among these adept individuals, a sultry voice resonated from afar. All of you, step aside. Yi Pingyan is mine. He can only fight me today. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd's expressions shifted, fear etched on their faces. Ah, not this little demoness again. Why is she here? Murmured one. With her presence, Yi Pingyan is surely doomed. Her strength is not far off from Zhu Qingcong's. Moreover, the mastery she possesses in her blade techniques is exceptional, and even Zhu Qingcong would hesitate to provoke her. Nevertheless, I still place my bets on Yi Pingyan. He will undoubtedly prevail, remarked a female student dressed in a revealing short skirt, her admiration evident. As her enthusiastic declaration echoed, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, leaving many of the new inner disciples parched with desire. Upon recognizing the voice, Yi Pingyan understood who had arrived. The violent dragon girl was indeed a battle fanatic, perpetually embroiled in conflict. Yi Pingyan, fight me first, Bai Jiro declared, donning an elegant yellow split cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Yet, this did little to pique Yi Pingyan's interest. Not a chance, he replied without a moment's hesitation, finding her temperament too peculiar. Ah no, you must fight me today? Bai Jiro insisted, having long suppressed her desire to battle. She had stealthily slipped away while her sister was engaged in alchemy. Rushing over upon hearing that Lin Xiu intended to challenge Yi Pingyan. Still not interested, Yi Pingyan reiterated firmly. Is it because you wish to face Lin Xiu first that you refuse to fight me? Bai Jiro turned, her fiery gaze fixed on Lin Xiu. Her voice sweet yet assertive. Lin Xiu, let me fight him first. You can wait your turn. Lin Xiu's expression darkened at her words. Unlike others, he had no fear of the violent dragon girl. Not a chance. We must adhere to the order of challenges. You, Lin Xiu, are you looking for a fight? It seems you are itching for it. Bai Jiro retorted. Your tactics 1T work on me. Others may fear you, but I, Lin Xiu, do not. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with energy as the two stood on the brink of confrontation, their latent powers emanating a palpable pressure that enveloped the surroundings. As the two individuals appeared on the verge of engaging in combat, the swordmaster spoke with a calm demeanor. Do you two disregard my presence as your grandmaster? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu dissipated his aura, yet Bai Jiro remained unperturbed, crossing her arms and pouting defiantly, casting her gaze elsewhere. Yi Pingyan, witnessing this, sighed in exasperation, rubbed his temples, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, Very well, if you both wish to contend with me, let us not waste time. Come at me together. If I do not showcase my true strength, the entire academy will perceive me as an easy target, inviting incessant challenges. His words ignited a wave of astonishment among the audience. What? Yi Pingyan is exceedingly arrogant, they murmured. Indeed, these are the 4th and 5th ranked combatants. Together, they could likely contend with someone in the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm. Both Bai Jiro and Lin Xiu exchanged incredulous glances. Yi Xueti, you cannot be serious. They thought. This jest is too grand, Bai Jiro remarked, her expression reflecting a mix of disbelief and irritation. You audacious brat, are you truly this bold? With a slight lift of his brow, Yi Pingyan replied calmly, I am pressed for time. You may come at me simultaneously. The rationale behind this audacious decision stemmed from a subtle sensation of loosening within his half-step celestial origin realm cultivation. He urgently required a genuine battle to stimulate his meridians. prompting a complete breakthrough into the celestial origin realm, an undertaking undeniably perilous, as failure could result in catastrophic consequences from the overwhelming surge of energy during the breakthrough. With that, Yi Pingyan leapt gracefully onto the arena. Dressed in flowing white robes that danced with the wind, he exuded an air of aloofness amidst the falling frost and snow. Wow! Suddenly, Yi Shuedi has become extraordinarily handsome, exclaimed many female students, captivated by his deep, alluring gaze. Some even boldly professed their affections, expressing a desire to become partners and return home to raise children. Meanwhile, Xinning Shuang, who was brewing tea and savoring its flavor, nearly spat her drink in surprise. The spectators below were left in stunned silence. Is he truly daring to engage? Is he serious? Wouldn't that result in a humiliating defeat? Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous students, Yi Pingyan flashed a smile towards Bai Zhiro and Lin Xiao. Come now, you two. Weren't you eager to spar with me? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhiro's expression darkened, transforming into a fierce warrior as she playfully retorted, Humph. I shall see what confidence you possess to face us both. Lin Xiao, observing this, put away his folding fan, sighed, and remarked, Alas, to overwhelm the few with the many is not my intention. But this fellow is simply too arrogant to overlook. He then gracefully leaped onto the arena as well. On the combat stage, the three locked eyes. An atmosphere of impending conflict thickening the air. Without unnecessary words, they unleashed their energies, engaging in a fierce battle. As Yi Pingyan witnessed the two approaching him unarmed, a twitch of his lips betrayed his disbelief. Do you both truly underestimate me? No weapons needed? With a cold snort, Lin Xiao bent low and charged forward. His fist, a boulder-sized mass, engulfed in a violent azure energy, aimed squarely at Yi Pingyan's left side. To the right of Yi Pingyan, Bai Zhiro executed a soaring kick imbued with formidable killing intent, aiming for his right side, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Yi Pingyan wore a serene smile, lightly stepping back, effortlessly evading the dual assault. The two attackers, witnessing their strike elude him, felt no surprise. If such a preliminary move could not be dodged, it would have been a profound disappointment. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Pingyan remarked nonchalantly, Is that truly all you are capable of? How disappointing. In a fit of rage, Lin Xiao, unable to contain himself, summoned a flash of white light from his ring. His silver spear trembled in his grasp. Exuding an audacious intent that surged at the tip, a glimmer of cold radiance preceding a thrust that resembled a dragon soaring through the skies. Aimed directly at Yi Pingyan's chest. The clang of metal resonated abruptly as their forces collided, generating waves of scorching energy that erupted from the epicenter. The audience, compelled to activate their protective energies, braced themselves against the shockwaves. In the instant the spear lunged, Yi Pingyan discerned its extraordinary nature, far surpassing the dominance of Wang Tung's floral spear. Swiftly, he drew his hefty Tianmen sword case, positioning it horizontally before him. Observing Lin Xiao, the earlier nonchalance had evaporated from his expression. At the moment of impact, Lin Xiao felt an unexpected feebleness in his previously potent strike. Witnessing Yi Pingyan resist his lethal thrust merely with the sword case, Lin Xiao's countenance darkened. This youth dared to belittle him with nothing more than a sword case? With a resounding clash, Lin Xiao unleashed another surge of energy, his silver spear radiating an exceptionally pure intent. Yi Pingyan immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the sword case, as if it sought to force him back. Narrowing his eyes, he began to take the escalating spear intent more seriously. It approached a minor mastery, indeed intriguing. This marked the highest caliber of spear intent he had encountered thus far. However, such intensity alone was insufficient. In the next moment, Yi Pingyan shook the sword case, unleashing a torrent of piercing sword intent that enveloped its surface, crushing Lin Xiao's spear intent beneath its might. The overwhelming sword intent compelled the onlookers to harness their energies for defense, surging forth like an unrelenting river, each wave more powerful than the last. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao quickly prepared to counter, sensing the impending sword intent from Yi Pingyan, which instilled in him a sensation akin to facing a true master of the sword. Seizing the moment of Lin Xiao's distraction, Yi Pingyan wielded the sword case and struck, unleashing an explosion of formidable sword intent that surged toward Lin Xiao. In response, Lin Xiao's pupils dilated. He brandished his spear and unleashed a flurry of 13 thrusts, each imbued with a commanding aura, as if wielding the power of deities. The collision of these two formidable attacks erupted, generating massive waves of energy that resonated through the surrounding space, echoing with a thunderous roar. As the sound of footsteps echoed on the arena, Lin Xiao retreated a few steps, managing to steady himself by thrusting his spear into the ground. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. This scene equally astonished the onlookers, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Baijiro, standing beside, was similarly stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. In her beautiful eyes, the earlier disdain had vanished. She was well aware of Lin Xiu's prowess. Her sister had even remarked that Lin Xiu's true strength could place him at the top of the strong rankings. However, his lazy demeanor had led him to disregard such fleeting accolades. Baijiro had initially pondered whether they could truly engage him in a 2-on-1 battle. But now it seemed that might indeed be the case. Yi Pingyan observed Lin Xiu's resilience in enduring his strike, merely spitting blood, which elicited a hint of surprise from him. His previous sword strike had unleashed the essence of the late-stage, entry-level sword intent. Yet it only resulted in a minor injury. Lin Xiu undoubtedly possessed something extraordinary. It was crucial to note that even in the late stage of entry-level sword intent, his current prowess was beyond the capacity of any mere half-step Tianyuan realm practitioner. Not to mention, the sword intent had absorbed the Frost Sovereign's ice sword intent, while his own red dust wine sword intent was among the pinnacle of existences in the world. What kind of spear intent had Lin Xiu comprehended? It was certainly noteworthy. Casting a sidelong glance, Yi Pingyan caught sight of the eager Baijiro and smiled slightly, saying, "As I mentioned, there is no need for such cumbersome tactics. Let us attack together, or you shall have no chance at all." Perhaps their combined efforts could swiftly propel him from the brink of despair into the true Tianyuan realm. "You truly are insufferably arrogant," Baijiro retorted, lowering her gaze to Lin Xiu and speaking with a serious tone. "Can you still continue fighting?" "Yes. It's merely a trivial matter," he replied. "Then let us summon our true strength and work together to force him off the arena. Otherwise, we shall both be thoroughly humiliated. And do not even think about pursuing Xinning Shuang any longer." Lin Xiu retrieved his spear, regaining his vigor. After a brief moment of respite, he was nearly restored. Seeing this, Baijiro brandished her massive long blade, its purple glow igniting like a blazing inferno. Without further ado, Baijiro surged forward, her long blade sweeping down towards Yi Pingyan, the searing intent threatening to incinerate him. Clang! Yi Pingyan raised his sword sheath to block, only to be sent flying back 2.5 meters by the immense force of her strike. The dust and debris beneath his feet sullied his once immaculate white attire. Before he could react, Lin Xiu unleashed his lethal strike. His pupils had transformed into a deep crimson, and the silver-gray spear now radiated a fierce red hue. The originally azure spear intent had morphed into an alluring crimson light, the tip of the spear seemingly echoing with the wails of demonic entities, evoking sheer terror. Shura Blood Soul Spear. With a thrust, 100 demons quaked in fear. The spear descended violently towards Yi Pingyan's shoulder, unleashing a terrifyingly savage Shura sword intent. As the formidable attack approached, Yi Pingyan's eyes narrowed, a sense of impending danger igniting his meridians. This spear intent was indeed overwhelmingly dominant, the force of this strike rivaling that of an early-stage Tianyuan realm practitioner. However, to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. As the words fell, Yi Pingyan's aura erupted with tremendous force, transforming dramatically. A fierce sword intent surged from him, soaring toward the heavens. He closed his eyes, wielding a heavy sword box, and executed an exceptionally ancient sword strike towards Lin Xiu. Devoid of any embellishments, merely a simple thrust of the blade. "Oh no!" Baijiro, sensing the terrifying power of this sword from behind, felt a familiar dread. As if she had witnessed such a display before, she hurriedly concentrated her knife intent, channeling all her vitality into it, unleashing a 100-meter-long violet flame blade aimed at that ordinary sword strike. With a leap, Baijiro wielded the vast blade with both hands, delivering a ferocious slash. This was a low-tier, earth-level martial technique, the Raging Flame Blade. Mystical energies permeated the air, causing the surroundings to resonate with a sound akin to thunder. It was indeed an earth-level martial skill. The spectators gasped in astonishment, and even Yi Pingyan exhibited a hint of surprise. It seemed the identity of this dragon girl was undeniably legitimate. In this critical moment, Baijiro disregarded her hidden cards and invoked her strongest move. Instantly, the entire arena was enveloped in a ghostly violet flame blade, while on the opposite side loomed the blood-red, eerie azure spear light. The two formidable attacks faced off against Yi Pingyan's simple sword strike, lacking any flourish, yet infused with a subtle sword intent. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two assaults collided in an instant. Boom! A sound of spitting blood echoed. Yet the arena was shrouded in dust and smoke, obscuring any clarity on which side had emerged victorious. Moments later, Lin Xiu stood unsteadily on the arena, his aura diminished. His once pristine robe now tattered and resembling a mop, with tiny blood streaks marred his skin. In stark contrast, Baizhiro remained unscathed, surrounded by a radiant white light. Stepping forth from it, muttering in irritation, "How infuriating! That wretched junior has used up the protective talisman left to me by my father." Lin Xiao forced a bitter smile, replying, "You should count yourself lucky. Are you pleased with my state? Hurry and help me." Baizhiro snorted coldly, seeing he was not in mortal danger. She cast a deep glance at Yi Pingyan, shook her head, and descended from the arena. This fellow seemed to confirm what my sister said. The academy might indeed be on the brink of a turning point. Chapter 69, One Against 1,000 Hey. You dragon girl, do you not possess a shred of compassion? We have fought side by side as comrades, yet you refuse to lend a hand? Lin Xiao weakly scolded. Ultimately, it was Yi Pingyan who stepped forward to assist him down. The spectators gazed at the arena, now shattered into two halves by the remnants of their clash, momentarily stunned before erupting into murmurs of awe. Is this truly a battle between Earth-level cultivators? This must be akin to a real confrontation among Celestial-level practitioners. The Sword Master observed the scene below with keen interest, remarking, "Now this resembles a proper battle. What were those previous matches but mere trifles? Yi, my dear junior, I am in awe, truly in awe. I now understand how you could make Shen Ningxuang so devoted to you." As his words fell, a surge of energy passed through Lin Xiao's throat in an instant, making him gulp in alarm. Yi Pingyan did not need to look to know who it was. This girl was indeed domineering, even demanding a word from him. Nevertheless, he found it amusing. After entrusting his care to other students, he began to feel a headache. This was still without a breakthrough into the celestial origin realm during battle. Could it be that two people were insufficient? Was the burden on his body still far from adequate? He then approached another combat platform, which had been split in two by the earlier deadly clash. Dressed in white now stained with dust, Yi Pingyan's face radiated a fierce determination as his deep-set eyes scanned the multitude of students below. A soft voice resonated in their ears. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? There is no limit to the number, or you may all come at once." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. "What? Junior Yi, did I hear that correctly? All at once? Good heavens, how confident is he?" There were at least 1,000 students present. Was he courting death? This audacity left even Baizhiro and Lin Xiao in a state of bewilderment. They both acknowledged that this fellow was exceptionally strong. Even together they could not match him. Yet, with such a vast audience, it was implausible that he could withstand them all, even at the pinnacle of the celestial origin realm. The Sword Master, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Reflecting inwardly, this boy indeed knows how to leverage his own momentum. Simply put, Yi Pingyan is creating an atmosphere, commonly referred to as morale. In ancient warfare, drummers would beat their drums to inspire courage and instill a fearless spirit within the troops. To become a top-tier powerhouse, one must first possess a heart of a warrior, remaining unshaken in the face of adversity and exuding an indomitable aura. When your presence is fully unleashed, even if your strength is slightly inferior, you can instill fear in your opponents. This is the essence of momentum, an essential factor in becoming a top-tier warrior, which later transforms into a domain. Of course, this skill is only acquired after reaching the realm of Qi creation, and Yi Pingyan was still some distance away from that. Returning his thoughts to the present, the Sword Master noted that while everyone could indeed join forces, few dared to step forward. Suddenly, a man clad in simple gray garments, with a square face, ascended the combat platform, mustering the courage to meet Yi Pingyan's gaze. "Brother Yi, I, Su Dezhu, wish to learn from your esteemed skills," he said humbly, bowing respectfully. "It's you?" Yi Pingyan replied with a smile. This individual was none other than Su Dezhu, whom he had noticed during the inner courtyard assessment. At that time, everyone assumed he would lose to the senior students, yet he had remarkably held on for 10 rounds due to his extraordinary willpower, ultimately securing a place in the inner courtyard. Su Dezhu scratched the back of his head, clearly a bit embarrassed, and grinned. "I never expected such a person as Brother Yi would remember me. However, I will not hold back." His willingness to step forward stemmed from a desire to gauge the gap between himself and the true elite of the inner courtyard. After spending time in the inner courtyard, Su Dezhu's cultivation had advanced steadily to the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm. Although this pace may seem sluggish to Yi Pingyan, it is already quite satisfactory for Su Dezhu, who hails from a humble background. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan chuckled lightly and reassured, "Rest assured, I have never held back against my opponents. To unleash one's full strength is the utmost respect one can offer." His gaze then shifted once more to the crowd below, particularly focusing on the noble students, many of whom were renowned figures on the strength leaderboard, yet dared not to confront him. What is the matter? A mid-stage Earth origin cultivator, who lacks a name on the strong leaderboard, is willing to step forward, yet you so-called strong contenders shrink back like turtles. Yi Ping'an stated calmly, shaking his head. His words, while not overtly harmful, were laced with a potent insult. The students fell silent, exchanging glances. As it was apparent to any discerning observer that Yi Ping'an's strength was undoubtedly on par with the top rankers. The 4th and 5th ranked contenders had already fallen before him. It would be sheer folly for anyone to challenge him now, akin to courting disaster. Seeing the lack of response from the crowd, the swordmaster spoke again. I shall add a new reward. Whoever defeats Yi Ping'an will be accepted as my disciple. What? The crowd's eyes lit up, brimming with excitement and animated discussions. In a mere moment, a figure leapt onto the arena. It was Yang Qi, ranked 35th on the leaderboard, clad in a long black robe and wielding dual short swords, emanating a formidable aura. Yi Ping'an remained unperturbed, nodding slightly, and continued to wait patiently. Was this all they had? He could easily dispatch them with a single strike. But were there more challengers? Defeating me could lead to being personally taken as a disciple by my esteemed uncle, paving the way for a bright future, at the very least. One would achieve the realm of Yuan Dan and a lifespan of a millennium, he taunted. The swordmaster's lips twitched in irritation. This brat. Are you implying my students will only achieve such meager accomplishments? Who do you look down upon? Indeed, following Yi Ping'an's provocative words, several figures swiftly ascended to the arena. Look, it's Wang Teng. They were astonished that even he could not resist the allure. There was also Xiao Yin, ranked 12th, whose mastery of the long staff was unparalleled and ferocious. And then came Li Dakai, a fierce individual ranked 9th. A total of 5 figures leaped onto the arena, all of whom were late-stage Earth origin cultivators. Yi Ping'an raised an eyebrow at this development. It appeared formidable opponents had finally arrived. The strongest among them seemed to be the man in a red brocade robe, whose muscular frame threatened to burst from his attire as he wielded a gilded giant hammer, exuding an overwhelming presence. And there was Wang Teng. If memory served, he was a lackey of Zhu Qingcang. Is there anyone else? Yi Ping'an asked calmly. Throughout this process, he scarcely glanced at the other challengers, instead engaging in a lengthy discussion with the weakest mid-stage Earth origin cultivator, Su Dezhu, which irked the others, making it clear they felt utterly disregarded. Yi Ping'an, arrogant. Our faction consists of 7 members, 5 of whom are late-stage Earth origin cultivators, Qin Dakai declared. His aura surging violently, a tempest of primal energy enveloping the arena. Not only were they late-stage Earth origin cultivators, but they were also on the brink of transcending into the heavenly origin realm. Yi Ping'an remained utterly unfazed. His gaze lowered as he continued to await the arrival of additional participants. Yet, it was insufficient. After a brief moment, 2 more late-stage Earth origin realm students ascended the arena. However, Yi Ping'an slowly uttered 2 words, still not enough. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with many questioning whether Yi Ping'an had lost his sanity. Indeed, it seemed he had grown overly confident. Who had bestowed upon him such audacity? With these 2 newcomers, there were now a total of 9 participants. Moreover, 7 of them were late-stage Earth origin realm cultivators, perennial fixtures on the strength rankings. It appeared he had become so overconfident after recently defeating Lin Xiao and his companion that he had lost all sense of reality. Such a grand display would hardly intimidate even a true heavenly origin realm practitioner. At that moment, a fresh wave of cheers erupted from the eastern entrance. 2 striking figures, one clad in black and the other in red, gracefully stepped onto the arena. None other than the top 2 ranked individuals, the formidable Chang Chang and Situ Qingtian. Were they also drawn to this spectacle? Typically, these 2 seldom made an appearance, and their presence today was undoubtedly for Yi Ping'an's sake. Situ Qingtian's haughty gaze fixated on Yi Ping'an the moment he arrived, akin to a ravenous wolf. The 2 approached the crowd in the arena, instantly diverting everyone's attention from Yi Ping'an to the extraordinarily captivating figure of Hong Xiao, clad in a diaphanous fire-red mermaid gown adorned with sparkling diamonds. Hong Xiao's stunning figure was both alluring and precarious. As she made her entrance, the arena was enveloped in an intoxicating scent of rose blush. Her sensuous red lips curled into a subtle smile, causing many of the restless younger male students to involuntarily react. Observing this, Hong Xiao smiled coyly, exuding an even more beguiling charm, leaving all the male attendees parched with desire. Humph, shameless, seductress. Huh, Baizhiro scoffed disdainfully. Upon seeing Yi Ping'an maintain his composure amidst the spectacle, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, this fellow had not succumbed to the charms of the enchantress. Otherwise, he would indeed leave all the men of the academy utterly disillusioned. A glance back revealed that Lin Xiao also seemed unfazed by Hong Xiao's allure, displaying a commendable level of restraint. Yi Ping'an met Situ Qingtian's domineering gaze, and an invisible contest appeared to unfold between them, the pressure steadily building, and waves of energy slowly radiating outward. Hong Xiu's beautiful eyes turned toward Yi Pingyan on the arena, and she softly remarked, "You seem rather intrigued?" Situ Qingtian, overhearing, let out a cold laugh and replied, "I can only imagine the expression on his face when he is trampled beneath my feet, forced to submit." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu's gaze lingered on Yi Pingyan, lost in contemplation. Then, with a graceful leap, Situ Qingtian alighted upon the arena, prompting a chorus of excited shouts from the female students below. "Ah, Situ Qingtian, you are incredibly handsome, with such charm and strength. You are truly the embodiment of my ideal partner. Young man, last time luck was on your side, but this time, you shall not be so fortunate. You do talk a lot. Do you not realize that the villain often meets their demise through excessive chatter?" Upon hearing this, Situ Qingtian's forehead twitched with anger, but he took a deep breath and coldly remarked, It has been some time since we last met, yet you remain as sharp-tongued as ever." Yi Pingyan felt utterly perplexed. Why was Situ Qingtian targeting him from the very beginning? Had he truly done anything to provoke him? Could it be related to Ning Xuan? Yet, it was evident that Situ Qingtian harbored affections for Hong Xiu. Yi Pingyan turned to glance at Hong Xiu, who was tilting her head and teasingly smiling, causing his expression to darken. So he was indeed caught in the crossfire? Was Situ Qingtian convinced that he was his rival in love? What was this woman scheming? Situ Qingtian observed this scene, his expression contorting into one of repulsion, and he exclaimed in fury, "Yi Pingyan, I must see just how capable you are to have garnered such attention from Hong Xiu." Yi Pingyan sighed internally. Others barely acknowledged Situ Qingtian, yet he was so concerned about her opinions. Who would have thought that Situ Qingtian was a lovesick man? Boom. Situ Qingtian's energy erupted violently, causing the entire arena to tremble under the force of his overwhelming presence. A surge of black light appeared as he grasped a black and gold double-edged spear. Leaping forward like a fierce tiger, the spear imbued with a ferocious intent aimed at Yi Pingyan. The crowd gasped in shock at this sudden display of aggression. Seeing this, Yi Pingyan brandished his hefty Guichun sword box to counter, positioning it defensively before him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as Yi Pingyan immediately felt the tempestuous energy radiating from the black and gold spear. Meanwhile, the twin bones within him roared to life, channeling a steady stream of formidable energy to swiftly neutralize Situ Qingtian's assault. The collision unleashed a wave of energy that created a massive shockwave, knocking the unsuspecting onlookers to the ground. Bang! A muffled grunt was heard as the two figures swiftly separated, retreating several steps. Situ Qingtian staggered back 2.5 paces, while Yi Pingyan retreated 3 steps. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such strength! Was this the true extent of Yi Pingyan's capabilities? On the arena, Wang Tung murmured in astonishment. With such power, it was no wonder even Zhu Qingcong had fallen. The others who had come to battle were now solemn, realizing that if Situ Qingtian did not step onto the stage, they might not be able to defeat Yi Pingyan with their combined efforts. This clash had prompted Yi Pingyan to take the situation more seriously. Yi Pingyan, if this is truly your strength, then I must say, I am quite disappointed. Situ Qingtian turned his head, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Is that so? I look forward to it, Yi Pingyan replied, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke calmly. It seems I have somewhat underestimated the substantial merit of being ranked second on the strong list. Nevertheless, as a trial stone that enables him to transcend the celestial realm, it is indeed quite commendable. He had previously assumed that the gap between him and Zhu Qingcong, who was ranked third, would not be significant. It has been a considerable time since he last fought with all his might. Previously, he had only unleashed less than half of his true power. The primary difficulty lay in finding an opponent capable of fully compelling his cultivation, let alone drawing out his hidden cards. Yi Pingyan listened to Situ Qingtian's arrogant words with a slight smile, his gaze sweeping over the 9 late-stage Earth origin realm cultivators opposite him. He calmly remarked, "You may all join in." The spectators below were rendered numb. Yi Pingyan's audacity was truly astonishing. To call for others to join him in battle against Situ Qingtian, ranked second on the strong list, was an unprecedented display of bravado. Yi Pingyan had encountered individuals seeking death before, but none had been so eager to embrace it. Wang Tung, standing behind Situ Qingtian, found renewed confidence and boldly declared, "What? After Zhu Qingcong was defeated by me and lost his backing, he swiftly sought a new ally?" Yi Pingyan replied with composure, "Situ Qingtian, you truly are audacious. But very well, let us defeat him together swiftly, allowing Hong Xiu to wait a little less. You all, join forces for a flanking attack. I shall apply pressure from the front to force him into revealing a flaw, and then we shall strike as one to vanquish him." All shall heed Senior Situ's arrangements. Wang Teng was the first to express agreement, with the others nodding in unison, and finally, Su Dazhu also slowly acquiesced. Yi Pingyan regarded Situ Qingtian with a trace of amusement. The latter indeed bore some semblance of a tactician, opting not for a wheel battle but rather concentrating all forces at a single point for a decisive assault. This approach was undeniably the most prudent. Had they chosen a wheel battle strategy, even a dozen late-stage Earth Origin Realm cultivators would have paled in comparison to Yi Pingyan's formidable vitality. Lost in thought, Situ Qingtian bellowed, "Onward with me." Boom. Immediately, the entire arena erupted with radiant vitality, unleashing formidable martial techniques directed at the figure clad in white. The advanced martial technique of the Xian tier, the Great Sun Meteor Hammer. Chen Dakai wielded a resplendent golden hammer, a surge of energy erupting forth as his body shot out like a cannonball. He raised the massive hammer, crashing it down with the force reminiscent of a meteor descending from the sun. The overwhelming combat prowess sent a shiver through the hearts of the onlookers. It appeared that Chen Dakai's true strength was indeed formidable, and the rankings on the strong list for the new month were likely to undergo significant changes. Yi Pingyan nodded. While the might he exhibited was indeed impressive, his cultivation level still lacked a certain depth, and the essence of hammer intent had yet to be comprehended. He effortlessly sidestepped the hammer's attack, landing on the arena and instantly shattering the hard rock beneath him. Were he to be struck, an ordinary cultivator would either perish or suffer grave injuries. However, for Yi Pingyan, whose physique had been tempered, severe injury was out of the question, at most. He would merely experience a fleeting pang of pain. Before Yi Pingyan could fully regain his composure, Wang Teng lunged forward, wielding a silver spear. Unleashing a fierce surge of vitality aimed squarely at Yi Pingyan. "Let us see where you can hide." As the remaining individuals witnessed the unfolding scene, they rushed forth, converging upon Yi Pingyan, cornering him at the edge of the combat platform without any escape. Faced with the simultaneous assault of 9 adversaries, Yi Pingyan shed his previous nonchalance. Gathering his focus, he drew forth the ancient and weighty Tianmen sword box from behind him, and a resounding hum of energy surged within, emanating an overwhelming pressure that radiated outward. The magnificent sword intent soared into the heavens, its brilliance extending for 1,000 meters, seemingly poised to pierce the very firmament. With a clang, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Pingyan unleashed a seemingly unadorned strike. Instantly, the sound of countless weapons clashing echoed throughout the arena. Yi Pingyan felt a sudden heaviness in his hand as an amalgamation of forces converged upon him. The strength of the 9 was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, Situ Qingtian approached swiftly, wielding a black gold spear that sliced through the air with lethal precision, its tip coalescing into a menacing spear intent, having reached the initial stage of minor mastery. Like a bolt of lightning, it hurtled towards Yi Pingyan. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, with one hand occupied by the Tianmen sword box, was engaged in combat with the other 9 students. He had no choice but to channel his abundant energy into his remaining hand to confront this fearsome strike. Boom, boom. Yi Pingyan immediately sensed that Situ Qingtian's spear was far more potent than the combined efforts of the 9 Earth Origin Realm students. The strength of the elite truly was remarkable. Yi Pingyan, how audacious! You dare to meet my spear with bare hands. Situ Qingtian's expression darkened, his heart aflame with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the power behind his thrust, bolstered by the minor mastery of spear intent. He was confident that even a true celestial origin realm practitioner would struggle against it. Yet, the opponent had merely utilized energy to withstand it? What a jest! It was inconceivable. You cannot possibly be merely at the late stage of the Earth Origin Realm. Situ Qingtian declared loudly, "Damn it, everyone has been deceived by this brat. His true cultivation level is undoubtedly half a step into the Celestial Origin Realm." "You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward," Yi Pingyan replied calmly. As if in response, the surrounding space erupted with a roaring torrent of energy, akin to a tsunami, as a dense sword intent permeated the arena. With a single stroke, he shattered the combined assault of the 9. Minor mastery of sword intent. Situ Qingtian, having also mastered minor spear intent, could naturally perceive the magnitude of this display. Yi Pingyan then lifted his other hand, using his fingers to channel his sword, as the formidable and weighty sword intent danced at his fingertips. With a flourish, he effortlessly repelled Situ Qingtian's domineering spear strike. To wield the sword with the heart signifies true mastery. The sword's sovereign, observing from below, nodded slightly, a mix of appreciation and astonishment filling his gaze. He recognized that the sword intent possessed by this youth was extraordinary. He had not anticipated it to reach such heights. The ability to manifest major mastery techniques through minor mastery sword intent was a rare talent, a prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship that emerged once every millennium. There were still lessons he could impart to this young man, yet he pondered the origins of his knowledge. This youth's mentor must be extraordinary indeed. Moreover, the enigmatic and ancient sword box, when the sword intent was unleashed, even the Qi Shao sword within his spatial ring resonated with a hum. Is this all you have? Yi Ping'an's voice, calm yet commanding, resonated as he directed the tip of his sword towards the crowd. He then unleashed the initial essence of his sword intent. Yet he had not even executed his sword technique, let alone reveal his ultimate trump card. Feeling the pressure, he distinctly sensed that the barrier within him was on the verge of breaking. It was unbearable. Yi Ping'an was far too arrogant. Baizhiro, the first to be knocked off the stage, exclaimed in indignation, "Hey, Situ Qingtian, is this truly all you are capable of? You are greatly disappointing Hongxiu. Aren't you?" She turned playfully towards Hongxiu. Observing this, Hongxiu smiled subtly, her beauty blossoming like a flower, causing the snowy peaks to tremble slightly. Indeed, Baizhiro has a point. It is rather embarrassing to be bested by so many. Provoked by Baijiro's words, Situ Qingtian's composure shattered. He could accept defeat, but he could not allow himself to be defeated in front of Hongxiu. Taking a deep breath, his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. An overwhelming aura of gun intent enveloping him, as though he had transformed into a long spear. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and addressed Yi Ping'an in a low voice. "Yi Ping'an, I must concede that you are indeed formidable. However, should you withstand this next strike, I shall relinquish my pursuit of Hongxiu." Yi Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. What did this have to do with him? Meanwhile, Hongxiu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Surely Situ was not planning to employ that technique. Situ Qingtian's entire being radiated with a black golden light, his spear danced, and an enigmatic aura instantly permeated the arena, even causing the surrounding void to reverberate with a thunderous sound. Above him, a faint grayish silhouette of formidable presence loomed. The intensity of his aura grew increasingly terrifying, and the gun intent he had gathered became increasingly ferocious. Goodness, here it comes again. Su, who had appeared out of nowhere to watch, sighed helplessly. Hongxiu immediately called out, "Situ, what are you attempting to do? Are you mad? The power of that move is beyond what either of you can withstand. Stop." However, the eager Situ Qingtian paid her no heed. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, Shun Ningxuang calmly sipped her tea, entirely unconcerned for Yi Ping'an's safety. For she knew he would not falter. Yi Ping'an, on the other hand, was exhilarated. The aura of this martial technique and the resulting phenomena were far from mere Xiantier. They were akin to the earth-tier martial skill Baizhiro had executed at the end. Thus, Situ Qingtian's background must also be extraordinary. Now this is more like it. As veins bulged from Situ Qingtian's hands, the colossal, dominating figure behind him grasped a long spear, and strands of violent, overwhelming gun light coalesced, ultimately aimed decisively at Yi Ping'an. Earth-tier martial skill, Talan Patian Gun. Chapter 72, The Unvanquished Myth Boom. Yi Ping'an's blood surged. This was the true essence of battle. With both hands gripping his sword, his vitality roared, and the arena was instantly filled with waves of crimson sword intent. Capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas, the relentless and sharp sword intent even caused the weaker students below to bleed from minor cuts. How terrifying! The sword intent has pierced through my protective vitality. Thud! Strands of crimson sword intent swirled around Yi Ping'an, while an aura of annihilation quietly spread. Yi Ping'an raised his hand, wielding his sword, which remained a simple yet elegant weapon. With the red dust wine sword technique, he executed the second stance, Mountain Breaker. As the sword was unleashed, it cleaved through the air, leaving a path of severed mountains in its wake. According to the incomplete red dust wine sword technique, the first stance was merely at the advanced level of the mystic rank, while the second stance, Return to Ruins, undoubtedly reached the earth rank. Naturally, the might of his Mountain Breaker could not be compared to that of the esteemed sword spirit who had once wielded it. The infinite fury of the spear intent clashed with the unadorned sword intent. With a sharp sound, the collision of their attacks instantly cleaved the arena in two. The moment of impact resonated through Yi Ping'an's bones, the ferocious spear intent pressing down upon him relentlessly. Buzzing. Boom. A surge of joy filled Yi Ping'an's heart as he sensed the barrier to his breakthrough was tantalizingly close. In contrast, Situ Qingtian's expression darkened. He had already revealed his trump card. In the moment of their clash, he felt the overwhelming sword intent unleashed by Yi Ping'an utterly obliterating his earth rank beginner martial technique. He had to give it his all. Situ Qingtian could not afford to lose. If he did, how could he hold his head high before Hongxiu again? Veins bulged on his forehead as the black gold spear erupted with a fierce, dominating spear intent, roaring with intensity, his own aura surging with power. In the next moment, Yi Pingyan distinctly felt the ferocity of his opponent's assault intensifying. However, it was still to no avail. Although the red dust wine sword technique was merely a fragmented form of the art, one must remember that its complete version was an imperial martial technique. And with the enhancement of the red dust sword intent, its power was unparalleled. Yi Pingyan then retracted his vital energy sword intent. The previously overwhelming momentum instantly suppressed by Situ Qingtian's Tai Lan breakthrough spear. He was pushing himself, extracting every ounce of potential within him, when faced with mortal peril. The body would unleash a power beyond the ordinary, thereby achieving a breakthrough to the heavenly origin realm. If he were to cultivate naturally, it would take at least another half-month, but time was a luxury he could not afford. With less than 2 years remaining, he must achieve a breakthrough to the creation realm within that time frame. The 3-year agreement required him to reclaim what he had lost. Boom, boom. The resonating sound of his inner Dao bones echoed as Situ Qingtian's earth rank martial technique was on the verge of shattering his sword technique. All the students watching from below were tense, their hearts racing. Would Yi Pingyan continue his undefeated legacy, or would Situ Qingtian's god-slaying prowess prove superior? The two on stage captivated the thoughts of countless spectators. Even the ordinarily calm sword master, who had unwavering faith in Yi Pingyan, felt a pang of anxiety. He set down his wine flask, fixating on Yi Pingyan, murmuring to himself, what on earth is he doing? He possesses the capability to withstand this level of attack. As it appeared that Yi Pingyan was on the brink of faltering, about to be severely injured by Situ Qingtian's martial technique, the sword master prepared to teleport and rescue him. Meanwhile, Shen Ningfang had appeared beside the sword master, calmly stating, trust him. Little girl, are you certain? This is an earth rank martial technique. Being struck by it is no trivial matter, the sword master replied solemnly. Although he was aware that the young man was deliberately holding back, the situation had escalated beyond mere restraint. It was as if he had unleashed an entire river. Silence ensued, and Shen Ningxuang spoke in a cold tone. Even if Yi Pingyan were to falter in his breakthrough, her strength would suffice to protect him in the moment of injury. The sword sovereign, observing Shen Ningxuang's calm confidence, nodded in agreement but remained poised for immediate rescue. On the arena, the other 9 contestants had already been knocked off the stage by the force of the collision. How formidable! Was this truly their genuine strength? Chun Dakai's expression darkened. He had believed that his recent advancement to the half-step heavenly origin realm placed him on par with geniuses like Situ Qingtian. Yet suddenly, Yi Pingyan completely retracted his sword intent, allowing Situ Qingtian's attack to strike him directly. It appeared that his undefeated legend was about to be shattered. Such a pity. At this pivotal moment, when everyone expected Yi Pingyan to be struck by Situ Qingtian's fearsome martial arts, a subtle smile graced Yi Pingyan's lips amidst the swirling black and gold aura. An extraordinarily powerful presence erupted from him. Was this the heavenly origin realm? In an instant, dazzling golden light radiated from his being, soaring into the heavens. The energy around him gradually coalesced, forming a golden-hued armor upon his skin. Clad in white, he reflected the brilliance of the golden armor, an aura of sanctity and majesty enveloping the entire arena. As the ground-level martial technique rushed towards him, Yi Pingyan wielded the returning dust sword box, unleashing a sword intent that, like a dragon emerging from the depths, effortlessly obliterated the incoming attack. Following a tremendous roar, silence fell over the arena, with only the sound of swallowed breaths remaining. The transformation into energy armor. Could it be that he severed Situ Qingtian's ultimate move with a single strike? Chun Dakai stood in shock, unable to regain his composure. Was this even human? All eyes turned toward Yi Pingyan, erupting into fervent discussions. At that moment, Yi Pingyan soared to stand before Situ Qingtian, observing his despondent demeanor with a tinge of regret. He then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and stated, First, let me clarify. I have no interest in Hongxiu. You need not worry. If you wish to win her affection, then gather your spirits, prove your worth, catch up to me, and defeat me. Upon hearing this, Situ Qingtian lifted his gaze to Yi Pingyan, suddenly awakened by his words, feeling a deep sense of shame. Indeed, it was merely a single defeat among peers. Situ Qingtian, would you truly resign to despair? Continuing down this path would only make it more impossible to win over Hongxiu. Situ Qingtian, with a weak nod, finally sat down, raising his head to face Yi Pingyan earnestly. Yi Pingyan, I acknowledge your strength. You are formidable. However, you are correct. Catching up to you is only a matter of time. Just wait. Yi Pingyan also took a seat, making it difficult for outsiders to imagine that the two had just been engaged in a life-and-death struggle. You rascal, Was this intentional? Did you use me as a stepping stone for your own advancement? C2 Qingtian remarked calmly after regaining his composure. Cough, what are you saying? Wasn't it you who challenged me? Upon hearing this, C2 Qingtian found himself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal, and could only shake his head in resignation. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Su Yi couldn't help but commend, TSK, as expected of Brother Yi, truly invincible. Alas, it's a pity that with Brother Ye's current pace of cultivation, he will likely graduate early and head to the prestigious Tianfeng Academy in Tianfeng country. It seems I must also strive harder in my training. With a deep glance at Yi Pingyan, Su Yi then departed from the crowd. Hong Xiao, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile slightly. Yi Pingyan is indeed intriguing. Only less than a year since entering the academy, and he has already reached the celestial origin realm? It's a bit disappointing that C2 Qingtian has fallen behind. I hope he can catch up to my pace. After exchanging idle chatter for a moment, Yi Pingyan rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, addressing the crowd below. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? At his words, the crowd exchanged glances, remaining silent, each internally cursing. How could anyone dare to challenge him now? Even the formidable C2 Qingtian, ranked second on the strength leaderboard, had lost after revealing his trump card. A ground-level martial skill. For those ranked 51st to 100, would they not be courting death by stepping up? Moreover, he had now advanced to the celestial origin realm. What could they possibly use to challenge him? Their lives? Perhaps even Hong Xiao, ranked first, would find herself at a disadvantage against him. The crowd, solemn and contemplative, gazed at the ethereal figure clad in white, feeling a mix of admiration and regret. This individual had only recently entered the academy, rumored to have been merely at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. In less than a year, he had defeated Ma Qianyu, vanquished Zhu Qingcong, and now triumphed over C2 Qingtian, ascending to the celestial origin realm. Such a journey, for a newcomer, could only be described as legendary. Yi Pingyan swiftly approached Shun Ningxuang, resembling a dutiful boy awaiting praise for his accomplishments. Seeing this, Shun Ningxuang nodded, her voice calm and cool beneath her veil. Utilizing extreme pressure to break through to the celestial origin realm is commendable. However, the risks are exceedingly high. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With a shift in tone, she reproached him gently. Yi Pingyan scratched his head and replied earnestly, cultivation is a contest against heaven and time. Danger and opportunity coexist. Furthermore, I do not have the luxury of time to cultivate methodically. Shun Ningxuang fell silent, nodding in understanding, yet her beautiful eyes betrayed a clear sense of concern. You, my boy, indeed tread a precarious path, but I must admit, you have succeeded. It is truly impressive. The sword sovereign observed, both astonished and apprehensive. As this lad managed to achieve a breakthrough to the celestial origin realm in such a short span. It is worth noting that among the top 10 on the strength leaderboard, only a handful had reached the pinnacle of the ground origin realm. A half step to the celestial origin realm, and they had lingered in that state for 1 to 2 months. Yet this young man had done so in what span of time? Even less than a month, perhaps? The elder has overpraised me. I am merely fortunate and compelled by circumstance. The sword master nodded in approval, initially believing that Yi Pingyan was exerting himself in preparation for the decisive battle a year hence, yet that was not the case. Truly, you have become the center of attention at the academy, and the title of the foremost among us rightfully belongs to you, the sword master remarked with a smile. Yi Pingyan shook his head, indifferent to such ephemeral accolades. After the sword master departed, he sensed a familiar gaze fixed upon him from the crowd. Is it him? The figure donned a golden robe, exuding an air of opulence and authority, wielding a folding fan akin to Lin Xiao. It was Lin Batian. At that moment, Lin Batian narrowed his eyes, his expression betraying no emotion. He had witnessed the entire battle unfold before him. After casting a meaningful glance at Yi Pingyan, he turned and left. The gaze Lin Batian directed towards him felt markedly different than usual. What scheme is afoot? Pondering this, Yi Pingyan withdrew his gaze and returned to his mountain peak, Yishuang Peak, alongside Shun Ningxuang. Upon their return to the tea room, Shun Ningxuang promptly retrieved a deep blue pill from her storage ring and sent it flying towards Yi Pingyan. Take it, she said, her back turned, her tone calm. She then seated herself, engrossed in brewing tea and reading. What is this? Chapter 74, Mid-Stage of Tianyuan. Yi Pingyan examined the pill before him, scrutinizing it closely. It was approximately the size of a longan, adorned with 2 distinct stripes, and the rich aroma emanating from it suggested its extraordinary nature, faintly reminiscent of something familiar. As a former disciple of the Tianmen Sword Sect in the Tianfeng Kingdom, he possessed some discernment. This is actually a Tanyuan pill? Yi Pingyan felt a surge of emotion. This girl, though seemingly cold on the surface, possessed a kindness deeper than anyone else. Unbeknownst to Yi Pingyan, this flicker of kindness from Shen Ningxuang had never been bestowed upon any male friend. He was the first. Moreover, it was a 2-striped Tanyuan pill, which was somewhat costly. I cannot accept this from you, he thought without hesitation, promptly refusing. The Tanyuan pill is a 4th-grade elixir, suitable for consumption below the Yuan Dan realm, capable of immediately enhancing one's cultivation by a minor realm without any side effects, and its value is exceedingly high. Furthermore, this was a 2-striped 4th-grade pill, a treasure that could command an exorbitant price in the market. Based on Yi Pingyan's estimation, this 2-striped 4th-grade Tanyuan pill could easily fetch at least 5,000 high-grade yuan stones at an auction. What does this signify? Even the monthly income of some second-rate families in Yangwiching barely amounts to such a sum of high-grade yuan stones. Just take it. Why all this fuss? Shen Ningxuang said without turning around. Yi Pingyan paused, feeling somewhat helpless, and replied, "Then thank you for your kindness, rest assured. I will certainly return it to you in the future." He said this earnestly. He would not accept it without reciprocation. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, especially for such a precious elixir. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxuang nodded slightly. For her, a 2-pattern Tanyuan pill was of little significance. In her family, she often consumed them as snacks, finding their taste quite agreeable, and they bore no adverse effects. Yi Pingyan adjusted his state and promptly ingested the Tanyuan pill, subsequently sitting cross-legged. Buzz! Instantly, a rich, prolonged essence of pure primordial energy surged into the tea room from all directions. This fellow always made such a commotion whenever he absorbed and refined primordial energy, truly a cause for concern. Shen Ningxuang gently raised her hand, shrouding the entire tea room's aura. Satisfied, she nodded and glanced at Yi Pingyan, ensuring he was unharmed before resuming her reading. At this moment, Yi Pingyan was entirely immersed in the dense primordial energy, reminiscent of being within a qi refining tower. The energy was remarkably potent. After consuming the pill, it transformed into a torrent of energy flooding every corner of his meridians. Even with his immense dantian, he felt a slight congestion, but it was swiftly absorbed. As time passed, Yi Pingyan's aura continued to strengthen. Shen Ningxuang could not help but display a hint of astonishment. The speed at which he absorbed energy was indeed terrifying. She recalled that when she took her first Tanyuan pill, even with her talent, she felt a slight pain in her meridians. Yet, this fellow appeared entirely unaffected. Boom! Just as Shen Ningxuang pondered, a muffled groan emanated from within Yi Pingyan, who slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Ah," he murmured, dazed, as he reached the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm. Just moments ago, he had barely broken through to the Tianyuan realm, and within a day, he had ascended to the mid-stage. It was almost unbelievable. Yi Pingyan could not help but marvel at the advantages of being from a wealthy family. Indeed, they were incomparable to wandering cultivators. "I must trouble you to continue protecting me. I wish to seize this opportunity to absorb the Tianyuan pill gifted by the Grand Elder as well." Shen Ningxuang nodded, having grown accustomed to Yi Pingyan's reckless fervor in cultivation. Of course, time waits for no one. Shen Ningxuang was acutely aware that he had little time to spare, which was why she selflessly provided him with the Tanyuan pill. Yi Pingyan resumed his meditative state to refine the Tianyuan pill's potency. The Tianyuan pill, a 3rd-grade elixir, could enhance a cultivator's primordial energy density upon refinement. By the time he completed the refinement, dawn had arrived. As a warm beam of morning light illuminated his eyelashes, Yi Pingyan's eyelids fluttered open. Feeling the overwhelmingly surging primordial energy within him, he could not help but feel elated. He had finally refined it. His primordial energy, already several times denser than others, could now rival that of those in the Yuan Dan realm. Turning his gaze to Shen Ningxuang, he discovered she had fallen into a deep slumber. Had she truly fallen asleep while reading? There she lay in a rocking chair, an ancient tome draped over her face, her jade-like hands cascading naturally, revealing delicate, elongated fingers. Beneath her flowing white dress, her straight legs were gracefully aligned. Yi Pingyan approached slowly, draping the nearby mink blanket over Shen Ningxuang. Suddenly, her delicate form trembled slightly. "Has she awakened?" Yi Pingyan whispered tentatively. Seeing no response, he finally relaxed. But a wave of fatigue washed over him, inducing a sense of drowsiness. He had indeed been quite weary these past few days. So he found a wooden chair and reclined, succumbing to a deep slumber. As Yi Pingyan drifted into sleep, Shen Ningxuang gradually opened her eyes, the corner of her mouth curling into a faint smile beneath her veil, before she closed her eyes once more to sleep. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Pingyan's rapid ascent to the celestial origin realm within less than a year of entering the academy, and his subsequent defeat of the second-ranked contender, spread swiftly throughout the entire Bailiang prefecture. After all, Kanglin Academy represented the most formidable power in Bailiang. The king of Tianfeng had established an academy in each of the 36 prefectures, allowing even those of humble origins to embark on the path of cultivation. This news naturally reached Yangwicheng. In the Zhu family estate, which still bore the scars of Yi Pingyan's earlier destruction, Zhu Qingsong's expression froze upon hearing this news. His face contorting with rage as he muttered, "Breakthrough to the celestial origin realm. How is that possible after such a short time?" It felt as if just yesterday they had battled, and his opponent had still been at the cusp of the celestial origin realm. He had lingered in this realm for 2.5 months, only just beginning to feel some movement today. This cannot stand. I must report this to the ancestor. Zhu Qingsong began to panic, recognizing that Yi Pingyan's terrifying talent, coupled with the mysterious powerful figure protecting him, could spell catastrophic consequences for the Zhu family if he continued to grow. At the Ling family residence, a girl in a blue dress with twin ponytails, exuding a blend of innocence and maturity, gazed toward Kanglin Academy. This was Ling Qingyan, whose beautiful eyes were fixed in contemplation as she murmured, "Brother Yi, your achievements are destined to transcend this small Bailiang prefecture. Perhaps I should come to terms with my own reality." Chapter 75. The supreme forgetting of affection. Ling Qingyan's gaze lingered on Kanglin Academy, her expression enigmatic, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Just then, a sigh echoed behind her. A white-haired old woman appeared, an aura of faint death lingering around her. "Ancestor, what brings you here?" Ling Qingyan turned respectfully to inquire. "My dear child, I overheard your earlier words. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. However, Yi Pingyan is inherently gifted. He is simply on a different level than you," the ancestor stated. Ling Qingyan wished to speak further, but the ancestor interrupted, continuing, "There is no need for more words. I understand your feelings for Yi Pingyan, but the reality is that you are unlikely to have a future together. Your most pressing duty now is to uphold the Ling family. Though there are ages past and vast horizons ahead," Ling Zhu concluded before departing. Ling Qingyan stood, watching the ancestor's retreating figure, unable to quell the tumult within her. The ancestor's high regard for him was evident, and her words affirmed that Yi Pingyan was indeed the foremost genius of the Tianfeng kingdom. At that moment, determination flickered in her beautiful eyes as she hurried to catch up with Ling Zhu. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the secret chamber within the backyard of the Ling family. The room was brilliantly illuminated, and upon entering, one could sense a profound and solemn atmosphere. At the center, 2 meditation cushions were placed, in front of which stood the sacred spirit tablets of the Ling family's ancestors. Counting carefully, there were a total of 23, indicating that the Ling family had existed in Yingui City for at least 3 millennia, assuming each ancestor lived for a minimum of 1,000 years. "Kneel," Ling Zhu commanded, her voice heavy with gravity. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyan immediately knelt on the cushion, her gaze fixed upon the numerous spirit tablets of her forebears, which left her utterly awestruck. "Forebear, what is it that you wish to convey?" she inquired. Ling Zhu remained silent, and after they quietly completed their incense offering and bowed their heads, they slowly rose. Ling Zhu then spoke in a deep tone, "Child, just now you inquired about ways to rapidly enhance your strength. Given your resolute tone, it is time for me to reveal the secrets of our Ling family. Do you know that 5 centuries ago, our Ling family was undoubtedly the supreme ruler of Yingui City?" Ling Qingyan was aware of this, yet she felt puzzled. She had previously asked her father why the Ling family had fallen to such a state where they had to rely on the favor of others. Ling Zhu paused momentarily before continuing, "And the Zhu family of today was merely a vassal of our Ling family 500 years ago. It was only after the emergence of Zhu Changheng that they gradually ascended to their current status." Ling Qingyan, filled with curiosity, asked, "Forebear, what transpired with our Ling family 5 centuries ago?" With a heavy sigh, Ling Zhu lamented, "The decline of our family may very well be my fault. It is all due to my selfishness back then. The second ancestor of the Ling family, named Ling Rui, was the most powerful among our forebears, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi formation realm. Even in the kingdom of Tianfeng at that time, she was a formidable figure, just one step away from breaking through to the creation realm and extending her lifespan by another 5,000 years. Unfortunately, she suffered a grave injury while wandering outside and passed away upon her return to the Ling family." Ling Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, as she had not anticipated the former strength of the Ling family. Ling Zhu continued, "The reason our family thrived back then was due to our first ancestor Ling Yu, who, while training abroad, fortuitously acquired the legacy of a mysterious powerhouse. Regrettably, that individual intended to bestow the legacy only upon a woman, yet ultimately gave our ancestor a powerful scroll of techniques. This technique is known as the Taishang Wanqing Ju, and it is exclusively for female practitioners. Consequently, this scroll was passed down to the second ancestor, Ling Rui. After practicing the Taishang Wangqing Ju, she made remarkable progress, breaking through to the Yuandan realm within a mere century and then advancing to the pinnacle of the Qi formation realm over the course of 400 years. You are aware of the subsequent events. Now I must tell you that practicing this technique will cause you to lose your most cherished emotions. Yet, in return, it will allow your strength to ascend at an astonishing rate. Now, make your decision. Ling Zhu's voice softened with a hint of sorrow. In her youth, she had been unwilling to forsake her emotions, which was why she had not chosen this technique. Of course, she held a degree of confidence in herself, believing she could surpass the Qi formation realm without relying on it. Yet fate had proven otherwise. Only then did Ling Qingyan fall into contemplation. The loss of emotion? Perhaps this is indeed a form of liberation. On the contrary, it might bring her closer to Brother Yi and his talents. If she were to cultivate step by step, given her innate abilities, catching up would be nearly impossible. After a moment of reflection, Ling Qingyan took a deep breath, her delicate face revealing a resolute expression. Ancestor, I have made my decision. I am willing to cultivate the Tide Song forgetting emotion technique, for the family and for myself. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhu did not display a joyful smile. Instead, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped her. She deeply empathized with Ling Qingyan, recalling her own moment of weakness that led to the family's decline. Ling Qingyan, unwilling to dwell on such a heavy topic, swiftly changed the subject. Ancestor, the reason the Zhu family's ancestor is so eager to engulf our Ling family must be related to the Tide Song forgetting emotion technique, correct? Indeed. Ling Zhu seemed to sense her concern and smiled gently. Child, you need not worry about the family's affairs while you focus on your cultivation. I will not allow that old wretch Zhu Changheng to swallow the Ling family. Ling Qingyan nodded in response. Afterward, Ling Zhu imparted some crucial matters before remaining by her side. The initial step of cultivating the Tide Song forgetting emotion technique was perilously dangerous. It required someone to guard her and stabilize her mind, lest she fall into madness. Ling Zhu watched as Ling Qingyan sat cross-legged, entering her meditative state. Letting out a soft sigh. Child, the ancestor believes you will succeed in your cultivation. Meanwhile, at the peak of Yefeng, two figures in the tea room had awakened from their slumber. Upon waking, Yi Pingyan saw Xinning Shuang, unusually foregoing tea preparation, engrossed in painting the snowy landscape and peach blossoms outside the window. Awake? Xinning Shuang set down her brush and began brewing a cup of tea. Yes, Yi Pingyan nodded, and the two exchanged few words. He slowly approached to admire the painting she had created, exclaiming, "You truly are a talented girl. It would be a pity not to pursue the title of top female scholar. By the way, why have I never seen you practice?" Yi Pingyan voiced his confusion. He realized that they had known each other for nearly a year, yet he had never witnessed her engage in cultivation. Did she not need to practice at all? I cultivate every day. You simply have not noticed, Xinning Shuang replied. Yi Pingyan nodded in understanding, choosing not to delve further, as everyone harbors their own secrets. By the way, today is the Academy's monthly ranking battle. Shall we go and see the excitement? Yi Pingyan suggested, noting that Xinning Shuang spent her days confined to the tea room with books and tea, which must have been rather dull. After a moment of contemplation, Xinning Shuang nodded slightly. Very well. The two then set off towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 76. The Bai family's identity in the inner courtyard's martial arts arena. The expansive platform had been completely restored after a day of urgent repairs. At the highest point of the arena, within an exquisite pavilion, sat the Academy's upper echelons, including the Princess Lin Nan of Bailiang County, who occupied the center of the pavilion. The loft is divided into 3 levels. The highest floor is occupied by the elders of the Academy. The second level houses the elders of the outer court, while the first floor is reserved for the esteemed scholars of the inner court. The scholars on the strong ranking list cast their gazes towards the elegant seating by the window on the first floor, where the top 10 scholars and offspring of the elite are seated. Brother Situ, it has been but a day since we last met, yet your aura has grown significantly stronger. I am truly impressed, Lin Batian remarked with a smile, though he was inwardly astonished. Situ Qingtian had only just suffered defeat at the hands of Yi Pingyan the previous day, yet his prowess seemed to have advanced considerably. Such temperament and talent rightfully earned him the second position on the strong ranking list. You flatter me, Miss Junior Countess, Situ Qingtian responded with a wry smile. Shaking his head, his improvement was, in part, due to his conversation with Yi Pingyan after the battle, which had granted him clarity and allowed him to let go of his obsession with Hong Xiao. Upon returning, he felt the constraints of his own limitations loosening slightly. Others may not comprehend the extent of Yi Pingyan's extraordinary capabilities, but those who had truly faced him understood that he was a formidable enigma. Hong Xiao, witnessing this transformation, was equally taken aback. Situ Qingtian had become an entirely different person. Although he was kind to her today, it was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, and she found it difficult to articulate the change. Nonetheless, she preferred this new dynamic between them. With her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, she swirled her wine, contemplating that his transformation must surely be linked to Yi Ping'an. This fellow indeed possesses the ability to surprise at every turn. The crowd in the seating area fell silent. All eyes focused in unison towards a singular direction, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a particular individual. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the noisy throng of students on the first floor. Is that Bai Jiao? What brings her to such an occasion? A scholar ranked within the top 50 remarked in astonishment. Indeed, isn't she usually indifferent to the strong ranking competition each year? Another responded. You know nothing. She is a genius of the alchemy department, virtually assured a place at the esteemed Tianfeng Academy in Tianfeng country, and reportedly without the need for any examination. Came the reply. The students parted to create a path for her, a testament to Bai Jiao's strength and status. The public perception of her was minimal, largely due to her infrequent displays of power within the academy. The only recorded instance of her intervention was when her sister Bai Zhiro was bullied, and she had effortlessly subdued the assailant with a single strike. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of the scholars seated with Situ Qingtian. Bai Zhiro, initially feeling bored, was taken aback by her sister's rare appearance. She hurried over to her and pulled her to a seat. Sister, what has piqued your interest in attending this strong-ranking match? Upon hearing this, the crowd leaned in, eager to listen. I was merely feeling a bit bored on the alchemy peak and thought to take a breath of fresh air, Bai Jiao replied nonchalantly. I almost forgot to mention. You little imp, have you disobeyed me again and gone to pick a fight? Her beautiful eyes regarded Bai Zhiro with a hint of reproach. Bai Zhiro was naturally aware of who her sister referred to. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she exclaimed, Oh, how did you know? Bai Jiao, with a hint of affection, gently stroked her sister's hair. You. Then, Bai Jiao scanned the surroundings, only to find no trace of Yi Ping'an. Sister, are you looking for that brat? No need to search, he hasn't arrived yet. Given his prowess, he likely has little interest in this ranking battle. Lin Batian stepped forward with a smile, saying, Senior Bai? It is indeed a privilege to finally meet you in person. I am Lin Batian. Bai Jiao nodded in acknowledgement, replying with indifference, Ah, the young lord. There is no need for such formality. I have often heard my father speak of you, mentioning that you are a once-in-a-millennium talent in the alchemy department of the academy. Seeing you today, it is indeed, as he said, truly a blessing for our Bailiang County. Lin Batian returned the smile, recalling how his father frequently advised him to be respectful when encountering Bai Jiao, emphasizing the importance of humility. Moreover, he had learned that Bai Jiao and her sister were daughters of the president of Kanglin Academy, a status that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the county lord. Witnessing Lin Batian's courteous demeanor, the crowd grew increasingly curious about Bai Jiao's true identity. Brother Situ, come, let us share a drink, Lin Batian proposed, prompting Situ Qingtian to raise his cup in response. The ranking battle is about to commence. Is Brother Yi truly not coming? Lin Xiao said, sipping his drink absent-mindedly. That brat will definitely show up, Bai Zhiro retorted with a huff. If it weren't for saving Lin Xiao, I wouldn't have revealed my earth-level martial skills, which is likely how my sister noticed. The other students at the table nodded in agreement. Ma Qianyu, Wang Teng, and Chen Dakai, all of whom had suffered defeats at Yi Ping'an's hands, sat together, marveling. Yi Ping'an is indeed a prodigy, single-handedly defeating all of us in the top 10 of the rankings. Wang Teng admitted, but there is still one person he has yet to defeat. Chen Dakai interjected with a smile. Are you referring to Hong Xiao? Ma Qianyu whispered, instinctively glancing at her. Hong Xiao met his gaze, causing a shiver to run down Ma Qianyu's spine as he silently thought. This Hong Xiao truly deserves her position as number 1 on the rankings. She is terrifying. I even believe that Yi Ping'an may not be her match. He's here. Yi Ping'an has actually arrived. Where? With his presence, the ranking battle has become significantly more intriguing. At this, everyone turned their attention to a particular direction, their eyes drawn to the two figures in white garments approaching gracefully. It's Yi Ping'an. He has come. With his arrival, the ranking battle will certainly heat up, they murmured. Does this mean he has essentially secured a spot in the top 3? The top 3 certainly have their rightful place, yet the position of the leader remains uncertain. Many formidable contenders among the top 100 are engaged in fervent discussions. The appearance of Yi Ping'an and Shen Ningxuang immediately captivated the attention of the elders situated at the highest level of the pavilion. One elder, clad in a black robe and sporting a beard, gazed at the two from afar and softly remarked, Now that everyone is present, and with the Grand Elder temporarily away, I invite our esteemed ancestor to commence this ranking battle. At that moment, the Swordmaster was leisurely sipping the peach blossom wine gifted by Yi Pingyan. You all know I have little fondness for presiding over such matters, and given my status, it would indeed be undignified. The Swordmaster chuckled after savoring a sip of the exquisite wine. The other elders exchanged glances, their foreheads marked with lines of concern. Ahem. Since our ancestor has expressed such sentiments, I shall take on the role of host, the elder in the black robe responded, shaking his head. It seems reasonable for the second elder to preside. The remaining elders nodded in agreement. The second elder acknowledged this and instantly teleported to hover above the arena, solemnly proclaiming, "Fellow disciples, silence." Yi Pingyan and Shun Ningxuang settled into the corner seats, and with a calm demeanor, Yi Pingyan inquired, "The ranking battle is about to commence. My dear, are you interested in participating?" "We'll see," Shun Ningxuang replied, pulling a yellowed book from her spatial ring and engrossing herself in it. Yi Pingyan smiled faintly, accustomed to her indifference, recognizing that the rewards of this ranking battle held little allure for her. He surmised that Shun Ningxuang likely hailed from a prominent background, possibly associated with a powerful faction in the northern wilderness. Lost in thought, Yi Pingyan was abruptly brought back to reality by the authoritative voice of the second elder. "Now, I declare the ranking battle officially commenced. The rules remain unchanged. Any inner courtyard disciple may challenge those currently ranked on the list. The challenge party has no opportunity to refuse. Failure to respond will be deemed as forfeiture of their ranking." A thunderous sound echoed as the second elder waved his hand, enveloping the vast arena in a protective barrier of immense energy. His gaze intentionally darted towards Yi Qian, eliciting a bitter smile from him. It seemed this protective barrier had been established specifically with him in mind, a precaution stemming from the considerable disruption caused during his previous bout, which had resulted in the destruction of several arenas. Should the dean learn of this, he would undoubtedly chastise him for days on end. As the elder announced the commencement, the assembled disciples could hardly contain their excitement, eager for retribution. "I shall be the first," exclaimed a disciple clad in a blue robe as he leaped onto the arena, declaring, "Elder, I wish to challenge the current 10th ranked, Ma Qianyu." The elder beside him nodded, accepting the disciple's identification card, and proclaimed from the pavilion, "Peng Hai challenges the 10th ranked, Ma Qianyu. The battle begins now." The resounding voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Upon hearing this, Ma Qianyu, situated on the first level of the pavilion, visibly paled, clearly unsettled by the announcement. Without uttering a word, he leapt onto the arena. The two figures locked eyes, an unmistakable tension igniting the atmosphere. Observing this, the presiding elder promptly declared, "Let me emphasize once more, this challenge is meant for sparring, to enhance both parties' strengths and compensate for weaknesses, and must never devolve into a life-and-death struggle. Is that clear?" "Yes, elder." Both combatants nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Let the challenge commence." With a thunderous roar, both warriors unleashed their vital energy. Ma Qianyu was the first to strike. Brandishing a long sword and lunging forward with a decisive slash aimed at Peng Hai, the sword's aura sharp and imposing. Unfazed, Peng Hai advanced to meet him head-on. The clash produced a resounding clang, reverberating through the arena. An invisible sword energy erupted from their point of contact, revealing Ma Qianyu's superior prowess. After a brief exchange, the two retreated to reassess. With his sword pointed at Peng Hai, Ma Qianyu intently inquired, "What emboldens you to challenge me?" Peng Hai chuckled softly, allowing his energy to surge once more, a formidable golden light enveloping the stage. Sensing this surge, Ma Qianyu's eyes widened in surprise as he furrowed his brow, realizing, "Late-stage Earth origin realm, no wonder you dare to confront me." In a composed manner, Peng Hai remarked, "Ma Qianyu, you have occupied a spot among the top 10 for far too long. It is high time for a change." Being defeated by Yi Pingyan in the inner court assessment had indeed tarnished the reputation of those within the top 10. "You seek your own demise." Ma Qianyu's countenance darkened at the mention of this, a painful scar that he could never erase. In an instant, he unleashed his full power, a profound sword intent swirling around him as he surged forward to strike at Peng Hai. Yet, Peng Hai showed no sign of fear, raising his sword to engage once more. The atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. "Ah, Peng Hai delights in reopening old wounds. This challenge is becoming quite entertaining," Lin Xiu observed, elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan, a smile gracing his lips. His charming demeanor captivated the female students, who erupted into a chorus of admiration. "Ah, so handsome. Senior Lin, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? I am a bit lost when it comes to sword intent," a girl with twin ponytails remarked, her eyes shimmering like azure waves. "Uft, Xiao Dao, Senior Lin wields a spear, How could he possibly teach you about sword intent? A male student scoffed nearby. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, she retorted, her expression sour with embarrassment. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Yi Pingyan sat in a corner, thoroughly engrossed in the match, while savoring a flask of peach blossom wine. At that moment, Lin Xiao approached Yi Pingyan, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Yi, you seem quite at ease. Aren't you nervous about the ranking battle?" While speaking, Lin Xiao's gaze frequently drifted towards Shenyang Shuang, who was seated beside Yi Pingyan, engrossed in her reading, her body trembling slightly with tension. After sipping his drink, Yi Pingyan glanced at Lin Xiao and replied nonchalantly, "Ah, it is but a ranking. I hold no position among the strong, so why should I feel anxious? However, you appear quite tense. Could it be due to Niang Shuang?" Yi Pingyan was well aware of the allure she possessed, sensing Lin Xiao's fondness for her. However, he did not take it to heart, for he understood her indifference. Were it not for a twist of fate, she would not have shown him any semblance of kindness. Although her demeanor was still far from warm, it was certainly an improvement from their first encounter. He held a firm belief that no one could steal her away from him. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious, unable to meet Shun Ningxuang's gaze. Awkwardly, he fidgeted with the folding fan in his hands and hastily changed the subject. "Ahem, Brother Yi, it's certainly not because of junior sister Ningxuang, right? By the way, this wine is quite exquisite, fragrant indeed. May I trouble you for a cup?" Before Yi Pingyan could respond, Shin Ningxuang, who had been quietly reading, spoke coldly without lifting her head. "You must not call me by my full name again." Chapter 78. The awkwardness of Lin Xiao. "You must not call me by my full name again." Shin Ningxuang's tone was devoid of any emotion, a sentiment she reserved solely for Yi Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly, and his face turned an even deeper shade of embarrassment, to the point where he felt as if his toes might curl in distress. Yi Pingyan nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that she had him at her mercy. "Ahem, Senior Lin, I only have this one jug of fine wine left, so I apologize." He could only utter a white lie out of goodwill. Moreover, this is simply her nature. Please do not take offense, Senior Lin. Fortunately, Yi Pingyan's timely intervention alleviated Lin Xiao's discomfort, prompting him to cast a grateful glance in his direction. "Ahem, that is indeed unfortunate." Just then, a violent explosion reverberated from the arena outside, sending shockwaves across the stage and drawing the attention of Yi Pingyan and the others. On the arena, two combatants, after an intense clash of sword intent, had become fervently embroiled in battle. Ma Qianyu's expression was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that Peng Hai, whom he had once looked down upon, would dare challenge his standing. Before being defeated by Yi Pingyan, Peng Hai had merely been at the early stage of the Earth Origin realm. Yet in the short span of a few months, he had remarkably ascended to the late stage. Nevertheless, Ma Qianyu was not without his own advancements. "Peng Hai, if this is all you can muster, do not blame me for sending you off the stage," Ma Qianyu stated coldly. In his heart, Peng Hai surmised that if Ma Qianyu had any hidden cards, he would have revealed them during his battle against Yi Qian in the intersect assessment. There was no reason to wait until now. With disdain, he retorted, "Stop putting on airs. Today, I shall claim the 10th rank on the strong leaderboard." Stubborn fool. Ma Qianyu's lips curled into a cruel smile upon hearing this. In an instant, his aura erupted, an overwhelming wave of energy cascading across the arena, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Initially, the battle had favored Peng Hai due to his superior energy reserves. However, the tide had turned. Ma Qianyu had indeed concealed his true strength. The immense pressure converged upon Peng Hai, causing his expression to darken significantly as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "A half-step into the celestial origin realm? You too have reached this level." The half-step Tianyuan realm is already considered to be among the top 5 levels within the inner court, a force he dares not challenge. How deeply concealed this power is. It only erupted at this stage. How infuriating. Did he presume that even without revealing his half-step Tianyuan cultivation, he could defeat him? What a jest. Observing the scenario, Ma Qianyu let out a cold snort, wielding his 3-foot green peak sword. In a flash, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating thrust that sliced through the air, the sword intent surging towards Peng Hai. "Do not underestimate me," Peng Hai muttered to himself. Did not Yi Qinan defeat Ma Qianyu, who was in the late stage, while he was merely in the early stage of the Earth Yuan realm? I can do the same. He then summoned his energy once more, confronting Ma Qianyu's strike without an ounce of trepidation. With no path of retreat left to him, save for surrender, he surged forward to engage in a fierce clash. Clang! The two swords collided instantly, sparks flying as their sword intents clashed in a deadly dance. Initially, Peng Hai managed to hold his ground, But soon he began to feel increasingly fatigued, nearly being knocked off the stage several times. Meanwhile, the onlookers rallied behind Peng Hai, which only intensified Ma Qianyu's fury, compelling him to unleash an even more ferocious assault. Get off the stage. Ma Qianyu gathered his sword intent and forcefully struck, sending Peng Hai sprawling backward. He then concentrated his formidable sword intent once more, murmuring, mystical tier martial skill, surging tidal slash. Boom. A blue aura enveloped the sword intent, crashing forth like a tidal wave, each subsequent surge more powerful than the last. The momentum continued to build, the oppressive force enveloping the entire arena, sparking a flurry of murmurs among the spectators. Lin Xiu watched with a nod of approval. This young man did not lose heart after being defeated by Brother Yi during the inner court assessment. Instead, he remained diligent in his training and even sought my guidance for sparring. That is commendable. Hearing this, Yi Pingyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? Lin Xiu paused, then continued. Although the surging tidal slash is classified as a high-level mystical tier martial skill, its mastery can rival that of early earth tier techniques. It is highly regarded among students in the scripture pavilion. However, it requires an extensive period of cultivation and a significant number of contribution points. Yi Pingyan nodded, acknowledging the skill's apparent merit. Its power seems formidable, yet it possesses a critical weakness: the time required to charge. In battles, moments can turn the tide, and even minor details can determine victory or defeat. Lin Xiu glanced at him in surprise, then nodded in agreement. Brother Yi speaks with remarkable insight. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Yi Pingyan's gaze drifted, pondering for a moment before replying. Peng Hai. What? Lin Xiu was taken aback, his tone brimming with astonishment. Chapter 79. You 6. I-4 Brother Yi, do not jest. It is evident to any discerning eye that Ma Qianyu is destined to win. In their previous encounters, Peng Hai narrowly triumphed due to his exceptionally robust vital energy. However, now that Ma Qianyu has entered the realm of half-step Tianyuan, the disparity is monumental. Surely, Brother Yi must comprehend this? Yi Pingyan smiled faintly and replied, Oh, is that so? For me, there truly seems to be little difference. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's expression darkened. Upon reflection, it appeared that Yi Pingyan's assertion held some merit. Since entering the inner sect, he had consistently overcome challenges beyond his level. Not everyone possesses your monstrous talent. You are indeed an anomaly. In the annals of Kanglan Academy, no one has ever matched your prowess. Yi Qian shook his head, stating, It's merely luck. The two then turned their gaze to the arena, where Ma Qianyu had gathered his energy, the blade of his sword infused with a formidable wave of sword intent, crashing toward Peng Hai. Seeing this, Peng Hai's expression grew grave as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, I will fight to the end. Advanced Xiantier martial art, wind blade slash. Suddenly, the arena was engulfed in a tempest, fierce winds swirling with a razor-sharp intensity, capable of uprooting trees from their very bases. Peng Hai launched himself into the air, aiming to confront the terrifying tidal wave of energy head-on. Boom. The two advanced Xiantier martial techniques collided, unleashing a powerful surge of vital energy, akin to a shockwave that resonated through the surrounding space. Is this the residual force generated by a battle at the half-step Tianyuan level? A new student remarked in awe. The spectators, all freshmen, wore expressions of grave concern. Both combatants were upperclassmen, already at the late stage of the Earth origin realm, with one even at half-step Tianyuan. Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes. From his observations, Ma Qianyu appeared to have the upper hand. Yet, upon entering the pavilion with Shunning Shuang, he had sensed a subtle yet ominous aura watching him. Had it not been for her alertness, he might not have noticed at all. In the distance, the arena's residual waves struck the barrier, causing violent tremors. Had the elders not prepared in advance, the ensuing disturbance would likely have rivaled the last incident involving Yi Pingyan. However, the disparity in their power was stark, suggesting a potential compromise in the arena's quality. Lin Xiu elegantly fanned himself with his folding fan, smiling as he remarked, Brother Yi, it seems this time you have miscalculated. Peng Hai appears poised to lose. Yi Pingyan, with narrowed eyes, calmly replied, Not necessarily. As the smoke dissipated from the arena, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, crimson blood spraying from above. Uffed. The onlookers below were left in stunned silence. How could this be possible? They gasped in disbelief. Is this a joke? Ma Qianyu, who is already at half-step Tianyuan, cannot even defeat Peng Hai, who is merely at the late stage of the Earth origin realm. This shared confusion echoed throughout the crowd. Even the numerous esteemed students in the attic displayed expressions of astonishment. Goodness! Ma Qianyu has truly embarrassed us strong contenders by being defeated by someone who has never even entered the ranks of the strong. TSK, what a waste. I see that the one who defeated Ma Qianyu Yi Pinggan, is also nothing exceptional, remarked a student dressed in a green long robe with a mocking tone. The students nearby quickly hushed him, saying, "Shoo, are you seeking death? This is Yi Pinggan, the idol among the new students of the inner courtyard. Aren't you afraid of being overheard?" Only then did the individual cast a wary glance at Yi Pinggan, who was quietly drinking in the corner. And upon noticing he was not paying attention, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Lin Xiao and Situ Qingtian exchanged wry smiles upon witnessing the scene. "Brother Yi, your insight is remarkable. It seems Peng Hai truly triumphed," Lin Xiao remarked. Yi Pinggan smiled faintly in response. It was merely luck. Lin Xiao chuckled, acknowledging that there was little luck involved. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea and pulled Yi Pinggan aside to a more secluded spot. Yi Pinggan released his grip and said in a low voice, "Senior Lin, what is your intention? I have no interest in anything inappropriate." Lin Xiao, caught off guard, almost burst into laughter. "What are you talking about? Why did you bring me to this secluded place then?" He leaned closer to Yi Pinggan and whispered, "Brother Yi, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Yi Pinggan's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Lin Xiao, deep in thought. Believing that his offer had perhaps not struck a chord, Lin Xiao hurriedly added, "How about this? You take 60, and I take 40. This is my greatest concession." Yi Pinggan couldn't help but smile at Lin Xiao's evident anxiety about his response. "Very well. Haha, then let us collaborate joyously." Lin Xiao laughed heartily. The two then walked out side by side. Meanwhile, on the martial arts stage, the elder announced that Peng Hai had successfully challenged Ma Qianyu. This was also unexpected. Could another genius capable of surpassing levels be emerging? Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Peng Hai was actually at the half-step celestial origin realm. Peng Hai, challenge successful. You will replace Ma Qianyu in the 10th position of the strong ranking. Your spirit energy card for the refining tower will be upgraded to celestial level, granting you access to the celestial refining chamber. Upon hearing this, many new students below revealed expressions of envy. Who exactly is Peng Hai? Does Senior Lin know? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not really. I am not very familiar with students outside the top 10 of the strong ranking. Brother Yi, it seems you have a keen interest in him? Yi Pinggan smiled slightly, responding, "Not much, just a bit of inquiry." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding and fell silent. After Lin Xiao departed, Shenning Shuang closed her book and said coolly, "What were you discussing with him?" "Ahem. Naturally, I was attending to important matters." "What? Can I not even mention it now?" Upon hearing this, Shenning Shuang's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she coldly replied, "It was nothing significant, just." Shenning Shuang's exquisite face, hidden beneath her veil, revealed a hint of peculiarity. Is this fellow truly so desperate for essence stones that he must engage in such trivial matters? However, it seems he has indeed been perpetually lacking in essence stones, and his ability to discern people is remarkably keen. Yi Pinggan, unable to withstand her peculiar gaze, hastily shifted the topic, saying, "Ahem, shall we venture out to the loft? Staying here is rather dull, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Shenning Shuang nodded. She had just finished her book, so they might as well explore the loft up close. As the two walked side by side out of the loft, they caught the attention of the top-ranking students within. "Oh, Yi Pinggan is leaving the loft. Could it be that he intends to challenge the top-ranking students?" The exquisite beauty accompanying him must be the renowned Ice Fairy, the most beautiful woman in the academy. Indeed, seeing is believing, such a stunning maiden. If she were to become my partner, I would surely forsake all others and devote myself entirely to her, mused a student ranked within the top 100. I share your sentiment. I've heard her strength is truly formidable. She has only made a single appearance in the inner court and has already defeated Zhu Qingsang, who was ranked 3rd at the time. Yi Pinggan overheard their discussions and silently shook his head. This girl's allure is indeed irresistible to those of a different nature. My dear, your charm is so overwhelming that if glares could kill, I would have perished countless times by now. Upon hearing this, Shenning Shuang paused momentarily and replied coolly, "So you may as well smile in secret and cherish the present moment, for there may be no opportunities in the future." Yi Pinggan immediately sensed a hidden meaning in her words. Was it merely his illusion? As they continued walking side by side, they unexpectedly encountered Ma Qianyu, who had just awakened from his unconscious state, his expression a mask of distress. He could foresee the humiliation that Yi Pinggan was about to bestow upon him. Seeing the smile on Yi Pinggan's face, Ma Qianyu gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Pinggan, feel free to laugh. There's no need to hold it back." Yi Pinggan simply replied calmly, "It's entirely normal for you to lose. After all, Peng Hai is not to be underestimated, and he concealed his true strength." Without ridicule or malice, Yi Pinggan walked past him. Ma Qianyu's expression shifted, gazing complexly at Yi Pinggan's receding figure. He had expected Yi Pinggan to mock him, yet instead, He was informed that Peng Hai had indeed concealed his abilities, which alleviated some of his distress. Without Yi Ping'an's words, he might have succumbed to inner demons, which, once a cultivator falls into, can be nearly impossible to escape, stunting their progress for a lifetime. As Shen Ningxuang and Yi Ping'an arrived at the martial arts platform, she paused and said quietly, "I didn't realize you were such a good person." Yi Ping'an understood her implication and smiled, saying, "I bear little animosity toward him. Unlike Zhu Qingsong, he was merely a pawn in Zhu's game. After all, we are fellow disciples, and I am not a bloodthirsty fiend." Shen Ningxuang nodded in agreement. As the numerous formidable students within the attic beheld Yi Ping'an and his companion emerge, a wave of restlessness swept through them. Bai Zhiro, in particular, rubbed her hands together, eager to make her move, only to be firmly restrained by Bai Zhiao beside her. With a pout, Bai Zhiro exclaimed, "Oh sister, why are you stopping me? I'm merely sitting here bored, longing for a breath of fresh air. Do not move without my command. You shall remain here," Bai Zhiao replied coolly, feeling exasperated by her battle-hungry sister. A girl, perpetually either in the midst of a fight or en route to one. "All right, I understand. I promise I won't seek out a fight," Bai Zhiro vowed, attempting to appease her sister. Bai Zhiao shook her head. "No, you are to stay put today. Only if someone challenges you may you step outside." Bai Zhiro was nearly driven to madness. Staying still in one place was a torment greater than death itself. Observing her mischievous sister, Bai Zhiao could only sigh in resignation. "Fine, stay close to me, or I shall inform father of your mischief." Okay. I will certainly listen to you, sister," Bai Zhiro agreed, and the two girls walked hand in hand out of the attic. Soon after, Situ Qingtian, Hong Xiu, Lin Xiu, and others followed suit. The moment Yi Ping'an and Shen Ningxiang appeared in the arena, the new students erupted in a clamorous wave of cheers. "Look, it's Yi Ping'an. He has emerged from the strong rankings pavilion. How impressive. Of course he is remarkable. We are all freshmen of this cohort. Yet he stands among the top 10 in the rankings, while we can only spectate. Alas, such is the disparity. Sharing the same class as such a prodigy is a bittersweet fate." Amidst the sea of new students, one individual clad in a loose-fitting robe excitedly called out, "Ha ha! Brother Yi, I'm here." Nearby, some frowned in discontent, muttering, "Must you shout so loudly? Your enthusiasm is excessive. It makes it seem as if you are acquainted with Yi Ping'an. Hey, can you keep your voice down? My ears are nearly deafened by your shouting. Others do not know you. Why the dramatics?" Others echoed in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Yi Ping'an heard the loud call directed at him. Turning in the direction of the voice, he recognized the enthusiastic individual and smiled. "Wang Pengzi?" He then strolled over to join Shen Ningxiang, his gaze warm and amused. For it had been quite some time since he last saw this chubby fellow. Those standing next to Wang Dahai, feeling disgruntled, assumed Yi Ping'an was approaching them, which sent them into a flurry of excitement. A few female students blushed and mustered their courage to greet him. Yi Ping'an casually walked past them and approached Wang Dahai, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Wang Pengzi, you've done well. You've managed to break through to the initial stage of the Earth origin realm. Quite impressive." "It is indeed. I am now a disciple of the Outer Institute. I told you, I would eventually make my way there." Yi Ping'an smiled in agreement, expressing his unwavering belief. After a long separation, the two shared their thoughts, and Wang Dahai, with a look of gratitude, remarked, "I understand that my ascension from a menial disciple to an outer court disciple owes much to Fairy Shun. Without her, given my talents, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to enter the outer court." Shen Ningxuang calmly replied, "There is no need to thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards him. After all, you two are a couple. It matters not who you thank." Wang Dahai chuckled, "You're right." Upon hearing this, Yi Ping'an quickly covered the mouth of the rotund man, thinking, what a troublesome fellow. After such a long time apart, he is already trying to land me in hot water? He anticipated Shen Ningxuang would be angered, but she remained silent and began to walk away slowly. Yi Ping'an sighed in relief. "You foolish fat man. Do you wish to get me into trouble? You dare to joke about her? Be cautious, for I might not be able to protect you." A subtle smile crept across his lips as he followed her closely. Wang Dahai scratched his head and muttered, "But Fairy Shin hasn't said anything, so it can't be that serious, right?" At that moment, the arena was alive with energy, punctuated by bursts of excited shouts, alongside the occasional sounds of disappointment. Suddenly, a figure soared towards the arena, loudly declaring to the elder referee, "Elder, I challenge Lu Qinghua, who ranks 50. Following closely was another figure, dressed in splendid attire, appearing on the stage. The challenges continued unabated, with an increasing number of students striving for higher ranks, all in pursuit of greater cultivation resources within the academy. As time passed and the sun began to set, the day's challenges approached their conclusion. with the frequency of new contenders slowing. Meanwhile, Yi Pingyan sat peacefully beneath a banyan tree, savoring fine wine, accompanied by a beautiful companion, relishing the moment. Lin Xiu occasionally appeared beside Yi Pingyan, exchanging hushed words before swiftly departing, prompting Xin Ningshuang to furrow her brow slightly and ask, "How much have you earned?" With a smile, Yi Pingyan replied, "Approximately 1,000 top-grade essence stones." "Is that all?" she scoffed. "To worry over such a meager sum for so long is simply a waste of time." Yi Pingyan offered a wry smile. "Do you think everyone is as resource-rich as you? But there's no rush. There should be more significant gains ahead. The challenges for the top 20, top 10, and even the top 3 have yet to commence. Especially for the top 3, that ranking is coveted by many." Xin Ningshuang interjected, "Those individuals are not fools. If anyone were to challenge the top 3, it would have been done already. Those contenders represent the Academy's strongest forces." Yi Pingyan shook his head and whispered, "Have you forgotten about Peng Hai? He is no ordinary opponent. I believe he is quite interested in the top 3 positions." "How can you tell?" Xin Ningshuang inquired, puzzled. "His eyes," Yi Pingyan replied, "are filled with a thirst for victory and power." At this moment, the second elder soared from the loft, hovering above the arena with an imposing demeanor as he declared, "The strong ranking competition is nearing its conclusion. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge the top 10 of the strong rankings? Or even the top 3? An additional reward has been introduced for this strong ranking competition. Those who successfully challenge and defeat a member of the top 10 will receive a scroll of a high-level Xian class martial art. Those who conquer a member of the top 3 will be rewarded with a scroll of a low-level Earth class martial art." After making this announcement, the second elder cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qianan. Boom. As the second elder's words echoed, the crowd erupted into astonishment. "Earth class martial arts? Is that for real? It's truly an Earth class." With the announcement of this reward, even Yi Pingyan felt a stir of excitement. The members of the top 10, including Wang Tong, had their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xin Ningshuang remarked calmly, "The Earth class martial arts would be quite beneficial for you at this stage. Have you considered vying for it? Though your sword techniques are already formidable, it's inevitable that others might covet them. While it may go unnoticed in this small setting, it would be a different story outside the academy." Yi Pingyan nodded in agreement and replied nonchalantly, "No rush. Let us see if Peng Hai intends to challenge." Upon spotting Peng Hai in the distance, an intense feeling of aversion surged within him, causing even the Gui Chun sword to tremble slightly. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Chapter 81. The Identity of Hong Xiu. "Brother Yi, what are you lost in thought about?" Lin Xiu and the Bai sisters approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Yi Pingyan shook his head slightly, pulling his thoughts back to reality, and replied, "It's nothing. Just reminiscing about certain matters." Lin Xiu sighed. This year's strong ranking competition has become rather troublesome, hasn't it? With the additional rewards, it's only natural that many will be eager to contest for the top 10 positions. Bai Jiao chimed in, "You're right. Originally, I had no interest in the strong rankings, but whoever wishes to challenge me is welcome." Yi Pingyan felt a shift in his heart. It appeared Lin Xiu's background was not to be underestimated. Being ranked 4th on the strong list, he must have access to considerable resources from the academy. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. He then recalled that the martial arts techniques Lin Xiu employed during their previous duel appeared to be at the Earth class level. In Bailiang County, possessing Earth class martial arts typically indicated a significant background, at least a foundation supported by a pinnacle-level Yuan Dan cultivator or even a Qi creation realm expert. To possess such depth. Meanwhile, those who bore grievances against Yi Pingyan from the academy began to emerge from the loft, converging at that moment. "Yi Pingyan, will you challenge my ranking in the strong list this time? Let us have another match." Si Tu Qing Tian declared with fervor. "I have never been particularly interested in the second position," Yi Pingyan replied calmly. "Are you challenging Hong Xiu?" Si Tu Qing Tian smiled. "Is there an issue with that?" "I am quite looking forward to our duel. I believe it will be quite thrilling," he said with a mysterious grin. In the gentle glow of the evening, Hong Xiu stood elegantly to the side, momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yi Pingyan's challenge. A charming smile graced her lips as she replied, Luo dares to challenge me? I must say, I eagerly anticipate this encounter." With a lingering glance from her captivating eyes, she departed with a light-hearted demeanor. After their exit, Lin Xiu approached casually and remarked, "It seems you are oblivious to Hong Xiu's background." Yi Pingyan shook his head. Since entering the inner courtyard, he had not dared to slacken his efforts, dedicating each day solely to his training, even being summoned by the sword master for special training. He had scarcely found the time to learn about such matters, let alone visit the many scenic spots within the academy. Lin Xiu, displaying patience, explained, "Hong Xiu is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. You must know his surname, correct?" Yi Ping'an's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that this alluring woman was the kin of such a stern figure. What is her strength? He inquired. With a flourish. Lin Xiu opened his folding fan and chuckled. You ask me? Haha, I do not know. Since entering the inner courtyard, I have never witnessed her in action. She is quite enigmatic. However, she has consistently held the top position on the strength leaderboard. Yi Ping'an, puzzled, asked, has no one ever challenged her for that position? Not even you. Lin Xiu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, as for others, I cannot say, but I have simply no interest in the top of the strength leaderboard. It is certain that while she may appear dazzling and enchanting, her prowess is undoubtedly ruthless. How do you know this? Yi Ping'an pressed. Haha, it's merely a guess. Finding himself at a loss for words, Yi Ping'an decided to disregard Lin Xiu's chatter. Initially, he had thought him a serious individual, only to discover he was quite the talkative one. Speaking of chatter, he wondered where that fellow Su Yi had disappeared to in recent days. In the midst of his thoughts, someone in the crowd finally mustered the courage to challenge one of the top 10 on the strength leaderboard, igniting excitement among the new students. The atmosphere surged with anticipation, filled with shouts of encouragement. Li Hu, a second-year student from the inner courtyard, stepped forward to challenge the 9th-ranked Wang Teng. Yi Ping'an gazed at the slender figure on the competition stage and nodded in silent approval. While this individual may not possess remarkable strength, his courage was indeed commendable. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. By daring to step forward, he had already achieved a victory of sorts. With a swift sound slicing through the air, Wang Teng leaped onto the competition stage with a grace reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned closer to Yi Ping'an, whispering, Ahem, shall we place a bet? Who do you think will win? Yi Ping'an responded with a quiet smile, just as the two contenders were about to clash, when a voice laced with disdain rang out among the crowd. Wait. Chapter 82, Anomaly Wait. The voice, dripping with condescension, echoed in the air. Yi Ping'an turned to follow the sound, his surprise evident upon recognizing the speaker. It was Peng Hai. According to Yi Qian's understanding, this individual should have been aiming to challenge for Earth-level martial skills, especially considering the high-level profound martial skill he had just demonstrated, indicating he had indeed acquired profound martial prowess. The crowd was filled with confusion, murmuring, Isn't Peng Hai the one who just challenged the formidable Ma Qianyu ranked 10th? What is he attempting? Observing him, one could see a mysterious smile curling at the corners of Peng Hai's lips as he slowly stepped out from the throng. Addressing the elder referee, Elder, what should be done if two individuals have set their sights on the same challenge target? Upon hearing the question, the elder displayed a hint of perplexity. Such a scenario, where one individual is simultaneously challenged by two, had never occurred in previous competitions. Generally, once a challenge is issued, others refrain from vying for the same target. What is going on with Peng Hai? Such a peculiar situation. The elder turned to the second elder who presided over this ranking battle. After a brief pause, the elder referee spoke solemnly. It is quite simple. You and Li Hu shall duel, and the victor shall first gain the right to challenge. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across Peng Hai's face, his gaze towards Li Hu brimming with a bloodthirsty glint. Young man, if I were you, I would obediently relinquish this challenge qualification. My sword, once unsheathed, shall only taste blood. At that time, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Li Hu's face twitched in response. Was this fellow looking down on him? It was merely a successful challenge against Ma Qianyu, and he was eager to see just how formidable this half-step to the celestial origin realm truly was. Anyone can utter fierce words. Enough of the chatter, let the truth be revealed on the duel platform. Li Hu leapt onto an unoccupied duel stage, awaiting in silence. Seeking death, a flicker of bloodlust sparkled in Peng Hai's pupils, though he quickly concealed it. With a leap, he bounded onto the duel stage. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Though no words were exchanged, the palpable sense of impending conflict was unmistakable. With a cold sneer, Peng Hai wasted no time. Launching the first strike, wielding his 3-foot azure blade to unleash a sword aura that extended 100 meters towards Li Hu. Seeing this, Li Hu's expression darkened. He could sense the overwhelming power behind the sword strike, truly a half-step to the celestial origin realm. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. He swiftly drew his sword, channeling his energy into the blade, the sword intent swirling around him for several meters, positioning his sword defensively. Boom. The center of the battlefield erupted with waves of energy pressure. From a distance, Yi Ping'an fixed his gaze intently on the combat scene, eager to discern what set Peng Hai apart, what could provoke the unusual reaction from the returning dust sword. Beside him, Bai Xiao noticed his keen interest in Peng Hai's battle. After a moment of contemplation, she approached, smiling. Junior Yi, You seem rather intrigued by Peng Hai's match. Her voice was melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze, every gesture radiating the grace of a refined lady, a stark contrast to Bai Jiro. Due to her extensive alchemy practice, Bai Jiao exuded a subtle fragrance, unknowingly drawing the two closer. Yi Pingyan turned to Bai Jiao, a slight smile playing on his lips. What makes you say that? Bai Jiao cast her gaze towards the duel stage, her expression serene. In prior matches, you rarely took the time to observe closely, usually just casting a glance before returning to your drink, am I correct? Sister Bai truly possesses remarkable insight. I am in admiration, Yi Pingyan remarked politely. Indeed, Peng Hai exhibits some noteworthy qualities. His performance today is markedly different from his past, Bai Jiao commented coolly. Oh, Sister Bai seems quite familiar with him. Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, Bai Jiao turned to face Xinning Shuang, a hint of rivalry flickering in her gaze, and then replied nonchalantly, if you wish to know more about him, the details can certainly be shared. Tonight at the Alchemy Peak, I shall prepare food and drink. Let us not part ways. She then tilted her head towards Xinning Shuang, who was seated with a book, and smiled. Junior Sister Shun, might I borrow Yi Junior's company for the evening? Upon hearing this, the corners of Xinning Shuang's mouth, concealed beneath her veil, tilted slightly. The two women's gazes converged upon Yi Pingyan, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware of the frigid tone in her voice. He could only cough lightly and say, well, let us see. We shall discuss it later. For now, let us focus on who will triumph on the combat stage. Bai Jiao chuckled softly and then inquired, which contender does Yi Jr. believe will emerge victorious? It was evident, and such a question seemed unnecessary. Bang! A muffled grunt echoed from the combat stage as a figure, blood spilling from his mouth, was sent flying off the arena. He staggered to his feet, clutching his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. Cough, Peng Hai, how could you be this strong? Based on his prior knowledge of Peng Hai, they were both second-year seniors, and he had never been this formidable. His best result had only reached the top 100 in the rankings. Such a leap in strength was utterly outrageous. Furthermore, he sensed an overwhelming and somewhat sinister aura emanating from his opponent. He could have endured longer, but now he could not. Seeing this, Peng Hai smirked, disdainfully snorting, useless. You couldn't even withstand 10 rounds, yet you dare to vie for my prey. Cough you. Li Hu, already injured, was further provoked by his words and, in a fit of rage, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Instantly, an elder stepped forward to reprimand Peng Hai for his cruel methods, to which Peng Hai offered only a cursory apology. Under the care of several elders, Li Hu eventually regained consciousness. Yi Qianan narrowed his eyes at this development. It appeared that Peng Hai had indeed grown stronger. After such a short time, had he been concealing his true prowess during his battle with Ma Qinyu? At this moment, Xinning Shuang also closed the aged book and cast a meaningful glance at Peng Hai, a peculiar expression crossing her beautiful eyes. Did you notice as well? She nodded, her pretty face now etched with a serious demeanor, before resuming her reading as if nothing had transpired. Yi Pingyan felt a stir within, judging by her reaction. She must be privy to some information. Subsequently, as if requiring no respite, Peng Hai turned his attention to Wang Tong, ranked 9th, and coldly declared, Wang Tong, will you willingly relinquish your rank, or will you be like Li Hu? Arrogance. Wang Tong furrowed his brow and retorted angrily. Was Peng Hai truly comparing him to Li Hu, a mere contender among the top 100? Without further ado, a pitch-black spear was gripped firmly. Its tip pointed provocatively at Peng Hai. In response, Peng Hai leapt onto the fighting platform, unleashing an explosive surge of energy that enveloped the entire arena in a shadowy glow, suffusing the air with an ominous aura. This scene caused Yi Pingyan to furrow his brow once more, pondering silently. Most cultivators' energy manifestations reflect their unique personalities and attributes, as evidenced by his own golden aura. However, exceptions exist. The color of one's energy does not necessarily indicate their strength. As he contemplated, the battle on the platform had already reached over 10 exchanges. The overwhelming pressure of energy resonating like thunder, drawing the attention of spectators from other platforms. Who exactly is Peng Hai? When did he emerge with such formidable prowess? Observing Wang Tong's retreating form on the platform, even Si Tu Qingtian and others were momentarily taken aback. When did such a figure arise? Could he be the next Yi Pingyan? Lu Jin, ranked 6th, revealed a hint of seriousness as he spoke in a hushed tone. Si Tu Qingtian, standing beside him, unconsciously turned his gaze towards Yi Pingyan. Sensing the fluctuations emanating from the platform, he shook his head, remarking, while not quite on par with Yi Pingyan's strength during our battle, Peng Hai is indeed surprisingly formidable. Meanwhile, on the platform, Peng Hai harnessed his sword intent, blocking Wang Tong's escape route and deftly disarming him. He unleashed his sword intent once more, sending Wang Tung crashing off the stage with a single strike. With a thud, the crowd witnessed a figure fall, blood spewing from his mouth. A gasp of shock swept through the audience, plunging the arena into silence. How has Peng Hai become so powerful? Many began to inquire among those familiar with him, but confusion reigned. None had the answers. Lin Xiu approached Yi Pingyan with a hearty laugh, whispering, "Haha, we've Yi struck gold. Everyone bet on Wang Tung to win. But who would have thought that lad would falter? Just as you predicted, brother Yi, Peng Hai has triumphed again." At that moment, Yi Pingyan's focus drifted away from this conversation. Just now, he sensed a stirring within the sword box at his back. The Guichen sword was reacting strangely. Why does Peng Hai's unusual performance instill a sense of unease? Huh, Lin Xiu, what did you just say? Yi Pingyan finally returned to the present, looking at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, taken aback, repeated himself. I said, brother Yi, are you daydreaming? You seem awfully slow to react. Yi Pingyan cast a deep glance at the two fighters on the platform. After a moment, he declared, let us continue betting on Peng Hai's victory. Lin Xiu nodded, a sly grin on his face as he departed, humming a little tune. Boom. Yi Xueti, what were the two of you discussing so mysteriously? Bai Jiao inquired curiously. Bai Jiro crossed her arms and pouted. Humph, they're definitely up to something nefarious. Bai Jiro, have you forgotten what your father instructed you before leaving the academy? Bai Jiao chided gently. All right, I understand, sister. I promise I won't speak carelessly next time. Bai Jiro playfully pouted and stuck out her tongue. Bai Jiao, witnessing this, helplessly rubbed her brow and replied, Junior Yi, I apologize. My little sister has been spoiled since childhood and is quite mischievous, often speaking out of turn. Yi Pingyan chuckled softly, responding calmly, it's of no consequence. He had grown accustomed to the capriciousness of this tempestuous girl. His gaze returned to the arena, where he observed Peng Hai emanating a formidable sword intent, wielding a long sword that forced Wang Tung into retreat after retreat. However, Wang Tung, ranked 9th in strength, certainly possessed some capabilities. He quickly regained his composure, wielding his spear with finesse, managing to hold his ground with the rudimentary mastery of spear intent. Yi Pingyan retracted his gaze, realizing there was no need to continue watching the match. It was already concluded, and victory was assured for Peng Hai. He could sense the escalating ferocity of Peng Hai's vital energy, while Wang Tung was visibly struggling to defend himself. Although both were at the cusp of the celestial origin realm, Peng Hai's vital energy was exceedingly violent, consuming and dismantling Wang Tung's defenses layer by layer. Leaving no means of counteraction, defeat was inevitable. Bai Jiao and her sister expressed their astonishment. So certain? You'll know by watching, Yi Qian replied before turning away, opting to sit beneath a large banyan tree to savor some fine wine. Shen Ningxuang followed suit. Come here for a moment. Yi Pingyan felt a stir in his heart and stood to approach her. They found a secluded spot, wary that others might misconstrue their intentions. What is it, girl? Shen Ningxuang surveyed their surroundings before raising her hand to set up a barrier, then spoke slowly. I need you to challenge Peng Hai shortly. Remember, go all out, no holds barred. Yi Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. He could sense a seriousness in her tone that was rare. Kill him? Did Peng Hai offend you? That seemed impossible. He knew her well. She spent her days in the tea room, brewing tea and reading, rarely venturing out. There was little chance of her having any interaction with Peng Hai. Anticipating his reaction, Shen Ningxuang replied solemnly, no, just follow my instructions. Trust me, Peng Hai is not as simple as he seems, but I believe you can defeat him. When the time is right, I will explain my reasoning. In short, Peng Hai is definitely not a good person. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Pingyan responded, I understand. He trusted her character. She would never condone the unjust slaughter of innocents. Clearly, Peng Hai was no ordinary adversary, having garnered her attention to such a degree. The reaction of the Guichen sword further indicated that something was amiss with Peng Hai. Upon returning to the arena, they discovered that the match had concluded. The battleground was littered with shattered stones, infused with a lingering, violent sword intent. A bloodied figure lay in a pool of crimson, Wang Tung, the challenger. His eyes were filled with terror, causing his entire body to tremble faintly. Just moments ago, he narrowly escaped death. Peng Hai is nothing short of a madman, employing ruthless techniques aimed at vital points. With each strike, he sensed that his opponent's strength only seemed to intensify. Had it not been for the elder's timely intervention, he would have likely met his demise at Peng Hai's hands. Such a bloody and merciless contest left the newly arrived students in shock. My heavens! I stood beneath the stage, feeling the overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from Peng Hai. Has he completely lost his mind? Peng Hai. This is merely a challenge among peers, not a life or death arena. Humph. In the realm of cultivation, survival of the fittest is an unyielding law. How foolish these students are. He mused, his eyes filled with a crimson glare. Just as he contemplated challenging the 8th position, a confident and resonant voice interrupted him. Elder. First-year student, Yi Pingyan challenges Peng Hai. Chapter 84. A sudden turn of events. What? Did I hear that correctly? Has Yi Pingyan finally decided to take action? It was about time. Peng Hai's strikes were excessively venomous and far from endearing. Indeed, Peng Hai once appeared to be an upstanding individual. How has he become so brutal? Murmured several second-year students who had once been newcomers alongside him. Yi Pingyan's challenge swiftly captured everyone's attention, even awakening the slumbering sword master on the 3rd floor. He regarded Peng Hai deeply before turning his gaze back to Yi Pingyan, smiling as he muttered to himself. I thought this lad would refrain from striking. But it seems Peng Hai has taken a peculiar turn. The second elder, puzzled, inquired, Master Uncle, do you also believe there is something amiss with Peng Hai? Of course. If you all can see it, how could I remain oblivious? The sword master replied, taking a sip of his drink. Have someone investigate his background. Understood. Immediately, a figure clad in black robes stepped forward respectfully. The sword master rose, stretching his limbs, and peered through the void towards Yi Pingyan, murmuring, do not disgrace me, lad. Losing to Peng Hai would be utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, on the arena, upon hearing Yi Pingyan's sudden challenge, Peng Hai paused momentarily before a sly smile crept across his lips. Has he become impatient so soon? Originally, he intended to challenge each of the top 10 students in succession, ultimately using the recently esteemed Yi Pingyan as a stepping stone to elevate his own status. The elder referee, acknowledging Yi Pingyan's challenge, nodded in agreement. It was indeed time for someone to set Peng Hai straight. His arrogance was palpable, lacking respect even for the referee elder. Although he feigned respect, his tone betrayed a sense of disdain. The elder looked at Yi Pingyan with benevolence, then soared into the air, his voice infused with energy as he declared. Yi Pingyan challenges the 9th-ranked Peng Hai. The contest begins now. On the arena, 2 figures, one clad in black, the other in white, locked eyes. A cruel smile played on Peng Hai's lips as he coldly remarked. Yi Pingyan had initially intended to teach a lesson to the top 10 contenders before turning his attention to you, but unexpectedly, you stepped forward first. Well, that saves me the trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Pingyan's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely placed the ancient and weighty sword sheath before him, and with a resounding thud, it cracked the ground beneath like a spider's web. This sight startled Peng Hai, though he dismissed it, recognizing that while the heavy sword possessed great power, it was equally hindered by its sluggishness. I hope your strength is as abundant as your words, Yi Pingyan stated calmly. For him, this was the first time he felt a profound discomfort around someone, as if he were facing a natural adversary. Even the sword within the sheath, Gui Chun, could not restrain its eager keening. From the sidelines, Situ Qingtian and the others exchanged knowing smiles, sensing that things were about to get serious. Situ Qingtian understood that Yi Pingyan's silence signified his determination. As someone who had previously defeated him, he was acutely aware of these subtleties. However, to be candid, even if Yi Pingyan did not initiate a challenge, it was only a matter of time before they would face Peng Hai. Hongxiu, with her alluring smile reminiscent of a fully bloomed rose, was ever captivating to those around her. Do you have confidence in confronting Peng Hai? She inquired. One can only gauge that through experience, and besides, I am not stagnant in my progress, Situ Qingtian replied with a smile. Yi Pingyan made his move, devoid of any superfluous words, launching an immediate and decisive strike. Brandishing the weighty Gui Chun sword sheath, he lunged forward, unleashing a fierce sword intent that enveloped the area. With a powerful swing, he aimed a devastating blow at Peng Hai. Clang! The sound of heavy weapons colliding reverberated, and Peng Hai raised his sword to block, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of energy pressing down upon him, causing his body to sink slightly. Boom! With that single strike, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from the combat platform, akin to a shockwave, causing the gathered new students to instinctively take a step back. The sheer pressure of the energy was formidable, leaving them in awe of the might that must be present on the platform. Yi Pingyan's forceful strike instilled a sense of reverence. The scale of his power was incomparable to the preceding battles. Seeing that Peng Hai was able to withstand this blow astonished Yi Pingyan. Given his mid-stage strength in the Tianyuan realm, even a simple strike like this should not be something just anyone could endure. It was expected that even a half-step into the Tianyuan realm would struggle against such an attack. Yet, Peng Hai had managed to endure it. You are indeed remarkable, Yi Pingyan acknowledged. Peng Hai, too, was visibly taken aback by the strength of Yi Pingyan's strike. Veins stood out on his forehead, indicating that absorbing the blow had not been easy. Is this the power of the Tianyuan realm? Truly formidable. with just one strike. He found himself utterly defenseless against Yi Ping'an. The latter ceased to speak, as an overwhelming and piercing sword intent erupted from him, surging upward and sending Peng Hai flying several meters to the edge of the combat platform. Cough. It appears to be a small achievement in sword intent. Yi Ping'an, I must say, you truly surprise me at every turn. As a first-year freshman, to reach such a level of cultivation is indeed commendable. He understands the arduous challenge of competing with upperclassmen and those ranked among the elite for cultivation resources. Thus, he harbors jealousy and resentment towards those esteemed students, vowing to diligently cultivate until he can trample them one by one beneath his feet. Now, he is on the verge of achieving that goal, when unexpectedly, a formidable figure of the Tianyuan realm emerges, Yi Ping'an. Yi Ping'an furrowed his brows as he gazed at Peng Hai, who lay on the ground, feeling that something was amiss. Had he overestimated Peng Hai? Had he merely unleashed his initial Tianyuan realm cultivation and the early mastery of sword intent to defeat his opponent? Or was he simply being overly cautious? The onlookers, including Situ Qingtian, were also slightly astonished, though their surprise was not regarding Yi Ping'an's strength, as it was common knowledge that he had broken through to the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm. Their astonishment stemmed from Peng Hai. Considering his earlier dominance over Wang Tong, it was inconceivable that he possessed only such limited strength. It is over, Yi Ping'an declared coldly. Drawing his Guichen sword and pointing it at Peng Hai, he was determined to ascertain whether Peng Hai truly possessed the skill he claimed. Consequently, Yi Ping'an channeled his vital energy, raising his sword with fervor as the fierce sword intent enveloped the blade, and the golden sword light surged forth, slicing towards Peng Hai. As the terrifying sword light was about to engulf Peng Hai, even the presiding elder was prepared to intervene. However, Peng Hai rose with a booming laugh, his voice infused with malice and hatred. Ha! Yi Ping'an, did you truly believe that I possess only this much ability? Today, I shall trample all of you so-called prodigies of the elite rankings beneath my feet. Chapter 85. True Strength. With a sudden explosion of energy, Peng Hai's formidable aura surged forth, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar that distorted the surrounding space. A torrent of vital energy coalesced around him, forming layers of black energy armor that were far denser than the armor he had donned at the half-step Tianyuan realm. Yi Ping'an, do you think you are the only one who has broken through to the Tianyuan realm? Peng Hai bellowed, as his powerful aura radiated outward, his energy soared, dispelling his earlier weakness. Armed with his long sword, he faced Yi Ping'an's strike without trepidation, launching a fierce counterattack. The clash of black and golden sword lights erupted violently, each consuming the other as the resulting force battered against the protective barrier established by the elder. Yi Ping'an's expression turned grave as a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Could it be that Peng Hai was indeed hiding his true prowess? However, the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm was still insufficient. Was this truly all he was capable of? No, that could not be the case. For why would he be so concerned? As the standoff continued, Yi Ping'an once again concentrated his sword intent, unleashing a cross-shaped sword light that surged toward Peng Hai, overpowering and extinguishing his strike with ruthless efficiency. The ensuing relentless attack struck Peng Hai squarely in the chest. Pooh! Peng Hai was sent flying, barely avoiding a fall from the ring. The scene fell into a profound silence for several seconds, interrupted only by the occasional sounds of swallowed breaths. The formidable aura that erupted from Peng Hai seemed to indicate the realm of Tianyuan. Indeed, he had harnessed the power of true qi to form armor. Yet despite having broken through to the Tianyuan realm, he was still being ruthlessly overwhelmed by Yi Ping'an. It was truly regrettable, for he was so close to defeating that detestable Peng Hai. Why, one might wonder, was Yi Ping'an not exerting himself further? The spectators below expressed their dismay in hushed tones. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Yi Ping'an narrowed his eyes, his figure darting forth like the wind, swiftly closing the distance to Peng Hai. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Peng Hai, seemingly unscathed, retaliated with a sword raised defensively, blocking the lethal strike. The two engaged in close combat, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Blood trickled from the corner of Peng Hai's mouth, yet his expression grew increasingly manic with excitement. Cough, cough, Yi Ping'an, I never imagined you to be the strongest student in this inner academy. How amusing that the mightiest among us is but a newcomer. In response, Yi Ping'an's voice was cool and cutting. There are many things you cannot fathom. If your abilities are truly limited to this, it will all come to an end. Ha ha. Cough, cough, very good. Who would have thought I would be forced to exert my full strength by a mere newcomer? Peng Hai seethed with rage, the unsettling calmness in Yi Ping'an's eyes igniting his jealousy towards those lofty geniuses. With a flurry of sword strikes, he retreated, creating distance between them. Yi Pingyan effortlessly dispelled Peng Hai's relentless attacks with a mere flick of his hand, releasing a few strands of sword energy. Show me your true capabilities. I have no time for your petty tricks. The pallor of Peng Hai's face darkened further, replaced by an overwhelming gloom. This new generation of students is truly arrogant. Let me teach you the meaning of respect for your seniors. With a furious roar, Peng Hai unleashed an overwhelming wave of black chi that darkened the skies around them. Accompanied by the wails echoing from within him, his aura surged, his pupils gradually turning a sinister crimson. The veins on his forehead throbbed ominously, presenting a fearsome visage. Step by step, he advanced, his black chi surging forth with an undeniable dominance. Yi Pingyan observed the escalating aura of Peng Hai, the sword case of Guochen resonating with a melodic clang. Why did this aura elicit such aversion? His strength had evidently reached the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm. An oppressive wave of chi enveloped the entire martial arts arena, transforming this confrontation into something far beyond mere sparring. Instantly, the attention of all present was drawn to the spectacle. Elders hovered above the arena, gazing down upon the clash. The sword master rose from his perch, fixating on the two combatants, murmuring to himself, "What a pity. I had hoped the academy had given rise to another unparalleled prodigy. But it seems his power does not truly belong to him." The sword master contemplated the towering wave of chi pressure, pondering whether to eliminate this threat on the spot. On the martial platform, the two combatants had already engaged in close combat for no less than 10 exchanges. Each clash triggered immense waves of vital energy, subtly threatening to disperse the barriers set by the elders. The air resonated with thunderous roars and the clashing of swords, echoing with a deep, resonant sound. The force of their battle was astonishing, rivaling that of confrontations between the elders of the outer academy. Below, the faces of Situ Qingtian and the others grew increasingly rigid, their hearts shaken, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Initially, after reflecting on his previous defeat by Yi Pingyan and strengthening his abilities, he believed he could contend evenly with him. Little did he expect that Yi Pingyan had retained his strength during their duel. At this moment, Hong Xiu also withdrew her smile, feeling the overwhelming threat posed by Yi Pingyan, realizing he was beyond her reach. Bai Jiro, witnessing the formidable prowess of the two fighters, gasped in astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if capable of swallowing an apple. She exclaimed, "Sister, it seems you were right. There are always greater talents beyond our own." Bai Jiao thought her sister had matured and would cease her mischievous antics, only to be surprised when the latter declared, "From now on, I must frequently spar with Yi Pingyan to enhance my strength. Otherwise, I will be left far behind." Bai Jiao conceded, acknowledging her naivety. She lifted her gaze towards the figure clad in white at the center of the platform, a flicker of hope illuminating her delicate features. As she mused, it appears that this time, Kanglan Academy will no longer be at the bottom of the rankings among the 36 academies. In Chapter 86, titled Mysterious Black Mist, Yi Pingyan found himself facing an opponent of extraordinary strength for the first time in a long while, prompting him to gradually unleash his full potential. His blood surged with fervor, and his fighting spirit soared as he wielded the Guochen sword box, unleashing streams of minor sword intent against his adversary. It felt exhilarating. It had been ages since he had experienced such a satisfying fight within the academy. With a hearty laugh, he noted that the power he exhibited was merely at the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm. Thanks to the concealed capabilities of the Guochen sword, he harbored no fear of revealing his true cultivation level, which had already reached the mid-stage of the Tianyuan realm, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish many. Facing Yi Pingyan's minor sword intent, Peng Hai did not dare to be negligent. His black vital energy surged violently, and every swing of his sword was accompanied by a formidable pressure of sword intent clashing against Yi Pingyan's. The collision of black and golden sword lights generated immense waves of vital energy. As he sensed his opponent's sword intent, Yi Pingyan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Peng Hai's sword intent is merely at the late entry level, yet it can contend with my initial stage minor sword intent. However, this is where it ends. The black vital energy suddenly unleashed by his opponent was exceedingly sinister, and during their clash, it became evident that this energy possessed the ability to devour and absorb the vital energy of others. No wonder the previous combatants were completely overwhelmed by him. Their energy consumed as he grew stronger while they diminished. However, his vitality was not so easily devoured. Not to mention that his energy was several times more robust than that of an ordinary person. Yi Pingyan had undergone the hellish training and guidance of the sword master, resulting in a vitality that was sharp and domineering. The golden Dao bone within him was said to belong to legendary figures. What fear had he of Peng Hai's malevolent black energy? During their battle, Peng Hai discovered to his astonishment that he could not absorb the opponent's vitality. Furthermore, The intensity of Yi Ping'an's energy was comparable to that of the Yuan Dan realm. He had to exert all his strength to contend with even a mere strand of sword intent from Yi Ping'an. Yi Ping'an wielded the ancient and heavy Guochen sword box in close combat, each strike forcing Peng Hai to retreat. The sword box was enveloped in a fierce and domineering sword intent, far beyond what someone of Peng Hai's ilk could withstand. At this moment, Peng Hai was gradually being worn down, his body marred by numerous wounds inflicted by Yi Ping'an's relentless sword intent, blood seeping from the small lacerations. Summoning all of his energy, Peng Hai unleashed his most powerful strike, and it seemed as though wraiths roared in the heavens, an oppressive darkness bearing down upon Yi Ping'an. Heretical. Yi Ping'an scoffed disdainfully, as a sharp sword intent erupted from the Guochen sword box, seemingly repulsed by the aura emanating from Peng Hai, its power amplifying further. A golden sword beam, stretching 100 meters, cleaved through the darkness, obliterating Peng Hai's attack entirely, and the sky gradually brightened. A ghastly wound appeared on Peng Hai's shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, with a faint sword intent swirling around it. Peng Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with a tumult of emotions that ultimately morphed into rage and disbelief. No, how is this possible? I am in the Tianyuan realm. How can I not devour him? Why is his vitality so formidable and overbearing? Even my own energy must avoid his sharpness. As Yi Ping'an drew closer, Peng Hai's expression hardened, muttering to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique." Staggering to his feet, he formed a complex seal with his fingers, as if summoning something, his aura becoming increasingly dark and sinister. This very aura further repulsed Yi Ping'an. What kind of heretical practice was Peng Hai engaged in? Such a student should not exist in the academy. As he formed the seal, Peng Hai's expression twisted in agony, crimson veins emerging in his eyes. He lowered his head and spoke to an unseen entity. "Grant me strength, I need more power. Power sufficient to defeat this person before me." Suddenly, his eyes turned an even deeper shade of crimson, and a ghostly, sinister voice echoed in his mind. "Human cultivator, continue to draw upon my power. Your frail body cannot withstand it and will expose my true form. You are no match for this youth. However, once tonight has passed, I assure you, you will be able to vanquish him." Peng Hai's unusual condition was swiftly detected by the sword master in the loft, whose figure vanished in an instant. "This is bad. I must preserve my life. Once tonight is over, I will grant you immense power." The old man seemed to have sensed my presence. I must find a way to conceal myself. In an instant, the dark aura surrounding Peng Hai dissipated, returning him to his former state. While the malevolent black energy gradually faded away, the sword master appeared before Peng Hai in the next moment. Yi Ping'an observed the sudden appearance of the sword master, furrowing his brow, as it was rare to witness such a grave expression on the elder's face. With no other choice, Peng Hai exclaimed, "I concede. I pay my respects to my revered great-uncle." However, without a word, the sword master summoned Peng Hai through the air with his energy, speaking in a deep voice. "What were you just doing? What was that black aura?" Peng Hai's face contorted in pain, yet recalling the words of the entity in his mind, he boldly declared, "Cough. Great-uncle, what do you mean? I do not comprehend your words. My energy has always been of a black attribute." Faced with Peng Hai's feigned ignorance, the sword master narrowed his eyes, an intensely sharp aura silently enveloping the space, gradually coalescing into tangible sword energy that approached Peng Hai's throat. "Stubborn, are we? No matter. There are ways to extract the truth." The sword master scoffed. Witnessing this, Peng Hai's complexion turned pale as he struggled in agony. But as a mere novice in the Tianyuan realm, how could he possibly escape the grasp of the sword master? Moreover, this power was not even his own. "Great-uncle, what do you intend to do? I am on the brink of death." The sword master's eyes narrowed further, and an even more ferocious sword intent pierced toward Peng Hai. Just as the intent was about to annihilate him, a voice filled with evil rage emanated from within Peng Hai's body. "Old man, you are quite formidable." In a flash, tendrils of black malevolent energy surged from his body, attempting to flee the scene. Trying to escape? Onlookers, including Shun Ningxuang, contemplated pursuing but ultimately thought better of it. Surely this drunken old man can handle it? In an instant, the sword master vanished, transforming into a streak of light, and anguished screams echoed across the sky. "Ah, spare me, human cultivator." Yet, the sword master remained silent, decisively eradicating the threat. Returning to the arena, Yi Ping'an approached the elder with a furrowed brow. "Elder, what exactly was that black mist that emerged from Peng Hai?" At that moment, my Guochen sword felt an uncontrollable urge to pursue it, and I barely managed to restrain it. Chapter 87. The first of the Inner Academy. Elder, what transpired just now? What is the matter with Peng Hai? Yi Ping'an inquired. gazing at the now unconscious Peng Hai with concern. The sword master, upon hearing this, turned to Yi Pingyan and replied softly, "Cough. Well, this is something you are not yet ready to understand. In due time, when the moment is right, I shall reveal it to you. Elder, why the mystery? You should ask Xinning Shuang. She likely knows, though she may not divulge it to you. Haha." The sword master then instructed the other elders to temporarily confine Peng Hai until he regained consciousness for further deliberation. "Little one, impressive. Your strength is advancing remarkably. It seems you will have a significant advantage in the upcoming sparring a year from now," the elder praised, to which Yi Pingyan humbly responded. Upon hearing this, the sword master swiftly communicated a few matters with the elders before vanishing from sight, retreating to his loft for a well-deserved slumber. Meanwhile, the multitude of students present below were profoundly shaken by the bizarre events that had just unfolded. Good heavens! What on earth was the ominous black mist that emerged from Peng Hai? It sent chills down my spine and made me feel utterly uneasy. I share that sentiment. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Thankfully, with our esteemed ancestor present, it's no wonder Peng Hai's strength has suddenly surged to such formidable heights, achieving a leap into the celestial origin realm. Yet, the most extraordinary of all remains Yi Pingyan. Indeed, he is the most formidable, having dominated and defeated even the terrifying Peng Hai with unwavering authority throughout the battle. In my view, the title of the strongest in the academy surely belongs to him alone. Yi Pingyan remained indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. Soon after, the presiding elder cast a commanding gaze over the assembled students and declared, "Yi Pingyan has successfully challenged Peng Hai, securing the 9th position on the strength rankings." He then turned to Yi Pingyan with a warm expression, as if regarding a cherished grandson, and inquired, "Yi Pingyan, do you intend to continue your pursuit of challenges?" Naturally, Yi Pingyan pondered silently. If he were to challenge someone, it must be the strongest in the academy. As the granddaughter of the grand elder, Hong Xiu undoubtedly possessed considerable prowess. "Elder, I wish to challenge the top of the strength rankings, Hong Xiu." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to the enchanting Hong Xiu, who smiled alluringly from the sidelines. To their surprise, she chuckled melodiously and replied, "Junior Yi, you truly know how to choose your opponents. However, I must decline your challenge. The top position on the strength rankings is yours." "What? Did I mishear? Hong Xiu actually relinquished the top position to Yi Pingyan? Did this imply that she was intimidated?" Situ Qingtian's expression faltered. In his memory, Hong Xiu was not one to surrender before a fight. Yet, upon reflection, he understood, given the strength Yi Pingyan had just displayed. Who among the inner academy could possibly contend with him? Perhaps Hong Xiu could, but he remained uncertain if she had concealed her true capabilities. Thus, Yi Pingyan seamlessly ascended to become the strongest in the inner academy. After Peng Hai's commotion, everyone had gained a clearer understanding of the true strength of the top 10 on the rankings, with the weakest among them being at least at the half-step celestial origin realm. What could they use to challenge such power? Not everyone could be as monstrous as Yi Pingyan or Peng Hai. Alas, let us depart. The rankings for this strength competition should now be set. Who would have thought that Yi Pingyan, a mere newcomer, would emerge as the greatest victor? At that moment, Situ Qingtian turned to Yi Pingyan, his eyes rekindling with the spirit of battle. "Elder, Situ Qingtian wishes to challenge Yi Pingyan." A stir of excitement rippled through the crowd. Those who had previously missed the clash between the two were eager to witness it now. As this declaration echoed, the departing new students halted their steps and returned. Situ Qingtian soared onto the arena, brimming with fighting spirit, and with a slight smile, he addressed Yi Pingyan. "Our last encounter left me wanting more. Let us continue this time." Yi Pingyan smirked subtly and replied, 3 moves. Situ Qingtian was taken aback for a moment, then gradually realized the situation, his expression slowly stiffening as he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, Junior Yi, are you so confident? Do you mean to defeat me in 3 moves? You've become quite arrogant, haven't you?" Yi Pingyan remained silent, stamping his foot to grasp the Guochen sword box firmly in his hand. Pointing the sword at Situ Qingtian, a formidable and sharp aura erupting forth, unstoppable in its intensity. "Make your move." Situ Qingtian, seeing this, smiled. It was the first time since entering the inner courtyard that someone looked down upon him. He had always regarded others with disdain. Indeed, the tides of fortune had shifted. "I shall see just how much stronger you have become since breaking through to the Tianyuan realm." In an instant, he brandished a 7-foot-long spear and lunged forward at incredible speed, the spear tip imbued with the essence of initial mastery, aimed at Yi Pingyan's shoulder. Yi Pingyan smirked, retreating his steps, twisting his shoulder, and bending low to evade the fierce thrust. The sharp spear intent rushed past his ear, creating a massive hole in the buildings behind him. The onlookers exchanged glances. If he had been struck, he would surely have sustained several gaping wounds. First move. Yi Pingyan casually walked across the arena, effortlessly dodging the attack. Sidu Qingtian's face twitched slightly. Such speed and seasoned combat response were formidable. This fellow had indeed grown stronger. Without holding back, he unleashed his full power, accelerating further, wielding the gleaming silver spear, and releasing a barrage of spear intent that sealed off Yi Pingyan's retreat. Yi Pingyan's gaze sharpened. He was on the move. He raised the ancient and weighty Guochen sword box, slashing out several streams of sword energy that obliterated the terrifying spear intent. In that moment, he no longer restrained his sword intent. The essence of late-stage mastery surged forth, cutting through the void with an incredibly fierce momentum. Third move. Yi Pingyan murmured softly. Boom. Sidu Qingtian had yet to react, still immersed in the overwhelming sword intent that suddenly assailed him, when he was struck down onto the arena by the powerful and fierce energy. Coughing, he wiped the trickle of crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, staggering to his feet, gazing at his tattered azure robe, and finally turning to see the spirited youth in white standing on the arena, unable to suppress a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Sigh. Indeed, it was 3 moves. Have I truly regressed? Chapter 88. Choosing martial techniques. Yi Pingyan flew to his side, stating calmly, Senior Sidu, it is not that you have regressed, but rather that I am simply too strong. Keep striving. You've compelled me to draw my sword 3 times, which is a rarity in this academy. Without looking back, Yi Pingyan waved his hand and departed. Sidu Qingtian watched his retreating figure, his expression akin to a bitter melon, filled with unspoken grievances, and could only smile wryly in resignation. He is not wrong, aside from Peng Hai. It seems I am the only one capable of enduring 3 of his strikes. Comforting himself, he nodded and returned to the side of Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu, I realize now how wise your earlier choice to concede was. This fellow is no mere human. He is truly a monster. With a playful smile, Hong Xiu remarked, you should consider yourself fortunate that he is currently a member of Kanglin Academy and not affiliated with another institution. Otherwise, one can only imagine the complications that would arise in the inter-academy competition when faced with such an individual. Indeed, sighed Situ Qingtian, rubbing his brow. Yet, the thought of the competition among the 36 academies is quite daunting. Beside them, Lin Xiu, with a blade of dogtail grass between his teeth and a jug of fine wine in hand, approached leisurely and said, Oh, you two are such melancholic souls. The competition is not even upon us yet, and you're already burdening yourselves with worry. Our academy is no longer what it used to be, with Junior Yi here. What is there to fear? Rest assured, this year, we shall not be the bottom dwellers. Hearing this, Situ Qingtian chuckled, his spirits lifting. True enough, if the sky falls, there is still someone tall enough to hold it up. With Yi Pingyan leading the charge, we shall prevail. Hong Xiu shook her head in resignation, wondering how Situ Qingtian had become so frivolous, evidently influenced by Yi Pingyan. Yi Pingyan descended from the dual platform and approached Shun Ningxuan with a grin, saying, The task is complete, my dear. Do you know what that black mist that emerged from Peng Hai truly is? Shun Ningxuan remained silent, contemplating that the drunken old man had evidently not divulged the origin of the black mist. Your current strength is insufficient to grasp such matters. When the time is right, you shall be informed. Perhaps, by then, you will understand without needing to be told. Yi Pingyan frowned and retorted, My dear, how is it that you've begun to tease like the elders? He then shifted his gaze to the departing Bai Jiao sisters and softly inquired, Senior Bai, might you have any knowledge of what that black mist is? Bai Jiao glanced at Shun Ningxuan, her eyelids lifting slightly, before gently shaking her head. I do not know. My sister and I extend our early congratulations on your securing the top position in the inner academy rankings. We shall take our leave now. Tonight, at the Alchemy Peak, we shall prepare wine and dishes. Until then, let us not part in vain. Yi Pingyan nodded, watching as they departed. It seemed Bai Jiao was privy to some information, yet chose to withhold it out of consideration for Shun Ningxuan. He resolved to learn more at Alchemy Peak that evening. As he pondered, the elder's voice resonated throughout the dual platform. Dear students, the ranking battles have concluded. Do not lose heart if you did not achieve your desired rank. Those who succeeded should not become overly proud. Victory should not lead to arrogance, nor should defeat lead to despair. Maintain your original intent and diligently cultivate your skills to attain the path of greatness. The elder's teachings echoed in every student's ears. Yes, elder. The second elder observed the flourishing students with a sense of satisfaction before solemnly announcing, according to the challenge rewards, those who ranked in the top 10 will receive a choice between an advanced Xian-level technique or martial skill. However, it is regrettable that only 2 individuals succeeded in this endeavor. Due to Peng Hai's current state of unconsciousness, we shall discuss his matter later. Yi Pingyan. As the elder's voice rang out, All eyes turned to the figure clad in white ascending to the highest tier of the pavilion, handsome and elegant, radiating an aura of grace. To successfully challenge the top 10, the top 3, and to conquer them all, one can earn the profound technique and martial skill. The technique is named the Great Luo Xiantian Art, which, upon cultivation, enhances the practitioner's ability to absorb essence at a rate threefold faster than their original pace. The martial skill is a sword technique. At the mention of this, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. An increase of 1/3 in the absorption rate of essence? This technique is extraordinarily formidable. Though one might perceive this 1/3 as negligible, cultivation is not an instantaneous endeavor. Rather, it is a gradual accumulation. With daily progress exceeding the norm by 1/3, over the years, the resultant figure becomes staggering. This would significantly aid a cultivator's advancement. If I were Yi Pingyan, I would undoubtedly choose this technique, for the value of a technique surpasses that of a martial skill. The onlookers, including Situ Qingtian, nodded in agreement, remarking that it is now up to Yi Pingyan to make his choice. Naturally, if it were me, I too would opt for the technique. Lin Xiao nonchalantly stated after taking a sip of wine. However, no envy marred his countenance. As a perennial presence among the top 5, he naturally possessed techniques of such caliber. Indeed, techniques are generally far superior to martial skills of the same rank and command a higher price at market auctions. Standing before the pavilion, Yi Pingyan gazed at the 2 scrolls radiating a golden light in the elder's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "I choose the martial skill." A wave of confusion swept through the crowd, with many pounding their chests and exclaiming in disbelief, how could Yi Pingyan choose a martial skill? It is common knowledge that techniques of the same rank are superior to martial skills. Does he not understand this? Hong Xiao, witnessing the commotion, displayed a look of bewilderment before chuckling. Our junior brother Yi truly possesses a unique way of thinking, opting for something unconventional. Situ Qingtian shook his head, questioning, has Yi Pingyan lost his mind? Even if he has no use for the technique himself, its value in the market far exceeds that of any martial skill. He was aware of Yi Pingyan's penchant for wealth, and both he and Lin Xiao had already caught wind of the little schemes between the two. Yet they chose to remain silent. The only one unfazed amidst the turmoil was Shun Ningxuang, who calmly swayed on a swing beneath the ancient banyan tree in the corner. She was not surprised by Yi Pingyan's choice of martial skill. A subtle smile graced her lips beneath her veil as she recalled the terrifying commotion he created while absorbing essence during his cultivation. Given his already alarming absorption speed, ordinary techniques would be of little use to him. The elders atop the pavilion were equally astonished. Out of goodwill, one elder coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, Yi Pingyan, are you certain you wish to choose the martial skill? In terms of value and utility, this martial skill pales in comparison to the Xiantian technique." At this moment, the sword master also exhibited mild surprise, but upon considering that this young man was not one to overlook advantages, he reasoned that there must be a rationale behind his decision. Slowly, he manifested before Yi Pingyan and stated, "Let him choose for himself." Yi Qian smiled and performed a slight bow to the sword master, saying, "I appreciate the elder's kind reminder, yet I still choose the martial skill." "Very well," the sword master replied. Yi Pingyan carefully stored the advanced Xian-level martial arts scroll into his spatial ring, and the elder then revealed another scroll, emanating a faint grayish glow. This was Chapter 89, the envoy from the 3 institutes. Yi Pingyan gazed at the gray-glowing scroll levitating in the elder's hand. Though it appeared less extravagant than the previous advanced Xian-level martial arts, he could sense a powerful wave of sword intent emanating from it. A remarkable treasure. He even felt a trace of familiarity from it. The elder's cautious handling while retrieving it from the spatial ring suggested that this earth-level martial art was indeed something extraordinary. Yi Pingyan, this martial art was created by my esteemed master, the Lone Nine Swords, classified as an earth-level primary skill. When cultivated to perfection, it can rival the earth-level intermediate skills, wielding unparalleled might. Rival the earth-level intermediate? Yi Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. The distinction between primary and intermediate levels was significant, especially at the earth level, where each incremental advancement represented a monumental leap for practitioners. He solemnly accepted the martial art into his spatial ring and respectfully bowed to the sword master, saying, "Thank you, elder." He understood that this martial art was likely prepared specifically for him. The sword master helped Yi Pingyan to his feet, chuckling lightly, "Spare me your formalities. You know I detest such pretentiousness." After taking a sip of his drink, the sword master continued, "This sword technique was conceived during my peak, when I was unmatched throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. Now, passing it to you constitutes the continuation of my legacy." Yi Pingyan smiled slightly upon hearing this. He was aware that the sword master was not one for elaborate speech, yet he always imparted the finest teachings to him. He felt incredibly fortunate to have such a mentor and friend by his side and cherished this bond deeply. The sword master, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, waved his hand at Yi Pingyan, saying, "All right, enough of this. You've received your reward, now be off with you." Yi Pingyan chuckled softly, gave a slight bow, and took his leave, soon departing the expansive arena alongside Shinning Shuang. The sword master and the esteemed elders watched his retreating figure. A referee approached and, with respect, asked the sword master, "Master, how shall we deal with the unconscious Peng Hai?" Although they were curious about the mysterious object that had emerged from Peng Hai, they refrained from questioning the sword master, who showed no intention of elaborating. The sword master glanced at the unconscious Peng Hai and replied coolly, "Confine him for now. We shall speak once he regains consciousness." Understood. Then, the second elder, clad in a black robe, approached with a grave expression, saying, "Master, the envoys from Beiming Academy and Huangshe Academy have arrived and are waiting in the assembly hall. What are your instructions?" Upon hearing this, the sword master furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples, stating blandly, "Where has that red-haired old fool gone? Truly." Cough, cough, cough. The many elders exchanged glances, fully aware of whom the sword master referred to as the red-haired old fool, the grand elder of the academy. The second elder, feeling the weight of the situation, cautiously replied, "Master, the grand elder is currently away and has yet to return. He mentioned that any decisions or matters following his departure must be consulted with you." With a heavy sigh, the sword sovereign lamented, "Truly, these two old fellows are living more freely than I am. Both of them act as if they are merely figureheads, leaving me to clean up this mess." His anger was palpable as he puffed his cheeks and glared. Fortunately, the academy had the likes of Yi Pingyan and the enigmatic Shinning Shuang. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with this disarray. "Master, please calm down," the elders urged in unison. The sword sovereign waved his hand dismissively, took a deep breath, and spoke solemnly, "Visitors are to be treated with respect. We must not tarnish the academy's reputation. You should attend to them. These two juniors are not yet deserving of my presence." The elders, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully and withdrew. Understood. In the inner courtyard, within the council hall, two youthful figures sat in the guest seats, eyes closed in meditation. Both radiated a formidable aura of vitality, so potent that it could be felt even without deliberate display. They appeared to be in their 40s, yet their true strength was unfathomable. A hearty laugh echoed from outside the hall. It was Elder Wu Dao, followed by the other elders. "Esteemed guests, your arrival is a privilege we do not take lightly," Wu Dao greeted, his small eyes nearly squinting with joy. Both individuals were at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, both in their 40s, which caused a stir of concern within Wu Dao. "Quickly bring tea," he commanded. "Yes." The disciples responded respectfully. The two figures finally opened their eyes and regarded Wu Dao and the others. "No need for that. You must be Elder Wu." The one in the black robe on the left stated, having conducted prior research to ascertain that Wu Dao held the highest position at Tianmen Academy. "I am here representing Beiming Academy." Wu Dao waved his hand, moving forward to sit down slowly, smiling as he said, "Then the individual on the right must be the envoy from Huangshe Academy, correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "May I inquire the names of both esteemed gentlemen?" Wu Dao asked nonchalantly from his elevated position. Qin Yuan, the representative from Beiming Academy, replied with a slight bow. Liang Gongshi, the envoy from Huangshe Academy, added. He lifted his gaze to Wu Dao, a flicker of surprise crossing his sharp eyes, for Wu Dao's position was to the right of the seat of honor. Could it be that their academy's grand elder and dean had returned? After sipping his tea, Liang Gongshi paused, and then spoke in a grave tone, "Elder Wu, I believe you are well aware of the purpose of our visit, so I need not elaborate further. We are here primarily to discuss the specifics of the merger and the subsequent handover, as the workload is quite substantial." "Liang envoy, you may be speaking a bit prematurely," Wu Dao interjected, cutting him off before he could continue. "Merging our academies is not a simple matter. We have yet to compete in the Tri-Academy tournament. To speak in such a manner may imply a lack of regard for Tianmen Academy." As he spoke, a cold tone permeated his words, accompanied by an almost imperceptible yet overwhelming pressure. The oppressive force suddenly bore down upon Liang Gongshi, causing his complexion to change dramatically as he hastily activated his vital energy to resist this pressure. The envoy from Beiming Academy, seated nearby, became restless. Abandoning his earlier haughty demeanor, a muffled grunt escaped, and blood trickled from the corner of Liang Gongshi's mouth. Only then did Elder Wu retract his pressure, snorting disdainfully as he remarked, "Ah, esteemed guests, it is prudent not to jump to conclusions about events that have yet to unfold. You have journeyed from afar as guests, Yet some have overstepped their bounds. Do not blame Kanglin Academy for lacking courtesy. Coughing, Liang Gongshi wiped the blood away, casting a wary glance at Elder Wu above him before quickly saying, Elder Wu, it was indeed a lapse in judgment on my part. However, the purpose of our visit is to inform your esteemed academy that the grand tournament among the 3 academies is imminent at the end of this month. Should your academy be defeated, it is imperative to adhere to the established protocols. Elder Wu replied sternly, Kanglin Academy will certainly abide by the rules, but I harbor no doubt that we shall emerge victorious. Therefore, there is no need for you to discuss any arrangements for a transfer of duties. Upon hearing this, the 2 envoys exchanged glances, taken aback. They had heard that Kanglin Academy was in decline, its talent diminished, yet they were surprised to find resilient spirits within its walls. For a moment, they forgot their mission's directives. After a brief pause, Chen Yuan bowed respectfully, stating, Elder Wu, it is well known that Kanglin Academy was once the most illustrious institution in Tianfeng Kingdom a century ago, even surpassing the Royal Tianfeng Academy. What has led to its current state of decline? Seeing the firmness in their opponent's stance, the 2 envoys sought to regain some dignity by addressing Kanglin Academy's shortcomings. However, Elder Wu dismissed their remarks with a laugh. Kanglin Academy certainly enjoyed glory a century ago, but what of your academy? It has languished since its inception, barely achieving a middling rank. At this, the envoy's expression stiffened. Wasn't it merely due to the emergence of the legendary Dugu Jian from your academy? Without him, your institution would have steadily declined. Alas, it is a tragedy that talent is often cursed by fate. The so-called foremost sword cultivator of Tianfeng Kingdom, Dugu Jian, soon suffered grievous injuries and has since vanished from our realm. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, laughing heartily. Elder Wu observed their antics with a cold gaze, recognizing their intent to probe into the whereabouts of their esteemed ancestor. There is no need for your concern. The whereabouts of my esteemed ancestor are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. If there are no further matters at hand, I must take my leave, as there are numerous issues that require my attention at the academy. Attendants, see to the proper reception of our guests and do not be negligent. With that, Elder Wu departed without casting a single glance at their faces. Yes, you, Liang Gongshi, witnessing Elder Wu's demeanor, felt a surge of anger, contemplating a confrontation. However, Chen Yuan was directly obstructed by the elder beside him, who shook his head. He took a deep breath, calming himself. Yet his gaze was filled with resentment as he watched the departing figure of Elder Wu. This old man dared to publicly exert pressure and humiliate him. Did he not realize that the status of the Academy's envoy was equivalent to that of the principal? I wonder if the members of Kanglin Academy will still be so arrogant by the end of the year during the great competition of the 3 academies. The 2 elders remaining for the reception were merely external elders, their cultivation at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. They exchanged knowing smiles and approached Chen Yuan and his companion, saying, Esteemed envoys, it is a rare occasion for you to visit our academy, and we must extend our hospitality. A banquet has been prepared for you. Please. Liang Gongshi glanced at the 2 smiling figures, his anger intensifying. He had no desire to dine. What a fine institution Kanglin Academy was, only sending 2 external elders of the initial Yuan Dan realm to receive them. Forget it. You may eat without us. With that, they turned to leave, and the 2 external elders chuckled softly behind them, remarking, They are anxious. Come, let us follow them. Who instructed us to undertake such a tedious task? The 2 then trailed behind, while Chen Yuan and his companion naturally noticed their presence, their expressions darkening further. I must say, there is no need for you to follow us so closely, Chen Yuan stated. The external elder smiled and replied, Oh, Envoy Chen, what are you saying? We are merely concerned that you are unfamiliar with our academy. We wouldn't want you to lose your way. Indeed, indeed. The other external elder chimed in with a grin. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, choosing not to say more. After all, this was their territory. Though they pretended to be guides, their true intent was to monitor every move of the 2 envoys. Moments later, as Liang Gongshi passed by the academy's martial arts platform, he suddenly said, I have heard that your academy's strong ranking competition is about to commence. Is that not so? One of the external elders chuckled in response. Oh dear. Envoy Liang, the strong ranking competition just concluded not long ago. Your timing is rather unfortunate. No matter, Liang Gongshi replied with a smile, as he summoned his energy and flew into the air above the martial arts platform. His voice, infused with energy, resonated loudly. Listen well. I am Liang Gongshi from Huangshi Academy. Any student of your academy who can withstand 3 rounds against me will be rewarded with a vial of spirit essence. Who dares to challenge? Liang Gongshi paid no heed to the rising tension, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the incoming internal academy students, filled with disdain. The two external elders' expressions changed abruptly, and they were immediately enraged, declaring in a deep voice, boldly insolent, Liang Gongshi. This is Kanglan Academy. How dare you? A mere Yuan Dan realm cultivator, challenge our academy? This is nothing but bullying. As they prepared to ascend and drive him down, a voice echoed in their minds, causing them to halt and restrain the other external elder, whispering their thoughts. Old Lin. The elder master has declared that he permits such actions and has instructed us to ensure the safety of the students. Does this elder master truly believe that anyone can withstand 3 rounds under the hands of Liang Gongshi? He is a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm. Do not forget, our academy has produced a remarkable talent this year. Are you referring to Yi Ping'an? Indeed, this little prodigy might just endure 3 rounds against a Yuan Dan realm practitioner. Moreover, since the elder master has expressly instructed us not to intervene, he must possess a means to resolve this matter. Therefore, we need not worry and should focus on our own responsibilities. Meanwhile, another envoy, Chen Yuan, noticed that the 2 elders from the outer academy did not intervene and leaped onto the competition stage. I am from Beiming Academy. With the same conditions as the previous challenger, if I can withstand 3 rounds, I shall be rewarded with a Tian Yuan Dan. Now, does anyone from your academy dare to step forward and try? The 2 elders exchanged glances filled with a hint of disdain as they stood on the stage, closing their eyes to rest. The crowd below began to murmur among themselves. How arrogant. This is Kanglan Academy. I shall give it a try. Enduring 3 rounds should pose no challenge. A young man clad in a yellow robe leaped onto the stage, a flash of yellow light revealing a tang knife in his grip. It's Li Kai. In this ranking battle, he has challenged those within the top 20, boasting formidable strength at the late stage of the D Yuan realm. Show them what you're made of, Li Kai. The gathered students encouraged him enthusiastically. Oh, the first fool has made his appearance. Does he not understand the adage about the bird that sticks its head out? The 2 elders remarked disdainfully. Brother Liang, shall you take the lead, or shall I? Allow me, Chen Yuan replied with a light smile, his gaze towards Li Kai brimming with mockery. Young one, your courage is commendable, yet seeking the limelight comes at a cost. Chen Yuan produced a Tian Yuan Dan from his storage ring, instantly filling the air with a faint aroma of the elixir. Of course, this Tian Yuan Dan was of much lower quality than the one bestowed upon Yi Qian by the Grand Elder and could not be compared. The reward of the Tian Yuan Dan lies before you. Come and claim it if you possess the ability. Let me see how capable the students of Kanglan Academy truly are. With his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze tousled his hair, exuding the demeanor of a master. Make your move. Li Kai's expression darkened as his vital energy surged violently, a fierce yellow aura enveloping him. Brandishing his tang knife, he executed a swift lunge towards the seemingly unyielding Chen Yuan. With a whoosh, the tang knife sliced through the air, its blade infused with the essence of beginner-level sword intent, rendering it sharp and formidable. However, upon witnessing this, Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. Is that all? He then precisely pinched the incoming blade between his fingers and delivered a powerful kick. With a thud, Li Kai's face paled as an intense pain surged through his abdomen, propelling his body off the competition stage. A crimson spray of blood erupted forth, and Li Kai's face was awash with shock as he murmured to himself, cough. How is it possible that he could parry my strike with merely 2 fingers? In the next moment, 2 elders from the outer academy appeared before him, stating calmly, he is a practitioner at the Yuan Dan level. You need not underestimate yourself. Your courage in being the first to step forward surpasses that of many others. With the elders' words of comfort and encouragement, Li Kai felt a sense of relief and respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you, elder. Please take this healing elixir. Yes. On the stage, Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to mock, a smirk gracing his lips as he laughed heartily. Esteemed elders, my apologies. I exerted myself a bit too much and couldn't retract my strength in time. I trust you won't hold it against us. The 2 outer academy elders chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, no harm done. Since you are willing to train with them, our academy is grateful rather than resentful. A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of Chen Yuan and his companion. These 2 old fools dared to treat them as free sparring partners? They would not hold back their strikes. As long as they did not kill, it should pose no issue. Yet, was there anyone brave enough to challenge them for the bountiful rewards? Chen Yuan cast a disdainful glance at the crowd below, where many students gritted their teeth, feeling helpless. They knew that facing them could be far worse than Li Kai's ordeal. After all, he was arguably the strongest among them. Even those ranked in the top 20 had been easily dispatched. They were not foolish enough to seek their own demise. Could they simply allow these 2 to remain so arrogant? However, patience was key, Strong contenders from the top 10 were already on their way, and soon they would compel the two to surrender their treasures. Moreover, they had Yi Ping'an on their side. Surely this prodigy could withstand a Yuan Dan-level practitioner for 3 rounds, right? As the discussions ensued, a commanding voice rang out from beyond the crowd. Who dares to act presumptuously within Kanglan Academy? Allow me to see who possesses such audacity. The voice belonged to Baizhiro, ranked 4th on the strength list. A girl clad in a pink dress, her twin ponytails bouncing as she brandished a massive longsword, stepped onto the arena, pointing her blade at the envoy Chen. You must be Chen, the envoy? Let me see what prowess your Yuan Dan-level practitioners from Beiming Academy possess to make such claims. Chen Yuan frowned as he scrutinized the girl before him. What a headstrong student. She was a half-step into the Tian Yuan realm. No wonder she had the audacity. Come, let me see if you can last a round. The old fool certainly had a penchant for excessive chatter. Baizhiro was not one to indulge Chen's provocations. She had no fear of offending an envoy, and with the sword master backing her, few in Tianfeng country would dare to cross her. Least of all these 2 insignificant envoys. Prepare yourself. Baizhiro lunged forward, a fierce blade aura emanating from her sword, already hinting at the mastery of a minor accomplishment. The crimson blade of light sliced through the sky, instantly cleaving towards Chen Yuan, unleashing an exceptional wave of scorching heat that even warped the surrounding air. The numerous students below, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed with excitement, "Behold, Baizhiro's deadly move. A low-tier earth-grade martial technique. The blazing flame slash." Meanwhile, upon returning to Yi Shuangfeng, Yi Ping'an intended to commence his training in the earth-grade martial technique, the Duga 9 swords, when suddenly, the sword master materialized in his chamber. "Elder, could you perhaps provide a heads-up before your sudden appearances?" Yi Ping'an said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. The sword master chuckled lightly and replied, "You rascal, come with me." Where to? Chapter 92, The Return of the Earth Great. He had little time to spare, for time was of the essence. The 3-year agreement loomed, and only 2 years remained, with the path to the creation realm still distant. As he progressed, the riffraff of the Tianmen Sword Sect were also advancing. It was then that the sword master elucidated the arrival of 2 envoys. "How about it, you little rascal? I'm doing you a favor here. Tianyuan pills and spirit-warming liquid. These are valuable items for you. You can set aside the Tianyuan pills for now, considering your already formidable energy reserves, but the spirit-warming liquid will be immensely beneficial to you at this juncture." As they conversed, Shinning Shuang emerged from the tea room. Having overheard the swordmaster's words, she calmly remarked, "That drunken old fool is not mistaken. The spirit-warming liquid will indeed be of great assistance to you now." Yi Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the swordmaster, offering a wry smile. "Elder, do you truly believe I can endure 3 rounds against a Yuan Dan expert?" After taking a sip of wine, the swordmaster smacked his lips and replied, "If it were those brats like Situ Qingtian, I wouldn't believe it. However, you are different. You are my recognized disciple. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust?" Thus, Yi Ping'an was unceremoniously whisked away by the swordmaster. "By the way, Elder, are the envoys from the other 2 academies here merely to make things difficult for us? After all, Kanglan Academy has the sword master overseeing it. How dare they cause trouble within our academy?" Without turning back, the sword master responded, "I will explain the details later. Our immediate priority is to deal with these 2 little rascals. How dare they stir up trouble on my turf? Do they truly believe there are no capable juniors in my academy?" However, before he could finish, Shinning Shuang calmly interjected from behind, "Indeed, there are no capable juniors. If it were not for this fellow appearing at your academy, to be honest, your academy ranks among the lowest in the 36 counties of Tianfeng." Cough, cough, cough. The sword master scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and chuckled. "You really leave me no face, do you?" "Just speaking the truth," Shinning Shuang replied coolly. Yi Ping'an quickly interjected, "Ahem, that's enough, lass." With that, Shinning Shuang fell silent, and in the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the grand competition arena. As the 3 made their appearance, a glimmer of hope ignited among the crowd, their gazes converging on Yi Ping'an. It is Yi Ping'an, upon his arrival. I knew he would undoubtedly come to reprimand these 2 fellows. However, even with Yi Ping'an, I find it hard to believe he could endure 3 rounds under the prowess of a Yuan Dan realm expert. Look at Wang Teng and the others, even Baizhiro, ranked 4th on the strength leaderboard, couldn't last 3 rounds. Yi Ping'an followed the gazes of those discussing him, and the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict, his expression turning gravely serious, a chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. Baizhiro's delicate face was pale, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with an unwillingness to accept her fate. At this moment, she appeared incredibly frail. with an elder from the outer academy attending to her wounds from behind. Yi Pingyan swiftly approached her side, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" Baijiro slowly opened her enchanting eyes, managing a faint smile as she replied, "You finally decided to come over, huh?" Cough, cough. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury, though it's a pity I could only endure 2 rounds against that old geezer. That was my limit." Hearing that she was fine, Yi Pingyan smiled and said, "That is good to hear. You did exceptionally well, considering that individual is a Yuan Dan realm expert." Baijiro gritted her teeth, declaring, "I know, that old man merely relies on his age. Just wait until I have some time. I'll smash him to pieces." Yi Pingyan chuckled at her words before turning his gaze back to the arena, where a torrent of immense Yuan energy surged forth. "Do you think Situ Qingtian can last 3 rounds against that old man?" Baijiro asked in a low voice. "Unlikely." On the arena, Situ Qingtian, wielding a gleaming silver spear, stood poised, a serious expression on his face, with fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The grip of his hand was cracking, indicating the overwhelming force he had withstood. "What is your name?" "Not bad. You managed to last 2 rounds against me," Qin Yuan remarked with a smile that seemed to praise but was laced with disdain. Given the cheers for this lad in front of everyone, he must not be an ordinary character in the academy. He appears to be even stronger than that brazen girl from earlier. Situ Qingtian snorted coldly and replied, "I am Situ Qingtian." Qin Yuan scoffed, "Oh, and what is your ranking on the academy's strength leaderboard?" "Someone like you is unworthy to know," Situ Qingtian said icily. Then, gripping his spear, he unleashed a powerful wave of Yuan energy, with strands of small spear intent emanating outward. The spear intent gradually coalesced into a massive spear looming behind him, brimming with energy, akin to thunder crashing overhead. Initial stage of small success in spear intent. Quite interesting. And another Earth-grade martial skill. "It seems your background is not simple," Qin Yuan said, a cruel smile forming on his lips. "The more formidable the students of Kanglin Academy, the greater the threat they posed in the Tri-Academy competition. Only by severely undermining the confidence and resolve of these fresh recruits could they ensure that by the end of the month's Tri-Academy competition, Kanglin Academy would be rendered vulnerable. What awaited them was merely a fate of being obediently devoured." He observed the ever-gathering strength of Situ Qingtian. His eyes filled with a dismissive smile. He reveled in watching these students struggle in their final throes. They shall never comprehend the true might of the Yuan Dan realm. For the chasm that separates it from the half-step Tian Yuan realm is akin to an insurmountable gulf. Indeed, one could assert that even 100 practitioners at the half-step Tian Yuan realm would stand no chance against a newly ascended cultivator of the Yuan Dan realm. Situ Qingtian remained silent, responding to Qin Yuan with a decisive strike. An explosive surge of vital energy erupted forth, with the tip of his spear radiating an awe-inspiring intent that instilled trepidation in all who beheld it. The Tai Lan Petian spear. A resonating hum filled the air as a colossal silver spear, shimmering with black and gold brilliance, materialized behind Situ Qingtian, exuding a terrifying pressure that left the onlookers exchanging anxious glances as the surrounding elemental energies stirred violently. What extraordinary strength! Could Situ Qingtian endure the final round against this opponent? Even Qin Yuan, who had previously exhibited a languid demeanor, now displayed a visage of surprise. This Earth-tier martial technique possesses remarkable allure, capable of invoking a disturbance in the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Go forth, Tai Lan Petian spear. With a thunderous roar, the immense spear, reminiscent of a pillar of the heavens, cleaved through the void, crashing toward Qin Yuan. The spectators tensed, their breaths quickening, for the outcome hinged upon this very moment. Ye Pingyan narrowed his eyes at the sight. Situ Qingtian's strike was undeniably formidable, far surpassing any technique he had previously unleashed. Subtly reaching the threshold of a full-force strike from the early stages of the Tian Yuan realm. Yet, against a Yuan Dan realm practitioner, this maneuver seemed precarious. Upon the martial platform, Qin Yuan faced Situ Qingtian's full-force spear without a trace of panic, his voice calm and unwavering. "Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a true master of the Yuan Dan realm." With a resounding roar, Qin Yuan unleashed an overwhelming surge of vital energy, engulfing the battlefield in a torrent of force that summoned fierce winds. He took a decisive step forward, coalescing a wave of vital energy into a cutting strike, hurtling it towards Situ Qingtian's formidable spear. As the two forces collided, a colossal shockwave of vital energy erupted, sending the weakened Situ Qingtian plummeting from the platform. Having expended all his strength in executing the Tai Lan Petian spear, he found himself utterly defenseless against Qin Yuan's formidable blow. Another elder from the outer court swiftly swooped in to catch him, and Situ Qingtian appeared pallid, his breath shallow, garments torn. Fortunately, his injuries were merely superficial, sparing his meridians and core essence from harm. The elder's expression darkened, his countenance marred by discontent at witnessing such audacity from an outsider within the confines of their esteemed academy, nearly compelling him to intervene, yet he regained his composure, recalling the prior instructions of his master. Observing the elder's discomfiture, Chen Yuan concealed his amusement behind a veneer of politeness. My apologies. I tend to strike without discretion. I truly regret any distress caused. However, your student possesses considerable talent, nearly enduring 3 rounds against me. Indeed, the Songlan Academy is renowned for nurturing exceptional individuals. His words, though seemingly complimentary, dripped with a palpable irony. Upon witnessing the scene, Liang Gongshi chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, it is a pity. It seems I cannot take my spirit elixir today. Such a shame. Who says it cannot be taken?" A confident and serene voice interjected. Who? Chen Yuan's smile instantly froze. Was there truly someone so reckless? He was well aware that Situ Qingtian was among the strongest individuals within the academy. Could there be another master? The crowd below turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. It was Yi Pingyan. Was he about to intervene? If it were indeed Yi Pingyan, he might just withstand the old man for 3 rounds. Certainly, Situ Qingtian could last 2 rounds against someone at the half-step celestial origin realm, and Yi Pingyan should be able to do the same, right? It is difficult to say. I have heard that those at the Origin Dan realm can form Origin Dawn within them, with a vitality and power far surpassing those of celestial origin realm cultivators. Moreover, it appeared that the old man had not even exerted his full strength previously. In the face of the crowd's discussions, Yi Pingyan maintained a calm demeanor as he leaped onto the arena. Be cautious, that old man is formidable, came Situ Qingtian's weak voice from behind. Hearing this, Yi Pingyan smirked slightly, not bothering to turn around as he replied, "Do not worry, I am also a member of this academy. Even if he is strong, I will make him pay a price. He shall learn the consequences of bullying our academy." His voice, though calm, was laced with a hint of murderous intent. What an arrogant young man. You must be the top of the strength rankings now, are you not? Chen Yuan scrutinized the youth before him, clad in white garments. With a stylish appearance concealed beneath a fringe of dragon whiskers, he possessed a striking visage that even inspired envy. Yet, his eyes bore a depth and maturity incongruent with his youth. The celestial origin realm, exclaimed Liang Gongshi in astonishment. This youth appeared to have just turned 19, and yet had already broken through to the celestial origin realm, placing him among the elite of Huangshe Academy. It seemed that Kanglan Academy had truly declined, with their top talent only at the initial stage of the celestial origin realm, while the rest barely reached the half-step. No wonder he spoke so arrogantly. However, do you think that with your initial stage of the celestial origin realm you can withstand 3 rounds against me? Allow me to be frank. I only exerted 70% of my strength against those who fought earlier. Your strength is lacking, yet your words are plentiful. Yi Pingyan scoffed disdainfully. At the age of 4 or 5 decades, you have only reached the Origin Dan realm. Have you been living like a dog all these years? You, arrogant. With that, Yi Pingyan ceased his banter, gripping the Gui Chun sword box in his hands. A powerful surge of vitality erupted forth, radiating a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire arena. In an instant, he charged forward with a swift step, unleashing a sword strike imbued with the soaring and fierce intent of the red dust sword towards Chen Yuan. Merely a trivial skill, Chen Yuan scoffed, gathering a beam of vitality in his hand to counter. Boom. The clash of their attacks generated a colossal wave of energy, sending the spectators below tumbling to the ground. Yi Pingyan's figure was also pushed back several meters by the tremendous shockwave, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath him. Is this the essence of the Origin Dan realm? The vitality of this fruit is indeed overwhelming. In the past, Yi Pingyan's battles were characterized by restraint against his peers. He could effortlessly crush them even while suppressing himself to a lower realm. Yet, this marked his inaugural encounter with a formidable Yuan Dan realm expert, igniting a fervent battle spirit within him as he gazed at Chen Yuan with intense determination. After that previous strike, Chen Yuan no longer underestimated his opponent. His expression grew serious as he regarded Yi Pingyan. He was acutely aware that even without exerting his full strength, the difference was negligible. How could this youth withstand such an assault? Moreover, it seemed he bore little pressure. This young man was undoubtedly a prodigy capable of battling above his rank. Remarkably, that brilliant golden sword intent had even managed to breach his vital energy-s defenses. It must be noted that the disparity between the Yuan Dan realm and the Tian Yuan realm is a qualitative transformation. Chen Yuan, you must not hold back any longer. If this young man succeeds in challenging you, it would be a disgrace to Beiming Academy. Liang Gongshi observed the extraordinary nature of Yi Pingyan and spoke solemnly. Enough with the chatter, I am aware. I will make it clear to him what the true Yuan Dan realm entails. With a thunderous roar, Chen Yuan declared, "Young man, I was careless before. With my second strike, you shall surely be sent tumbling from the stage." As his words fell, Chen Yuan's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yi Pingyan in an instant, delivering a precise hand strike aimed at his chest. "Come on." Yi Pingyan advanced rather than retreating. As his blood surged with fervor, threads of piercing red sword intent coalesced within his sword box, and with a resounding roar, he unleashed a devastating strike. Chapter 94. The sword unleashes its might. The boundless and fierce red sword intent collided with Chen Yuan's energetic slash, erupting into a massive wave of energy that shattered the entire arena into fragments. With a thunderous crash, Yi Pingyan felt an overwhelming and superior force relentlessly dismantling his own energy. Were it not for his sword intent having reached the latter stage of minor mastery, he would have likely been defeated in an instant. Yet, he was unable to fend off this strike. It represented a qualitative leap that could not be compensated for by mere energy or minor sword intent. Yi Pingyan's figure was violently thrust back several meters by the ferocious energy slash, and before he could regain his footing, he was met with Chen Yuan's arrogant grin emerging from the shadows, brandishing a 3-foot azure peak, infused with fierce sword intent, as he slashed downwards. With a clang, Yi Pingyan remained undeterred. He swiftly raised his sword box to block the strike, resulting in a collision that unleashed an astonishingly sharp sword intent, shredding both their garments. The overwhelming pressure of the furious sword intent, compounded by the disparity in energy quality, forced him back to the edge of the arena. The second round, Yi Pingyan held firm. He was merely one round away. "You can do it," cheered the gathered students below the arena. Yi Pingyan glanced at the hopeful eyes of the crowd, then turned to the smug Chen Yuan, resolutely making a decision in his heart. One must not disappoint the expectations of these individuals. Moreover, that old fellow is indeed quite detestable. Chen Yuan gazed at Yi Pingyan, who bore an unyielding expression, not even a scratch marring his skin, and he felt a sudden shock within. The young man's innate combat prowess was indeed somewhat astonishing. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the celestial origin realm, he was far more formidable than those at the mid-stage of the same realm in the North Ming Academy. Just moments ago, his strike could have left even the most seasoned practitioners in his academy unscathed. Yi Pingyan pointed his sword at Chen Yuan and spoke coolly, "Old man, did you enjoy your little assault? Now it is my turn." As his words fell, his aura erupted with tremendous force. In an instant, he dashed forward, releasing an endless, piercing sword intent that shot skyward. Leaning forward, he murmured, "Red dust wine sword technique, sword 1, open mountain." Boom. Instantly, a weighty and ancient sword intent enveloped the arena, exerting such pressure that many onlookers found it difficult to lift their heads. On the stage, Yi Pingyan wielded his sword sheath, and strands of sword intent coalesced into a blade of light extending 100 meters, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the entire combat arena. Shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, with each slash, the sword emerged like a hidden dragon breaking the surface, tearing through the void towards Chen Yuan. What is this? This aura, though merely a profound grade martial technique, can provoke such a phenomenon in the world? Liang Gongshi mused quietly to himself. Faced with Yi Pingyan's sword strike, Chen Yuan remained vigilant. Unleashing his full strength and employing his martial technique, he channeled his energy to execute a sword strike in response. Boom. The collision of their lethal techniques generated a shockwave of energy that sent the gathered spectators flying several meters away, the thunderous sound echoing above the arena. Even Bai Jiao, situated far away on the alchemy peak, opened her beautiful eyes and murmured towards the direction of the arena. Is this commotion truly caused by Yi Pingyan? She then rose to stow away her alchemy furnace into her spatial ring and made her way to the arena. Meanwhile, the scene had already turned into ruins, the power unleashed from their clash surpassing the limits of the structure. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixed unwaveringly at the center of the spectacle. Only Shen Ningxuang maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes probing Yi Pingyan's aura, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? Did Yi Pingyan manage to endure for 3 rounds? The previous sword strike he executed was terrifying beyond belief. Could such a disturbance truly be caused by a mere student? Even the 2 elders from the outer academy exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Clearly, even they felt a hint of threat when confronted with Yi Pingyan's technique. A celestial origin realm practitioner can pose a threat to one in the essence core realm? What manner of monster is this? Perhaps monster is an inadequate term to describe him. The gap between the celestial origin realm and the essence core realm constitutes a qualitative shift for practitioners, akin to a chasm, far beyond the simplicity of mere level-skipping combat. As the smoke dissipated, Before them stood a figure clad in white, a youthful warrior exuding an air of grace. With a 3-foot sword sheathed at his side and wisps of hair dancing in the wind, embodying an ethereal elegance. Opposite him was Chun Yuan, his face shrouded in shadows. Equally unscathed, but with a countenance dark enough to draw water. A fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flickered in his ominous eyes. The prowess of this youth was indeed extraordinary, and his mysterious, formidable swordsmanship instilled a sense of trepidation within Chun Yuan. However, upon noticing the 2 elders from the outer academy below and the inner academy elders arriving from outside, he suppressed his murderous intent. Yi Pingyan, observing the scene, calmly remarked, "I graciously accept the Tianyuan Dan from the esteemed elder. Thank you for such a generous gift." Chun Yuan inhaled deeply, casting a penetrating gaze at Yi Pingyan. Was the elder perhaps unable to bear defeat? This should not be the case. Could it be that those from Beiming Academy are devoid of integrity? It is merely a small Tianyuan Dan. Take it. With a swift motion, Yi Pingyan caught a delicate box, confirming its contents as the Tianyuan Dan, and smiled, saying, "I am truly grateful, esteemed elder. Should such fortune arise again, please do inform me." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuan's lips twitched imperceptibly, rendered speechless by the retort. Yet he regained his composure and coldly replied, "Your academy boasts only this one Yi Pingyan. What harm is there in gifting you a Tianyuan Dan?" Having received the item, Yi Pingyan dismissed further conversation, turning his attention to Liang Gongshi, as if he had encountered a vial of precious essence. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Esteemed elder, shall we count on the agreement of 3 rounds for the essence of tranquility?" Indeed, Yi Pingyan held greater interest in the essence of tranquility, for he had already absorbed the Tianyuan Dan once, and its effects would be negligible upon a second intake. His vital energy was already substantial enough, rendering any additional consumption merely a flourish. Liang Gongshi, observing the growing crowd, felt his countenance darken. He found himself in a predicament. His strength was comparable to that of Chun Yuan, both being at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Given that this youth could withstand 3 rounds against Chun Yuan, he too could likely endure. To dismiss the agreement would not only be a disgrace to him, but to Huangshi Academy, which he represented. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Of course, we shall honor the agreement. However, I suggest you recuperate for a time before returning to Huangshi Academy for the challenge." Upon hearing this, many students in the audience kindly suggested, "The elder speaks wisely. Yi Senior, descend for now and recover before challenging him again. Indeed, your health is paramount." Yet, Yi Pingyan merely smiled faintly. Feeling the warmth of concern from those around him, a stark contrast to the emotional coldness of the Tianmen Sword Sect, Tianmen Academy felt like home. Save for a few errant souls. "No need for concern," he declared, raising his sword and addressing Liang Gongshi with a steely voice. "I am capable of continuing. Please, esteemed elder, make your move." Instantly, the crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. "Has Yi Senior lost his mind? We must act within our means. You've already succeeded against one opponent. Allow the rest to be handled by us." Upon witnessing this, Shin Ningxiang, concealed behind her veil, allowed a delicate smile to grace her cherry-like lips. This fellow truly relishes in displaying his prowess. Nonetheless, he is rather commendable. Chapter 95. Forcing back the Yuan Dan, she held firm in her belief that this individual could indeed achieve success. If he could not withstand even 3 rounds against a Yuan Dan realm opponent, then any aspirations of breaking through to the creation realm within the remaining time were utterly fanciful, essentially impossible. At present, Liang Gongshi found himself in a predicament, akin to riding a tiger with no means to dismount. The essence of the warm spirit liquid would undoubtedly benefit him greatly, and he had anticipated that no one from the defeated Tianmen Academy would manage to last 3 rounds against him. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure named Yi Pingyan emerged from obscurity. Arrogance. The warm spirit liquid lies here. It is merely a matter of whether you possess the capability to claim it. Liang Gongshi's expression darkened as he silently mused. This lad is merely at the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm and had previously battled with Chun Yuan. If he unleashed his full power from the outset, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure 3 rounds. With this thought, his expression hardened, and his vital energy erupted with a thunderous roar. He initiated the assault, a blood-red great sword suddenly materializing in his grasp, exuding a dense aura of sanguine malevolence. In the blink of an eye, he was before Yi Pingyan, the blade, imbued with the ferocity of a minor success in sword intent, swung down upon him. Whoosh! It unleashed a tempestuous gale. Yi Pingyan's gaze sharpened at the sight. This old wretch commenced with his full strength, revealing his desperation. The intention of the red dust sword erupted violently. and his vast reservoir of vital energy surged forth as he brandished the Guichun's sword box to counter the assault. Not evading? Truly courting death? You aren't worthy of my retreat. Clang. The clash of blade and sword ignited a shower of brilliant sparks, and Yi Pingyan instantly felt the powerful, forceful blade intent tearing through his red dust sword intent. That strike sent him staggering several meters back. However, Liang Gongshi would not grant him a moment's respite. He bent low, gathering momentum, and pursued relentlessly, akin to a cannonball, launching a fierce strike towards Yi Pingyan. Taking advantage of your weakness to claim your life. Yi Pingyan steadied himself, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Thankfully, this body had undergone rigorous training under the Sword Sovereign, rendering his physical strength comparable to that of a Yuan Dan realm expert. Otherwise, that previous full-force strike would have left him in disarray. Who desires whom remains uncertain. As the words fell, the Guichun sword box swiftly radiated a formidable, chilling sword intent, and his own aura soared to its zenith, charging directly towards that descending blade. Clang. The sword intent soared skyward, resembling a beam of light intent on piercing the very heavens. This transcendent strike firmly overpowered the full-force blow of the Yuan Dan realm expert, shattering the opponent's blade light and directly confronting Liang Gongshi. What? Impossible. A mere initial stage Tianyuan realm cultivator can actually force back my full-force strike? Liang Gongshi's expression shifted, but as a seasoned Yuan Dan realm practitioner, he quickly regained his composure. The crimson radiance of his vital energy roared forth, and he countered with a strike poised before him. Boom. The clash of blade and sword produced a violent tremor, as boundless, sharp red dust sword intent ravenously devoured the opposing blade intent. Impossible. How can your sword intent and vital energy pose a threat to my vital energy and blade intent? With a thunderous roar, Liang Gongshi summoned all his energy to deliver a swift and precise strike, seizing the fleeting moment when Yi Qianan was momentarily vulnerable. This forced Yi Pingyan to take heed, swiftly retreating to evade the incoming blow. The two figures momentarily parted, locking eyes in a tense atmosphere charged with anticipation. The spectators below were momentarily spellbound, their voices silenced in awe. After a few seconds, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Had they truly witnessed Yi Qianan forcing back a practitioner from the Yuan Dan realm? Although the encounter had been brief, they had all clearly perceived the remarkable event, including the timely arrival of Hong Xiu and Bai Zhiyao. A glimmer of incredulity flashed in the eyes of the two women. They were well aware of Yi Pingyan's strength, yet could hardly fathom that someone in the Tianyuan realm could momentarily repel a Yuan Dan expert. This was no mere prodigy. It was the essence of a monstrous talent. It is widely understood that the Tianyuan realm does not typically engage in battles against those of the Yuan Dan realm. Such instances, if they existed, were relegated to the pages of ancient texts, where such exceptional individuals would later rise to prominence. To witness such potential in Yi Pingyan was entirely unforeseen. This individual, if he does not falter, is destined to elevate Kanglan Academy to unprecedented heights. Returning to the arena, Yi Pingyan sheathed his Guichun sword, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a light chuckle remarked, "Senior, the 3 rounds have concluded. I shall graciously accept your spirit essence." "Huh, well done, young man," exclaimed the 2 elder members from the outer academy as they leaped onto the stage, patting Yi Qianan's shoulder with approving nods. They then turned to Liang Gongshi, laughing heartily. "Liang, this was your own challenge reward. It cannot possibly be dismissed." Liang Gongshi, observing the camaraderie among the 3, felt a deep frustration brewing within him. He had unwittingly shot himself in the foot. Despite exerting his utmost strength, he had failed to best a mere initial stage Tianyuan practitioner within 3 rounds. This young man undoubtedly posed a significant threat. The upcoming inter-academy competition at the month's end might very well yield unforeseen developments.